The incredibly beautiful princess was turned into an unlucky black crow, yet she was endlessly pampered by the wolf prince, who even wanted to change the national emblem into a black crow. However, the beauty was still trying to find a way to turn back into a human, wanting Prince Kamet to belong entirely to her. The female lead was actually Ranal, a zookeeper. Even if she had to clean up dung 30 days a month, she was happy just being able to watch the fierce beasts. Today, she volunteered to stay behind and clean, but unexpectedly, a vicious leopard escaped its enclosure. Thinking she wanted to take over its territory, it suddenly lunged at her. When she regained consciousness, Ranal discovered she had been turned into a crow, a symbol of bad luck. Her only consolation was perhaps the ability to spread her wings freely in the sky. She soon spotted a pack of orcs. It seemed they were hunting a human, and she had to find him before they did. Her instinct for finding handsome men quickly led her to Prince Kamet. Although he was injured, his stunning visuals left Ranal mesmerized. However, in Kamet's eyes, she was just a scavenger that fed on corpses. He assumed she was waiting for him to die before swooping in to tear him apart. Sure enough, seeing the crow let out a piercing shriek to alert the orcs, then immediately spread its wings and fly away to lure them far toward the edge of the forest. He realized she was trying to help. As for Ranal, when she returned, she only found a long trail of blood, indicating the prince was heavily injured. Fortunately, thanks to her crow instincts, she could distinguish hemostatic herbs. Meanwhile, the guy was by the stream, treating the fans to a view of his ripped body. Suddenly, a branch dropped onto his head out of nowhere, startling him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a medicinal herb. Looking up, he saw her flapping her wings as if saying, "Hello, honey, how are you?" making him question reality, as there was no way a normal animal could be that smart. He immediately assumed the crow before him was a mage's familiar, a beast man, or a shape-shifting dragon. However, he dismissed all these theories, as there was no reason for them to suddenly help him. Seeing his hesitation, she dropped a delicious-looking red berry while cawing persistently. Miraculously, by some supernatural connection, he understood that she wanted him to eat it. Intrigued, he didn't argue, simply picked it up, popped it into his mouth, and smiled. In the days that followed, the two lived together constantly. She became his nanny and protector, and he gently named her Ranal, calling out to her softly. At first, he kept his guard up, but eventually, he became absolutely obsessed with his pet. It was exactly like how she was hopelessly boy crazy. Just a gentle pat on the head was enough to make her tremble with pure joy. Being with Ranal was incredibly peaceful, but he had to return for the sake of his people. He couldn't let the Emperor's throne fall into Willen's hands. Otherwise, everything would surely be plunged into a sea of fire. But before that, he needed to undergo his awakening to transform into a wolf. While Ranal was leisurely flying around, she suddenly spotted a gemstone in the bushes below. She initially wanted to ignore it, but unable to control her crow body, she immediately swooped down at breakneck speed. Because crows love playing with shiny objects, Ranal couldn't stop her claws from fiddling with it. But after about 3 seconds, her brain finally processed the situation, and she realized this wasn't a gemstone, but a fruit called Kvanrock. It was an incredibly magical item that could help a character complete their awakening. However, what made her want to cry was the sudden realization that she had transmigrated into a game she had grinded hard on 3 years ago. She endlessly cursed the gods with colorful language, but all that came out of her beak were series of caws. She remembered that the handsome guy she was drooling over was actually a romanceable supporting character, Kamet, the emperor of the Gophert Empire. But in the current timeline, it seemed he was still just the first prince, currently enduring his most difficult phase. Realizing this, she quickly glanced at the stone beside her. If she brought this to Kamet, it would definitely help him awaken. However, when he held it in his hand, he was quite hesitant about whether to use it, fearing he might die from its overwhelming power. But left with no other choice, Kamet smiled, gave Ranal his final parting words telling her to live well, and swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, his entire body began to emit a blinding light. The awakening process wasn't even finished, yet it had already attracted a horde of monsters. Seeing the handsome man behind her still going through the process, she had no choice but to step up, even though she was crying an ocean of tears inside. She put on a brave front, ready to take them all on, squawking as if saying, "Come at me, I'll take you all on." Meanwhile, Kamet wasn't having an easy time either. The overwhelming surge of power was putting his body through unbearable agony. But he couldn't fall here. Too many people had sacrificed their lives for his survival. Therefore, he refused to die for such a pointless reason, gritting his teeth to endure and fight against his own body. As one of the chosen ones carrying the blood of the gods, he successfully completed his awakening, transforming into a mighty wolf. His mere presence terrified the monsters, sending them fleeing for their lives. Feeling a sense of relief, Ranal's heavily wounded little body could no longer hold on, and she collapsed. Seeing this, Kamet hurriedly reverted to his human form, catching her and holding her tenderly in his arms, his heart aching for her. He quickly carried Ranal out of the forest to get her treated. When Ranal groggily opened her eyes, she was startled to feel something being channeled into her body. Freaking out, she began to thrash around wildly, calling out for Kamet. True enough, he had been keeping watch right beside her, and he immediately pulled her into his embrace to comfort her. "It's all right now," he said softly. Just like that, all the pain in Ranal's body vanished. The holy power was truly magical and unbelievable. After the priest left, Kamet finally revealed his true emotions, hugging her tightly now that she was safe. This made Ranal's maiden heart flutter wildly, but her current status as a piece of poultry quickly grounded her, preventing this forbidden romance. She immediately struggled out of his grasp, chanting to herself that staying single is the eternal truth, which startled him. However, Kamet felt immense gratitude towards Ranal. Not only had she saved his life, but she had also risked her own to help him awaken and protect him. Hearing his heartfelt words made her go soft, and she fluttered up to perch on Kamet's shoulder. She figured that even if this gorgeous man was out of her league, she might as well enjoy the eye candy while she still could. Suddenly, a knight appeared, looking equally dazzling. Just one glance was enough for her to recognize him as another romanceable character, though her limited memory prevented her from recalling his exact details. Seeing the prince return safely, the knight immediately knelt down, offering his own life as an apology for failing to protect Kamet. This startled both of them, but Ranal absolutely refused to let a handsome guy die right in front of her. She swiftly swooped in and knocked the sword far away, feeling utterly exasperated. Loyalty is good, but there was only to be so extreme. Truth be told, at this point in the timeline, the mere fact that the knight was still on Kamet's side without betraying him was already a blessing. Seeing the man still blaming himself, Kamet allowed the knight to swear an oath of absolute loyalty to him. Just like that, the knight picked up his sword, held it above his head, and swore his undying allegiance. Watching this scene, Ranal finally remembered that this was Kamet's extremely loyal knight, practically a certified fanatic of his master. Deeply moved by this devotion, Kamet took the sword and placed it on the knight's shoulder to formalize the oath. The moment her name was called, Ranal immediately swooped down to perch on Kamet's arm. The knight kneeling nearby looked wary, unable to understand why the prince would keep a pet that represented death. But seeing the prince so affectionately pampering Ranal made him even more confused. In the knight's eyes, Kamet was an absolutely flawless person, someone who never revealed any weaknesses for Willin to exploit. This realization fired up the knight's competitive spirit, making him determined to rival the crow for the title of the best servant of the year. Returning to the main issue regarding the situation at the Imperial Palace, many bodies of knights and guards have been found, but there was no trace of the prince. Because of this, Willin declared that he wanted to personally search for him under the guise of concerned younger brother, though everyone secretly knew his true motives. Kamet knew perfectly well that his near-death experience was entirely orchestrated by his precious younger brother. The blood-soaked implications of their conversation made Ranal tense, as it highlighted how siblings were plotting to murder each other for the throne. She immediately nuzzled her head against Kamet's chest to comfort him for the immense hardships he had endured. He scooped her up and ordered the knight to notify the palace that he was still very much alive. Naturally, Willin couldn't wage an open war, so there was no immediate danger. But deep down, Kamet wanted to make the announcement just to spite that bastard and make his blood boil because he was now fully prepared for a head-on collision. Seeing everyone actively preparing to return to the Imperial Palace made Ranal incredibly excited. She was about to witness the magnificent and luxurious grandeur of the palace. It was a good thing she was currently a crow. If she had appeared as a human-like in her previous life, she would definitely be targeted by others. However, just as she was marveling at how great it was to be Kamet's pet, he abruptly locked her inside a birdcage. Ranal was utterly stunned, not comprehending what had just happened. When her brain finally caught up, she reacted furiously. "Damn it, let me out." In her previous life, her job at the zoo required her to lock up aggressive animals in cages. Yet now, she was experiencing that exact feeling herself. Karma truly never misses. After screaming for a while, she grew exhausted and started feeling dizzy, nauseous, and headachy. The bumpy journey left her completely carsick and seeing stars. And yet, she still had enough strength to aggressively peck at Kamet's arm to vent her anger, as if saying, "How dare you lock me up, you dog?" Right as she was enjoying her tirade, he suddenly began to gently stroke and soothe her, making her entire body melt into enjoyment. Kamet no longer cared about Ranal's true origins. His only desire was to keep her by his side. He playfully pecked her little crow beak, sending her maiden heart into another frenzy and making her question reality once again. But when she heard him confess that she was the only one he could trust, she froze. Perhaps this man only chose to trust her because she was a crow. Had she been in human form, he likely wouldn't have let her anywhere near him. Upon arriving at the Imperial Palace, she was left so astounded by its magnificent grandeur that her jaw practically dropped to the floor. She practically drooled as her crow instincts kicked in, urging her to steal a few shiny objects. Kamet quickly instructed her to be a good girl and wait there, as he had some matters to attend to. He didn't forget to shoot the servant a sharp, threatening glare, warning him not to treat her poorly like just any ordinary animal. The piercing look made the servant want to quit on the spot. Truly, the life of a worker is never easy. But who could blame her for being born to be the prince's pretty, beloved pet? The servant quickly prepared her food, a pile of squirming bugs, which the author kindly censored with a cute filter to protect the viewer's eyes. However, this sight severely offended Ranal's precious eyes, making her tremble with sheer outrage. Kamet hadn't been gone for long when he hallucinated hearing her frantic screams. Just as he was sinking into sweet thoughts, the annoying face of his damned younger brother, the third Prince Willin, suddenly appeared. Kamet's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a bone-chilling glare as he faced the very person who had tried to murder him. And yet, acting like a textbook green tea hypocrite, Willin immediately grabbed Kamet's hands, pretending to ask about his well-being while lacing his words with biting sarcasm. But Kamet was no longer the man he used to be. He put on an air of absolute superiority, flashing a blinding, saintly smile. This left Willin utterly dumbfounded, as his attempts at provocation completely failed to anger Kamet. To Kamet, the cunning man standing before him was now nothing more than an insignificant worm, entirely beneath his notice. Willin had awakened his powers at a very young age, thus gaining the backing of numerous political factions. This made him incredibly arrogant, looking down on everyone, especially his older brother, Kamet. But at this very moment, he was being subjected to Kamet's utterly contemptuous gaze. He tried to act as though he was fine, but he was actually trembling with rage. Kamet, who was now operating on an entirely different level than he had been just months prior, simply turned and walked away like an absolute boss. He hurried over to pay his respects at the bedside of the emperor, who was lying there frail and bedridden, coughing incessantly as his condition showed no signs of improvement. Although he only had one good eye left, the emperor could still tell that Kamet had awakened, entirely outclassing the foolish Willin. Kamet gently held his father's hand, but his words were piercingly sharp. "You can rest in peace and go meet the queen in the afterlife." The emperor froze, realizing that his son was about to launch a ruthless war where only one side would survive. Kamet then turned and strode away, radiating confidence, power, and the fearless aura of a man prepared to face death head-on. This made the emperor chuckle. His once weak son had finally grown up. Deep down, he had always wanted Kamet to be the one to inherit the throne and ensure a prosperous life for their people. When that time came, the emperor would truly be able to pass on peacefully to meet the queen, just as Kamet had said. As for Ranal, she was currently so starving that she was completely drained, squawking hopelessly because the idiotic servant couldn't understand her at all. Starving to the point of losing her human sanity, she stared at the pile of bugs. With a few imaginary sparkling filters overlaid in her mind, she convinced herself that eating them wouldn't kill her. After all, she had the digestive system of a crow now anyway. Fortunately, her human rationality snapped back into place, and she mentally slapped herself to wake up. Just in time, Kamet returned. Seeing her state, he anxiously reprimanded the servant for letting his pet turn into a starving ghost after he had only been gone for a short while. After her last bit of human dignity could be preserved by being fed and having a proper, satisfying dessert, Kamet ordered her to come to his side and gifted her an entire treasure chest full of expensive precious stones. This left Ranal dumbfounded, as this was playing too big. Giving precious stones for a pet to play with was truly the demeanor of the rich. She then picked up a red ruby and dropped it into Kamet's hand, touching him endlessly. "My child has given me a gift. Oh my." He happily hugged her and promised that when he became king, he would use the crow as his national symbol. But he didn't know that was part of her dirty scheming. After days of being locked in a cage, she could finally soar in the blue sky and stretch herself. Seeing a crow suddenly flying and hopping around in such a palace, an old gardener quickly tried to use a broom to chase it away. Kamet immediately appeared just in time to stop him, not forgetting to show off to the old man that this was his lovely, well-behaved pet, and if she lost a single feather, the man would lose a finger. She was almost injured, but she paid no attention to it and continued to preen her beautiful feathers. And on such a beautiful day, encountering that guy Willin, who just opened his mouth, made one want to shove the broom handle straight down his throat. He immediately complained, separating things out, saying Kamet always loved his younger brother, yet showed such an attitude upon seeing him. But the important reason he came here was because he heard the news and wanted to announce that he was also participating in the battle for the right of succession. Kamet didn't even bother to hide it and put on an extremely indifferent face, admitting it and challenging to see who would sit on that throne. Seeing both sides fiercely clashing with each other, with words carrying hidden daggers, made Ranal sit on the sidelines, wearing 3D glasses and eating popcorn to watch the drama. Being brutally humiliated by someone he considered more useless than himself made Willin so angry that he immediately transformed into a wolf. However, it made Kamet startled because the unexpected sight before him showed a size that wasn't a wolf but looked more like a dog. Just as Kamet was waiting for him to rush over with a come-on baby attitude, suddenly a black missile shot straight into that guy's head. Yes, it was none other than her flying tackle that sent that little puppy flying a mile away, with red syrup splashing all over the sky. But that wasn't all. She was furious, cursing with her beak while constantly using her combo kicks on Willen's face, preventing him from lifting his head. This made Kamet rub his eyes 100 times, unable to recognize if this was really his younger brother, suddenly feeling a bit of pity for him. But not long after, old habits died hard, and he attempted to attack again. This made Kamet unable to stand outside and watch any longer. Instantly, his whole body flared with the imposing aura of a mighty wolf, giving his own flesh and blood. Younger brother a kick that forced him back into human form. He looked down on the wild dog in front of him with extreme disdain, thinking he truly disgraced the noble bloodline of the royal family. Facing the pathetic, dirty thing right in front of his eyes, Kamet did not expect that his brother's strength and size had become increasingly weaker. Even if he hadn't awakened, he would still have been more than capable of taking him down. Although he could kick Willen out and force him to leave in submission, it didn't mean he could safely sit on the throne due to the people in Willen's faction. But setting that aside for later, he grabbed Ranal stiffly and put on an extremely terrifying face, stating that today, he would definitely punish her severely. At this moment, when being scolded, Ranal used her extremely adorable face to act cute. This made Kamet's heart flutter exactly like a completely devoted pet owner, but he couldn't let this matter slide. Seeing Kamet loudly scolding her that doing so was dangerous, she recalled her own little puppy who used to blindly run out in front of cars all day, and could understand his feelings at this moment. She accepted her guilt, immediately bowing down to show that she knew her mistake. But now, Kamet had awakened and was no longer a useless prince being hunted like before, so she didn't necessarily have to risk her life to protect him. Above all, he put on an extremely pitiful expression because he couldn't afford to lose her to that guy Willen. Sure enough, at that moment, Willen was throwing a massive tantrum, kicking things over everywhere, thinking it made him look cool. Just remembering the scene of being trampled by her slender legs made him even more furious. He swore that when he became king, he would pluck and boil all the crows in boiling water so that not a single feather would remain in this country. But after his anger subsided a bit, Willen finally realized the anomaly in his older brother Kamet, who had impulsively taken action. He revealed an extremely despicable face, knowing that the crow was his weakness. This guy was indeed not simple. He wasn't Snow White's stepmother, yet he possessed a magic mirror. Inside it was a fairly elderly man who accepted his request upon command. Right while she was standing guard beside Kamet as he worked, she conveniently nodded off to sleep. But suddenly, a man with blonde hair walked in, waking her up completely with his sparkling, radiant visual. This was Namel, who was not only the eldest son of a ducal house, but also a talented mage. More than that, he was the male lead in the game she had played, and as soon as she saw the most handsome guy in the game, she couldn't maintain her dignity and immediately squawked his name. Seeing his pet hovering over someone else's head, something she had never done with him, made Kamet quite jealous. He immediately walked over at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour and glaringly ordered her to get away from this man. This made her break a sweat for fawning over another guy right in front of her man, and she started apologizing, promising she wasn't too timing, baby. The scene of the master and pet happily playing with each other made the handsome guy feel quite amused. He wanted to take her away for research, but fortunately, Kamet held her tightly in his arms. Otherwise, she would have become a guinea pig in this person's eyes. Returning to the main point, the reason the handsome guy came here to find Kamet was to deliver a gemstone necklace that had been pre-ordered and was now completed. Hearing that the necklace was enchanted with a protection spell for the person he cherished most, Ranal was dumbfounded and started imagining scenarios like her older brother ending up in the hands of another girl. Just imagining the scene of Kamet with sparkling eyes, reducing her to just a third wheel between the two, made her feel disgusted and cry out. In despair, while she was crying with a snotty and teary face, he suddenly placed the necklace on her. The one who had just thrown a fit was now looking with sparkling eyes, not expecting that this item was meant for her. It was truly beyond touching. Seeing that this expensive item was custom ordered for a pet made the handsome guy feel extremely weirded out, but he didn't say anything because the customer is always right. However, it wasn't just a business relationship, as the handsome guy was aiming for Kamet to become the future king of the country, so he wanted to suck up to him from now on. This made Kamet wary because this was a sensitive issue in the palace, yet he spoke about it so clearly. Surely this guy had some underlying intention. But it seemed the guy didn't have any deep ulterior motives, as he was always warned by his father not to get involved in politics, because it would only cause harm. Because his father was a prince who couldn't awaken as a wolf, he had given up the throne a long time ago, and the handsome guy was the same. Originally, he didn't want to get involved, but seeing Willen's smug face, he knew that if he became king, this country would surely meet its doom. Therefore, he didn't want to see such devastation happen, and chose to side with Kamet with a very straightforward and trusting gaze. But Kamet couldn't fully believe his words, so he used a test, pointing out that since he shared the same blood as that bastard, he might change after gaining power and wealth. But the handsome guy also knew he wasn't being trusted, so to prove his sincerity, he took out a Kojak fruit. This shocked Ranal so much she almost faded away, unable to comprehend why a second awakened fruit had appeared here. Could it be that the game's plot was that Kamet awakened because of the handsome guy's tribute? But then what was the one she had picked up? It made Ranal fall into a panic, unexpectedly realizing she had broken the author's rules. If an outlier event like this happened, it would definitely change the entire plot. But the handsome guy didn't need it. Although he also had royal blood, he didn't need to rush to awaken. Instead, he preferred to possess magic. Understanding the handsome guy's intention, Kamet expressed his trust, stating that after he ascended the throne, he would not mistreat the Duke's family. But currently, he didn't know what to do with his second Kojak fruit. While not knowing who to give it to, he saw the adorable face of his darling pet and wondered what would happen if she ate it. Meanwhile, Ranal had a massive headache for doing something stupid for fame, but the more she looked at that stone, the more mesmerized her mind became. Unable to overcome the inner instincts of a crow, she immediately snapped at that stone and swallowed it whole while Kamet tried to stop her in vain. He panicked and quickly pried Ranal's beak open to see if there was any way to save her, but everything was hopeless. Kamet felt terrified, worried that if she just awakened like that, her life would be in danger, and he feared he wouldn't be able to bear this loss. But 2,000 years later, absolutely Jack's squat happened, making both of them doubt their existence in this silence, like give me my tears back. However, fortunately, nothing serious happened. Only Ranal was left utterly bewildered. She had been expectantly fantasizing that she could awaken into a giant creature shooting lasers from her eyes, but it was all just an illusion. However, not long after, she got an immediate slap of reality as her whole body felt extremely painful and her face drooped. This probably wasn't awakening, but just Ranal having diarrhea, but Kamet immediately resumed hugging her and crying in sorrow. Surprisingly, when the priest came to examine the situation, there wasn't a single sign indicating anything abnormal. Even though Ranal was lying flat on the bed with a fever, breathing very heavily, in Kamet's eyes, her panting looked incredibly alluring. He blamed himself for being too careless and not holding the Kojak fruit firmly, allowing Ranal to eat it. So, he kept watch by the bed all of last night until he fell asleep. Meanwhile, she entered another extremely sparkling dimension, where she had regained her human body. Panicking because she thought she had died, she suddenly felt a gust of wind and saw incredibly warm sunlight on the horizon. It turned out that in ancient times, when humans possessing the power of the gods died, they became a delicious meal for a flock of blackbirds. When it gave birth to its offspring and named it a crow, the broken eggshells fell to the ground and formed a fruit with a rough exterior, exactly like the Kojak fruit. If a crow ate that fruit, it would be able to fly higher and farther. At this time, Kamet suddenly woke up, and before shaking off his drowsiness, a sight caught his eyes that woke him up completely. It was an incredibly beautiful girl lying peacefully on his bed with pale skin and black hair. Just looking at her, he mistakenly thought she was an assassin, but what assassin in this world would have such soft hands? Furthermore, she was currently sleeping soundly and snoring away. But then, the necklace he had gifted her immediately caught his attention. Instantly, Kamet was able to confirm that this beautiful girl was his lovely, well-behaved pet. He stroked her dear cheek, not expecting that the Kojak fruit could transform Ranal into a human. Being touched instantly made her wake up, leaving him extremely flustered. But when she saw her own appearance, she was shocked to the core to realize she had arms instead of feathered wings, causing Ranal to quickly dash off to find a mirror. Looking at the reflection, it was indeed her, but very different from before. Now she had smooth skin like a doll and eyes like crystals. Perhaps this beauty was also because she had eaten the Kojak fruit. However, there was one thing that made Ranal extremely dissatisfied. This body was too weak and soft, unlike her former muscular, athletic self. But she still felt happy and thrilled that she wouldn't have to stay in that cage anymore or be forced to eat those bugs. But when she saw Kamet's incredibly handsome face with overwhelming charm, she quickly rushed over and hugged him tightly. Finally, she had hands to grope a beauty. It was truly a perk that only humans could enjoy, making her so ecstatic she could cry. But actually, crying her eyes out like that was because Ranal was overjoyed to become human once again. Yet, she couldn't explain it, and she couldn't let Kamet know that he was just a character in a game made for others' entertainment. She made up an excuse that she was just too scared of getting a heart attack and dropping dead from eating the Kojak fruit. This prompted Kamet to express his feelings, saying he felt the same way, as if his heart had tightened and he couldn't breathe if anything had happened to her. He hugged Ranal in his arms because he was currently extremely relieved to see her able to sit beside him and talk to him. This made a boy-crazy girl like her see stars and blush furiously, thinking she must have successfully saved the world 1,000 years ago. But seeing his incredibly handsome appearance, filtered through 10 layers of sparkles, in Ranal's eyes, he looked just like a Korean idol. She truly couldn't handle this beauty and wanted to escape by turning back into a crow. And sure enough, poof, her wish was granted. Suddenly turning back into a crow made Ranal panic immensely, flying back and forth frantically. While she was violently thrashing around, fortunately, Kamet, with his long legs, reached out and caught her. He reassured her that she just wasn't used to the new form yet and only needed a little practice to become more proficient. He then immediately turned back into his wolf form to demonstrate for Ranal. The handsome wolf quickly took the stage with a very striking face. If it were a real wolf, it would make people tremble in fear, but for Kamet, it was the exact opposite. Although huge, he radiated a warm golden light to others. After doing a catwalk for a few rounds, he returned to human form with extreme confidence. See? Isn't it easy? But looking at her face. You're right, so easy. Easy my foot. This made Kamet very flustered as he instructed her to simply think of the form she wanted to become. Then, instantly, Ranal, who was crossing her arms with a pouty face doubting his words, suddenly went poof and transformed back into a human in a very simple way. Being able to eat the most delicious delicacies in the world with her own hands made Ranal feel incredibly ecstatic. But soon Kamet noticed how she could use spoons and forks so proficiently, which made her jump in shock, thinking, oh crap. However, she still tried to cover it up by saying she had seen Kamet eat like that. So she was just copying him. After eating, the servants would come in to clean up, so she immediately turned back into her crow form. Now that Ranal had become a little more proficient, she deluded herself into thinking she would soon become an unmatched VIP pro. But as soon as the servants left, Kamet's face dropped, and he apologized for hiding Ranal's human form from everyone. Hearing that she was going to be asked a favor instantly made 1008 spy scenarios pop in her head, where she could go assassinate that guy Willen. But unexpectedly, far from what she thought, Kamet only wanted her to be safe. Because that guy Willen was incredibly dangerous. It would be even riskier for Ranal to use her human form inside the Imperial Palace. However, he promised not to let this situation drag on and vowed to take control of the palace. By then, she could be as free as she wanted. She also knew very well that she only needed to wait a little while longer for him to ascend to the throne. Her unquestioning trust deeply moved Kamet, and he pulled her into a tight embrace. But their happy moment was completely witnessed by that bastard Willen through a magic crystal ball, and he flashed his despicable smile, realizing he had grasped Kamet's weakness. At this time, a man was questioning his existence, completely unable to understand how Kamet could still be alive. Because according to his calculations, the night was no longer by his side back then, and countless people even lost their lives there. He was even more surprised that not only did Kamet not die, but he also firmly declared he would claim the succession rights. The only reason all the high officials supported that guy Willen, despite knowing his stubborn temperament, was because he had awakened. In this country, the one carrying the blood of the divine wolf would become the ruler with the support of all other species. Therefore, he had no choice but to side with Willen, believing that this bloodline would help elevate the country. But not only did Kamet survive, but that guy also discarded him. So the Marquis immediately looked for another place to turn the tide for himself. But before he could even act, he met Ranal's burning gaze, which left him stunned. Since he had already cast the die, he had to follow through. Looking at Kamet, who had all the qualities to become a good king with his overwhelming charisma, that the Marquis quickly knelt down to pay his respects, constantly confessing that he had made the wrong choice. So he would not deny his responsibility and would accept any punishment given by him. Kamet knew he was a capable man, but if someone changed sides once, there would definitely be a second time. Even so, he still gave him a chance to work under him, because the Marquis's patriotism could not possibly be a lie. At this moment, Ranal couldn't help but wonder why he would spare someone who would try to kill him. Of course, it would be better to have one less enemy. Currently, Kamet's position had very few people on his side, so this might be an opportunity to recruit talent. But not only that, he was also using this chance to flirt with her, saying that thanks to the Marquis, Kamet was able to meet her. However, there was one thing that always lingered in his mind. He didn't know why Ranal had helped him back then. This made her flustered, not knowing how to answer. She couldn't exactly say it was because she was boy crazy. She then recalled Kamet's sparkling appearance at that time and smiled brightly, talking about his radiant blonde hair shining in the sunlight. For a crow, they always love shiny things, so she was able to gain his absolute trust. Yet Kamet was very satisfied and took advantage of her vulnerability to plant a kiss on her forehead, shocking her completely. She turned back into a crow, regardless of what her initial motives were. Right now, Ranal only wanted to walk side by side with Kamet. Seeing the prince looking pensive and worried made the knight standing next to him feel troubled too. He assumed that thanks to the Marquis changing factions, quite a few neutral nobles had come to join Kamet's side. But he didn't understand why he was making such a mournful face, completely unable to guess if the prince had some crucial political worries on his mind. He even vowed that with his sword, he would slash away Kamet's sorrows. But after hearing him talk about his worry, which was the fact that Ranal was no longer sticking to his side like before, that it shocked the knight so much that the color drained from him and even his body proportions became distorted. It made the young man grit his teeth in disbelief, never expecting that a prince who would later become the emperor was fretting over a mere crow. He immediately viewed Ranal as a descendant of Daji, imagining the scene of her sitting majestically, sipping her wine, while psychologically manipulating Kamet made the knight's face darken. He was determined to break the prince's bewitchment and wanted to divert Kamet's attention. By literally offering his own body, burning with determination, the young man was willing to dig out his heart and guts without hesitation. But Kamet's gaze didn't pay him any attention at all. At this time, all the servants were arranging the gifts brought by the nobles to curry favor, while she lay extremely bored on the table. It was also because of the marquis changing factions that many nobles had come. Therefore, Ranal didn't want Kamet to be rumored to have a species of the bird of death on his shoulder. A future emperor should radiate a glorious aura, not have a bad omen like her appear around him. Thus, she had to bite the bullet and stay indoors, even though she was bored to death. But when she saw the shiny things being displayed, her crow instincts acted up, making her want to shove all of them into her mouth and to hoard them for Kamet. But upon seeing the blue roses nearby, she had an idea and gave one to a maid. This made the poor girl feel terrified, afraid that this bird of death coming to her would bring misfortune. But the very next moment, the blue rose was placed into the maid's hands, leaving the girl completely stunned. Kamet happened to return right then, and seeing the scene, he allowed the maid to accept the precious flower. This startled the girl, because a flower like this was worth more than her entire month's salary. Prince Kamet was truly completely different from Willin. In the end, Ranal was forced to tell the truth that her worry was that others would resent her when they saw her. And she immediately brought up Kamet's face, exactly how he had run away the first time he met her. He quickly pulled himself together because he could sense that even though she was hated by others, she didn't become sad over it, but instead moved, not forward. He immediately affirmed that Ranal was his good luck, conveniently taking the opportunity to caress the girl's precious hand. He expressed that he didn't care about others' gazes and only wanted her by his side, promising to fulfill whatever Ranal requested. In the face of this incredibly romantic confession, she couldn't overcome her crow instincts and requested him to find her another crow to mate with. This made him sweat profusely, completely unable to hide his manic gaze, as if saying, "Is my beauty not enough for you?" Of course, Kamet could not do such a thing. Just thinking about some random crow coming to steal Ranal made his blood boil. He, who would be the emperor in the future, was actually jealous of a crow, swearing to kill anyone who dared to touch her. So he made a decision, taking advantage of his naughty hands to caress Ranal's plump lips and continue to flirt, saying that if she were in human form, he could become her mate. This caused Ranal's sense of shame to tear apart, unable to control herself from pouncing on him. Therefore, she immediately pulled a disappearing act and hid on top of the chandelier, her face burning red as she kept chanting to herself to maintain her last shred of dignity. Seeing that sight made Kamet laugh his head off. Whenever he was with Ranal, he felt incredibly relaxed, without the need to burden himself with politics or fear death. When by her side, he was as if under a spell. As long as it was Ranal, Kamet would wholeheartedly embrace even death. Seeing Ranal's cowering appearance always made him smile, so widely his eyes would crinkle. Due to Kamet's persuasion, Ranal eventually had no choice but to follow him to his office. But she immediately noticed something unusual here, entirely different from its previous simplicity. It was now sparkling with all sorts of things. Feeling something was off here, Kamet was burying his head in paperwork and had no time to admire those shiny things. She wanted to point out this anomaly to him, but since the knight was still nearby, she took advantage of the mountain-high stack of papers to hide her body, and started whispering to inform Kamet that those decorations were highly unusual, which made him put his guard up. Looking at the items displayed here, it was obvious that Kamet hadn't ordered anyone to arrange them, nor did the knight have this kind of aesthetic taste. Therefore, the handsome mage showed up to inspect the strange objects appearing in this place. Sure enough, there were hidden recording crystal balls inside. These are items that can record the ongoing events. Fortunately, they couldn't record sound, but with these images recorded in Kamet's office, it was enough for him to be exposed. So the important issue right now was that the appearance of these balls was not simple at all. Even a knight, like the young man, couldn't sense their magic. Therefore, it could be said that this product was created by a high-level mage, even more skilled than the handsome mage. And yet, they found 5 hidden cameras in Kamet's office. With such a large number in just a small room, no wonder Ranal felt an invisible fear. Currently, the other side still didn't know that these recording devices had been discovered, because these things all had a certain time limit. They could only be used for one day, so they could all be considered expired. While the two were discussing with each other, the young man was standing gloomily in a corner, realizing he had been in this room many times but didn't discover them. Sure enough, he blamed himself for being too useless and drew his sword, wanting to commit suicide right then and there to give his screen time to someone else. After discovering quite a few hidden cameras, they immediately ordered the arrest of those who frequently visited the room, even the servants. Seeing unrelated people being implicated made the blonde girl feel incredibly guilty. As for Kamet, he was currently ordering the butler to ensure the safety of those who had been detained, fearing that Willin would silence them by murder. But right after the old man left, he used his ring of authority. Immediately, a dark shadow appeared behind him, revealing a person fully cloaked in black who received the order to tail the butler. Everything happening gave Kamet a massive headache. He never expected that a mere brat could make things so hopelessly chaotic. He thought the Marquis was the core of Willen's faction, but unexpectedly, that guy had another, even more powerful force backing him. Fortunately, they hadn't used that high-level mage to assassinate him, probably because the current emperor was still alive. Luckily, his awakened form didn't seem to be exposed yet, as the other side hadn't made any moves. He must have managed to avoid the cameras. But the important thing right now was Ranal. She just hid on top of the cabinet and refused to come down no matter what Kamet said. Now that everything had become safe, with guards stationed everywhere, Ranal just turned her face away, ignoring him and refusing to look at his face. It turned out that the one on the outside wasn't her, but actually her crow instincts taking over her entire body. Meanwhile, she fell into an unconscious state like sleep paralysis, completely unable to move. Even though she wanted to answer Kamet, it was completely hopeless. Even though she tried her absolute best to assure it that there was no more danger outside and that they could trust Kamet as he would soon become the emperor. But it seemed this crow also knew that the existence of this world was just a game. Everything was playing out according to its plot, yet there wasn't a single line mentioning what the fate of Ranal the crow would be. Meanwhile, he was outside, constantly worried that she would be hungry, so he prepared a lavish feast. Waiting forever without seeing Ranal come down, he assumed her crow instincts were on high alert, so he left to let her be comfortable. As soon as the crow flew down, a wave of magic instantly grabbed her body and wrapped her up tightly like a burrito. None other than the high-level mage who had appeared in Willen's magic mirror. Having nothing better to do, he went and kidnapped someone else's crow. Sure enough, she was taken to that bastard Willen's place, but her body was extremely weak due to being injured. But it seemed Willen was just an amateur at being a villain. So seeing this, he scolded the old mage for being too rough. However, after regaining his despicable demeanor, he immediately put on a rather satisfied face, thinking that only when battered like this would Ranal be unable to escape. This made her show a face of sheer contempt. Why did the script for bad guys always involve them acting ruthless? It was truly so tacky. After ordering the old mage to leave, he quickly grabbed her and started acting playfully. He ignored how he had been kicked in the past and lowered himself to beg Ranal to return to human form and stay by his side. This made her extremely surprised. She never expected that this brat kidnapped her because he thought Ranal was Kamet's lover and wanted to claim her, piss him off. But there was no way she would let him carry out his dirty scheme, so she gave him a slap to wake him up. This directly made Willen feel heavily humiliated, so he forcefully threw her into an iron cage. He then began to monologue like other villains, confident that he had prepared thoroughly and set up a barrier here so that no one could go inside, and indeed, outside. Even the handsome mage using his magical powers couldn't break it. Even the knight's holy sword did absolutely nothing, like hitting a rock with an egg. This made Kamet incredibly anxious, not knowing what to do. Then, in the blink of an eye, he immediately ran straight down to the dungeon where the servants here were imprisoned. As soon as she saw him, the maid thought she was about to be executed and trembled in fear. But Kamet not only did not hold her accountable, but also showed his generosity, stating that if she joined his side, she would definitely receive generous treatment and backing in the future. This was completely different from working for that guy Willen, who would throw away even his right-hand man. When it was mentioned that his important person was being held captive by that bastard, the maid immediately remembered that he was probably talking about the crow. Despite his high and mighty status, Prince Kamet swallowed his pride and begged Willen's spy made so he could save Ranal. Meanwhile, on the other side, that bastard had thrown away all his dignity, constantly demanding Ranal to turn into a human so he could touch her a bit, making her completely speechless, as this guy was more like a 3-year-old kid fighting for his older brother's toy rather than a villain. Both she and her crow instincts openly despised and firmly rejected this immature brat. Seeing Ranal looking at him with disdain and spitting right at him made Willen's blood boil, making him want to grab the cage and throw it down. But he couldn't have imagined, even in his wildest dreams, that the barrier he had confidently boasted about everywhere had been destroyed by Kamet. Everyone was able to go inside thanks to the maid being allowed to open the door, as she was an errand runner for Willen. But looking at the girl's imposing manner, that bastard just scratched his head, unable to remember who the person standing in front of him was. This shocked the maid to the core, not expecting that she was being controlled by such a goldfish-brained idiot, like the author was playing a joke on her. But when he saw that Kamet had mobilized forces here, just for a crow, he immediately mocked him. However, to Kamet, Ranal deserved all of this, because once he became king, everyone would receive equal rights. The ones he considered useless were actually the people Willen had always relied on, even though he saw them as weak. He couldn't even kidnap Ranal by himself. Therefore, it could be said that the useless and weak one here was none other than Willen himself, because he had rested on his laurels as soon as he awakened. That arrogance also stemmed from the fact that he awakened quickly at a very young age, confirming that he had the blood of the gods. He joyfully showed off to his mother, but at that time, the queen, while still lying on her sickbed, did not forget to instruct her third son to get along with his older brother, Kamet. This made a young child like him become dissatisfied, believing that since he had just awakened, he was a god and did not want to associate with someone inferior like his brother. Because of this mindset of always considering himself the best and the center of the universe, being provoked by Kamet with the truth now made him feel resentful, screaming like a madman, trying to escape. He He then went completely rabid and grabbed Ranal's neck, squeezing it tightly to threaten Kamet. Originally, his plan was to draw attention so that the handsome guy in the night could find an opening to rescue her, allowing him to keep his awakening a secret. But seeing Ranal being hurt right before his eyes, he couldn't hold back anymore and immediately transformed into a wolf twice the size of Willen. This completely surprised everyone because his awakening had always been kept hidden, so they didn't expect this move. A wolf is a creature that acts on instinct. If their important person is harmed, they will bite off the enemy's neck. The aura of a true wolf made Willen feel terrified, realizing for the first time in his life that he was just a little puppy. Just when he thought his neck was about to be bitten to pieces, Kamet suddenly stopped when he heard her calling, realizing that Ranal was lying in the maid's hands with very feeble breaths. So Kamet couldn't act like a mindless madman. Instead, he immediately used his massive, pillar-like paws to stomp straight onto Willen's head, driving it 3 inches into the ground. He dealt with him in a split second, then quickly went over to check on Ranal's condition. Knowing that she had suffered a severe shock earlier and was still wary of humans, Kamet asked for Ranal's permission before taking her to be treated. Only after receiving her nod did he scoop her limp and battered body into his arms, not daring to hold her too tightly. After the priest treated her, they were able to find a root cause of her ongoing unconsciousness, which was likely psychological. After enduring so many traumatic events, the only way was for her to recover slowly. This made his hands clench tightly, having promised to protect Ranal. Yet now the situation had come to this, so he immediately declared, "A basket, that is the long-standing tradition of Gofrit where, under the witness of the Emperor, 2 wolves would fight each other to the death. The one who can remain standing in their awakened state will claim victory and receive the noble crown." At this time, all the nobles were buzzing with gossip about the 2 princes clashing the previous night. Although there were rumors that Kamet had awakened, there were still some who couldn't believe it, always considering him incompetent, saying they would only believe it if they saw it. And just like that, as if their wishes were granted, Kamet appeared in the form of a ferocious wolf to perform the Basket ritual. To prove the sacred blood flowing in his veins, he let out a massive roar, making sure everyone in the palace could hear it. Not only did they hear it, but buildings even crumbled under the massively amplified sound, and the people inside couldn't stand firm against that incredibly powerful aura. Suddenly, a wolf with a faded coat and only one bright eye stepped out with an incredibly gentle demeanor. That's right, none other than our king, who was supposed to be Bedouin, but appeared just to catch the drama. Upon seeing Kamet's deeply resolute gaze, he immediately allowed the basket to begin. But currently, Willen had his head smashed in by him and was undergoing treatment, needing more time to recover. A match requires both sides to be in their best condition, so it can be fair and civilized, ensuring no one could claim the result was unacceptable. So, instantly utilizing the power of a king, he declared that the basket would take place, and all nobles were forbidden to meddle in it. Otherwise, they would pay with their lives. At this time, the maid was continuously grooming Ranal's feathers with great care, as she had experience taking care of her own younger sibling. Also, thanks to Kamet ordering the priest to treat the boy, the maid could now feel much more at ease. But Ranal was currently still inside that mental space. When in danger of being kidnapped, the instinct hid away and let her out. Now that everything was resolved, it locked her back in, making her want to use her precious hands to punch straight into that crow. Instinct. She brought up the recent incident, saying that if it hadn't been so stubborn, she wouldn't have been kidnapped like this. But the crow instinct was still incredibly stubborn, holding Ranal back and not letting her go out, fearing that facing Kamet now would make her terrified. That is the animal instinct of being cautious when encountering those who resemble the ones who hurt them. But to Ranal, she could assert that the 2 brothers were nothing alike. How could a man like Kamet be similar to a snot-nosed brat like Willen? Regardless, she wanted to thoroughly resolve the issue instead of running away, so she put on a threatening face to talk to the crow. Thanks to listening to it, both of them almost ended up on the altar as a 7-course crow meal, leaving it utterly speechless with nothing left to say. So, after being let out, Ranal immediately reverted to her human form and rushed to hug Kamet, catching him completely off guard, and the 2 immediately tumbled onto the floor. But while the 2 were being deeply affectionate with each other, like filming a music video, the sight of a crow suddenly turning into a human made the maid drop her jaw. She was so shocked that she dropped a basin of water and now had to clean it up herself. She then poured all the blame onto herself for having listened to Willen's orders. Otherwise, Ranal's life wouldn't have been threatened. Seeing this, Ranal immediately sat down to comfort her, recalling that right before passing out, she had seen the incredibly heroic figure of the maid. She then compared the girl to an incredibly brave rabbit who dared to enter the wolf's den to save her, showing a tremendously radiant smile as she thanked the maid for acting chivalrously. This immediately brought the girl to tears, seeing the 2 of them so close. Kamet then wanted to keep the maid to serve Ranal. After all, she already knew Ranal's true identity, which would allow her to transform into a human more comfortably when it was just the 2 of them. So the 2 happily held hands and spun around, agreeing to be best friends from now on. The maid showed immense gratitude to the 2 of them, swearing that even with a knife to her neck, she would remain absolutely loyal. To Ranal, this attitude of threatening death at the drop of a hat was definitely contagious from the knight. At this moment, she was finally able to rest comfortably after shooing the maid away to go home from work. Unlike the others who always showed dissatisfaction with serving a mere crow and just want to go home. Suddenly, the mention of Boscut left her unable to recall what it was, prompting her to show question marks. But after it was explained as a life-and-death ritual, Ranal's eyes turned lifeless like a dead fish. She trembled so much that her teeth chattered, completely unaware that she had caused such a colossal disaster that deviated so far from the original story. But the moment Kamet tried to comfort her, Ranal's body instinctively reacted and dodged. This made him suspicious, so he tried again, only to be outright rejected. He could immediately confirm that this was the crow instinct, causing her to unconsciously evade, as if encountering her natural enemy. Suddenly, Kamet reverted to his wolf form, making Ranal feel less tense, perhaps because his shimmering presence made her feel more at ease. But when he returned to his human form, she was startled, realizing that the Boscut couldn't happen, yet since Willin still had a crippled arm. So, having this free time, he used his body and soft fur to heal Ranal. This made her unable to hold it in anymore, with tears streaming down as she buried her face in Kamet's chest, sobbing intensely because the things she had been through were incredibly terrifying. At this time, the knight was passionately training, but it was more like he was venting his anger, because when he interrogated the handsome guy, who seemed to have known beforehand about Kamet's awakening, he found out that the guy was the one who gave the prince the Kodak fruit. Thinking back, he gritted his teeth and took out his anger on his sparring partner, because the young man felt he wasn't trusted by the prince despite having sworn an oath of absolute loyalty. Ever since he was a child, the knight had always chased after Kamet's shadow, wanting to become a loyal servant. Therefore, he now desperately wanted to know the truth about his master and went to his room. But stepping inside, he was startled to see the sight of Kamet pampering Ranal, transforming into a wolf to let her sleep on him. Kamet was the one who could immediately notice the knight's dissatisfied gaze, recalling when he had earned the knight position that everyone coveted, filling him with immense pride. Even other nobles thought the young man was delusional for joining First Prince Kamet's side. The moment Kamet went missing, the knight was extremely worried, knowing full well that that bastard Willin was behind it. But he couldn't do anything other than search hopelessly for Kamet, only for him to return safely with a black crow. This made a loyal person like the knight feel incredibly dissatisfied, seeing Kamet reveal his awakening secret just for a crow. Furthermore, declaring a Boscut could put his life in danger, making the young man completely fail to understand if it was truly worth it. Kamet understood why the knight acted that way, knowing better than anyone that this person was fiercely loyal to him. Yet, he had kept his awakening a secret, as if he still doubted him. So he asked Ranal to transform into her human form to show the knight that she was no ordinary crow. But this left the young man dumbfounded, because if she were from the bird tribe, she would have wings, instead of looking 100 like a normal human. Upon finding out that she had eaten the Kodak fruit and was Kamet's lifesaver, and being asked by him to protect Ranal, the knight realized something. Originally, the first prince was someone entirely indifferent to women, yet now he had a girl in his arms, proving she must be incredibly important to him. He immediately imagined himself being entrusted with the utmost confidence to protect both of them. But just thinking about the scene of Kamet and Ranal getting married and having adorable kids who would follow him around everywhere made the young man kneel down, fiercely swearing on his life to complete his mission. So, to prove himself as the most trusted right-hand man, the knight went to research the Boscut, but instantly felt dizzy with a headache. Fortunately, he had the handsome guy who was well-versed in books and studied hard, and they managed to find it. But the contents only had one extremely short sentence. The Boscut is a sacred duel that decides the heir. This fueled the young man's blazing anger, thinking, oh, was that very helpful, making him want to immediately slice that useless book in half with his sword. At this moment, the Marquis appeared, having seen the two of them searching so hopelessly. So he benevolently offered to lend them a hand, even if it meant being labeled a disloyal servant. But among the younger generation here, only he knew full well that the current king was the winner of the Boscut. The memory of that day still lingered in his mind, and the gruesome scene never failed to make him shudder. Perhaps the documents related to the Boscut had been banned because it was so brutal that it shouldn't be passed down. But he didn't mean to discourage them, because to the Marquis, he only hoped Kamet could win with minimal injuries to himself, which also meant they had to have countermeasures against Willin's dirty tricks. However, because the order forbidding nobles from meddling had been given, he couldn't easily help them, but instead advised them to look for records from lower-ranking servants, which would yield more information. After burying his head in the piles of books, the knight was still so fired up that he wanted to spar with Kamet, overflowing with confidence, while the latter was still snoring in his sleep. According to the royal knight's records, they had always trained with the previous emperor without missing a single day until he became bedridden, meaning that during the Boscut period, the knight had the right to help his master train without breaking any rules. Currently, the handsome guy was also using his magic to reach the magic tower to interrogate the high-ranking mages, determined to find the one who had helped Willin. This startled him, not expecting they would do so much for his sake, but he was worried they would be in danger. Suddenly, Gino turned back into human form, her eyes still barely open, and advised Kamet to train with the knight, as it would only benefit him. This was because she had witnessed the deaths of so many animals. Sometimes, a strong fish will be taken down by a weaker one. That is the law of nature, so one must not underestimate the enemy, even if that willing guy was nothing but an arrogant mouth. But a worry still lingered in her heart, and she tremblingly grabbed Kamet's shirt, just hoping he wouldn't die. And so, moved by the beautiful lady's concern, he was persuaded to go to the training grounds with the knight. The first lesson was swordsmanship. Kamet's sword strokes were not steady at all. They wavered immensely, and he couldn't concentrate. From above, she could clearly understand what he was worried about. If he lost, he wouldn't be the only one to die. Such a heavy burden made him waver. Seeing that a comedic character like the knight could help Kamet so much, Gino also wanted to do something to help and began to form an idea. She was not a noble, nor was she a citizen of this country. So even if she interfered, it wouldn't be against the law. But if this crow's body acted recklessly, she would surely end up as a 7-course meal, fried and stir-fried in every way. While she was stumped, she suddenly heard 2 young birds next to her fighting over food. This gave Gino an idea, and she immediately went to recruit the talented individuals. But unexpectedly, they put on their intimidatingly tough faces. As for our lightweight opponent, he was currently trembling like jelly as he recalled how incredibly strong Kamet was. He jumped up and threw a tantrum like a 3-year-old child, leaving the dark mage standing beside him at a complete loss for words. It turned out that the appearance of an old man on the verge of death was just a disguise. In reality, he was a young man with long hair. The dark aura surrounding that man immediately clung to and entered Willen's body. Gino then asked the maid to make her some small, finger-sized cookies so she could feed those little birds. Just thinking about that flock made the maid's face darken, exhausted at the very thought, let alone befriending them. Facing the 2 very gangster-like birds, Gino trembled like a leaf, even though she was bigger. When they realized this crow could understand the language of young birds, just like them, they knew that Gino had eaten the sparkling fruit. This startled her, as she never expected that in this palace, there was another crow who had eaten that very same fruit. This made her eager to meet that crow to learn from a more experienced predecessor. The moment she expressed her desire to meet him, both of the little ones immediately denied it was possible, because no one was allowed to reveal his secret. She would have to find out on her own. But the 2 of them pulled out their gangster attitude when they mentioned that Gino had forgotten what she needed to tell them. As training continued into the late afternoon, Kamet kept losing focus, causing him to fall flat on the ground. The source of the problem was none other than Kamet's attention being completely fixed on Gino talking with the birds. He immediately imagined 7,749 scenarios of how she was being courted by other worthy crows. This made the hot-tempered knight draw his sword, wanting to quarter Kamet's avian rivals, which left Kamet speechless. "Why are you even more hot-headed than me?" After they returned, it was finally clarified that Gino had asked those young birds to spy on Willen. Upon hearing this, his face immediately fell. She quickly reported what the 2 sides had negotiated. They agreed to spy on that scoundrel Willen. They agreed because, in any case, they despised the guy. Previously, that jerk Willen had thrown stones at them. Luckily, they had wings, or they would have been reincarnated 1,000 times already. Their cute and cheesy appearance immediately transformed into 2 thuggish birds, extorting Gino on the principle that nothing in this world is free, which terrified her. Knowing what she had done, Kamet felt that he had implicated someone who should have been free to fly in the sky. Now she had to run around frantically, trying to find a way. He thought his very existence was causing Gino pain, and this struggle of his was making his important person suffer, leaving Kamet at a loss. Seeing him suddenly overthinking, suggesting that if they had never met, she might have been happier, Gino quickly grabbed Kamet's hand and denied it. It wasn't that she was worried he couldn't do it, she just wanted to help. Hearing that her important person was fighting for his life, Gino also wanted to help, even just a little. She could fly anywhere she wanted, but only when she was by his side could she be truly happy. At this time, the handsome guy couldn't find any information because many mages didn't want to get involved in politics. He wanted to find out the identity of the high-level mage who was helping Willen. And at that very moment, those 2 were conversing in a room, and everything was overheard by the 2 young birds outside. Now, Gino had to pay their fee, the mini cookies, to get the necessary information. Meanwhile, the 3 of them were hiding in the bushes to eavesdrop on the dangerous matter. Seeing how supreme their master was, the knight and the maid became even more determined to be useful. As soon as they saw she had finished talking, the 2 of them quickly scurried off to get the gossip, leaving the self-admiring young man behind. Very quickly, Gino confidently preened her feathers. Now that she had the information in hand, she started to show off. But what a shock. The things she said were all important information, but they were delivered in crow language. Caw, 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 caw. Leaving everyone so shocked they turned pale, not understanding a single thing that was happening. Seeing their clueless expressions, Gino tried to explain one more time, adding her patriotic body language, but it was still just caw, 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 caw. Once again, Kamet broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes going white. Had she been speaking only crow language this whole time? Nobody understood a damn thing. This prompted Gino to quickly hold an emergency meeting with the crow inside her to translate the information into human language. Finally, she was able to report what the little birds had seen. Because they weren't good at identifying people, they couldn't describe his appearance. They could only remember a very long beard and a voice that sounded like it came from the depths of hell. Just hearing it was terrifying. The information seemed vague, but for the handsome guy, it was enough to know who it was, because it could be none other than a well-known, famous high-level mage. According to rumors, he was pursuing the dark power of a demon, and now he was on Willen's side. This battle would surely be extremely difficult, because there was no telling what tricks they would pull. The handsome guy assumed that Kamet must have obtained such important information by using a shadow, but he wore a very proud expression when he mentioned that the informant was a very reliable person. And yet, the person Kamet was so proud of was currently miserable, surrounded by little birds demanding food. While the two of them were eating together, Gino could feel the tense atmosphere, although he maintained a very calm expression. Because today was the day of the boss gut, even she felt scared that this might be her last meal with him. In the battles of wild creatures out there, they always know to cherish their bodies and stop as soon as they're injured, because otherwise they can't hunt. But this was a battle for survival to claim the throne, so there was no escaping the sight of Kamet's brilliant golden fur being stained a grimy shade of red with blood. Seeing that Gino was even more worried than he was, he offered her words of encouragement. He then asked her to help him perform a good luck ritual, but instead, he playfully used his hand to cover her mouth and blew a kiss onto it, making the maiden's heart, for the first time in 2 lifetimes, flush bright red from being flirted with. Seeing Gino revert to her crow state after just a little bit of flirting, as she always did, made him laugh. After he had calmed down, Kamet arrived at the dueling arena, where all the citizens had gathered to witness the birth of a new king. Hearing the unfavorable gossip about Kamet, the knight was filled with rage and wanted to teach them a lesson. But the handsome guy stopped him. You'd think he'd be the sensible one, but instead, he told the young man to wait until Kamet won, and then punishing those people wouldn't be too late. The moment the battle was announced, they both stepped into the arena under the rule that whoever won would become king. During the match, there could be no interference from other forces, and everything would be monitored by the Council of Magic Elders to see if anyone broke the law. But unexpectedly, up there among them was that old, high-level mage, Willen's man. At that point, the Emperor himself ordered the match to begin. The two of them transformed into their wolf forms and charged at each other. They were originally a happy family of 6. Kamet thought things would stay that way forever, just like in a fairy tale. But then one day, the queen began to fall ill. The emperor at that time only cared for his wife, neglecting his young children. Because of that incident and the lack of attention, the third prince awakened his selfishness and grew more and more arrogant. The nobles also took advantage of that opening and began to form factions, all of them supporting that guy. To reduce the number of rivals, the second prince lost his life under the pretext of falling off a horse. But Kamet, who was at the scene, was unable to save his younger brother. He was also immediately attacked by a figure in black and knocked unconscious. In shock over the loss of her second child, the queen also passed away, and the royal palace began to fracture and fall apart. And here, the two brothers, who were sworn enemies, would end their deep-seated hatred for each other. By now, the fight had gone on for quite a while, and the spectators had all lost their patience, unable to watch any longer. They were even more surprised that Willen could hold out for this long. Suddenly, a maid came looking for them, wanting to know the current situation, using the excuse that her eyesight was poor. The kind-hearted knight quickly invited her to sit with them, but he was startled, wondering why he was using honorifics with A. Mate, as he faced the old woman, the young man realized that this person had a very special identity. It wasn't just the knight. The handsome guy also had his eye on that old maid. He not only knew, but knew very well who she really was, but he pretended not to know her for his own safety. The handsome guy quickly saw something suspicious about Willen. Even with enhanced strength, there was no way he could last for such a long time. Looking at his bloodshot eyes and the way he quickly got up even after being knocked down, his whole body exuding a murderous aura as if he knew no pain. Hearing this, Gino also realized it was indeed very strange. Even a creature as ferocious as a bear wouldn't be this frenzied. When in pain, animals will definitely flinch, but Willen seemed completely unfazed. Furthermore, when he bit Kamet, it made him tremble in extreme pain. This reminded her of when she had studied first aid materials in her past life to be able to provide timely assistance, having to learn about all the weapons that could injure animals. There was one thing with incredibly horrific damage, and that was a taser. Kamet's current reaction looked very much like being electrocuted rather than just a normal bite. Seeing Gino's suddenly worried expression made the mysterious old woman smile. She had originally come here just to watch a play, but unexpectedly found a very interesting crow. Very quickly, Kamet was able to throw Willen off him. He had also realized that his damn brother was under a spell. Based on his judgment, he could tell Willen was charging at him without hesitation, his speed and strength enhanced, and his perception of pain. diminished. Although he knew Willen would play dirty, he never expected him to be this shameless, using a type of magic that outsiders wouldn't be able to notice. But he could only try to hold on until the magic on Willen wore off. This was because he had listened to the handsome guy's advice earlier on how to deal with animals that are bewitched or under dark magic. When you don't know what kind of spell the opponent is under, you need to lure them into exhausting their power. Especially when they're corrupted by dark magic or even a curse, it is best not to touch their blood. Although he knew this was a very difficult requirement in a fight, he had to change his strategy to have as little contact with that cursed blood as possible. At this moment, sitting up above, the handsome guy was on pins and needles, extremely anxious because he knew there was an insider for Willen on the referee's council. Seeing that old man's arrogant face, he knew that even if he presented evidence, it would all be useless. But it wasn't as if there was no way. If the Emperor were to step in and ask for mages with higher authority than the veteran mage, or if the Archmage, the leader of the magic tower, were to come forward and expose this truth, then there might be a way out. But that person was not one to get involved easily, which made the handsome guy clench his hands, unable to do anything more. Suddenly, Gino started flapping her wings, her beak endlessly shouting caw, caw, to attract his attention. She tried to warn him that Willen was using tricks and schemes in the match, but obviously, how did the handsome guy understand the words of a crow? This made Gino work with all her might to express it through her body language. Luckily, the knight was able to understand and receive the signal that this match needed to be stopped. After getting a nod from her, the young man was filled with fervor and wanted to jump into the arena immediately to save his master. Fortunately, the handsome guy stopped him just in time. The Marquis also quickly interjected, saying that they couldn't possibly believe the words of a bird of death. This made the loyal knight fly into a rage to protect his future lady, and he immediately bared his teeth with a hiss. This prompted a low-ranking person like the maid to seek help from the old woman, who seemed to have seniority here. But it seemed the old woman had no intention of commenting further, other than to say to place their trust in Kamet. Suddenly, they all looked down at the arena in unison upon hearing a loud noise. What met their eyes was the sight of Kamet pinning Willen, immobilizing him flat on the ground. One of his feet was pressed right on the stubborn guy's neck, restraining him without spilling a single drop of blood. Everyone had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that everything was finally resolved, when suddenly that guy Willen returned to his human form. This caused everyone present to whisper, wondering if he wanted to give up, because only by winning in the awakened state could one obtain the king's crown. Yet, that guy didn't know his place and wanted to spit blood on others. He was the one playing dirty, but he accused Kamet of using tricks. To prove his claim that Kamet was using magic, he ordered the veteran mages to come down and inspect him. Just as Willen thought everything was perfectly arranged exactly according to plan, those veteran mages, acting in collusion, pretended to discuss the matter as if they were being impartial. They then handed the final result to the old mage, who stepped forward to announce it, using the excuse that he had studied dark magic in order to behead the demon race. Therefore, he asserted that he could immediately confirm upon seeing Kamet that he had used dark magic, which was an act of cheating in the match. He tilted his arrogant face up and provided a highly compelling piece of evidence, pointing out that before his awakening, Kamet had been missing for a while. His eyes showed sheer delight as he delivered the final blow, claiming that Kamet had pretended to be attacked and then used his dark magic to control Willen. Dragging Kamet down alone wasn't enough. The greedy old man also wanted to drag down the handsome guy, accusing him of being the one who used dark power, forcing him to hastily explain and clarify Kamet's innocence, stating that he had eaten the kozak fruit and had no support from dark magic at all. However, this was immediately rejected because that type of fruit was extremely rare and hard to find. So how could it appear at exactly such a time? He couldn't win against their logic while they kept using their positions as high-ranking mages to assert that everything they said was right. This left the handsome guy with no other choice but to take a risk and rush into the arena, startling everyone. But instead of causing a scene, he knelt before the king and bet his own life to guarantee Kamet's innocence. Of course, he wasn't the only one acting recklessly. The knight also immediately jumped down to show his loyalty, willing to die together with them. Seeing this, Kamet felt a deep chill, realizing it was his own negligence that caused them to fall into the enemy's dirty trap. By this point, the Emperor had seen enough of the drama and ordered the chief mage to step forward to resolve the situation. When her name was called, the old maid immediately stood up, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. Seeing an ordinary-looking woman like her, wearing the highly noble attire of a royal mage, revealed that she was, in fact, the chief mage. As soon as she appeared, Willen immediately questioned the old man, asking why he had guaranteed she wouldn't be present here. But before he could justify himself or escape, he and the other 3 veteran mages were instantly bound by golden chains. With everything exposed, the Emperor immediately laid bare all of Willen's despicable plans, making him startle and stutter, unable to speak a single word. Because the Boscut matches were not recorded, neither the rules nor the participants were documented, so no one knew. However, as someone who had participated and won the throne, the Emperor could be certain that the trick Willen used was one that someone had previously tried against him. At that time, it wasn't exposed because he was able to handle it with his own hands. Willen's only mistake was acting stupidly by giving up on his followers first. If he had the Emperor's help, perhaps his plan wouldn't couldn't have been so full of holes. Being exposed in front of everyone was not only humiliating, but also backed him into a corner, making him even more frantic. Even though he was captured, the Dark Mage refused to sit still and used his magic to control Willen. He made his claws sharper right before the Emperor could declare the winner. Willen became increasingly distorted, his entire body morphing into a wolf while still stubbornly wanting to seize the Emperor's position. Just as Willen went rogue and immediately lunged forward to kill his own biological father, the Dark Mage casually enjoyed watching them be tortured because the Boscut battle hadn't ended yet, so intervening would be against the rules. Even when he saw his father in danger, Kamet couldn't move an inch because those pitch-black things had tightly wrapped around his entire body. Then, sure enough, her figure appeared again, and with her sharp claws, she scratched Willen's face to pieces. Being thwarted time and time again, being the villain himself, yet jealous of Kamet for having countless people helping him, Willen immediately released his dark energy, becoming stronger and stronger. Seeing the scene unfold, the Chief Mage immediately interrogated the Dark Mage about what he had done to Willen, but he kept his mouth tightly shut, unexpectedly revealing that he had planted those twisted, dark thoughts into the guy's head since he was just a little kid. Suddenly, his body separated and vanished into dust, because this was merely a temporary vessel, allowing him to escape easily. This left her unable to react in time, never expecting things to turn out this way. With the culprit gone, she had no choice but to turn back and check on the Emperor's condition. Fortunately, Ranal acted as a hero, otherwise, he would be in his grave by now. The remaining people were currently struggling against the dark phantoms, creating an incredibly chaotic scene. However, Kamet was still bound by those pitch-black chains, trapped in a desperate situation, unable to advance, and even less able to retreat. His body, covered in previously inflicted wounds, was in immense pain. But when he saw Ranal's tiny figure, desperately trying to buy him time, Kamet couldn't think anymore and forcefully snapped the chains, charging directly at the maddened Willen. He immediately opened his sharp jaws wide and bit hard into his neck, directly defeating Willen. The final result was finally out. The Emperor announced that Kamet was ultimately the victor. As soon as the battle ended, the other mages began tirelessly searching for that Dark Mage, while Willen, although not dead in the arena, was imprisoned for his crime of playing dirty. As for the winner, he remained bedridden for several days in a row. While everyone was worrying about him, curse marks appeared on Kamet's hand. The curse had begun when Kamet touched Willen's blood, but luckily, there was no major damage. However, they couldn't just let this matter slide, because doing so would cause human ambition to rise up. The other two felt this might not be worth worrying about, because everyone knew the prince was a gentle person, but if it were that simple, they wouldn't need her. She gave an example. If a person believes they can help their country develop, that in itself is greed. If it gets amplified, it's no different from trying to imprison people to carry out one's own agenda. Hearing this made the two realize that anything pushed to the extreme can become a disaster. Whether it's a demon or an angel, it still poses a level of danger to humans. Currently, only that Dark Mage knew about this curse and how to break it, so it was hard to completely resolve. After thinking for a while, the handsome guy stepped forward, offering to assist, because he possessed the sacred bloodline of wolves and was a mage specializing in magic. Thus, the two coordinated together inside to break the curse, while the group outside could only wait, constantly poking their heads in to eavesdrop. After the emergency procedure, the two happily informed the family that the operation was successful. As they joyfully went inside, the knight noticed the handsome guy standing off to the side alone, looking quite concerning. At this moment, Kamet finally opened his eyes and woke up, startled by the memory of her fighting that guy. Just as he was about to quickly throw off the blanket and leave, he noticed Ranal was still lying beside him, sleeping soundly. Seeing that she was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing him awake, the knight rushed over to ask about his condition. She also quickly returned to her human form, thinking she would receive a passionate hug, but who would have thought she'd get scolded until her face contorted. Seeing Ranal hitting and cursing him so naturally made the other two whisper to each other that they must be having a lover's quarrel, so they quickly made their escape, not want to be a third wheel. Knowing the situation clearly, Kamet had no choice but to stop her himself. However, just thinking about the time he lay bedridden with no signs of waking up made her burst into tears. Seeing Ranal crying loudly threw him into a panic, unable to do anything but hastily apologize. By the time she calmed down, she felt like a childish brat, wondering why she had wailed like that. Feeling so embarrassed, she wished she could hide her face in a hole. Suddenly, the people outside knocked on the door, wanting to come in. Seeing this, she immediately returned to her crow form to save herself from the embarrassment. Then came the shocking news that the Chief Mage was not only incredibly talented, but also the Emperor's former teacher. Yet, she shifted her attention to her, constantly observing Ranal, and asserted that she was not just an ordinary crow. Was that right? Nothing could get past her, but now that he was the Emperor, there was no need to hide anymore. However, Kamet still wanted to ask for her opinion, letting her know that even though the danger was gone, if she didn't want to, she could refuse to transform into a human. Naturally, Ranal didn't hesitate anymore and immediately showed them her human form. scaring the living daylights out of the handsome guy, who never expected the crow he wanted to use as a lab rat could become human. But it seemed the chief mage already knew the reason was the kozak fruit, because in her youth, she had studied it extensively, traveling to all corners of the world to investigate it. Luckily, she had encountered a girl who also had the ability to transform from a crow into a human with incredibly mysterious beauty. Hearing this made Ranal so excited that she immediately interrupted her, wanting to ask about that person's whereabouts and whether they were still alive. Since the average lifespan of a crow is only 10 to 15 years, if she could transform into a human, it was unknown whether it would increase or not. Seeing her so agitated made Kamet worried enough to step out of bed, despite being instructed not to move an inch. Instead of answering her question, the chief mage asked Ranal back how she felt about the fact that her lifespan was very short while living alongside these people, almost like a fleeting adventure. Without hesitation, she grabbed Kamet's hand, saying that if her time was shorter, she would cherish these people and this moment even more, to have a fulfilling and meaningful life. But before Kamet could even feel moved, Ranal didn't stop there and expressed her desire to find a way to live as long as a leech. Seeing their youthful energy blazing and their incredibly optimistic spirit, she cut them off. She couldn't let them fully indulge in acting out their melodramatic, overcoming oneself script, because the crow person from back then was actually still alive. Originally, both of them were supposed to come meet Ranal today, but because of her old age and frail health, she just wanted to sleep in at home. It seemed more research was needed, but that was surely the miraculous effect of the kozak fruit, so there was no need to worry about the lifespan issue. Hearing that, Ranal was so overjoyed she could barely stand, thanking the heavens in her sheer excitement. That had also been a lingering worry for the chief mage. But after all these long, arduous years of them being by each other's side, she still hadn't given up on researching the kozak fruit. Therefore, exposing Ranal's true identity today had no other motive than wanting her to cooperate and become her experimental subject. Naturally, she quickly agreed, as she also wanted to know and understand more about her own body. Suddenly, Kamet proposed a condition and took out the necklace that Ranal had dropped when she was kidnapped earlier. He hoped the chief mage could help him turn it into a spell that could protect her, because that incident still weighed heavily on his mind. Since the stone was quite small, it couldn't contain a large amount of magic. So she came up with an idea to use it as a medium to sign a spirit pact, because she was a crow that always soared under the blue sky. Choosing the spirit of the wind would be the most suitable. The handsome guy appeared worried, because a spirit link requires high affinity, and there had never been a case involving a non-human before. But that concern was unnecessary, because rather than overthinking it, one should adapt to high environments. She was a crow possessing a fairly large amount of magic. In fact, the origin of the kozak fruit was scarcely known. It began being found in vastly different terrains without any common traits. So one could say it wasn't exactly a plant. It was known, and one could also understand that between wolves, a mysterious creature, and blackbirds, there was a special connection. As the birds proved their presence everywhere, from that, the kozak fruit was formed, so that type of fruit had been exclusively meant for crows from the very beginning. Ranal cowered when a magic circle was drawn around her. During the ritual, extreme concentration was required, so the knight and the maid were tasked with the responsibility of guarding the place carefully. Now, the handsome guy would be the one managing the surrounding magic to keep it neutralized. Everything was clearly assigned, but she was the only one trembling like a leaf, feeling a bit terrified. The chief mage immediately covered Ranal's eyes and guided her into the world of the wind spirits. Sure enough, she was brought into a completely different dimension, where countless white animals were floating around. While looking around, seeing not a single one paying attention to her, finally, a small creature stopped in its tracks when it saw Ranal's face. Spirit linking is also incredibly easy once you find the one suited for you. You just need to call out the name that appears in your mind to complete it. After calling its name, the small creature immediately emitted a very warm and harmonious light. The soul link was an absolute success. She returned to the pet in her hands, and her interface had also changed. The clothes here transform according to the owner's mood. It truly is a game world, so anything goes. Ranal asked her pet if the skin looked cool or not, but the little guy just scratched its head, having no concept of beauty or ugliness. At this point, the chief mage finished up and left smoothly, mentioning she would visit often from now on. But the thick-skinned Kamet wished she would tone it down so that the couple could enjoy their honeymoon. However, the current danger hadn't completely vanished yet, because look at Willen's state. His hair had been dyed black by dark magic. If he was left like this, he would definitely end up on the altar with the ancestors. Being the victor, Kamet was given the right to deal with him, but he still didn't know what to do with his godforsaken younger brother. Even so, deciding to find a way to save Willen's life shocked the latter. But it would be a long time before he could be forced to turn over a new leaf. He immediately threw a tantrum, screaming that if he had the chance to live, he would definitely get his revenge. With interest. However, facing this howling mad dog, Kamet didn't pay any attention and just talked with the chief mage. The young man in the cell kept screaming, but was completely ignored by Kamet, who didn't care at all, acting as if he were deaf. Exactly as he had hoped, there was a way to salvage Willen's situation. He pulled out a magical artifact, a dog leash. It was a collar passed down from the previous emperor, emperor. The one bound by it would become as obedient as a puppy, and the wolf's innate power would then repel the dark shadows. Hearing that he was about to be trained like a dog immediately made Willen struggle. But it was incredibly pathetic because no one bothered to look at him. They only cared that if they could control this punk, they could extract information about the Dark Mage. Finally, Kamet bothered to look at him. He stopped, smiled a blinding smile with 7,000 filters attached, and promised that after saving Willen's life, he would torture him worse than death. This made our strayed little dog sweat profusely in fear. This made Ranal laugh uncontrollably, seeing the once arrogant Willen now having to sweep and clean like a servant. While he was trying to work, she quickly came over to tease him, and even her pet wiggled its butt in his face. Unable to endure the humiliation anymore, Willen shouted loudly and put on airs, promising to get revenge later. But contrary to that aggressive demeanor, he couldn't even do anything to her, while his hands and feet kept working at full capacity, cleaning the room until it sparkled. At this point, even a maid was surprised by the squeaky clean state of the room. Ranal corrected him, saying that from now on, Willen was no longer His Highness the Prince. In other words, he was now just her lowly subordinate. Exhausted and barely able to breathe, seeing the filters on Kamet's face made him realize something bad was coming, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. And sure enough, after being entrusted with the task, the sadistic side of the maid was revealed through her incredibly excited eyes. The maid immediately led Willen to the storage room to clean it, forcing him to sort everything carefully. This caused our well-deserving boy to instantly collapse, unable to utter a word. The author gave him a little cleansing, and just like that, the villain had transformed into a comedian. Hearing his blood-curdling screams made the two of them thoroughly enjoy themselves. This was truly a life worth living. Currently, it could be said that there were no more threats, and even the spirit was by Ranal's side to protect her. Therefore, Kamet wanted to use this peaceful opportunity to announce her to the entire nation, making it easier for her to operate in a human body later on. But of course, it wouldn't be easy. People would definitely nitpick endlessly. So he made an absolutely earth-shattering decision. Having become the heir and preparing to ascend the throne, he wanted to take her to meet his father. As soon as he said this, Ranal couldn't help but sweat profusely, internally screaming, "What the hell is this?" Just hearing the words formal introduction scared her out of her wits, wondering if her life was about to become a dramatic tragedy. Just imagining the classic trope of having a wad of cash happily thrown in her face to force her to leave his son made her shake like a leaf. But naturally, Kamet, with his domineering CO, Aura, wouldn't allow that to happen and was determined to convince his father to accept Ranal, truly a man devoted to his girl. At this time, Kamet quickly brought her over in the form of a crow. The emperor quickly spoke up, greeting the future emperor. However, looking at his complexion, it was much worse than before, looking as if he could pass away to join his ancestors at any moment. Without beating around the bush, Kamet quickly asked Ranal to reveal herself to his royal father. She quickly transformed into the figure of a young woman. Extremely shy and timid, she hastily curtsied with an awkward demeanor. Formal etiquette wasn't strictly necessary for someone with one foot in the grave like him, but she needed to learn it since she would be the empress of a nation in the future. This made both of them blush deeply, not expecting that he had foreseen everything. Seeing that his child had settled down, the father felt at peace to leave, naturally, nowhere else but to join his late spouse. Because now he was completely fulfilled, having not only found a successor, but even having his son bring his daughter-in-law to meet him. But that was enough gentleness. The royal father scolded Kamet, telling him he needed to have the proper imposing aura and strength to protect his mate, no matter what the world said. That was what made a true wolf. He then turned to Ranal, scaring her half to death, fearing she was about to be on the chopping block. But unexpectedly, the man only gently held his daughter-in-law's hand. He continuously advised her to be tolerant of his son, because the wolf tribe had a tradition of being utterly obsessed with their mates, so he might be a bit bothersome. If anything happens, just talk it out slowly. Don't dump him, my child. She thought the emperor was a rigid and cold person, but surprisingly, he was an incredibly gentle father, which put her mind somewhat at ease. Walking outside, Ranal finally revealed her anxiety. How did she suddenly get a husband out of nowhere? Seeing Kamet's dejected, ears drooping look, she was startled because deep down, Ranal was still quite confused. Was her situation truly the kind of that affection meant for him? It might just be because she met her favorite character from the game that she developed these feelings. She was genuinely afraid of whether there would actually be a happy ending like in Fairy Tales. She deeply feared that one day, the female lead would appear, and according to the original plot, she would eliminate Kamet. That fear made Ranal tremble and hesitate, because if that person appeared, everything would follow the story's original plotline. Would Ranal then disappear like sea foam, eliminated as someone who didn't belong in this world? But what scared her the most was the thought of being unable to fulfill her promise to stay by his side forever, and the one who would be hurt the most would definitely be Kamet. Therefore, right at this moment, Ranal decided to speak her mind, stating that she couldn't be sure if her feelings for him were familial love, or romantic love, while her hands trembled unceasingly. Contrary to her fear of receiving disappointment from him, Kamet unexpectedly unexpectedly just gently held Ranal's hand. He thanked her for letting him know her true feelings, then used this chance to confess that his heart had always been directed toward Ranal, from gentle flutters to getting absurdly jealous, not even sparing a bird. No one knew how a prince, who could no longer trust anyone after being betrayed by his teacher, felt when he thought he was going to die because he couldn't awaken, just as everyone saw. But right then, she appeared. A bird believed to bring bad luck had actually brought luck to Kamet. Since meeting her, his life had turned a new page. He no longer faced everything alone. From then on, he always had people to trust and support him. Saying these words wasn't Kamet trying to pressure her. He simply wanted to speak his heart. Verbally, he begged her to give him a chance and allow him to continue pursuing these feelings, which made Ranal's heart flutter. Yet, he kissed her hand and pulled the girl by the waist. Was that really what asking for permission looked like? But gazing into those sparkling golden eyes seemed to cast a spell on her. Even if she didn't want to accept it, she was forced to yield. She only hoped that everything would be resolved quickly so she could confront her own feelings. About a week later, the emperor passed away after months of exhausting illness. Before passing, he didn't forget to instruct the chief mage to support the new king, Kamet. However, in his capacity as a father, he hoped his son could find happiness, unlike his own life. Then, he could finally close his eyes and rest in peace. His wife, who had passed away long ago, had always been waiting for him there, so they could walk together once more. After his father was gone, Kamet couldn't shed a tear. He just sat in silence for a long time, because right now, he was the ruler of this country and wasn't allowed to break down. He immediately threw himself into paperwork, facing a mountain of documents. All the remaining factions of Willen's forces had been wiped out, but there was still no trace of the Dark Mage. As for her, right now she was stuck in a corner, playing all by herself like a loner. Because everyone in the palace, from top to bottom, even the lowliest servant, was drowning in deadlines to quickly prepare for the coronation. Yet, during such a busy time, someone actually had the free time to push the door open and rush in. This adorable child was none other than Kamet's youngest sister. Her name was Sephia, the youngest princess of Wulfric. At the time, when the empress and the second prince passed away, in order to protect her from the power struggles, someone was sent to take her out of the royal palace. From that day on, Sephia only lived alone with her nanny, with Kamet occasionally visiting her. After everything in the palace settled down and the emperor passed away, she was immediately brought back to live together with him. This incredibly adorable appearance melted Ranal's heart, but the way the child looked at her wasn't friendly at all. It was because over the past few days, whenever she went to her brother's room, she always saw this black crow. She immediately showed blatant disgust, threw open the window, and chased her out because black birds symbolize bad luck. This left Ranal's head spinning in confusion. The female lead hadn't even appeared yet, but she was already openly hated by her sister-in-law. Not knowing what to do, she instantly put on her most flattering expression. But how could a little child understand the language of crows? And she couldn't just abruptly transform into a human like that. So of the 36 stratagems, running away was the best choice. She immediately perched herself proudly on top of her legendary cabinet. This shocked Sephia to her core, as it was the first time she had seen such a shameless crow. But don't think that just because someone is short, they can't do anything. She quickly grabbed a chair and stood on it. Seeing the little girl wobbling on the shaking chair made Ranal's heart almost jump out of her chest. Fortunately, Kamet arrived just in time. The moment she saw her brother, the little girl lost her focus, immediately slipped and fell. Ranal thought for sure this time would be a split, but in a busted head. But unexpectedly, Ranal acted quickly, using her wind magic to lift Sephia up in the air. He anxiously ran over and hugged his little sister to check if she was hurt anywhere. He then gently lectured her that not all blackbirds bring bad luck, and pushed the little girl forward so she could say thank you to Ranal. Although the child didn't want to talk to a crow, since it was her lifesaver, she obediently said thank you. But all of the little girl's unruly actions were simply because she wanted to keep her brother all to herself. It all stemmed from her nanny. Whenever the little one refused to sleep, she would threaten that a blackbird would come and take her away. From then on, it created a fairly intense phobia. Furthermore, Sephia now only had her one brother left. Therefore, she was afraid Kamet would be kidnapped, which was why she acted out to protect her only remaining family. Seeing such an obedient child looking so sad, she didn't know what to do to cheer Sephia up. She then used the spirit's power to create a room full of butterflies and incredibly pink flowers. This made the little girl instantly happy again, rejoicing as she could now be sure her brother wouldn't be taken away. Kamet then spoke on behalf of his little sister, apologizing for her flawed behavior, and also for her hair being messed up like a crow's nest, looking very 2000s, simply because Sephia patted her head too much. Taking this chance, she also wanted to ask him for a favor. He thought it would be a request for money. Gold, gemstones, or giant diamonds. But who would have thought Ranal only wanted permission to play with Sephia? Because she was someone who absolutely loved kids, which was why she worked at the zoo in the first place, to see their smiles. Just thinking about how lonely the little girl must have been living all by herself, completely isolated from the outside world, made Ranal want to comfort her and bring Cephia joy like other children. Of course, seeing the two of them getting along wasn't a problem, yet the fully grown Kamet was still getting jealous and wanted her attention. This pouty demeanor made Ranal's heart want to explode into a million pieces. Unable to handle it, she froze up. Seeing this, he thought that maybe since she had just recently turned into a human, transforming into his wolf animal form would be more attractive. But this instead awakened the animal. At this time, the Marquis was outside, taking a deep breath to gather his courage before going inside to see Kamet. But as always, seeing Ranal made him jump and shudder in fear. It turned out his sudden visit wasn't for political matters, but to hand him a stack of resumes of girls who could be made empress, making Kamet so angry that he snapped the pen in his hand, because wolves don't choose their mates that way. The Marquis had served the late emperor for a long time, so he understood this well, but currently, there was no choice because the empire's situation was precarious. A country with a king cannot be without an empress. Therefore, he had compiled an endlessly long list of candidates who could provide political support for Kamet. Hearing this, he hypothetically asked what would happen if the person he wanted to make empress was an outsider. Kamet knew his words were putting pressure on Ranal, but wolves only have one mate until death. So just thinking about marrying someone else made him feel devastated, to the point he would rather let Willen become king. Ranal understood his feelings, but she wasn't sure if she had the confidence, since she didn't even know basic etiquette. But where could she run to escape his grasp when he, a cunning schemer, had already calculated everything and would inevitably use the phrase, "become my empress"? Finally, this day had arrived, and everyone was extremely nervous. Not only the handsome mage, but even the knight was crying tears of joy enough to flood the entire continent. Today is the coronation day, not a funeral for crying out loud. Immediately, the maid suggested a way to cheer up by remembering that Willen was still stuck cleaning and couldn't attend, suffering miserably, which made them feel immensely satisfied. Very quickly, the coronation ceremony began. With resounding trumpets and drums, the officials entered first. After reading the oath, they confidently introduced the 25th Emperor of the Empire, Gufra Kamet, who ascended the throne today. His whole body seemed to glow as he confidently and firmly took each step toward the main hall. Upon receiving the scepter and crown, Kamet's entire body shone as brightly as 7,000 light bulbs. But right after taking office, he startled everyone by announcing an important person, leading to one surprise after another when they saw Ranal spreading her wings and flying inside. Everyone was terrified because a crow, a symbol of bad luck, had appeared. Just seeing her suddenly transform into a human right in front of all the people made them understand the relationship between the two of them. Without a single word of confirmation or declaration, everyone tacitly understood that the seat of the Empress was already reserved. Recalling their agreement, she only needed to make an appearance that day. It didn't force her to take the throne, exactly like a contract marriage. But Kamet had spoken in advance to put her mind at ease, saying that if she disagreed later, she could simply announce it, as he couldn't hold back a free bird either. As Bo stood up there, Ranal only prayed for the original female lead to appear quickly so she could peacefully focus on her own life. Because the coronation was also the time when the female lead transmigrated into the game. After that would be the process of capturing the targets. Kamet, the knight, and our main character, the handsome mage, plus two incredibly mysterious characters who would be unlocked after getting enough points. If she didn't know which of those two characters was on the offensive side, they would all end up going to hell together. Therefore, she needed to prevent all the bad things that could happen. But right now, Ranal was standing next to Kamet, so she confidently affirmed that she would face any difficulties as long as she was with him. At this time, the knight and the maid were packing things up to move Kamet into his new room. The two talented mages were handling the main tasks, while the Marquis had to face the nobles bombarding him with all sorts of questions under the sun. But there was one character they had forgotten to inform. Speak of the devil, Cephia immediately appeared, throwing a tantrum because she had been left out. Cephia was furious because she hadn't been told beforehand. Because she was the youngest child, she was always kept out of the loop, as they thought this would protect her. But no one understood how she felt, always having to watch others whispering to each other without knowing anything. Ranal somewhat understood because this child had suffered too many disadvantages that she shouldn't have. At times like this, she wanted to give Cephia a sincere apology, as that was the only way to make the girl feel respected and not abandoned. She then explained the root cause of hiding her identity. It was because of Willen, so they had to take that bastard down first to be safe. After clarifying the reasons with each other, Cephia finally understood better and no longer blamed the two of them. But she was still a bit pouty and asked Ranal to transform into a crow for her to see, her eyes sparkling. Ranal indulgently complied, making the girl blush with joy and wish for Ranal to become her older sister. Although the nanny, the source of the fuss, was a bit worried about the bird bringing bad luck, she was stopped. It was no big deal. In the game, only Kamet was mentioned, and a character named Cephia never existed. Every time an event deviated from the original plot, she could clearly see that this world was still moving and operating. But she couldn't deny that this was just a game, leading her to question her own beliefs. Why was such a colorful place just an unreal world? As expected, a group of nobles objected to the future empress, but they weren't Willen's former followers. They were people on Kamet's side, which he clearly knew. because he knew how important a wolf's fated mate was. He didn't care about the objections. Willen's people only wanted to keep their lives, so they didn't dare utter a word. Seeing this, the neutral factions who never took sides before opposed the matter, wanting to make their own descendants the empress. To quell the unrest, the chief mage suggested that she would research more about the origins of the crow linked to the wolf, so they could inform the whole world, which would help elevate Ranal's status. The Marquis quickly brought up that she would soon have to learn etiquette and gain knowledge to prepare to become the Empress. Because they couldn't protect her 24/7, they could only ensure Ranal had enough weapons to save herself. Finding this very reasonable, Kamet wanted to ask for her opinion and receive an incredibly enthusiastic agreement. On the surface, she said she wanted to know more about the world and the royal family. But in reality, she wanted to scout out the female lead situation, as she also came from a noble background. But that fiery momentum completely vanished when she saw the piles of books stacked high enough to crush someone to death, making Ranal realized that this wasn't just a game where you could simply press a button to easily lure skill. Ranal returned looking exactly like a wandering ghost. Before she could even reach her room, she immediately collapsed. Fortunately, he caught her in time. Seeing her study until she looked so haggard and unrecognizable, Kamet felt extremely anxious. But when he went to see her etiquette teacher, she endlessly praised Ranal as a studious person with a desire to advance. All that determination came from her university exams, which had given her experience. As soon as he saw Ranal endlessly exhausted, her mouth still silently cursing that the teacher probably wanted to assassinate her with that pile of homework, Kamet immediately pampered her by offering to change her tutor. Hearing this made Ranal pause, because she truly wanted to complete her studies, even though her inner self wanted to run away immediately. But this wasn't the time to worry about Ranal, because just look at Kamet's face. He was all skin and bones. From the time he returned until now, through so many events, from fighting for the throne to his coronation as king, he had buried himself in work without any time to rest. Even if his body possessed the highly productive bloodline of a beast, there would come a day when his spirit would be drained by this capitalist grind. He recalled how, because he was the first prince, he was always confined by expectations to try harder and become stronger since he hadn't awakened yet. This was the first time someone told Kamet not to worry so much and just rest. He immediately flirted, saying that just seeing Ranal was enough to dispel all his fatigue. But the truth was, because he had just ascended the Emperor's throne, he had no time to rest, which made her ponder what she should do to be able to help him. Following the advice she got after asking her girlfriends, she was told she should gift him something he could carry with him, so Kamet could look at it any time. She wanted to go out to find a gift for him, but because the night was out, she could only go with a handsome mage. It had also been a very long time since he could go out, after the chief mage had crammed a pile of knowledge into his head like torture. Not only was he studying ancient texts, but he was also researching ancient animals. Right now, they were focusing on dark magic. Because of the previous incident involving the dark mage, they now needed to prepare thoroughly and find a way to counter it, so that in the future, they would definitely be able to smash that old man's head. Seeing the handsome mage talking nonstop, as if he were rapping, made Ranal's ears ring. Eventually, they were able to leave the royal palace and head to a very unique market full of all kinds of beastmen and elves. Not only that, it was incredibly bustling with monkey circuses and delicious food, completely drawing Ranal in until she just enjoyed herself and forgot her main purpose. While she was leisurely wandering, she suddenly heard people brawling. A long-haired man was cursing, "I treated you so well, and this is how you repay me." He was relentlessly attacking a light-haired young man shivering on the ground, his fair back covered in countless wounds. Seeing the scene unfolding before him made the handsome mage realize that this was reality. Because he was always by Kamet's side, he only interacted with very kind and gentle people, making him forget what real life was like. It was a place where people gave zero damns about the law and assaulted slaves, while others just stood by and watched someone get beaten. But suddenly, Ranal returned to her crow form and immediately attacked that man, scaring the soul out of the handsome mage with how fast she moved. Just as she thought, the man sprawled on the ground was one of the supporting characters in the game. But that wasn't the only reason. Because her family had a 3-generation history of protecting pretty boys, she couldn't just stand by and watch, so she continued attacking that ugly thug. Beaten to a pulp, he could only gape, not understanding what was going on. When he saw the crow that had pecked his head raw right in front of him, he immediately wanted to use force against her. But the handsome mage quickly stopped him, wanting to give a taste of their own medicine to those who thought they had great power and bullied others. He immediately declared himself as the emperor's cousin, the son of a duke and a royal mage. Seeing a truly big shot standing right in front of him made the man cower. But when he snapped back to his senses and looked at the crow that had attacked him earlier, he panicked. Ranal also knew that she should take the stage, instantly transforming into her human form. This made him immediately fall to his knees and beg for mercy, because he wasn't stupid enough not to recognize that she was the future empress. Even so, she relentlessly pressed on, using her killing intent to interrogate him. How dare you bully your own kind when you are both humans? Not only that, seeing the bustling crowd gathered, the chief mage appeared out of nowhere, holding a shopping basket as she was out buying things for her wife, and ran over to gossip. Seeing her simple and rustic appearance made the man turn pale fail, though he still hoped it was just someone with the same name. But when he witnessed the chief mage use her magic with his own eyes, instantly hypnotizing the crowd to disperse, his limbs went weak and he couldn't even stand. He was just a cameo character, yet he kept running into top-tier figures. His luck was truly rotten. However, when he saw that they wanted to take his slave away, he stubbornly protested out of greed. But since his power couldn't even compare to their pinky toes, he had to bitterly swallow his regret and leave, running for his life and abandoning his property. She quickly helped the young man up, saying she would treat his wounds, but didn't forget to remind Ranal to treat him well in the future and not abuse her authority as a master like that scumbag earlier. Hearing those words, the young boy recalled his own situation. He had been a slave since birth, constantly sold off by others. While walking with his master, he had caught sight of Ranal's incredibly joyful and free demeanor and was drawn to it. This angered the man, who immediately beat him right in the middle of the street. As he was terrified, not knowing where he would end up, she suddenly gave him a bright smile. Not only did she not force him to follow her, but she also gave him his freedom so he could be the master of his own life in the future. With just a flick of the chief mage's finger, magic symbols instantly appeared and enveloped the two of them. Before leaving, the young man quickly expressed his gratitude for saving his life earlier. After receiving her blessings, he smiled with immense happiness because from now on, he could live a new life. Seeing the two of them instantly vanish before her eyes made Ranal extremely excited. This was the legendary teleportation spell. After our handsome mage provided her with a new cloak, since she had gotten overly excited earlier and her clothes were stained with mud, Ranal, having seen that smile, could confirm that the boy was a mysterious character from the game. He could rely on this event to resolve to become a shining person. If Ranal hadn't intervened today, that youth would still have been rescued by the chief mage. But she didn't regret what she did at all. Even if it was indirect, she hoped he would have a happier fate. Meanwhile, the young boy had been brought to a house and had his wounds treated. The servants, they were even rearranging the furniture in empty rooms that he could freely use, which made him turn pale in fear. He was just a slave who was supposed to stay in a storage room, not receive such treatment. But her eye for people was never wrong. With just one glance, she knew this person was born to be respected and revered and would have a brilliantly bright future. She immediately took him in as her disciple, planning to teach him carefully from then on. Of course, she couldn't just say empty words. She gave the youth a little motivation to push him forward. If he studied hard, he would be able to see Ranal again. True enough, the young boy stuck to her words, his eyes sparkling brightly. Because she still had her old wife at home to take care of, she returned, leaving the youth with a cherished hope in his heart that he could have a better new life. After a day of wandering around and getting involved in other people's business, she still couldn't find a satisfactory gift. Just when she thought she would have to return empty-handed, she suddenly came across a general store and selected some seemingly simple, rustic spools of thread. Meanwhile, Kamet was burying his head in exhaustingly tedious official documents, completely oblivious to the time. Fortunately, the maid came to remind him, inviting him to go meet Ranal. As soon as he stepped out into the flower garden, there was no one in sight, but suddenly he found himself surrounded by incredibly beautiful flower petals. From above, Ranal appeared in a highly romantic way. She immediately transformed back into her human form, and the two stood together while flowers fell around them. She then asked to borrow Kamet's hand, making him delude himself into thinking he was getting a ring put on him or something. But sometimes a dream is just a dream. After fumbling around for a bit, Ranal finished putting on the two hand-woven bracelets. There was no mistaking it. They were the type of bracelets that were very trendy in the 21st century and considered lucky charms. Although it held no material value, to her, it carried a spiritual significance that could help ease Kamet's fatigue whenever he looked at it. Even though it was too rustic for a king, he was incredibly touched and pulled her into a tight hug because it was truly one of a kind, making Ranal's happiness contagious, knowing she had chosen such a special gift. After dropping her off, Kamet had to return to work instead of resting, as any negligence on his part would affect his subordinates. Hearing this, Ranal took the initiative to sit on the wooden bench, patting her lap for Kamet to lie down and rest for a bit. This left our love-struck boy so hopelessly mesmerized that he wanted to abuse his imperial authority to declare this day a national holiday, making Ranal flush beet red. Thinking, you've been a king for a bit too long now. Following their date, it was back to hellish moments for Ranal, as she had to practice walking like a refined princess by balancing books on her head. But that wasn't all. The instructor pulled out a to-do list longer than an unending soap opera. Just as her mind was spinning in a daze, she was lured by the ego of the crow itself into a hidden mental space. It kept babbling, tempting her to abandon everything and return to nature, where she could freely spread her wings whenever she pleased. Fortunately, the instructor pulled Ranal's consciousness back just as she, in her crow form, was about to make a run for it. This snapped her out of her delusion about living in nature. After all, she came here to hide. Going back out there might just turn her into a snack for the orcs. Instantly fired up, she swore to study hard and tossed aside any fleeting thoughts of running away. Seeing this, the instructor decided to overhaul her routine, wanting to take notes to help fix her habits. She recorded the amount of time Ranal spent reverting to a crow, noting that half a day was way too much. To change the mindset of a country bumpkin, she had to be brought to a luxurious place for a complete makeover, all funded by Kamet's powerful black card, of course. She was immediately attended to by a team of highly professional maids. Though naturally, they couldn't just kick out Ranal's personal maid. Instead, she was promoted to manage the other servants, effectively making her the head maid. Just as the two were affectionately celebrating, they were strictly reprimanded that such unrefined displays of joy were inappropriate. More importantly, with a snap of her fingers, the instructor signaled the maids to bring over a dazzlingly sparkly outfit, which turned out to be just a nightgown. She demanded that Ranal change out of her usual attire, as her current clothes were literally made from her own feathers. If she took them off, turning back into a crow would mean exposing herself to the world as a plucked, naked chicken. To her, being a bird that already symbolized bad luck was one thing, but if people saw her completely featherless, they'd probably roast her for dinner. Not to mention the embarrassment of letting Cross see her in such a state. Ranal quickly refused, shaking her head so vigorously it nearly flew off. Someone as fiercely spirited as her had never once begged for less homework. Yet now she was on her knees pleading, leaving the instructor utterly stunned to realize that her clothes were indeed her black feathers. Curiosity usually kills the cat, but thankfully, the instructor retained enough humanity to help her up, deciding to seek the chief mage's assistance. However, they were all ruthless teasers. The chief mage immediately whipped out pen and paper, ready to sketch a naked crow to pass down as a family heirloom. Still, she didn't forget to coax the poor girl, assuring her that if anything went wrong, she would use her magic to cover it up so Ranal wouldn't lose her dignity. This successfully earned Ranal's trust, and she quickly changed into the remarkably fresh-looking, differently colored nightgown. Amidst the curious anticipation of the others, Ranal's heart pounded wildly. But the instructor was immediately visibly disappointed. The feathers were still perfectly intact. There was zero drama. On the other hand, the chief mage managed to figure out the mechanics of how her clothing transformed when shifting into animal form. Acting on her usual whims, she immediately forced the handsome mage to crunch a deadline. By ensuring that the nightgown remained intact when reverting to human form, Ranal was now free to change into lavish, gold-adorned outfits. From now on, she was fully living the life of a Chabel's wife. She quickly grabbed her instructor's hands, thanking her profusely for pushing her. The instructor, however, having been denied the sight of a plucked bird, unenthusiastically told her to back off. Even so, she managed to maintain her composure, though she momentarily forgot she had just been bullying the Emperor's destined partner. A mental note was fiercely made to be more careful in the future. Finally, the day of the ball arrived, and Ranal was dressed to the nines, looking absolutely stunning under the escort of the knight and the handsome mage. Since many nobles had been absent on the day of the coronation, tonight served as another grand debut, making it incredibly important. Furthermore, many nobles were scheming to put their own daughters on the Empress's throne, and there were also those who lusted after possessing Ranal, just like Willen had before. Because of this, the knight dropped his usual class clown persona and became exceptionally stern, remaining on high alert to maintain security and order. In the hall, when the herald announced Lady Ranal's entrance, whispers broke out across the room as no noble title was attached to her name. However, people quickly connected the dots based on the circulating rumors. She stepped inside and confidently introduced herself. Her breathtakingly gorgeous appearance immediately commanded the room's attention, drawing countless stares. In a flash, her two incredibly handsome bodyguards stepped up to flank her. Seeing her take such tiny, cautious steps and acting too afraid to even open her mouth, the handsome mage felt a pang of pity and cast a soundproofing spell around them. With that, in the blink of an eye, Ranal let her true colors show and started chattering away nonstop. Pretending to be an elegant, dignified lady was clearly torture for her. But almost instantly, she felt a terrifyingly fierce glare from her instructor behind her, sending a shiver down her spine. Finally, the main star of the banquet made his entrance. Looking as radiant as if he had 10 glowing filters layered over him, Kamet appeared with a brilliantly fresh aura. The music had barely started, and before she could even look around, a prince from a neighboring country approached to ask her for a dance. Furthermore, countless other men were hovering, eyeing an opportunity to get closer to Ranal. Just as she stood there frozen, unsure of what to do, Kamet descended like a savior and immediately claimed her as his dance partner. After surviving the dance, a grand event she had previously only ever seen on a phone screen, her legs felt like they were going to break off. Still, she couldn't dare break character and drop her graceful facade, not with her instructor's eagle eyes piercing right through her. Right at that moment, the chief mage appeared. Even though she despised noisy places like banquets, she had to come to introduce someone to the both of them. Having survived her hellish training, the young boy from back then had transformed into an impeccably handsome and dashing young man, looking every bit the Prince Charming, introducing himself as mean. Ranal was completely taken aback. She had only saved him a short while ago, and to see him grow up so impressively was nothing short of astonishing. Mean now wished to serve under Kamet to assist him. Taking a cue from his master, he decided to demonstrate his skills. In an instant, he summoned 3 spirits representing 3 different elements, leaving everyone in awe. But that wasn't all. Since they were indoors, he couldn't summon his earth spirit. This realization startled Kamet. It wasn't just 3, but 4 elements. The chief mage was beaming with pride, metaphorically puffing out her chest at her prodigious disciple. Realizing that Mean was exactly exactly the kind of powerhouse they needed to counter the Dark Mage if he ever returned, Kamet acted immediately. According to tradition, anyone who contracted a high-tier spirit was granted the title of Baron. But since Min was effectively a one-man army wielding for elements, he was elevated straight to the rank of Marquis. This sparked a memory for Ranal. This was the fiercely loyal Marquis who was meant to be the Knight's ultimate rival as they constantly bickered over the position of Kamet's right-hand man. However, things didn't seem to be playing out like she expected. Min suddenly dropped to his knees, profusely thanking Ranal for saving his life back then, and swore to protect her for the rest of his life. According to the original plot, the young man was supposed to pledge absolute loyalty to Kamet. What did this have to do with her? Ranal fell into a spiral of confusion, bewildered that simply saving someone's life had seemingly derailed the entire storyline. Min quickly noticed Ranal's awkwardness and immediately began blaming himself for causing an unnecessary scene. However, he recalled the chief mage warning him that someone possessing all 4 elemental spirits would become a highly coveted target for many factions. Therefore, swearing loyalty to the Emperor was a way to shield himself from being manipulated by others. But the young man already knew who the true master of his heart was. Without him even saying it, the chief mage knew perfectly well that it was Ranal, and frankly, she didn't think it was a bad idea. After all, Ranal was going to become the Empress anyway. Having the absolute backing of such a magical prodigy would only solidify her position and elevate her status. They would mutually benefit each other. Despite seeing her evident discomfort, Min flushed but still earnestly begged Ranal to accept his oath of loyalty. Once the chief mage explained the rationale behind this, Kamet actually spoke up in Min's defense. He reasoned that even if he forced the youth into his service, he could never command the boy's true devotion. Ranal was ultimately persuaded by this logic. After all, she and Kamet were on the same side, which meant any prodigy loyal to her was practically loyal to him as well. With that, she expressed her thanks and accepted Min's oath. The young man was overwhelmingly overjoyed, practically ready to place her on a pedestal and worship her. Once Ranal recounted the whole story from start to finish, Kamet finally understood the full scope of Min's background, how a former slave had defied all odds to become a Marquis. However, it also left him feeling incredibly insecure. Time and time again, Ranal had played the savior for other people. Terrified of racking up even more love rivals, he acted a bit immaturely, expressing his desperate hope that Ranal wouldn't pay attention to any other man because he had already given his everything to her. This made Ranal's face burn violently red, rendering her speechless as she thought, "What are you even saying? I haven't even done anything yet." Realizing he had acted way too much like a jealous teenager, Kamet embarrassed himself with his own words and hastily decided to head back and rest early to prepare for the ball the next day. Ranal couldn't help but laugh, so hard her stomach hurt, thinking, if you're going to be embarrassed, why even say it? Meanwhile, after returning to his quarters, Min expressed his gratitude to the chief mage. Although her original intention was simply to present Kamet with a brilliant talent, it became glaringly obvious that the young man's feelings ran deeper. He wasn't just grateful for his life-changing opportunity, he was overjoyed to have reunited with Ranal. This made her realize that, to him, Ranal was more than just a benefactor. But she absolutely could not allow anyone to try and snatch the Emperor's woman. She sternly advised him that while he must protect Ranal with his life, he needed to remember his place and remain strictly as her guard. Outwardly, the young man nodded as if he understood, but deep down his heart was entirely devoted to Ranal. Min's intense dedication didn't go unnoticed by the knight, who was infuriated, operating under the staunch belief that all of Kamet's love rivals deserved to be annihilated. The root of the problem was that the young Marquis stuck to Ranal like glue, unshakable and utterly inseparable. This made Kamet's jealousy violently flare up. No matter how much Kamet tried to shoo him away, Min stubbornly remained by her side, constantly expressing how unbearably painful it would be for him if Ranal were ever in danger. This finally caused the thread of Kamet's rationality to snap. Radiating murderous intent, he got right up into Min's face as a glaringly silent warning. The sheer intensity of his jealousy, driven by his overwhelming love, left Ranal so profoundly shocked that she practically lost all the color in her face. She had never expected the classic, cliché love triangle trope from a cheap romance novel to fall right in her lap. Desperate to prevent the two men from killing each other and ruining the atmosphere, she ordered Min to step down and go enjoy the banquet. Realizing he had overstepped and put Ranal in an incredibly awkward position, the young man looked visibly dejected, though he obediently retreated on her orders. But it didn't end there. In the days that followed, he went from pouring her tea and performing magic tricks to practically becoming her personal fan-bearer. He even took on the dual role of butler and errand boy, piling every single piece of exquisite guest-tier food on her Ranal's table, leaving her thinking, are you trying to fatten me up for the slaughter? Not to be outdone, Kamet, despite being a fully grown man and the emperor of a nation, immediately threw himself into the competition, clinging to Ranal so tightly he refused to let go. This absurd one wife, two husbands pampering spectacle made everyone green with envy. Observing this, the chief mage made a mental note to give Min another stern talking to. On the final day of the banquet, all the gossiping ladies eagerly awaited the series finale of this gripping love triangle drama, anticipating an explosive conclusion. And right on cue, Min marched straight over to where Kamet and Ranal were seated, instantly drawing everyone's attention. But instead of a fiery confrontation, he merely presented a small gift as a token of profound gratitude to the man who had granted him his noble title. As soon as the box was opened, Ranal got chills. Inside was a spirit stone. These stones were formed organically in nature wherever elemental spirits congregated, making them impossibly rare and invaluable. Judging by its hue, it was undeniably a stone capable of summoning a water spirit. Not only did it harbor immense power, but it also possessed extraordinary healing capabilities, essentially granting the wielder the power over life and death. Holding such a priceless treasure, Kamet was completely taken aback. He never expected his love rival to suddenly act so reasonably in front of so many people. He couldn't afford to hold on to petty personal grudges, so he embodied the grace of a civilized ruler, graciously accepting the gift and mean sincerity, letting all past transgressions slide. The young Marquis breathed a massive sigh of relief, realizing that following his master's advice had been the right move. The chief mage had explicitly warned Min that if he wanted to remain by Ranal's side, he also needed to get on Kamet's good side. No man would tolerate another guy constantly tailing his future bride. To ensure he wouldn't be banished from the Imperial Palace and could stay near Ranal to protect her, the youth quickly opted for a compromise, deciding to earn the favor of Kamet as well. He truly asked for nothing more than the chance to protect Ranal and repay the debt he owed her. Min had finally thought things through clearly. As long as Kamet was secure, Ranal would be guaranteed a peaceful life. Because of that, his oath of loyalty to Kamet was genuine. Watching Min make the right choice allowed Ranal to heave a massive sigh of relief. The plot was finally snapping back onto the tracks it was supposed to follow. Seizing the moment, she asked the young man for a favor, bringing out her own little spirit and hoping he could assist her. The two of them stepped outside together and summoned their wind spirits, putting on a spectacular magical performance that brought the banquet to a flawless close. However, this also meant the original storyline was kicking back into motion. Suddenly, a young lady, the daughter of a noble, fainted. This was the exact milestone, marking the entrance of the true female lead. The very day the original plot began to unfold. Contrary to all the terrifying scenarios Ranal had been anxiously dreading, everything proceeded completely normally. She didn't disappear as she had thought, but instead felt even more worried, as this was surely the calm before the storm. Meanwhile, the noble lady who had previously passed out was standing in front of the mirror, looking at her reflection with a smile. At this time, Kamet couldn't concentrate on his work because he saw Ranal looking thoughtfully out the window. Although he had sent someone to gather information, there was no way to know what had happened, as no one spoke of it. It made her head spin even more. If only they could just meet face to face, she would fall to her knees and beg for her own happiness. That would be better than just waiting. Also, because it was a game, there was no way to know the female lead's identity and name, as they were freely created by the player and thus couldn't be determined. Therefore, finding her became harder than reaching the sky. While she was anxiously thinking about what to do, Kamet suddenly appeared, scaring her out of her wits, so she quickly reverted to her human form. She immediately wanted to consult Kamet on what to do if she wanted to meet the daughters of noble families. He quickly came up with ideas like hosting a gathering or a tea party. This led Kamet to fall into his own delusion, thinking that she wanted to debut before the other nobles because she had finally accepted her position as the empress of the country. She immediately rejected Kamet's offer to host the party for her, but she didn't forget to sweet-talk him, completely capturing the emperor's heart. Once the party took place, everyone was murmuring, as they were still somewhat afraid of Ranal, a crow that symbolized death. But they didn't seem to care much when they saw the visuals of the three handsome guys appearing at the same time, making the hearts of countless young ladies flutter. Not only were the three of them present, but even the esteemed emperor of our country was hiding in the bushes in the back to observe. Everything. Even though he was caught red-handed with his head covered in trash and debris, he stubbornly denied it, claiming he was just taking a walk and passing by. Soon, an announcement was made that the party should begin. Because the female lead was around her age, she had asked people to invite all the noble ladies here today to search for her. However, there was one person who hadn't arrived yet. Even if she couldn't find her today, there would still be a chance to narrow down the scope. But before she could prepare for battle, a girl rushed over, panting heavily because she was late. With just one look, Ranal could immediately recognize that this was the original appearance of the female lead as designed by the game. Although still quite shocked that they had finally encountered each other, she maintained an extremely professional attitude, formally greeting her and introducing herself as Ranal, while the lineup of handsome men stood behind her. The female lead was not to be outdone and immediately introduced herself as Azina, with an attitude that even startled her. Even Kamet sensed something amiss in that gaze and worried for Ranal. The person in the shadows quickly suggested a solution to follow that girl, but it wasn't advisable since there was no clear warning yet. He wanted to monitor her directly, but because of his status, it would cause gossip. so he could only wait until the party ended. The handsome mage also quickly noticed something unusual about Ranal, as her hands hadn't stopped trembling the entire time. So he immediately approached to check on her, suggesting ending the party early so she could rest. Although she outwardly said she was fine, Ranal was actually receiving an incredibly intense, burning gaze from the female lead that made her face feel scorched. She trembled, not knowing what she had done to offend the other girl to be stared at so intently. Despite the distance, she clearly felt threatened. Finally, she was able to see the noble ladies off after the tea party ended. Looking back at Ranal, it seemed she barely had any energy left, her face turning pale. She thought everything would end there, but the female lead immediately appeared and approached her, wanting the two of them to talk privately. This terrified Ranal, making her instinctively grab her skirt. Suddenly, the handsome mage appeared out of nowhere to block the female lead's approach like a superhero. Not only that, but the youth in the night also noticed the strange behavior of that person fixing her eyes on Ranal. This brought Ranal to tears of gratitude, never expecting that she would always be protected. It gave her trembling heart the courage to face reality and properly confront the female lead. But when the two met privately, she was startled when Azina confronted her, asking who she really was. This caused the entire room to fall silent. But the female lead immediately revealed that this world was a game world. And she knew very well that she was the female lead transmigrated into the original novel. But obviously, there was no character named Ranal in the storyline. Therefore, Azina was extremely panicked because her appearance had thrown this game into chaos. She immediately interrogated Ranal about what kind of being she was, transmigrated or reincarnated. This shocked her to the core, being bombarded with such questions. Unable to hide or lie even half a word, she confessed the truth, revealing that she had transmigrated into a crow. This instantly made Azina believe her, but then she asked a shockingly stunning question about what would happen to the female lead. Azina's previous dominant attitude completely vanished, replaced by a terrified girl, afraid that she would lose her life or be eliminated by Ranal herself. This made her scratch her head, completely unable to understand why she would need to attack the female lead. It turned out that the intense stare from earlier was because the girl was terrified that Ranal was an evil villain who had come to steal her position and then find a way to eliminate the female lead herself in order to rule this world. Ranal was left with a massive question mark. What had she been worrying about all this time? Who would have thought the female lead was just a clueless girl, exactly like herself? But upon hearing the girl explain that she was just the daughter of a duke, and if Ranal, an empress, wanted to eliminate her, it would be incredibly easy. Ranal slowly realized that Azina was actually just as terrified as she was when she first transmigrated to this place. She also gradually understood that the initial wariness was just Azina trying hard not to show that she was scared to death, like a cat hissing to prove she wasn't easy to bully. This left Ranal speechless. Instead of working together to help each other, the female lead had read too many villainous novels before transmigrating, so she was just doing a little roleplay. Once certain that Ranal wasn't going to eliminate her, the female lead immediately collapsed onto the floor, breathing a sigh of relief. She instantly revealed her inner fangirl, endlessly chirping the handsome mage's name, detailing everything down to every strand of his hair, which terrified Ranal. Because she was so madly in love with the handsome mage, she was thrilled to have transmigrated into the story so she could flirt with him. Just seeing that incredibly cold gaze was enough to make her swoon completely. This made a level-headed person like Ranal conclude that this female lead must be crazy in love. So, she extended a hand to help Azina, becoming a matchmaker to help the girl get together with her bias. Because, according to the original plot, the two of them were actually a canon couple. She just wanted to push the boat along with the current. But to the female lead, it was unbelievable why Ranal would want to help her when they didn't even know each other. Perhaps it was because she, too, had experienced that feeling of immense confusion when she first arrived in this world. This made Azina's little heart feel incredibly touched. Having lived in modern times for so long, she had forgotten that there were still countless good people in this world. But in reality, that was just on the surface. Ranal also wanted to matchmake the two of them, so she could walk alongside Kamet without any other forces getting in the way. Moreover, it's better to have one more friend than an enemy. Meanwhile, the three bodyguards were waiting anxiously, not knowing how the situation was unfolding. Suddenly, they heard a piercing scream that startled everyone, and they quickly looked toward the two of them. They immediately ran over to come to the rescue. But what caught their eyes was the sight of Azina clinging to Ranal with extreme infatuation. This left everyone so shocked that they turned to stone, freezing for a good 50 seconds. What did I just witness? Hearing the truth of the matter also left Kamet speechless. He never expected that there was someone here who didn't openly discriminate against crows, but was instead madly obsessed with them. Recalling her shy demeanor and her lifelong wish to see and pet a crow just once, Ranal had humored her, only to be hugged so tightly she almost suffocated. She thought Azina was a villain, but she turned out to be a comedian, so she wanted to get closer to her. Although he was glad that Ranal made a friend, it caused Kamet to sweat profusely and tremble, not understanding why she was packing her things. When he heard that Ranal would go to Azina's house for a sleepover over, it hit Kamet like a bolt of lightning. No wonder he had felt a strong aversion to that girl from the very first meeting. It turned out that woman was going to steal his wife. On the outside, he put on a bright smile to happily see Ranal off, but on the inside, he was screaming and biting his handkerchief, vowing not to let Azina off the hook. Meanwhile, oblivious to all this, she was extremely delighted with her utterly unique, domineering CEO-style confession plan for Kamet. All previous worries were shattered when our naive female lead didn't even know how to establish relationships with the other characters. Because Azina had only fallen for the handsome mage, she didn't bother putting effort into the others, turning into an adorably clueless girl. Unable to get any more information, Ranal became even less confident, afraid of having to face the future. However, she still wanted to reciprocate Kamet's feelings, even if she was a bit scared. Seeing this, Azina quickly grabbed Ranal's hand to comfort her. Even though Azina had just arrived in this world, just by seeing Kamet's infatuated gaze, she could confidently assure Ranal that no matter when she confessed, he would feel incredibly happy. Originally, they thought they would tear each other apart in a life-or-death struggle, but unexpectedly, they were now extremely close, comforting and encouraging each other. But for Ranal, it was a bit better than for Azina, because countless encounters had gone completely down the drain. The handsome mage had only seen the girl's embarrassing sides, making it impossible for him to take an interest in her. But there was a massive problem. He might look easy to approach, but wooing him was incredibly difficult. Plucking a star from the sky might be easier. Recalling her time playing the game, a single wrong choice would lead to a total failure. But that was exactly what attracted Azina, making her want to pursue him and bring happiness to the handsome mage. Recalling his character setting, maybe that came later because during their first meeting, the handsome mage was quite lively and showed great interest in a crow, which was her. Perhaps his closed-off and extremely cold personality was entirely due to the upbringing of the chief mage, who had pressured and exploited him to the point of closing off his heart. Therefore, as long as they could meet more often to nurture their feelings, there was a chance. They couldn't use Ranal's authority to order him around, as that would only fracture their relationship. So, the two of them used all their brain power to figure out how to woo the guy. At this moment, the handsome mage was burying himself in data when he suddenly saw Ranal walking outside the window. As soon as she entered the room, she quickly invited him to come along. Luckily, the handsome mage needed to step outside for a breath of fresh air. But as soon as they arrived at a tea house, he saw Azina already waiting there in ambush. This made his face darken immediately. He couldn't understand what Ranal was thinking by bringing a guy as shy around girls as him here. To have a more convincing excuse, Ranal came up with the idea that she was planning a grand confession to Kamet and needed the help of both of them. Yet, the handsome mage didn't get the hint and wanted to get up and leave, saying that someone who understood Kamet better, perhaps the knight, would be of more help. But everyone knew that with the overflowing, energetic enthusiasm of that young man, everything would undoubtedly be ruined before it even started. On the contrary, if everything went smoothly, the two of them could surely become two couples going on a double date. Meanwhile, Kamet had crushed the pen in his hand because he hadn't spoken to Ranal for days. She was always hanging out closely with Azina, while he had piles of work and couldn't possibly tag along. But to avoid losing his wife, Kamet immediately put on his cloak, went on strike, and sneaked outside. But before he could even pretend to be a stalker for the day, he was immediately caught by Ranal's group. Seeing the sparkling filter on his face made her blush profusely, and she tossed all her plans aside. Ranal used her burning gaze to wink and signal Azina to save her friend, but that girl simply left her to face the music alone while she went off with the handsome mage to buy another ticket. She thought Kamet would make a huge fuss because he was left out, but unexpectedly, he blamed everything on himself, saying that being in the Emperor's position meant he couldn't spend enough time with her. This sent Ranal into such a panic that the frame turned dark as she trembled like a leaf. She thought she must have neglected this husband so much that he turned into a sad boy. She quickly whispered into Kamet's ear, explaining that she had recently been acting as a matchmaker for those two and hadn't been just going out to have fun. So, after the misunderstandings between them were cleared up, Kamet took advantage of the fact that he had sneaked out to go on a date with Ranal. Inside the theater at this moment, a highly dramatic and romantic love story between a wolf and a black crow was being shown. Thanks to Kamet's appearance, the other two were able to sit together. Normally, if there were only 3 of them, Ranal would sit with Azina, but now they could perfectly pair off into couples. This was a play based on the propaganda campaign about good deeds and virtues initiated by Ranal and led by the chief mage. Thanks to today's outing, he was able to gauge the audience's reaction to this play. Just hearing that the story right in front of her was based on herself made her tremble like a leaf, not daring to make even a small sound. Seeing the actors dramatically dancing around on stage, Ranal up in the seats curled up in embarrassment and fear because she had never actually said those flowery words. When the actor representing Kamet appeared, it was even more outrageous, acting just like a madman running away for love, completely overthinking everything. This startled Ranal, and she hastily turned to look at him to see his reaction. Unexpectedly, the mastermind behind it all was Kamet himself, who had written those incredibly cheesy lines. Just as she was about to ask the other two for help, she witnessed Azina's fangirl professional disease acting up, immediately engaging in flawless banter with the handsome mage, clearly creating a private space for the two of them so they could flirt and hit on each other, yet ending up bickering with that guy like this. What more could be expected of a date? After being tormented for an entire hour to the point of exhaustion, Ranal was finally able to stagger outside. It seemed only Kamet was rejoicing over the great masterpiece he had created. Speaking of which, because those other two were so fired up, they split off to do their own thing. Not go to a hotel, but to research some other boring magic types. Hearing this, Kamet assumed the handsome mage must have taken an interest in Azina, which shocked her to the core. She hadn't expected that their fiery battle earlier was actually a way of flirting. Truly, one cannot underestimate the female lead. She already had her own strategy, worthy of a master in the field of love. So, there was no need to care about any plans anymore. Ranal was also quickly captivated by Kamet's beauty and decided to go out with him, having a very happy time. Meanwhile, those genuinely nosy people were fighting for a good spot to secretly watch the two of them, causing the maid to yell at them, saying that instead of focusing on protecting their master, they were here bickering with each other for God knows what reason. Even though just a second ago they were hissing at each other like cats and dogs. Now, they acted as if they were cooperating very harmoniously. At this time, an assassin hiding in the bushes was aiming at the Emperor's spot, preparing to swing his knife. But the knight, who was just standing over there, had teleported right behind him. Looking at the assassin with a burning gaze, he immediately and effortlessly smashed the guy's head, dropping him on the spot. On the other side, the young boy had also taken down another burly guy. These nuisances were skillfully tied up like a cylindrical sticky rice cake by the maid, allowing the other two to continue secretly protecting Kamet and Ranal. It turned out the assassination was aimed at her because they couldn't accept a crow becoming the empress. But they were knocked out by the iron fists of the muscular maid for insulting her master. However, at this time, Ranal wasn't doing as well as the maid expected because the completely clueless Kamet had brought her to the exact spot she planned to use for her confession. Her plan was ruined, breaking the young girl's heart, but she could only force a smile and hold back her tears of blood. Eventually, the sun began to set, but all her plans had completely fallen apart. Ranal didn't know how to confess her feelings. Should she go find a heart-shaped island to gift Kamet? But no, a king like him definitely had a billion identical islands. But wait a minute, everything today had been absolutely perfect, from going on a date together to drinking tea exactly as she had anticipated. Taking advantage of this atmosphere to express her feelings would be incredibly fitting, just as she wanted to gather all her courage to use this sweet setting to speak her true feelings. Before she could even open her mouth, an assassin hiding in the bushes far away let out terrifying noises and a piercing scream. When a knight and a young boy used all their life's speed to run over, it was already too late. That assassin was firmly in Ranal's grasp, while his soul, which had left his body, was being stuffed back in by a spirit, and her face was completely distorted, tears streaming down in 2 lines. Her utterly terrifying face haunted the 3 muscular men for the rest of their lives. Yet, Kamet assumed that Ranal was terrified and in shock because of the ambush, and he immediately became worried. At this time, the 2 of them were in the carriage in a very heavy silence. Kamet opened his mouth to apologize, saying he should have known such events would occur. But Ranal understood that because she was just a crow, she was deemed unfit for the position of empress, under 1 person but above 10,000. It was perfectly normal for there to be dissatisfied people, but just that much wouldn't dampen her heroic spirit, because so many people had worked hard for her sake to prepare her for the empress seat. She confidently assured Kamet that she would try even harder to firmly sit in that position without letting anyone oppose her ever again. This made his heart flutter once more, and he began to show his wife-doting nature. He declared they had to quickly return and hire famous artisans to carve 1,000 crow statues to place around the palace, letting people know how much he worshipped his wife. She didn't know how to stop Kamet's cheesy antics that would make the world laugh at them. Then, suddenly looking at the forest they were passing by, she remembered and decided to stop by. This was the place where they had first met. This place held immense meaning for them, so Ranal made up her mind to speak her heart. Originally, she only wanted to live a peaceful life, but then she met Kamet, although it brought a bit of family drama. But now, her ideal in life was no longer just to survive, but to live together with Kamet. She was no longer the fearful girl from before who was unsure of her feelings. Now, Ranal could affirm that her heart was completely set on him. This left Kamet utterly shocked and speechless, unable to believe that he could receive Ranal's affection. Kamet was a person who lived in misfortune more than happiness, and even when sitting on the highest throne, he was constantly insecure. Until that crow reached out to protect him, he had become 100 dependent on her, unable to even breathe without her. He hoped this feeling could be reciprocated, and that Ranal also shared his feelings and desire to have him. And so, his secret dream that the whole country knew about was answered when she clung to him without letting go, making it feel like a dream. But as they embraced each other, he could feel a warmth like the morning sun enveloping Kamet's entire body. Now he had finally attained what he had been waiting for so very long, to the point that he could smile more brightly than the stars in the sky. Right when Sifia was studying to become worthy worthy of her royal status. Hearing the news that Ranal came looking for her, she immediately shot off like a rocket. This made both of them freeze. Originally, they had warned the little girl many times, but upon hearing her name, she couldn't hide the fact that she was just a child. She thought Ranal came to play with her, but unexpectedly, she couldn't spare the time for the little kid. This made Sephia cry her eyes out, almost melting Ranal's heart. Despite being busy, she came here because she wanted to give the little girl an invitation. It was an invitation to the engagement ceremony between Ranal and Kamet. Not only was Sephia overjoyed upon hearing the news, but his loyal knight was also so happy that he cried a river. I thought only that young man couldn't control his emotions, but unexpectedly, everyone around the handsome guy was the same. It made the beauty's head throb and eyes see stars, wondering if she should join in and cry as well. Hearing the news of Ranal's engagement, she was extremely jealous because currently, Azina hadn't made any progress with the handsome mage. According to the character settings, that guy needed to be approached slowly, otherwise, everything would go down the drain. But the most important thing was to help with her friend's mission of getting married, so she was invited to be a bridesmaid by her side, which made the girl extremely excited. It seemed like everything would fall apart when the female lead appeared, but unexpectedly, she gained another soulmate and just hoped everything would. Got in beautifully like this. Then, just like a storm rolling in, the other nobles, even knowing the two were about to get engaged, Dot still wanted to form factions to oppose a crow, like Ranal becoming the empress. At this time, everyone was dressing up nicely, and the servants were also looking forward to Azina's spring of romance arriving. But it seemed it would be very difficult to win over the handsome mage, and would take a very long time. This engagement event wasn't in the game, so it might create an opportunity to advance the capture strategy. Knowing it was hard for her to win over her crush, today she decided to wholeheartedly help her best friend. But as soon as she opened the door, she was greeted by the breathtaking visuals of the handsome mage standing there waiting, shining as brightly as an A-list star. It turned out that his coming here to escort Azina to the party was thanks to the Emperor putting in a good word. This made the young girl's heart feel incredibly grateful to Cupid Kamet, almost moving her to tears. But actually, her tears were shed in the wrong place, because he was just scheming so that Azina couldn't cling to his wife. But the girl wasn't greedy and decided to play the long game. She was very understanding and sympathetic to the handsome mage's work, telling him to leave early if needed. This made the guy's smile freeze, surprising even himself that he felt annoyed. If it were his past self, he would have happily left. Originally, the handsome mage was a very boring person who buried his head in books all day. Even after making new acquaintances, they were ultimately just close colleagues, not to the point of being called friends. But Azina, standing right in front of him, was perhaps very different from others. She was someone who knew how to listen and offered completely fresh perspectives. Despite being warned, it made him grit his teeth. Even though he knew he shouldn't, he still wanted to befriend Azina. When the ceremony took place, Ranal breathed a sigh of relief because she had done perfectly fine. Fortunately, her efforts had paid off. Not only did the instructor teach her relentlessly, but the Marquis also forced her to be buried under piles of books. Knowing how much Ranal had tried for his sake made the deeply infatuated Kamet move to tears. Seeing the two of them unafraid to confidently show off their personalities in front of everyone, that made everyone jealous and made a younger sister like Sephia incredibly proud. Because once a wolf identifies its mate, it surrenders its entire soul. Although the little girl was very happy today, she didn't want to come over and ruin their private atmosphere, being extremely understanding. Furthermore, seeing those three overreacting next to her, the little kid didn't want to be judged in the same way. Amidst the joyful sounds, there was still a jealous noble who thought that position belonged to her and directly sought a way to ruin the ceremony. They walked straight over to approach Ranal while exuding a murderous aura all over, making her feel their oppression. Surprisingly, they didn't let her off the hook, throwing out questions worse than a beauty pageant about what she would do once she became the empress. But it was no different from an interrogation by a jealous group ganging up to attack a small girl, causing his face to darken. His eyes immediately flashed, knowing full well they would take action to pressure Ranal. But it made him extremely furious that those people dared to interrogate the empress right in front of the emperor. He was immediately stopped by her when she saw that Kamet was already angry, not understanding why out of countless questions, these people chose that one. It made her thrilled to death because it hit the exact topic she had prepared for, thanks to the two geniuses who had helped cram countless documents into this head, which now finally had a chance to be of use. She immediately stepped forward, speaking loudly and with extreme confidence, throwing a preemptive strike by admitting she wasn't as perfect as the people here, so they couldn't nitpick later. Then she presented her strength, which was being a crow. What she could do was spread her wings, something humans could never achieve. In that way, she could help the Emperor observe everything and become his eyes. Thus, in every nook and cranny, places that weren't easily accessible, she could help Kamet know every situation across his country, feeling that his life partner was too amazing. Even if others prepared in every way, they would still freeze up when interrogated like that. He just wanted to say screw the engagement ceremony and get married directly to bring her home. But he didn't forget to show the aura of a king. This was the life partner he had chosen, and any punk who dared to mess around better watch out. This made the two older men in the back also feel relieved because they had poured all their effort into teaching her well. Merely relying on her own talents wasn't enough. Ranal also brought out ancient evidence about the relationship between the Black Crow and the Golden Wolf. Seeing how she made everyone shut their mouths left both the female lead and the handsome mage in awe. Just when it seemed like everything would end here, the bespectacled Duke suddenly popped his head out. A red-level dangerous character who immediately put everyone on high alert. This was the ringleader of Ranal's anti-fan club. But that old fox still appeared extremely respectful to the Empress, immediately bowing with a bright smile on his lips. She recognized this face in an instant as the extremely dangerous person she was repeatedly warned to watch out for. But right now, she couldn't let anyone find fault with her, so she immediately and perfectly offered a very graceful greeting. Unsurprisingly, while outwardly appearing very harmonious, the guy was just looking for her flaws. Upon realizing that Ranal was much harder to deal with than that old fox thought, he changed his plan and made a different move, confident he would catch the Empress off guard. After the party ended, Sephia finally had time to play with Ranal, seeing his little sister pretend to fall to lure her and made Kamet feel proud. Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Ranal wanted to use today's incident to win over those who had always opposed their marriage, because the dizzying change from that old fox had certainly made many people feel confused and no longer trust standing by his side. If successful, it could expose that old fox's scheme, and even if it failed, it could still shake the resolve of that group. Either way, it would be to her advantage. This political battle was just like animals fighting over territory. Just let them tear each other apart, a black crow like her. That would take advantage of it to snatch a fat piece of bait for herself. Because she was going to become an empress, she needed to have a mind that could be helpful to the emperor. And of course, Kemet wouldn't let her face everything alone either. He really wanted to protect their current peaceful life. At this time, the handsome mage escorted Azina all the way home thanks to the matchmaking of Cupid Kemet. Yet, he suddenly gave the green light, causing the female lead's little heart to go wild like a screaming fanatic. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Azina immediately proposed having a cup of tea with the handsome mage, making his hands clasp tightly together, afraid he was overstepping, but he was also thrilled to death and instantly agreed. When it was just the two of them, Azina felt awkward and quickly saved the situation by asking about the research he was doing. He was still trying his best, but it seemed to be too much for him, so he complained a bit, saying it was hard to express the current pressure he was under in words. Immediately felt shy for talking too much, but today was different. The handsome mage knew clearly that he couldn't share these things with just anyone. Seeing his demeanor reminded Azina of his game setting. Always a loner who never wanted to socialize and make friends with anyone. Even though she knew full well this was just a game, facing her bias made her heart race uncontrollably. She then shared the pressures of her 21st century life, from the heavy burden of studying to the exhausting nature of working. Originally, Azina's life was very dark, but discovering the handsome mage in the dating game completely changed her mindset. Because she had gained strength from him, Azina now wanted to do the same by listening to his worries. Seeing Azina's radiant smile, earnestly hoping for his happiness, startled the handsome mage so much that he dropped the teacup in his hand, realizing clearly that this feeling wasn't just friendship. Seeing this, she immediately worried and wanted to lend a hand, but was rejected by the handsome mage. They had been happily bonding, yet he suddenly revealed a deeply sorrowful expression, fearing that his troubles were something she couldn't possibly bear. Even though she had been escorted all the way home, Azina returned to the Imperial Palace to talk to Ranal. The handsome mage's attitude earlier was very worrying. His face looked completely devoid of hope. Azina immediately wanted to ask if she could remember the handsome mage's character settings in the game. It had been 3 years, so she couldn't remember much. However, after hearing Azina's description of him, it sounded completely different. A very clean person who always wore gloves. Although he disliked feeling restricted, his clothes were always neat and his jewelry sparkled brightly. While she couldn't remember his exact character settings, the first time they met, the handsome mage had a very relaxed and simple image. And especially when he offered the Kodak fruit, he wasn't wearing any gloves like what was described. This made Ranal rack her brain, trying to figure out exactly when the handsome mage started to change. Connecting the dots, she remembered the incident of breaking the curse. On Kemet, since that day, the handsome mage had been inseparable from his gloves. Sure enough, he had transferred the curse from Kemet to himself, leaving his arm covered in dense magical symbols. It was a curse that amplified one's desires. That was why, during the moment they were having afternoon tea together, the handsome mage seemed to lose control of his body upon seeing her face, wanting to possess Azina because his desires had been amplified to the maximum. He recalled how the chief mage had constantly warned him back then that, from now on, with the curse on him, he was not allowed to have desires for anything. At that time, the handsome mage was very confident because he considered himself a dull person who never had an interest in anything. But now, he was writhing in agony. He thought that as long as he didn't crave wealth or fame, he would be safe until the curse could be broken. But he never expected that just Azina's appearance would make his icy heart waver. Upon realizing that his feelings weren't just simple friendship, he didn't know how to control the curse. After clearly understanding the current situation, Azina finally knew why the character's setting was to always avoid the player when their affection level started to rise. Simply put, if he let the curse control him, he would become nothing short of a pervert who would lock up the person he loved. But in the game, there was another ending where the handsome mage's possessiveness and jealousy could lead him to kill other characters with high affection levels. Hearing this made Ranal jump in panic, instantly becoming extremely anxious because that highly likely meant Kamet. But after hearing Azina confirm that the handsome mage would later serve a little girl sitting on the throne, Ranal fully understood that her husband was destined for the chopping block. She screamed in despair, throwing a tantrum and wondering why she had such terrible luck, losing absolutely everything. Because the original rules had gradually changed, it was very hard to control the curse. If they forced the handsome mage to give up his power now, it might trigger his crazy side to destroy the whole world, leaving humanity with no choice but to reincarnate into another server. However, because Azina wanted to live happily with the handsome mage, they had to find a way to break the curse. Yet, who knew what she was thinking? But Azina wanted to pluck Ranal completely bald, making her turn pale in fear. My meat doesn't taste good. Because the original plot mentioned that the Kodak fruit was the core of the issue, simply absorbing it could help break the curse. But of course, it couldn't be that simple. One wrong move, and he'd blow up. Dying alone was one thing, but if he went mad and wiped out the whole world, it would be a complete disaster. Ranal couldn't understand why Azina wanted her beautiful, lustrous, jewel-like feathers. She perked up her ears to listen to the top student's analysis. Since Ranal had eaten the Kodak fruit, and that fruit originated from crows, the effect would be highly potent. This way, even if they failed, it could serve as a foundation to help the handsome mage's body gradually get used to that miraculous power. By the time he actually ate the Kodak fruit, he wouldn't suffer an overdose and could awaken much more safely. So, she immediately decided to sacrifice her feathers to save the beauty without any regrets. But she instantly ate her words and sprinted away, rushing right past Kamet's life. Seeing Azina's hands full of feathers while she was still plotting to pluck Ranal bald, to put the feathers up for exhibition, auction, gifts, and so on, made the puppy Kamet stare in total confusion. He couldn't fathom what on earth they were doing. Was plucking each other the new trend? But the two of them came and went like a storm, leaving him standing there like a loner while his soul felt like it had left his body. It was his engagement night, yet he couldn't get a moment of peace with her around, so he immediately kicked Azina out and sent her home. Meanwhile, our handsome mage started overthinking and packed his things to run away, though he still felt attached to this place. Yet, he had to endure it alone because he couldn't ask the chief mage for help. She was busy guarding against the dark mage, who could return to attack at any moment. While he was wallowing in misery for being all alone, Azina suddenly appeared, bringing a warm ray of sunshine with her. But it couldn't dispel the darkness in his heart. Seeing the person he loved caused his desires to surge once again. He immediately revealed a deeply passionate expression, using sweet words to lure her into his trap. But just as her hands reached out as if to hold his, Azina placed a jar full of Ranal's feathers in them, indicating that this was the very thing that could help the handsome mage break his curse. This made him freeze. He thought he was already sinking in a muddy pit, but just one sentence gave the handsome mage hope again. So, after calming down, Kamet finally asked about what happened the previous night and why the two of them were plucking feathers and running all over the palace. She couldn't possibly confess that she was a transmigrated game character, so she could only make up a story that the handsome mage needed them for his research, and that Azina wanted to win her man's heart so badly she was willing to pluck her friend bald. But she couldn't fool Kamet that easily because he had felt this way before. He knew that Ranal didn't really want to lie to him, but she definitely wasn't sharing the truly important things with him. While Ranal was busy writing letters to pull those nobles over to her side, suddenly, the emperor, who had a million things to do, neglected his duties and ran over to find his little wife. In his heart, he was still wondering why Ranal was keeping secrets from him even though they were about to become husband and wife. It made Kamet want to ask, but he didn't dare, afraid that their relationship would shatter as a result. So, he could only wait in silence until Ranal truly trusted him enough to share the secrets she was hiding. Meanwhile, the handsome mage was fully engrossed in researching Ranal's feathers. He thought he was already hopeless, but receiving this, even though it sounded a bit absurd, restored his sanity the moment these feathers were placed in his hands, making him pin his hopes on this experiment. After days of defending the border, the chief mage finally returned with a mountain of tonics specifically for her life partner. Suddenly, someone banged on the door vigorously. She had just cheerfully walked out to open it, only to be met with the sight of the handsome mage looking completely worn out, haggard, and exhausted, despite having found a clue to break the curse. She never expected that these seemingly meaningless crow feathers could suppress the curse. Up until now, research on crows hadn't yielded anything special, but if it was truly this miraculous, they would definitely achieve new breakthroughs in the future. It was also thanks to the former chief who had previously presented evidence showing that crows were sacred, divine animals, just like wolves. Bringing this up made the chief mage pose a question. Originally, the Kodak fruit was created by nature specifically for crows. Yet, why could Ranal only transform into a human? There were definitely other potentials that had yet to be unleashed. Therefore, they needed to carefully research what exactly was suppressing the curse. Was it the crow, the Kodak fruit, or both, a crow that had eaten the fruit? So, they first needed Madame Ham's help to assist with this research. Just when it seemed like everything was ending here, the handsome mage suddenly found hope for himself, and it was all thanks to Azina. However, even after his inner desires had been amplified, he still insisted that his feelings for her were just friendship. So after being told that his own curse had been transferred to the handsome mage, Kamet felt a massive headache coming on. A matter so critical to his life had been hidden from him for a long time, but considering his loyalty, the handsome mage was pardoned this time. However, the handsome mage didn't just come to confess. He pulled out a giant pair of scissors to ask for some of Kamet's fur. This made the emperor, who had fought with all his might and didn't hesitate to risk his life for the throne, feel his limbs go weak from feeling threatened for the first time in his life. They had been apart for less than 24 hours, yet Ranal immediately noticed that her husband's hair had gotten shorter. It wasn't because he was getting old and losing hair, but because the greedy handsome mage had relentlessly chased him to snip him bald. He thought that seeking out his trusted knight would protect his precious hair, but it was completely pointless. The handsome mage was incredibly cunning and had bribed the young man with a tuft of sparkling golden wolf fur from the very person he idolized. This instantly shook the knight's loyalty. If he could have this precious item to pass down as a family heirloom to his descendants, it would be absolutely flawless. Therefore, he quickly apologized to his idol, stating he would betray Kamet for about 7 seconds, watching wide-eyed as Kamet screamed in despair. In the end, they each ruthlessly took a tuft and a pile of fur. It was even more outrageous when he demanded hair from his human form as well. This made Kamet completely give up on his dignity. He just surrendered and let the handsome mage do whatever he wanted. And so, our heroic king felt extremely self-conscious upon seeing his overly short hair. She thought Kamet just cared too much about his appearance, but who knew he was actually just afraid Ranal wouldn't like his new look. Truly speechless, he was the ultimate wife guy. While the two were being affectionate and flirting with each other, a storm suddenly arrived, and its name was Azina. Because she came here in the role of an assistant to the future empress, she couldn't just be kicked out. Because of this, Kamet could only stand petrified, crying silently as he watched his wife being snatched away by another girl right out of his hands. But seeing Ranal being helped by Azina with work he couldn't interfere with made him accept it and miserably go back to his own work. At this time, the shadows had caught the assassins who secretly came to murder Ranal, but there was no way to pry their mouths open to reveal the mastermind behind it. However, even without them talking, anyone could tell it was definitely those nobles who had too much free time and were causing trouble. Luckily, they were intercepted in time, but this incident gave him a bad feeling. This was definitely not just a typical assassination attempt. It was certain that the old fox had another cunning and treacherous scheme brewing, which required even more precaution. Upon entering the imperial palace, the young servant finally realized that the royal family also had it tough, having to attend one banquet after another from day to night. Being just a guard was fine, but the person standing at the center was Ranal, who constantly had to deal with that crowd. Because she wanted to pull the nobles over to her side, she didn't hesitate to host countless types of parties. Reading, crafting, arts, and all those sorts of things. The goal was to approach them more easily and see which targets could be swayed. Because being surrounded by those people could make them lower their guard, the high-ranking officials didn't participate. Only newcomers to the palace, like the young servant. And Azina stepped forward to help. Everything was gradually going according to plan when suddenly, that old fox appeared once again to cause a commotion. Even though he had served countless nobles and could usually understand their intentions. Looking at this old fox, the young servant couldn't figure out what he wanted or why he had done such a 180-degree turn in his attitude. He even helped her get acquainted with other nobles, as if he were wholeheartedly assisting and supporting Ranal. Seeing this scheming guy suddenly act so nice to her made her incredibly suspicious, and she immediately asked him what he wanted. Yet, far exceeding all expectations, the old fox showed a face thicker than a brick wall and requested that Ranal become his adopted daughter. This shocked everyone so much their souls practically left their bodies. As for her face instantly distorted in disbelief, unable to trust her own ears. An adopted daughter meant that, although they didn't share blood, she would become part of his family. He announced this matter to everyone present, meaning he wanted to force Ranal to agree in front of the whole world. After failing to make his own daughter the empress, he immediately wanted to adopt the future empress as his foster daughter, so he could rely on her later. What a cunning move. It made her tremble like a leaf, completely unable to understand what this old fox was thinking. So, he wanted to invite her to sit in the most open spot, the easiest place for people to eavesdrop to have a conversation. Seeing no danger, Ranal agreed. Despite that, he used the excuse of caring for the empire, deluding himself into acting like a patriotic nobleman. That was why he initially opposed a crow becoming empress, but because she was so outstanding, she had moved his heart. But other nobles were still pointing their spears at Ranal, and since she was just a lone crow, it would be very difficult to fight to the end. Therefore, he made a very appealing offer to Ranal. If she became his foster daughter, no noble would dare utter a single word of complaint. This made her feel he had a point, but there was no way an old fox like him didn't want to exploit this for his own gain. Duke Hayworth suddenly changed his expression, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing straight into the girl. If so, wouldn't my influence over the Empire grow even stronger? His words and gaze made her shiver, not understanding why he would reveal his intentions so blatantly. Seeing the young lady's anxious face, the Duke laughed. "Oh my, please do not be so guarded, my lady. After all, His Majesty Kamet will protect you. How could I dare to take advantage of you? I don't have the guts for that." Hearing this, the girl became even more confused, an indescribable sense of unease rising in her heart. The events of that day made everything tense. The nobles fought fiercely to become relatives of the future empress. Dozens of people crowded in front of the castle gates, just hoping to adopt Lady Ranal as their foster daughter. The one leading them was Duke Hayworth. He had publicly spoken out about the situation, and his innocent expression made her even more uneasy. These people made a ruckus day and night, forcing Ranal to hold her head to suppress her rising anger. In this critical situation, Ranal was finally forced to convene an emergency meeting to find a solution. During the meeting, as everyone was discussing, Winston suddenly came up with an idea. He pointed at the two professors, Marquis William and Lady Panya. This idea could change the situation, Winston said. However, upon learning they were chosen, Marquis William looked shocked and immediately objected. "Hey, can I refuse?" He then explained, "Thank you for putting me on the candidate list, but I only want to dedicate myself to the Empire. I do not crave royal power." Lady Panya also agreed. "Me too. How could I bear such a huge responsibility?" Upon hearing this, Winston felt full of admiration. The two of them weren't overly ambitious for power, much better than the nobles out there. Lady Ranal felt the goodwill of the two professors when they refused to adopt her. If they feel burdened, we shouldn't force them. Even though it's a pity, we should remove them from the candidate list, Ranal decided. Hearing this, the two professors were moved to tears. "Thank you, Lady Ranal, for understanding us." Ranal sighed in relief. "Phew, now I actually feel lucky that they refused." Of course, they were much better than the other candidates. She imagined the scenario of becoming their adopted daughter, then thought about having to bury her head in a mountain of homework every day. Whether she chose Marquis William or Lady Panya, she would end up in a studying hell even more terrifying than the present. Eliminated? Absolutely eliminated right from the start, Ranal told herself. Lady Adriana Gonal pondered, Then we should filter out a new list of candidates. Unfortunately, there is no one suitable around me either. Nadia chimed in, "I don't know many nobles either." Seeing the situation wasn't looking good, Marquis Winston pondered, "Perhaps we must rely on those loyal to the royal family." Just then, Marquis Mean walked over. Ranal asked, "What is it? Do you have any good ideas?" Marquis Mean? Mean was shy and stammered, "The thing is." Then he blushed, his heart pounding. "If there is no age limit, I would also like to run as a candidate." Ranal and Winston were shocked stiff. Mean continued, "I haven't been a noble for long, so I don't know much about politics, nor can I casually use power. But the spirits would also be helpful in protecting Lady Ranal." He added, "In terms of benefits, I think this is not a bad idea." Hearing this, Winston got worried and hurriedly interrupted, "Well, it's not exactly wrong, but isn't Marquis Mean too young to be an adoptive father?" Mean respectfully replied, "Sir, I have thought a lot about the future before making this decision." Seeing Mean's good intentions, Winston laughed and patted his shoulder a few times. "That's true. I understand the Marquis's loyalty to Lady Ranal. Moreover, we must consider the Marquis's future as well. In reality, Mean already had his own calculations. Just think about it. In the future, I will legally be called grandfather by the children of His Majesty Kamet and Lady Ranal." He imagined Ranal's children clinging to him, cherishing him like a real grandfather. His eyes were full of ambition. "I cannot miss this opportunity." Mean's bold and unique idea sparked a thought in Winston. He stood silently, adjusting his uniform. Imagining his future grandchildren surrounding him with admiring eyes, Winston firmly declared, "The seventh knight, Geas, I want to officially run as a candidate. I am the capable right-hand man who swore loyalty to His Majesty Kamet. Protecting Lady Ranal is also my mission." Ranal suddenly felt exhausted, thinking to herself, "What kind of monkey mission is this? This is purely out of greed." Winston's sharp gaze fixed on her as he said, "Well then, Lady Ranal, hurry up and call me your adoptive father." Both Mean and Winston were key and incredibly cool characters in the original game. But after their actions this time, Ranal only felt exasperated, thinking to herself, there's nothing cool about them anymore. Regardless of the young lady's thoughts, the two of them kept bickering nonstop. She could only exclaim, "I'm just Lady Ranal. You have nothing to do with this. What are you talking about? I've been taking care of her much longer than you have." Then the two of them continued to argue loudly. Ranal sighed. The situation outside the castle was finally stable, and now she had to deal with these two. If the young lady has a son in the future, I will definitely teach him top-tier swordsmanship, and I will teach him magic. Ranal didn't know what else to say, and just turned to ask Emperor Kamet, "Your Majesty, what do you think the future of the Empire will be like?" Hearing this, Kamet looked discouraged and replied, "Bleak. Extremely bleak." Suddenly, the two of them knelt down and said, "Come on, my lady, hurry up and choose one of us." "Helpless," Ranal replied. "Both of you are rejected." Hearing this, Mean and Winston looked crestfallen and sadly walked away. Lady Adriana Gonal quickly reconsidered her thoughts. "I was planning to run as a candidate. Thankfully, I held myself back." Kamet put his arm over Ranal's shoulder and comforted her. "Ranal, I will definitely find someone more suitable for you." Hearing this, Ranal felt somewhat reassured and said, "I'm counting entirely on you, Kamet." He then added, "If I had known this would happened, I would have just made you a noble before we got engaged. Ranal smiled lightly. Don't mind it, haha. Who would have expected something like this to happen? Man proposes, God disposes. Kamet nodded. That's true. Kamet gently took Ranal's hand, pulled her into his arms, and hugged her tightly. It's just, seeing you struggle makes me feel so guilty. Ranal was surprised, her face turning bright red. Kamet continued, Ranal, no matter what, I don't want you to choose your lifelong family purely for political purposes. He explained clearly, in this world, even blood relatives can harm each other. How cold would a family be if chosen only for benefits? Kamet said sincerely, I hope that you won't be hurt by this. Seeing how serious and thoughtful he was about the matter, Ranal suddenly thought, Kamet, the mature words of someone who has been through it all like you really give me a different perspective on the definition of a family. She thought to herself, that's right, Kamet has been hurt a lot by his family. If I also fall into a similar situation, Kamet would be heartbroken. Ranal squeezed Kamet's hand tightly, absorbing his words. If so, we must be even more cautious when making a decision. Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed along with the guard's voice. Lady Ranal, Duke Hayworth wishes to see you. Ranal was startled, her mind racing. Seeing this, Kamet became angry. What scheme is he up to this time? Ranal, don't see him. Ranal quickly reassured him. It's fine, Kamet. I have to meet him. She walked toward the door and turned her head to instruct. While I face Duke Hayworth, I hope you and everyone else here will stay. Her eyes were resolute, clenching her fists. Please convince someone to support us. I'm counting on all of you. Outside in the courtyard, Duke Hayworth had been waiting for a long time. He said, thank you, my lady, for agreeing to see me even though I came urgently without prior notice. Ranal respectfully greeted him. Behind her were the two young men who had just been rejected, looking downcast. She asked, why have you come to see me? I still don't have an answer. Hayworth smiled. I'm not here to rush you, my lady. I just noticed that you seem to be struggling to choose someone, so I came to offer some advice. Seeing his hypocritical face, Ranal was filled with anger, but she pretended to say, I am looking forward to hearing the Duke's advice. This is a crucial matter, so it's better to listen to many opinions. Hayworth acted apologetic. I am sorry, my lady. Because of me, you have had to suffer. Duke Hayworth bowed respectfully, showing his respect and sincerity. He emphasized that all his actions stemmed from the desire to use his power to serve the young lady, while hoping that she would generously forgive him. Ranal observed quietly, sensing something strange emanating from him, a hidden power. Duke Hayworth began to assert his role, claiming that through this incident, the young lady must have realized his massive influence in the empire. Those who used to oppose her immediately changed their attitudes and supported her just by hearing a few words from him. Therefore, he believed it was highly likely she would choose him. Ranal suddenly realized that this was exactly why he had provoked the other nobles and caused them to riot. His influence was indeed not small. She hesitated for a moment, then suddenly asked, if I choose someone else, what do you plan to do? Duke Hayworth laughed out loud. He already had an answer ready in his mind. If you choose someone else, will it make any difference? He glared at Ranal, his voice turning cold. If the young lady rejects the one who chose her, or seeks help from others, then that person is unworthy. Why choose someone from the Emperor's faction? That is no different from denying all the other factions. An irrational future Empress will not be able to bear this heavy responsibility. His words sent chills down Ranal's spine. Her heart pounded, and her anxious and fearful expression was evident. Damn it, does that mean if I choose someone else, he will use every means to harm me? Hearing this, Marquis Winston immediately drew his sword, his voice full of warning. Duke Hayworth, are you threatening the future Empress? Marquis Mean was equally determined, casting magic as a threat. If you think we will stand by and watch, you are sorely mistaken. Duke Hayworth immediately changed his attitude, putting on a gentle smile. Oh my, I only said I would try my best to persuade her. I haven't done anything. Honestly, if you resort to violence whenever you are displeased, then no matter how high your loyalty is, your actions are no different from betrayal. His words were provocative, making the two marquises unable to hold back, about to charge forward. But Ranal intervened in time. Both of you calm down. She spoke softly. I understand what the Duke means, and I also realize that every move of yours has been carefully calculated. Suddenly, she continued seriously, a disdainful smile appearing on her lips. However, even if the world collapses, I will not become your adopted daughter. Duke Hayworth was startled, looking up at Ranal, unable to believe that his offer was rejected so decisively. What? He muttered. Just then, footsteps rang out. Emperor Kamet walked over with a strange person. Kamet looked at the Duke with a triumphant smile. Because I have found another candidate who is fully capable of competing with you. He turned to Ranal, pointing to the mysterious person standing behind him. Ranal, I have brought that person here. The golden sunlight shone on the person's cloak, making everyone around extremely curious. Emperor Kamet continued introducing. The person I'm referring to is. Before he could finish, the person spoke up, their voice gentle but full of authority. Greetings, Duke Hayworth. Duke Hayworth was bewildered and carefully asked, who are you? The woman stepped out of the shadows, revealing a face weathered by time. With neat, short white hair, she smiled, her voice full of experience. This is the first time we meet in this manner, isn't it? Duke Hayworth, after seeing the woman, slowly pushed up his glasses, pondered quietly for a moment before speaking. Truly an excellent choice, Lady Ranal. His voice dropped lower as he continued, but it would be better if you could show more generosity and tolerance. After speaking, the Duke turned toward Ranal, who was standing in a corner of the room. He continued sharing his philosophy. If you only keep close associates by your side, it can create more enemies and eventually cause conflicts between factions to become even more severe. Ranal stood still, stroking her chin with disdain, thinking to herself, we just met, and he's already talking about political maneuvering. The Duke continued, his voice full of meaning that could lead to many unpredictable consequences. Hearing this, Ranal seemed to have guessed Duke Hayworth's intention. She thought, it seems he has already prepared a countermeasure, no matter who I choose. The Duke's eyes suddenly turned sharp, exuding a strange and unpredictable aura. Hayworth placed his hand on his left chest, saying, because the human mind cannot solve everything, no matter how wonderful magic is. Ranal covered her mouth with her hand, sneering as she thought, Duke Hayworth seems more impatient than I thought. She laughed out loud, looked straight at the Duke, and said something that startled him, leaving him stunned on the spot. Have I ever said anything about accepting Lady Midden as my family? The Duke, as if petrified, stepped forward and asked in surprise, what did you just say? The woman from earlier burst into a crisp laugh. Ho ho, it would certainly be fun if I became the Crow Lady's family. But unfortunately, I wasn't even selected as a candidate because... She reached into her sleeve, pulled out a crow, and continued, there's an existence even more suitable than me. The old lady raised the crow high into the air. The crow, with its glossy, pitch-black feathers, spread its large wings. It obediently perched on her hand, looking proud and full of majesty. Duke Hayworth was panicked, mixed with surprise, asking himself, a crow? Right at that moment, the crow transformed, turning into an elegant woman with pitch-black hair, wearing a long black dress dotted with a few crow feathers. Around her neck was a sparkling purple gem, enhancing her noble beauty. Ranal couldn't help but be overjoyed, her eyes lighting up as she smiled and thought to herself, that's right, the person I asked them to persuade wasn't Lady Midden, but this person. Oh no, I should call her this bird, right? The woman's face became clear. This was the exact portrait of the person Ranal had asked someone to persuade, a woman who was both elegant and shrouded in mystery. Ranal suddenly recalled Emperor Kamet's words. According to him, she had decided not to choose anyone from the nobility. No matter how friendly they were, they couldn't help but care about their families or status, things inherently tied to them. Obviously, that kind of existence would hold her back. However, she couldn't choose a commoner either, as it would be very difficult to withstand the jealousy and control of the other nobles. So, there was only one type of existence left for her to choose. That's right, the woman with crow blood was the choice Ranal was referring to. She stood beside the woman, smiling and said, as you can see, we are of the same kin, so there is no need to reluctantly choose a human family. Emperor Kamet spoke up from afar. Indeed, even in the case of nobles, an adoptive parent or guardian with the closest bloodline takes priority. Although having the same kin is a clear reason, it is also safe from any threats, as she will receive the protection of the strongest among the imperial mages. Emperor Kemet gestured toward the woman who was said to be of the same kin as Ranal and introduced her. This is Crow Van Ocamp, the person most qualified to adopt Ranal in this empire. At this moment, Crow Van Ocamp finally spoke. Although I'm not well versed in human politics, I cannot stand idly by and watch my kin face difficulties. As she spoke, she smiled. I thought it would be better to help if I could. Hearing this, Ranal also happily chimed in. Since things have come to this, you should give up your grace. Upon hearing this, Duke Hayworth's face flushed red. His hands clenched tightly, and his voice was full of anger. If so, do you not care that you will never escape the title of the Bird of Death for the rest of your life? His eyes glared fiercely, and his voice was heavy with pressure. Are you really going to throw away the chance to become the daughter of an ancient noble family and fully integrate in a human society like this? Ranal turned towards Kamet, making the Emperor slightly taken aback. She continued, you shouldn't say such things in front of Emperor Kamet. From the very beginning, the imperial family of this empire has carried the bloodline of wolves and has always been proud of that fact. Ranal used Kamet as an example to prove her point. In that case, the fact that I, a crow, am helping that wolf no longer needs to be reluctantly hidden, right? Hearing this, Duke Hayworth remained silent, his heart filled with anger. He lowered his head, his hands still tightly clenched. At this time, Ranal spoke as she approached Kamet, her voice full of pride. Although I feel pity for you, Duke, I am very proud to be a crow. Suddenly, she bowed deeply, her voice soft. I'm sorry, Grandma Hamp. Grandma Hamp and a white-haired woman stood nearby with bewildered expressions. Hamp asked, is there something you need to apologize to me for, my lady? Ranal's face turned red, dotted with sweat, and she stammered, that's... She looked up, raising her voice. I apologize for using busyness as an excuse and not coming to you sooner, letting you get dragged into my personal affairs like this. I really have no face left. Hearing this, Hamp burst into laughter and waved her hand in response. There's no need to go that far. From the start, even if you came looking for me, you would have only found me sleeping. Because I'm old, I'm often sick and have headaches every day. She recalled Lady Midden researching something and continued. But recently, thanks to Midden's research using your feathers, I was able to draw a little more power from the sparkling fruits. Thanks to that, I regained my energy and can come out like this. In short, it is because of you that I am able to help you. Hamp approached Ranal with a cheerful face and affectionately patted her head. And for a long time, I've wanted a granddaughter. Therefore, don't feel too guilty, my lady. Ranal hesitated, her voice full of gratitude. Grandma Hamp. Kamet then spoke up, his voice full of pride. If that's the case, I should call you mother-in-law. Oh no, grandmother-in-law, shouldn't I? After saying that, he acted very gallantly. Ranal, standing beside him with a blushing face, shouted, Kamet. Hamp also happily replied, "Yeah, I'm not used to such complicated terms, so just call me Hamp." Kamet, still elated, declared loudly, "I understand, grandmother-in-law Hamp." Ranal, on the other hand, was both embarrassed and gave her a headache due to the Emperor's childish personality. Truly, Kamet could not be stopped. Ranal was lost in her endless thoughts. If she had become part of Duke Hayworth's family, would she still be able to enjoy this comfortable atmosphere? On the contrary, she would have had to live in constant anxiety, always worrying about what the other party would do next. Ranal imagined the scene of living with Duke Hayworth in a suffocatingly tense atmosphere. Even if the Duke could bring her political benefits, Ranal decided that such a life was not what she wanted. Returning to reality, Ranal felt extremely happy to become part of Grandma Hamp's family. Grandma Hamp happily invited her to visit often, and Ranal enthusiastically replied, "Of course, Grandma Hamp." Meanwhile, in a dark corner, Duke Hayworth sat alone on a chair, deep in thought about the recent events. His hands continuously turned the chess pieces as Hayworth thought to himself, "If possible, I would have wanted to resolve things peacefully." His eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent, as if calculating his next plan. Hayworth had mapped out a perfect scenario. After facing assassination threats and pressure from the nobility, he would turn the crow into his adopted daughter, then assassinate the unworthy one wearing the crown. He would pin all the blame on the bird of death, manipulate public opinion, and play the role of an innocent victim. Hayworth even imagined himself kneeling, feigning agony. "I am merely a victim deceived and used by that bird. I never expected it to use my power to commit crimes. This is my responsibility, and I will return all my assets to the nation while personally punishing the criminal." Finally, he would place a suitable puppet on the throne, while he himself would stand behind the scenes to control everything. Hayworth stood up, dropped the chess pieces onto the floor, and decided that if things had come to this, he had no choice but to destroy the empire a little and implement his final measure. His entire body exuded danger and mystery, every scheme aimed at achieving his ultimate goal. After that day, as the crow spread its wings and flew across the sky, the once noisy empire had become as quiet as if nothing had happened. Duke Hayworth, who was suspected of harboring some conspiracy, engaged in suspicious actions that caused the nobles in his faction to move secretly throughout the empire. However, since this plot had not yet been executed, the surveillance was temporarily halted. Even though the Duke's mansion was heavily guarded, making tracking difficult, it seemed they were still being monitored from a distance. Ranal continued to think. Aside from regularly providing feathers to Namuel, she also took on the role of a messenger between Arya and Namuel. In the form of a beautiful crow, Ranal gracefully and adorably carried out her mail delivery task. Initially, Namuel felt pressured, but thanks to Ranal's diligence, he was motivated. Currently, Ranal felt extremely happy with the freedom and comfort of her job. "This work is so interesting," she thought, smiling as she flew. "Helping others with their romance isn't bad at all. I have to deliver this letter to Arya quickly, then eat cake while giving her relationship advice." Suddenly, another bird charged straight at Ranal, screaming, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into my territory? You sure have a lot of nerve. Pay for this with your life." Ranal fell to the ground, her head spinning, not understanding what was happening. Ranal wondered to herself, what is that thing? I've flown this route many times, but have never encountered a crow like that. Moreover, it attacked the moment we crossed paths. I didn't even do anything wrong. Before she could react, the black crow charged straight at Ranal again, rammed hard into her, and yelled, "Go to hell." At this moment, Ranal was completely panicked, unable to hide the fear on her face. Crazy, she thought, this guy doesn't seem like he's going to leave me alone. The black crow glanced at Ranal with jade-green eyes, exuding an indescribable beauty, and asked, "A female?" Ranal hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry. I won't come here again, so please don't attack anymore." But when the black crow turned away, Ranal quickly thought, "First, I just need to escape." Thinking so, she hurriedly spread her wings and flew away as far as possible. When Ranal had flown far away, the black crow turned back, its eyes indifferent but showing a hint of interest. It muttered, its body large and formidable. When Ranal arrived at the delivery spot, Arya quickly ran out. With a mix of curiosity and panic on her face, she asked Ranal, "Why are your feathers so ruffled? Did something happen on your way here?" Ranal replied while busily fixing her plumage, "Hold on, let me preen my feathers first." After fixing her ruffled feathers, Ranal told Arya about being chased by a crow on her way there. That crow seemed very fierce in protecting its territory. Hearing this, Arya couldn't help but be surprised, because crows weren't usually a species with such strong territorial instincts. While Ranal was still absorbed in grooming her feathers, she muttered to herself, "Why is it still so messy, even though I've already fixed it?" As she spoke, Ranal continued grooming, then added, "Maybe finding food in the city is harder than in the wild, so it has become more sensitive." Arya was still continuously puzzled. "But don't you always carry a spirit with you? How could you still be attacked?" At this, Ranal suddenly remembered and explained, My spirit is an environmentally friendly creature, so it cannot sense malice from animals close to nature." Saying that, Ranal reached for the sparkling green jewel necklace around her neck, then took out a tiny spirit that was trembling in the palm of her hand. "As you can see, because it couldn't protect me, it's very demoralized right now. Arya looked at the little spirit in Ranal's hand, patting its head while saying, "I don't mean to blame you at all. I was just curious." Ranal was also flustered, gently soothing her spirit. "That's right, I wasn't hurt at all either. Look, there are no wounds. Next time, you just need to do better, that's all." Ranal's comforting words seemed to soothe the spirit's little heart. It looked up, its eyes welling with tears as it gazed at Ranal and Arya. Arya added, "That's right, you're the most amazing spirit. Don't get discouraged." Thanks to the encouragement from both of them, the spirit seemed to regain its morale. It held a flower in its hand, its expression full of emotion. Arya and Ranal happily pampered the spirit, lifting it high as a form of praise. Ranal brought the spirit Myo to her cheek, saying affectionately, "If so, then I won't have to worry too much when delivering letters in the future. Oh, by the way, when are you going to reply to the letter?" Arya thought for a moment and answered, probably the day after tomorrow. I need time to consider carefully to avoid triggering Namuel's curse further." Ranal nodded and turned away, but didn't forget to leave a message. "I figured as much. I got it. I'll be back the day after tomorrow." After saying that, Ranal transformed into a crow and soared away, leaving Arya standing there as the wind swept up the feathers. During her flight, Ranal was lost in thought. Sure enough, if those two want to date properly, they have to wait until the curse is resolved, huh? In Ranal's mind, the image of a magnificent wedding between Namuel and Arya appeared clearly. She thought, watching their courtship is interesting too, but it would be so much better if the two of them found happiness quickly. In that imaginary picture, Arya held Namuel's hand in a gorgeous wedding dress, wearing a bright smile overflowing with happiness. Ranal flew in the deep blue sky, her eyes full of contemplation. She thought, whether it's politics or curses, these headache-inducing worries will eventually pass, just like for those normal people. Ranal's eyes skimmed over the hurried crowds on the streets, the couples holding hands looking so happy. She smiled. "I also just want to think about happy things like love stories." Suddenly, the black crow from earlier reappeared. Seeing Ranal, it yelled out, "Female over there." Ranal was startled, scared as if she had seen a ghost. This was the exact same crow from before. Thinking so, Ranal hurriedly flew away as far as possible. But this time, the arrogant crow called out to Ranal, "Wait, stop right there. I have something to say." Ranal thought to herself, is he planning to attack, to chase me away again? Unexpectedly, the arrogant crow said, "However, living here hasn't been very good," making Ranal extremely surprised, causing her to stop and listen. The black crow recounted that humans were afraid of black crows, so finding food was not easy. That was why the local black crows became sensitive and appeared more often. "Not long ago, I fought a huge battle, 17 on 1 against a flock of male crows." The black crow spoke with an imposing, dashing demeanor, then continued, "Because of that, I mistook you for one of them and attacked you. I came looking for you like this to apologize." At this moment, Ranal suddenly recalled that not long ago, Lady Midden had invited many crows to conduct comparative analyses between crows that ate the Ocamp fruit and those that did not. Is this guy one of those crows too? If so, he could be considered a helper in breaking Namuel's curse. Thinking so, Ranal replied, "I understand. I will accept your apology." The arrogant black crow answered, "Thank you for forgiving me. I promise not to make such a mistake again." Ranal pondered with her troubled purple eyes. There's already a crow that worked so hard to come to such a far place. I must talk to Grandma Hamp and Lady Midden to help them out. And although it's a bit new because the perception of crows in this empire hasn't completely improved yet, I heard that besides me, the lives of other crows are very difficult. Ranal cheered herself on. Perhaps I need to work even harder to raise awareness about crows. I need to hurry back and discuss this with Kamet. The black crow's eyes smoldered, shining with a captivating sparkle as it hesitantly looked at Ranal. Seeing this, Ranal was also extremely bewildered, thinking to herself, what is it? Why'd he call me back just to stare at me? Suddenly, the arrogant black crow moved close to Ranal, giving her no time to react. The black crow said, "You." The black crow gazed passionately at Ranal, whose eyes were beautiful and sparkling. The black crow then said, "You're quite. No, you're a very beautiful female." Hearing this, Ranal felt incredibly shy and bashful. The black crow continued with a flirtatious, infatuated demeanor, its sharp, seductive gaze continuously staring at Ranal. "I wonder if you could become my mate?" Ranal was shy and amused, but didn't forget what. "Hold on, I already have a mate." Though Ranal said that, her inner crow instincts kept surging, thinking, that male really suits my taste, doesn't he? Hearing that, Ranal was utterly shocked, exclaiming in panic, "What?" Ranal was deeply troubled because ever since she became a crow, the subconscious instincts of a crow made her exhibit bizarre behaviors that startled everyone. Ever since she accidentally became a crow, that instinct still occasionally surged powerfully within her body. Over the past while, because of this instinct, I've ended up in awkward situations several times. Ranal recalled the embarrassing thing she had done recently, lunging to snatch Kamet's jewelry on a date, drooling when she saw insects during a garden party, causing everyone to worry about her strange behavior. And next was brushing her hair in front of the servants. Oh no, it was using her beak to preen Ranal's hair, which completely panicked all the servants present. The inner crow inside her appeared exceedingly delighted, using a wing to cover her mouth while laughing and saying, "That crow is exactly my type." Those words terrified Ranal. The crow even listed the attractive points of the male crow: firm muscles, glossy plumage, an optimistic personality, and especially a handsome face. After that, the two crows looked at each other affectionately, and suddenly, the male crow spoke up. Do you want to mate with me? Not hearing an answer, the crow asked doubtfully, what? You don't like me? Hearing those words, Ranal felt helpless because the perspectives and thoughts of humans and animals were completely different. What's handsome about him? I'm a human. I don't find him good looking at all. However, the crow inside her, experiencing the blooming stage of love, was extremely excited. What are you waiting for? A handsome guy appearing and confessing his love is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must accept right away. Having said that, the crow inside Ranal, driven by love, transformed into a real crow and flew into the air. Seeing this, Ranal angrily stomped her foot, no? Seeing the two crows about to exchange intimate gestures and affectionate words, Ranal could only cry in despair. Suddenly, some animal rushed in like a rocket, let out a peep-peep sound, and pushed the two affectionate crows apart. The male crow didn't understand what was happening and used his wings to shield his eyes as a strong wind blew in. Ugh, sudden wind. The howling wind made it take a moment for the male crow to adjust. When he opened his eyes, the crow realized the girl he had just confessed to had disappeared. He looked up at the sky, his voice full of regret. Seriously, she left already. Meanwhile, Ranal had returned to her human form, leaning against the wall and panting heavily. Huff, huff. She recalled almost becoming a couple with a male crow just now, her face turning pale with fear. In the palace, a loud laugh suddenly echoed. Aha! It turned out to be Grandma Hamp's laughter. She heard Ranal's awkward story and couldn't stop laughing. So he met a handsome male crow and got confessed to. Lady Ranal is quite popular. Hearing her say that, Ranal could only sigh, geez, you don't know how panicked I was. No matter how Ranal explained, Grandma Hamp continued to laugh joyfully. If that's the case, just relax and enjoy it. Being popular is a good thing. Hearing this, Ranal blushed and shyly replied, no, I only like Hammett. Being popular just brings trouble. Smiling, she recounted, when I was young, I also suffered a few times because of my popularity. Old memories came flooding back as she remembered the time when crows constantly fought over her. Everyone wanted to win her heart, which made her extremely exhausted. And after eating that sparkling fruit, the competition became even fiercer, almost leading to a war between species. Ranal suddenly noticed the fruit Grandma Hamp mentioned, the fruit that can make one popular when eaten. Does eating the Crow Van Ocamp fruit make you even more popular? Ranal asked. Grandma Hamp nodded in confirmation. That's right, the level of popularity also increases. Ending her reminiscence, Grandma Hamp rested her head on her hand and sighed. But after encountering the protective magic, everything became more peaceful. Although not knowing what had happened to Grandma Hamp, Ranal still said, even without knowing the past, I can see that you are quite a beauty, Grandma Hamp. Hearing this, Grandma Hamp laughed heartily. Is that so? Grandma Hamp continued to explain why Ranal was not like her past self. You are deeply bonded with the golden wolf, so your whole body radiates the aura of a beast. That's why other birds are afraid and dare not approach. But in truth, there are many birds and crows who want to confess to you. Grandma Hamp said as she pointed out the window where birds and crows were waiting. Even now, there are many birds secretly harboring crushes on you. The birds outside were dreaming of Ranal, wishing just to brush past her wings once. I wish I could touch her. Seeing the situation outside, Ranal was amazed, her head full of question marks. It's true. After pointing out the differences between Ranal and her past self, Grandma Hamp laughed and added, therefore, the crow who confessed to you earlier was truly brave. Ranal recalled the situation when that male crow confessed to her, making her swallow nervously in helplessness, thinking, his bravery has gotten me into trouble. Grandma Hamp added, furthermore, it doesn't necessarily have to be interaction with the opposite sex. If you can understand other birds or ask for their help, they will be relatively obedient to you. In short, eating the Crow Van Ocamp fruit gives you the ability to attract and make birds do as you wish. Hearing Grandma Hamp say that, Ranal thought gloomily, is that why that Japanese tit agreed to listen to me? The Japanese tit had given a side-eye expression. I only help for the food. Where's my food? Hand it over. After hearing everything, Ranal held out both hands, watching a yellow light flash on them, and thought to herself, after hearing this, I feel like I still have hidden abilities I haven't discovered yet. If at some point those potentials fully awaken, I'll have even more strength to help, won't I? Ranal made up her mind to try her best to become strong enough to stand by his side. Will I be able to share the burdens he's bearing? After having those thoughts, Ranal immediately transformed into a crow and spread her wings, flying into the sky. As she flew, she continued to think, anyway, nothing is certain yet, I shouldn't expect too much. She imagined a scenario where she expected too much from her hidden powers, only to find out there was nothing, leaving her crying in disappointment. Because if I talk big and it turns out I have no abilities at all, it would be truly humiliating. The emptiness would be like eagerly opening a cookie tin only to find sewing supplies inside. But what Ranal was more wary of was the male crow who confessed to her earlier that morning. I need to be more careful with that guy. Right after uttering that last sentence, Ranal suddenly spotted the male crow perched on a nearby tree branch. She thought to herself, him again? Why do we keep running into each other today? Does he have nothing else to do? The male crow looked at Ranal, his tone a bit flustered. Perhaps my way of confessing was a bit clumsy. After saying that, his face suddenly turned sad, but still exuded his characteristic handsomeness. He continued, I proposed mating too hastily and scared you. Plus, I didn't even have a gift. It was truly a terrible confession. That's why I flew all over the capital to find you, hoping to fix my mistake. But everywhere I went, I received the scrutinizing gazes of humans. It's so lucky that I met you again today, the male crow said, his warm, deep voice making it sound like destiny. Ranal's heart pounded, wondering if he was really that serious. But then, the fleeting flutter of emotions vanished, and reason returned, making Ranal feel embarrassed about her recent feelings. She told herself, stop being delusional right now. I need to snap out of it. The crow's instinct made my reason waver, but no, I must suppress this instinct immediately. I'm already taken. No matter how handsome the other party is, I can't be swayed so quickly. Having thought it through, Ranal turned her face away, looking in another direction, and said, I already have a mate, and we have promised to be together for life. So don't be stubborn anymore. Go find another crow. Ranal's words of rejection made the male crow sigh wearily. This rejection template is too typical. At least give me a chance to pursue you. Hearing this, Ranal was shocked. She thought, why doesn't he believe me? I really do have a mate. The male crow continued, his voice full of apology. Perhaps my confessing without a gift disappointed you. Therefore, I have put in the effort to prepare some fresh, delicious insects. Saying that, he presented a leaf filled to the brim with bugs. Seeing the pile of bugs, Ranal was so terrified that she froze. Then, with all her might, she flew as fast as she could past the male crow and screamed, I don't like it. The male crow watched Ranal's figure disappear, her words I don't like it still echoing in the sky. He sighed and said helplessly, she disappeared again. This young lady is really playing hard to get. As for Ranal, after flying away, she arrived by Kamet's side, panting heavily. I flew at full speed. I'm exhausted to death. Seeing Ranal stumbling and unsteady made him extremely worried. He supported her to stand firm and asked, Ranal, what's wrong? Is someone chasing you? Ranal felt dizzy and faint, murmuring, don't bring that up anymore. Some handsome guy kept demanding to mate with me, forcing me to run away. Hearing that a handsome guy was pursuing Ranal felt like a lightning strike to his ears. Jealousy suddenly surged, his heart filled with anger as he thought, a handsome male crow. In the quiet dead of night, as the gently beautiful and peaceful sky enveloped the magnificent white palace, the retainers unexpectedly received an emergency summons from the Emperor. After gathering, they confusedly asked each other, does the Marquis know the reason? Min shook his head helplessly. I'm not sure either. Nadia added in bewilderment. Nothing major happened today, did it? Lady Adriana yawned long and tiredly. I'm not even a member of the Imperial Palace. I was just about to go to sleep when I got called here. What on earth is going on? Just as she finished speaking, footsteps echoed from afar. None other than the Emperor himself stepped into the meeting room where everyone was gathered. His face was cold and stern as he ordered, everyone sit down. Everyone sat down anxiously and immediately heard the Emperor continue. You must all be surprised that I summoned you late at night like this, but the situation is so severe that I have no choice but to ask for your help. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed, filled with fear and anxiety. A retainer asked timidly, could it be that the barrier has been breached? Under the night light casting through the window, the Emperor's cold face grew even more serious. He shook his head, close to it. No, even more severe. Ranal has received a confession from some crow. The reason for the summons left everyone astounded. They all looked indifferent and dumbfounded. The Emperor continued, therefore, right now, we must find a countermeasure to resolve this. Hearing this, everyone started sighing wearily and stood up, preparing to leave. Nadia turned around and said, I beg your leave to clock out. Min also stood up helplessly. Good night, Your Majesty. Lady Adriana sighed, oh God, how am I supposed to get home at this hour? I'll have to ask Ranal to let me crash. Seeing that everyone was unenthusiastic about the matter, the Emperor panicked and hastily stopped them. Hey, why are you all leaving? This needs to be seriously discussed. Hearing that, everyone could only feel helpless toward their Emperor. Nadia replied gently, I understand Your Majesty's concern, but please rest assured, Lady Ranal won't have eyes for anyone else but Your Majesty. Thinking about how Ranal would never abandon him and would always love him, he said shyly, that's true, but this time things are a bit different. His heart was filled with sorrow. He compared himself to that crow, someone of the same species as Ranal, who was even called a handsome guy by her. Compared to him, I don't have magnificent feathers, nor do I possess wings to soar. He then thought of the difficulties Ranal had to face while being by his side. Would she choose reality over love? The image of Ranal leaving him to follow that crow broke his heart immensely. Let's go, Lady Ranal. I'm sorry, I love you very much, but I love the vast sky even more. Thinking of this, he felt extremely angry, not wanting Ranal to regret this period of time when she got older. He didn't want it to be that when Ranal grew old and had grandchildren, she would recount a story starting with, I once had a passionate romance. Therefore, he decided he couldn't easily let this matter go. The people around, witnessing this scene, felt helpless and didn't know what to do. One person rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful, and said, anyway, I secretly think that Lady Ranal would never abandon the most perfect person in the Empire. The holy ruler who has left a brilliant mark in history, shining from head to toe. Someone like your majesty. However, if your majesty feels insecure after saying that, he drew his sharp sword and solemnly declared, then I will take action as a loyal retainer. Seeing his intention to slaughter crows, another person immediately placed a hand on his shoulder, threatening, I'm warning you first. Do whatever it takes to stop the enemy, but don't even think about harming crows within the territory of this empire. He cursed in anger while the other acted innocent, pouting and saying, tone it down a bit. How could you harm the crows that Ranal always cherishes? Ranal is also a crow. Lady Ranal would be very happy just with that. Lady Adriana, who had been silent, suddenly stepped forward, putting her hands on her hips aggressively, and said, you all don't know anything about Ranal at all. Listen carefully. At times like these, instead of planning a big surprise, we should utilize your majesty's greatest strength. He asked doubtfully, what is my strength? Your radiant beauty that has captivated so many people out there. He pointed at himself and said, my looks? On a beautiful morning at the palace, the sunlight poured in, making the castle shimmer in gold. Inside Ranal's room, she had woken up and was complaining about the things that Male Crow had sent. I'm going crazy. How does that guy know I live here to send these things? Thinking about him asking other birds, Ranal felt annoyed. I already dislike this Male Crow's face, and he even stayed up late to ask other birds? So sincere it's scary. But what was scarier was that this Male Crow sent her fresh meat, and the most terrifying part was that the fresh meat actually stimulated her appetite. Her head was spinning with the words from her crow instinct. These are larvae. It's okay to eat a little. Just eat it secretly, so no one knows. Luckily, Ranal managed to keep her reason. She slammed both hands against the door with a loud thud. No, if this continues, I'll really lose my humanity and only have the crow's instinct left. Ranal stood leaning against the door, her heart filled with helplessness. She thought she had to find a way to make him give up as quickly as possible. Just then, Nadia's voice rang out, reporting, Lady Ranal, His Majesty is looking for you. Ranal took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and sighed, let him in. When he walked in, Ranal couldn't help but be stunned by his appearance. Dressed in magnificent attire, he looked as if he had just stepped out of a luxurious banquet. His eyes were captivating, and his warm voice rang out, Good morning, Ranal. Did you sleep well last night? I missed you so much I couldn't sleep. Ranal blushed, her heart pounding. She asked awkwardly, Good heavens, your outfit. Is there a major event today? Hearing the question, he felt as if struck by lightning, feeling helpless due to Ranal's innocence. As for her, she panicked, thinking she had forgotten an important event. Ranal hurriedly shouted, Nadia, we're in big trouble. I think I completely forgot about today's schedule. I haven't prepared anything yet. Do we have any new dresses? What event is it today? A ball? A party? Nadia smiled and reassured her. Lady Ranal, it's not like that. Please calm down. Although the two tried to reassure her, Ranal couldn't ease her worries. She looked at him, then at his magnificent outfit, her heart growing even more confused. He placed a hand on Ranal's shoulder and said gently, Ranal, there are no events today. I dress like this just because I want to look more attractive in your eyes. Hearing those words, Ranal felt even more embarrassed. She realized she had been so busy with diplomatic work that she no longer paid attention to his beauty. When looking deep into his eyes, not only her human instinct but also her crow instinct surged. Ranal suddenly transformed into a crow, flapped her wings, and flew over to perch gently on his head, then tightly wrapped her wings around him. He was surprised by Ranal's sudden burst of affection and hastily said, Whoa, hold on, Ranal. Calm down. Nadia watched the scene, smiled, and waved goodbye. Please take your time and enjoy yourselves. You too. Saying that, she left the room, leaving a private space for the two of them. The aftermath of that chaotic affection was that the Emperor looked extremely battered, completely disheveled from head to toe. However, he wasn't annoyed at all. He even smiled and hugged Ranal in his arms. For him, just seeing Ranal like this was enough. After that, he transformed into a large golden wolf, cuddling Ranal as they drifted into a peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, outside the window, a male crow stood silently looking in. He quietly thought, so that golden wolf is Ranal's mate? His heart was filled with jealousy and frustration. Amidst that romantic setting, Ranal and he were hugging each other, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, Ranal was awakened by a tapping sound on the window. She groggily looked out and saw the male crow flapping his wings against the glass, his eyes full of disgust. Ranal sighed, him again? Ranal felt a sense of panic upon realizing his presence. It's him again, this is not good at all. I have to put an end to this once and for all this time. He immediately transformed into his human form, wrapped one arm around Ranal, and asked with a cold face, Is it him, Ranal? He's the handsome guy you told me about, right? The question made Ranal swallow hard. She realized that he was still holding a grudge about this. She could feel the tense atmosphere between the two men, making her tremble as she thought. Could the reason he suddenly dressed so neatly be because he felt insecure? Ranal decided to step forward, opened the door, and declared decisively, Listen carefully, handsome crow, I'm warning you. I admit you have good looks, but I am Ranal's mate. Be smart and give up early. Ranal broke into a sweat, amazed by his warning that was both measured and challenging. How could a jealous confrontation be spoken so tactfully? Hearing that, the crow maintained his cold demeanor and replied, So wolf can transform into humans too? Truly a formidable opponent, capable enough to attract the beautiful Lady Crow. After saying that, he used his beak to pluck a feather from his body, provoking, "However, I am no ordinary beast, and I absolutely will not back down." He held the freshly plucked feather, threw it on the ground, and challenged, "Let's duel Golden Wolf. Let's fight to see who truly deserves the Lady Crow." Ranal looked at the feather in that provocation, a sense of unease rising in her heart. She hurriedly tried to stop them. "Stop it. Just ignore him." But the other man didn't care. He bent down, picked up the feather, and said, "I accept." He brought the feather to his face, smiling, "Your challenge." Ranal was utterly shocked, screaming in her heart. What? Why would he accept it? Why is he taking this so seriously? Part of her felt happy that a perfect man like him would be jealous over her, but at the same time, she was worried about the prospect of the two fighting. Ranal pondered. According to typical tropes, the male lead's rival should be a blonde emperor or at least a grand duke from the north with pitch black hair. Why is there a scene of an emperor fighting with a crow like this? She looked at the situation before her, feeling helpless. This was so absurd. The other man spoke up, boasting, "Humph, as expected, that crow's beauty is no joke." The crow wouldn't back down either. "It's exactly the beauty of a wolf like you that attracts us crows." Ranal listened to the two arguing about their looks, but it felt as if they were flirting with each other. She secretly thought, "Wait, are you two flirting with each other?" Ranal took a closer look at the crow and mused. Actually looking closely, his hair is pitch black, but anyway, this scene is just too hilarious. Seeing the two about to fight, Ranal immediately transformed into a human, stood between them, raised her arms in an X shape, and angrily shouted, "Both of you stop right now." She pointed at the crow, declaring, "I'm already his fiancée. What's the point of this messy duel? He is my only mate. No matter what happens in the future, that truth will never change. So give up." Hearing Ranal say that made Kamet incredibly happy and a little embarrassed. He was shy that Ranal was practically confessing to him. The male crow, hearing Ranal's words, startled and dug his heels in, his eyes glued to her. "Huh, why am it not me?" he muttered, his voice full of surprise and confusion. The crow awkwardly listed his merits. "I've given you so much delicious food, and my looks are second to none. So what's the reason you didn't choose me?" Ranal sighed, gently replying, "Well, goes without saying that everyone knows what a wonderful crow you are, but I chose him for many other reasons." She recalled the peaceful moments, the happiness they had experienced together, overcoming all difficulties, always looking toward each other. "I can feel it. His feelings are more precious than any gold or jewels. His radiant soul can move even a crow's instincts." When Ranal finished speaking, the male crow suddenly realized something. If it had been a normal predator, he would have surely despised his challenge and walked away immediately. But this man resolutely accepted the challenge, showing no contempt, but rather competing fairly and squarely. The crow understood the reason why Ranal hadn't chosen him. He fell silent, sighing, "Humph, I'd already lost this battle before it even began." The smart crow continued, "But seeing that you can also transform into a human like that, it proves you have eaten the Krovanok fruit, right?" Ranal surprisingly asked back, "So you can turn into a human too?" The male crow replied coldly, "No, I'm satisfied with living as a crow for the rest of my life, so I didn't eat that fruit. My feelings for you are one thing, but I still want to maintain my true nature." Then he asked seriously, "But I feel worried and want to ask this. Living as a human, have you ever felt that you lost the crow part of yourself?" He continued, his voice full of concern. "That's why, Golden Wolf Emperor, I hope you will help the Lady Crow's wings to always fly freely in the sky." After saying that, the crow spread his wings and flew away, calling back as he flew, because for a bird, spreading its wings in the sky is the most beautiful moment. "I'll visit occasionally to see if you're doing well." After the conversation, only Ranal was left, watching the crow fly high into the vast blue sky, appearing to agree with the crow's words, nodding continuously. "It's true, he has similar worries," Ranal helplessly said. "So, in the end, is that all you took from the handsome crow's words? We've been together for a long time. Even if I don't know exactly, I still notice the slight attitude in your expressions." He suddenly became more cheerful and shyly said, "To be specific, it's the power of love." Ranal sighed helplessly. "I understand." After a while of happy chatting, Kamet held Ranal's hand, his eyes sincere. "Ranal, please set aside a few days every week so you can freely be a crow. Because you were born a crow, you cannot force yourself to fully integrate into human life. Now, humans must also learn how to live in harmony with you, right?" Ranal worriedly thought to herself. In truth, she still couldn't forget the fact that she was human in her past life, so she still found it hard to accept being born a crow in this life. But just as that crow had said, at some point, the crow would also become a part of her undeniable. After thinking thoroughly, Ranal happily hugged him. "All right, I will definitely make time for myself. One day, both of our instincts will harmonize into one." Over time, Ranal increased the frequency of transforming into a crow, from once every few days to every 2 to 3 days to satisfy her instincts. She still maintained her relationships and work, even confidently organizing meetings as normal. Perhaps because she had previously been active in high society, those who used to be afraid gradually got used to her crow form. Ranal felt happy. That moment made all her efforts meaningful. Additionally, other crows from all over the empire came to ask for her help. Ranal busily flew back and forth, and whenever she met someone, she would ask, "How's everyone been lately?" One crow answered, "Well, we haven't been hungry lately. Thank you for your concern." Ranal clearly felt her own progress, a sense of accomplishment swelling in her heart. She asked further, "Are there any other inconveniences?" Another crow spoke up. "Well, recently many terrifying, weird folks have appeared in the suburban forests of the capital. They have deformed appearances and glowing red eyes, as if they want to devour everything." Another crow added, "More and more birds have to move into the capital to live." Ranal felt that something was wrong. Those beings were probably not ordinary beasts, but monsters from the demon realm. "I have just discovered individuals being suppressed at the barriers I created throughout the empire. It seems we need to activate the barrier and return early." The emperor pondered. "If so, we need to prepare countermeasures immediately. Could we ask the heavenly emperor for help?" "No, your majesty. If demons are like a forest fire, then the heavenly emperor is a tsunami. If those two forces clash, almost no one would survive." Both were stunned. Since things had come to this point, it was no longer simple. From now on, we must rely on ourselves. A tense atmosphere enveloped the entire empire. Everyone was training hard in preparation for the upcoming war. The knights underwent intensified training. Wal Min frequently summoned spirits and reinforced the barriers. Nadia continued to research, communicating with mages through letters while simultaneously forging weapons. And while closely monitoring all matters, they quickly sought countermeasures to deal with the impending riot in this empire. Lady Ranal was striving to unlock the maximum power of the Krovanok fruit within her body, but it seemed she hadn't achieved the expected results yet. He and Grandma Hamp stood observing from afar. Min spoke up. "It's really strange, Hamp. She was already able to harness enough power to heal herself. So where's the problem?" Grandma Hamp thought for a moment and replied, "Perhaps it's because I ate the Krovanok fruit a long time ago that I achieved this. Lady Ranal hasn't eaten it for long, so she probably needs more time." He nodded in agreement and hypothesized, or maybe she's too hasty, preventing her mind from focusing. His words made Ranal feel restless. She thought to herself, "The demons are about to flood in. How can I not be hasty? I just want to do my part to help everyone." These sincere words from the bottom of her heart made Grandma Hamp and him unable to hold back their laughter. Lady Ranal had been actively exchanging information with the crows, but she felt that those efforts were still not enough. She worried that just one small mistake could lead to fatal danger. Without solid strength, she couldn't just sit still. Seeing this, Grandma Hamp gently flicked Ranal's forehead and said, "Don't be too obsessed with power, my lady. We crows are originally beasts. We cannot achieve supreme power overnight. If you truly feel insecure, instead of trying to chase power, try to understand yourself better." She pointed her head and continued, "Just be a crow. Using tools and taking advantage of our surroundings is our true strength." Ranal asked him and Grandma Hamp for permission to go out, saying she had some business to take care of. Grandma Hamp looked after her with affectionate eyes. "Ranal is always so full of energy, isn't she? I'm old and can no longer be that enthusiastic, but a child who always tries her best like her will surely achieve everything she desires one day." Ranal quickly flew to Lady Adriana's palace. Adriana was surprised to see her appear suddenly. "Ranal, why did you come in such a hurry? Did something happen?" Ranal answered honestly, "I need your help. To expand our faction's influence, we need to enhance the affection of the 4 attack characters. Only then can we meet the 5th character, the hidden one." Hearing this, Adriana was somewhat confused. The hidden character? I'm not too sure, but that's definitely an extremely powerful assassin. Besides, there are many other talents. They will be an important force helping us fight the demons outside the barrier. However, Adriana still had questions, but how do we enhance their affection? Ranal explained, affection isn't limited to romantic love. Just meeting up, loyalty, and camaraderie are enough to increase it. But the exact location to find the hidden character is too vague, which is why I have to ask for your help. You remember the game's contents better than I do. Hearing this, Adriana's expression changed, and she said coldly, "I'm sorry, Ranal. This time you have to handle it on your own. I cannot help you." Ranal sat down, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. The wind rushed around her, and she felt like everything was falling into chaos. After a few seconds of silence, Adriana spoke up. "Apart from Namuel, I don't care at all about any other characters. I haven't even paid attention to a single strand of their hair, let alone the addresses of hidden characters. Therefore, I have to give up." Hearing this, Ranal was speechless. I knew I would get an answer like that. As soon as Adriana finished speaking, she giggled, happy like a child, "But I will support you wholeheartedly. If you need anything, just tell me." The female lead sighed upon hearing this, feeling let down because she couldn't get Adriana's help. She slumped her face onto the table, feeling troubled inside, wondering if there was any other way. Seeing Ranal slump down, Adriana stood up and gently said, "Hey, Ranal, don't despair like that. Try to find a way to jog your memory. Your original setting has already awakened. Now you just need to regain your memories and you'll become the strongest character." Ranal nodded, admitting I've tried but failed. I played this game a very long time ago. Afterward, I watched movies, read comics, all sorts of things, so I forgot everything. Back then, I also played boring contents, nothing interesting. Now it's very difficult to retrieve those memories. Adriana leaned down and said softly, then we must try every possible way, right? Ranal nodded in agreement. Adriana immediately pulled out a coin tied to a string, smiled brightly, and held it up in front of the female lead. Let's start with this. I wanted to try this method for a long time. Now, Ranal will fall asleep. As she spoke, she swung the string back and forth. Ranal, depressed, muttered a few words. Stop it, that's enough. After a while of trying all sorts of methods, Adriana picked up a candle and sighed. It seems hypnosis can't cure amnesia either, so let's try our therapy. First, draw a tree and a house on this piece of paper. The female lead sat looking at it, helplessly saying, that's just a simple psychological test on the internet. It won't be effective. Adriana still didn't give up, encouraging her, don't discourage each other. Then let's try using blood types and constellations to trigger your memories. As she spoke, she imagined sparkling constellations in the sky. Ranal was fed up and shook her head. Stop it, you're being blinded by pseudoscience. All methods are useless. It's better to give up on remembering and find another way. Before she could finish her sentence, Adriana slammed her hand on the table. Hey, Ranal, why do you keep clinging to such pragmatic thinking? This is a virtual world, a place ruled by magic and lineages. Whether it's science or spirituality, they all have their own value. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since you've entered this world, you have to live by its rules. Hearing this, Ranal thought for a moment and then nodded. That makes sense, but if so, it would be better to ask a wizard. If you're sick, seek a doctor, just go to a wizard and it's done. Adriana pointed directly at her face. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Ranal chuckled. You haven't fully immersed yourself in the virtual world either. Adriana decided. So it's settled. We can't find the memories ourselves. We must seek out the wizard. Ranal was dumbfounded. Wait, if we're gonna see a wizard anyway, can we ask Namuel? It's been a long time since I last saw him. Adriana nodded. I understand. Just stay calm and do it. The next morning, the two went to find Namuel. Ranal earnestly said, I'm sorry for bothering you, but unfortunately, memory restoration magic has been banned from use. Adriana was currently keeping a safe distance from Namuel because of the curse, and at the same time, she also wondered why that kind of magic was forbidden. The wizard explained that the reason was due to the side effects being too severe. This magic penetrates deep into human consciousness, making it impossible for the user to selectively choose which memories to recover. All memories will come flooding back at once, causing severe headaches. Before it was banned, many wizards abused it to the point of madness, forcing a strict ban. Adriana thought to herself that if that were the case, she couldn't ask the wizard for help. But if not abused, could this magic still be used? She hoped the wizard could find a way to help her. The wizard looked at Adriana, his heart pounding, then quickly turned away. He said that the magic couldn't be used, but he had prepared a potion with a similar effect. However, the potion also had the same side effects as the magic. Namuel held the potion bottle in his hand, smiling slightly, saying that due to the influence of the curse, his morality had decreased by 38.5 compared to normal, making him curious to see other people's reactions when drinking the potion. Namuel suggested that they write a 100-page report on the potion's effects. She felt like she had just brought trouble upon herself. However, Namuel added that he still had 61.5 of his morality left, providing an antidote to immediately neutralize the previous potion's effects. So, is there still a need to write a report? Namuel replied gently, this time, I will reduce it to 50 pages. She thought to herself, when would she ever finish writing 150 pages? Adriana stepped outside and spoke up. Marquis, is there anything I can help you with? You gave me a precious potion, and I want to repay you. Namuel blushed and said, Lady Adriana, if you put it that way from now on, I hope you will write to me more often. Adriana happily agreed. Namuel waved goodbye, reminding the two to be careful on their way home. When Adriana left, Namuel fell into thought. For some reason, whenever he thought of the lady, his heartbeat became chaotic. Was the curse getting worse? Namuel was still very far from his destination. Upon arriving, the two girls opened the potion bottle, holding the bottle far away. Oh, the smell of the potion is so toxic. Are you okay? I'm feeling nervous here, but I'm not afraid of the side effects. If a bad ending can be avoided, a little pain is nothing. Saying that, she decisively let the potion flow down her throat, her eyes shining brightly. Suddenly, the potion bottle clattered to the floor. Adriana panicked. Are you okay? The antidote. Give me the antidote, quickly. Adriana hurriedly handed her the antidote. Adriana asked, is the pain better? Lying on the floor, the headache was just a minor issue. As expected, there was a reason this magic was banned. Dark memories suddenly came flooding back, from the time she sang while working and was applauded by her boss, to when she accidentally called her professor mom during a college presentation and was teased for the whole semester. These memories appeared vividly. Those old memories belong to the past. If I continue to drink this, I will become a larva, not a bird anymore. So what is the final result? I drank the antidote too fast, so I only remembered a little, but I still found a small clue. This is my first time visiting an inn in this world. It feels truly thrilling. Can we meet the mysterious character here? That's right. She said that among the memories that returned thanks to Namuel's potion, there was an address map and an illustration of the building. And when ordering the special menu here, the staff would show her where the mysterious character is. But I don't remember which special dish to order. The two sat down and opened the menu, feeling overwhelmed because there were so many dishes that Adriana had to exclaim, there's too much here. We can't just guess blindly. How about this? Ranal, you drink that potion potion one more time. Hearing that, Ranal immediately refused. No, I'm not drinking it. Going through that dark history again will drive me crazy with embarrassment. Moreover, that memory will also return. It's the scene when she was attacked by the Black Lion and turned into this. Although she knew what had happened couldn't be undone, Ranal always tried not to think about it. Suddenly being reminded of it made her feel very uncomfortable. Her thoughts began to tangle, bringing a sense of danger. The waiter stood by and asked Ranal what she would like to order, which brought her back to her senses and reminded her that the most important thing was to find that mysterious person. Ranal said to the waiter, "Wait a moment." She hurriedly tried to choose a dish, but the menu was too large. Looking back and forth, she didn't know which one to pick. Ranal suddenly had a bold idea. Then there's only one way. She told the waiter, "Bring us all the dishes here, from the first page to the last." With this move, she would use the power of money to solve it. A table fully loaded with food was laid out in front of Ranal and Adriana. Adriana asked, "Are you sure this is all of them?" Both felt fed up. "First of all, we can't eat all this. We need to find a way to deal with it." Ranal turned and waved to the waiter across the table. "Please serve this food to the other guests in the restaurant for her." Ranal said, "I thought ordering everything would surely hit the right dish, but things aren't as simple as we thought. We have to think of another way." Adriana suddenly noticed something unusual and said to Ranal, "There's no need to think anymore. We clearly told them to bring everything, but there is one dish that wasn't served." She tapped the menu to show Ranal. "It's the owl's tears." Adriana turned to the waiter and said, "Excuse me, can I order the owl's tears?" The waiter paused and said, "That is a special menu, so it cannot be served here. Please follow me." He led the two of them down a long staircase. The deeper they went, the more darkness enveloped them, leaving only the candle in the waiter's hand. The gloomy atmosphere made Adriana a bit scared. She whispered to Ranal, "The atmosphere here is too creepy. They won't hurt us, right?" Ranal reassured her, "I doubt that. Although my memories are a bit hazy, in a mysterious character's assassin guild, they also run an information trading business. Every guest is a valuable source of information, so they won't harm us arbitrarily. Moreover, we have protection. The question now is how to persuade them." The door slowly opened, leaving the two stunned because there was no one inside. The waiter remained silent, gently placing the lamp on the shelf. Suddenly, his shadow moved and a voice spoke. "Valued guests, may I ask what brings you two here today?" The black wind intertwined. Then a person emerged from the darkness, startling the two of them. He even knew the names of the two guests in front of him, Lady Adriana and the future Empress, as a way to tease Ranal. He stepped forward, pressing close to Ranal, and whispered, "You two have information more valuable than power or an intention to kill someone. State your request." With a confident look, he spread his arms and affirmed, "I believe our guild can satisfy our clients." Adriana spoke up, "I want to hire someone from the Assassin Guild, but the details of the commission can only be revealed to those involved." He smiled and asked softly, "A specific designation? It seems this is your first time dealing with the guild, isn't it?" His casual remark startled them both. Ranal quickly replied, "Ahem, we also have our own information network." He nodded. "An information network is the rule of the game, so that's not wrong to say." Then he got straight to the point. "So, please tell me the name of the person you want to designate." Ranal hesitated for a moment before confessing, I want to find Keeney's sword. According to her memories, this sword was the alias of an anonymous character. That person couldn't forget the benefactor they met in a place called Keeney, so they took that alias. This information made the guild master hesitate. He immediately ordered the waiter to leave. He said, "I don't know where you got this information, but it seems incomplete." Both exclaimed, "Otherwise, we wouldn't have gone to such lengths to find it." The guild master explained, "Because my benefactor is His Majesty, who sought me out and asked for my help beforehand. To repay him for saving my life, I work for His Majesty as his shadow." "Haha, I thought you two had asked him for information to find me, but it turns out you didn't." The two froze for 5 seconds upon hearing this. The anonymous character was His Majesty's shadow. Ranal collapsed to the ground in despair. "So I had to go through excruciating pain just for someone who was already on our side? How pointless." Adriana comforted her. "Anyway, now we can be more at ease regarding the barrier issue." "Cheer up." The guildmaster asked, "What about the barrier?" Adriana explained, That's right. The lady is worried that monsters might break the barrier. If we could hire someone as strong as you, we would feel more secure." The guildmaster thought for a moment and said, "Earlier, I mentioned that if it was guild business, we would do our best to satisfy our clients. However, it's a pity, but we cannot fulfill this request because I have absolutely no intention of protecting the Empire." In the quiet of the late night, the sound of footsteps echoed steadily on the tiled floor. Under the moonlight, Ranal's small figure walked calmly through the flower garden. Suddenly, she stopped, her mind constantly racing. She naturally understood that finding the anonymous character wouldn't be easy, but she didn't expect it to be this difficult. She recalled his words in that stifling room earlier, "I have absolutely no intention of protecting the Empire." The two girls asked in panic, "What do you mean by that? Didn't you just say you would risk your life to protect His Majesty?" "But why?" He shrugged and calmly replied, "Those are two different things. The only person worthy of me risking my life for is His Majesty." Then he held up 2 fingers to illustrate. "As for dedicating myself to the entire Empire, no matter how you put it, I feel it's disproportionate. It's hard to determine what the price of protecting the Empire would be. Actually, leaving all that aside, I'm simply someone who despises this Empire." His words made Ranal shudder, and she asked him again, "What did you say?" The mysterious man noticed the doubt in the girl's eyes, but calmly continued, "If this empire goes to ruin, I will only save my benefactor, which is him. As for what happens to the others, I don't care." Then, as if remembering something, he turned his face away, rubbed his chin, and thoughtfully added, "Right, a golden wolf cannot live without its mate, so I suppose I must prioritize saving Lady Ranal as well, right?" Hearing this, the girl hurriedly stepped in front of Adriana, asking in panic, "Why do you hate the Empire so much?" From behind the veil, he cast his eyes toward them, patiently explaining, "There's no special reason. I was born with the ability to operate in the shadows of others. So I was kidnapped by assassins when I was a child. Instead of learning to read, I had to hold a sword, living a twisted life. When I grew up and became aware of right and wrong, I took revenge on all those who kidnapped me. But from that moment on, I became an assassin before I knew it, and I've lived like that until now. Furthermore, the people I've met in this profession were all rotten and corrupt to the core. Someone once asked me to kill their friend just because that person dared to be better than them. Or another case, someone came to me wanting me to kill their father, paying whatever the fee was, and even asking me to forge a fake will. The common trait among them is that their conscience is twisted to the extreme. Experiencing such things, how could I not despise the Empire?" Hearing this, Ranal was incredibly surprised, unable to believe it. The mysterious man placed his hand on his chest, persuading her one last time. "His Majesty understands my situation and has never asked me to protect the Empire. I hope Lady Ranal will do the same and stop trying to convince me. Expecting too much from a deviant like me will only lead to disappointment." Hearing this, Ranal could only clench her fists, helplessly giving up. The next morning, the two quietly took a walk in the village. Suddenly, Adriana asked, "What are you going to do now? Do you still want to persuade that assassin?" Ranal thought as she walked, then answered, "Yeah, I should at least try, right?" Adriana asked in slight confusion, "What if he remains stubborn?" Ranal replied with determination, "I don't want to give up. I will try a few more times to see the outcome. Besides, now I know where to find him." Saying that, she clenched her fists. If he really didn't want to help us, he could have just walked away. Why do you need to tell his personal story and explain his reasons for hating the Empire? With that attitude, isn't he asking us to give him a reason to protect the Empire? Besides, if he follows us, he must understand my personality. All of this might just be a test. Hearing that, Adriana laughed loudly. "All right then, we won't give up either. I will also do my best to support you." "You can do it, Ranal." Seeing that, Ranal laughed along. "Thank you, Adriana. Having you by my side makes me feel so reassured." Suddenly, a glowing butterfly appeared. Adriana said in surprise, "Oh, is this a message from Namuel?" "Because of the curse. He only uses this when it's urgent." Saying that, she took it. Ranal waved her hand, then read it quickly. Who knows, it might be something major. Adriana opened the letter and read its contents. "The experiment I am conducting has finally yielded results. I wanted to share this news with the lady first, so I took the liberty of using a message to convey these words. Recently, thanks to the support from Lady Ranal's crow and wolf feathers, along with His Majesty's companionship, I've spent a lot of time researching and discovered something important. The power of Crovenox is outstandingly effective in breaking the curse. Even though searching for Crovenox is not easy at all, I still feel delighted by these small advancements. Therefore, I will quickly organize my pending tasks and plan to set off to find the Crovenox fruit within the next week. Before leaving, I really hope to meet the lady once." Adriana read the letter intently, her heart full of concern. "What should I do? I have to go find the Crovenox fruit immediately," she thought to herself. Ranal was startled upon hearing this. "You just promised to help me. Why is this happening?" A sense of betrayal washed over her. Adriana felt guilty, immediately comforting and apologizing to Ranal. "I really want to help you, but right now I have to find the Crovenox. If I miss this opportunity, the consequences will be terrible." At this point, Adriana sadly pleaded, "I sincerely apologize to you, Ranal." Ranal helplessly rubbed her forehead, thinking to herself, there's no way to stop Adriana. This timing is too crucial. Finally, she said tiredly, "Adriana, be careful out there. I'll take care of everything here myself." Adriana emotionally hugged Ranal tightly, crying out, "Ranal, I'm losing a great assistant." Returning to the present, Ranal walked alone in the night, looking sluggish and full of self-pity. What should I do? She asked herself. The image of the potion from last time appeared in her mind, making her want to resort to simpler methods. But then she shook her head. No, absolutely not. I want to stay healthy for a long time. Lost in thought, Ranal didn't notice someone standing behind her. He deliberately stomped his foot on the ground, calling her name Ranal. Then he approached, putting his arm around her shoulders, and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Ranal turned around in surprise, exclaiming, "You." He smiled and said, "I was working in my room and happened to look outside and saw you walking in circles." Ranal scratched her head and asked back, did you see everything?" In her heart, Ranal thought to herself, what should I do? I can't talk to him about the game, but if I say I'm not worried about anything, he'll think I don't trust him and feel sad. Seeing her restless, he asked, "Ranal, what's wrong?" Ranal fidgeted with her hands and said, I'm trying to figure out how to recruit a talent, but it seems it won't be easy. Then she sighed, I'm thinking about that. He was stunned, completely frozen, and then asked in a panic a sigh. At this moment, the story shifted to his office, where he slammed his desk repeatedly, shouting at the person opposite him. The nobles have already given her enough headaches lately. Kamet couldn't hold back any longer, sighing in frustration. Unleashing a powerful aura, he turned to the mysterious man the two of them had accidentally met earlier, demanding that he immediately find out the identity of the person who dared to trouble her. We must find him at all costs, and then, no, we must convince him to cooperate with us. The next morning, that mysterious man suddenly appeared beside Ranal, asking with a suspicious tone, Did you tell His Majesty about me, my lady? Ranal calmly replied, I didn't specify that it was about you. Hearing this, he could only helplessly nod, Yes, thanks to that. Now I have to go find myself. His Majesty flew into a rage, demanding to find the one who dared to refuse my lady's offer at all costs. Ranal gently raised her teacup and smiled. I had no other choice either. I didn't want to annoy you in the first place, but you suddenly disappeared mid-conversation, so I had to find another way to see you again. The man suddenly paused, asking, What do you mean I ran away, my lady? He slowly walked toward her, his tone full of sarcasm. I just wanted to save the precious time of the future empress of the empire. The time spent trying to convince me will be better spent on something else. He leaned in close, his eyes full of defiance. Do you think you can persuade me, my lady? Ranal maintained a gentle smile. You know how I am. He looked down, clenched his fists, and lowered his voice. I don't understand. Why do you go to such lengths to protect this empire, my lady? You're just like me, facing so many hardships for the empire. The people call you the bird of death, hurling insults at you, even intentionally pushing you into danger, only knowing how to use you. So why do you still persevere to the end? He tilted his head, his eyes full of curiosity. I gave up on the empire a long time ago. Yet you, someone who has suffered so much, still keep the light within you. At this moment, in his eyes, Ranal seemed to radiate a sparkling light. He couldn't help but recall the images of her walking with someone else, a feeling of jealousy rising to an uncomfortable level. As the bright light from the window shone in, he pulled his hood down tightly, thinking to himself, that's exactly why I always keep my distance from you, my lady. Then he turned around, saying hurriedly, Sorry, I've spoken a lot of nonsense. Please pretend you didn't hear anything, my lady. Ranal hurriedly chased after him. Wait, at least listen to me for a bit. The man stopped, his voice soft. My name is Ciro. Ranal was surprised, huh? He turned to look at her, quietly repeating, Ciro, that is my name. After saying that, he turned and left, disappearing into the smoke. After he left, Ranal gently picked up her teacup, took a sip, wondering to herself, if he was determined to refuse to the end, why did he tell me his name? What a strange person. She put the teacup down. What do you think? He stepped out from behind, scratching his head. I didn't expect the person you were looking for to be him. How do you two know each other? Ciro always works in the shadows. He doesn't have a chance to meet anyone. Ranal chuckled lightly. We just met by chance. To escape the awkwardness, he hurriedly took the teacup from her hand and placed it on the table. Analyzing for what I see, we still have a chance to persuade Ciro. Earlier you said that only by looking from a third party's perspective can one make an objective judgment. Because of that, I decided to hide under the desk to observe. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but recall the moment a few minutes ago. When he heard her say she had found that person, he had hastily made a decision. He had asked Ranal, You found the guy who dared to reject you? Then I'll hide under the desk to see what he has to say. At that time, anger flared up in his heart. He wanted to see with his own eyes who that ignorant fool was and threaten, no, persuade him on Ranal's behalf. Thinking back now, he felt a bit embarrassed, asking himself what he was planning to do at that time. Then he turned to her and said, I think you don't need to do that. Hearing this, Ranal panicked a bit, thinking that everything had failed. She asked him one last time, So, this is impossible? Knowing she misunderstood, he reluctantly explained, No, it's the opposite. He looked at her with affectionate eyes, thinking in his heart, sometimes when seeing a resilient tree that does not fall in the storm, one will naturally be mesmerized, and then one will think that, in this cruel world there is still hope somewhere. And one will never give up on that hope. Then he raised his hand, gently lifting a lock of her hair, and continued, just a small turning point is enough to persuade him. After that, he pulled Ranal into a tight embrace. Feeling his affection, Ranal offered a faint smile. She suddenly thought, sometimes I feel confused about the powers I cannot possess and insecure about not achieving outstanding strength, but I still keep trying to improve day by day. Maybe that has brought positive energy to everyone around me. So I will never stop reaching further. Thinking of that, she walked over and hugged him tightly, saying, All right, I'll work harder. Then she brought her face closer, kissed him on the cheek, and cheered, Cheer up, Ranal. Then suddenly, he blurted out a sentence that ruined the romantic atmosphere. But absolutely don't let that idiot fall in love with you. I can't have another rival. Hearing that, outwardly Ranal nodded. I'll be careful. But inwardly, she was angry, thinking, Do you think I'm that easy? However, she still leaned into his embrace as before. Regardless, hearing his encouragement, she felt more motivated. She silently thought of her friend, Adriana. Not being able to be by her side to cheer her on right now left her with some regret. Adriana, you're still doing well, right? The scene now shifted back to the village. Adriana was full of vigor as she headed to the NPC's location. This was the place where she could get the Krovinox fruit. In the game, the Krovinox was a mandatory item to progress. But no matter what, finding a rare heart to save the Emperor was no easy task. Recalling the past, she had failed at this part many times already. To get the Krovinox, she had to complete countless trivial quests from the NPC. This was reality, and since she didn't know what those quests were, she felt quite stressed. She turned away, looking around, muttering to herself, "It's clearly nearby." Suddenly, a noisy sound from behind caught her attention. A cloaked woman was acting flustered in front of a stall, shouting in a panic. "What do I do? This is a huge problem." The surrounding crowd suddenly buzzed, everyone curiously discussing what was happening. Just turning away for a moment, someone had already broken the flower pots on display. What a pity. At this time, the girl suddenly let out a joyful cheer from the bottom of her heart, as if she had just found something precious. The woman standing in front of the pile of potted plants shook her head and complained, "Oh my God, I have to sell all of this to have money for living expenses tomorrow." She didn't seem to notice someone approaching. Adriana walked up, gently asking, "Miss, is there anything I can help you with?" Hearing this, the woman suddenly brightened up, clasped her hands tightly, and hastily asked back, "Really? Can you really help me?" Adriana suddenly noticed something strange about this woman, thinking to herself, "Oh, why is this person so unusual?" In the fresh flower field, a gentle breeze swept past, making the whole flower garden flutter. Suddenly, a hand reached out, plucking a vibrant flower. Adriana put the flower in her basket, thinking to herself, "I heard I just needed to pick flowers. I thought it would be easy. Who knew it would be this tiring?" At this moment, she felt exhausted all over, her limbs feeling like mud. She looked around, the blazing sun scorching her skin, and every time she bent down, she could hear groans from her body. "Is my cheap spine only worth 20,000 dong?" Adriana sighed. Moreover, this NPC character was an overly perfectionist person. The woman wearing a headscarf continuously threw the flowers in the basket out, muttering, "This flower has been eaten by bugs. This one's color isn't pretty." Then she handed the empty basket back to Adriana, saying, "Please go and pick them all again." Adriana couldn't help but frown, thinking to herself, "At this rate, I'll return to dust before I can get the Krovinox." At this time, Adriana's legs were trembling. She turned to ask, "Is it necessary to be so meticulous?" The woman calmly replied, "Of course. Think about it. Customers always want to choose the most perfect flowers. If we sell defective flowers, we will definitely have unsold goods. And that would be even more heartbreaking, right?" Hearing the reasonable explanation, Adriana couldn't refute and could only resign herself. She thought to herself, "That's true. The mini games needed to get the Krovinox fruit are usually puzzle games or rhythm games. The target score is also very high. Grinding until the machine breaks might not even achieve it. But thinking back now, that was much better. At least I didn't have to exhaust myself working under this harsh sun. I'd rather go back to playing puzzle games." Seeing Adriana's gloomy expression, the woman could only remain silent. She lifted the basket, saying, "First, we have to account for the selling time too. Picking this much is enough." Hearing that, Adriana hurriedly raised her head, gleefully replying, "Yes, I'll take them right away." Suddenly at this moment, her eyes stopped at the woman's overflowing flower basket. Adriana exclaimed in surprise, "You really picked a lot of flowers. Furthermore, they're all very beautiful." Upon receiving the compliment from Adriana, she just modestly replied, "Because I do it a lot, I'm used to the work." Then, she turned to look at the field behind, her eyes full of contemplation. She began to explain, "This field receives sunlight very well, so the flowers bloom densely and are very beautiful. However, sometimes the nutrients from the soil are depleted, causing many plants to suffer. Therefore, I recalculated the number of plants and arrange them so that all can grow lushly, but that sometimes makes the flowers feel afraid." To prove it, she reached her hand into the flower basket. When touched, a rustling sound echoed. She continued, "They show resentment towards me. But no matter what, I will continue this work. This is my own duty, someone who is living an immortal life filled with nothing but meaningless pain." Just as she finished speaking, a cool breeze blew past, making the field rustle. She added, "That also means I won't forgive anyone who intends to destroy this flower field. I hope all the flowers here find the meaning of their happiness, and no one can ruin that. However, I can't arbitrarily interfere in their life cycles." As she spoke, she took a purple flower and tucked it into Adriana's hair, smiling. "So, the butterflies will protect the beauty of the flowers in my stead." Adriana was a bit surprised, asking back, "What does that saying mean?" The woman lowered her hand, looking at her with tearful eyes. "This is my apology for what happened earlier." Adriana was surprised. "I don't quite understand. Earlier I volunteered to help you." Seeing Adriana's adorable reaction, she chuckled lightly. "You'll understand later." Before Adriana could think, she had already turned and walked away. "Let's hurry back. When the sun sets, there won't be any customers left." Adriana hurriedly replied, "Ah, yes." Then she quickly followed. When she caught up, Adriana squinted and looked closely at this woman. In the game, she didn't feel any danger, but in reality, there were many strange things. Why would an ordinary flower seller possess the powerful Krovinox? And those cryptic words she said earlier. Moreover, in the game, the NPC's face wasn't clear, but now looking directly, Adriana realized something surprising. A gust of wind blew past, sweeping away her hat, revealing a face very similar to Ranal. Adriana was stunned. Ranal was the crow that ate the Krovinox and turned into a human. It's hard for anyone to look so much like her. But what on earth is this person's true identity? In the palace, Ranal was given a sparkling golden ring. He said, I'll lend this to you for now. Ranal picked it up to examine. A ring? Hearing that, he said, it's not what you're thinking. Don't misunderstand. He faked a cough, explaining, it's the item I use to summon Zero. Just use a little magic power and he'll come right away. I chose to use rings because they're convenient to carry around. Had I known it would be like this, I would have changed it to something else. Taking the ring, she chuckled and put it on the ring finger of her left hand. Just putting it on this finger is enough? He hurriedly shouted when he saw the girl about to put on the ring. Please don't put it on your left hand. That's the designated spot for the most important, most precious ring in this world. Seeing him flustered, she giggled. I know, I was just joking. Saying that, she put the ring on another finger, looked at it and commented, I thought your things would be huge, but it fits better than I thought. He breathed a sigh of relief when she didn't put it on the designated finger. He thought to himself, this ring can automatically adjust its size, but anyway, I must protect that finger very carefully. After that, he turned and asked her, so how are you going to use it? Summon Zero out right now? The girl thought for a moment and then whispered closely into his ear, first, we need a plan. Then she continued to explain in detail. After hearing it, he nodded in agreement. Yeah, the plan isn't bad. She stood up straight, channeled power into the ring, and said, all right, now I'll call him out. A series of whooshing sounds echoed, and Zero appeared. The moment he saw them, he immediately asked, did you call for me? What is it this time? He smiled lightly. Ranal will give you a mission in my stead. He held up her hand wearing the ring, warning, if you don't like it and run away, you know the consequences. Zero reacted angrily. Now even you're on her side? He quickly interrupted. Don't worry, this mission will be easy. His cryptic attitude made Zero a bit apprehensive, not knowing what they were plotting. Meanwhile, the flapping sounds of a pale blue falcon caused a stir in the sky. Min was playing with the spirit beasts when he heard footsteps behind him. Happily greeting, Lady Ranal, what brings you here? Min ran toward them. Ranal spoke up. Marquis Min, I came to check on the progress of the defensive constructions. If you face any difficulties, let me know immediately. I will send reinforcements. Min calmly replied, actually, the Empire is too vast, so building the defenses takes a lot of time. The biggest difficulty is not knowing exactly when the enemy will attack. He gently said, but I will continue to create barriers and prepare thoroughly. Everything will be fine. Moreover, I am not alone. The spirit beast beside him seemed to understand, letting out a soft purr. Min continued, there are also many friends here helping out. Not only you, other mages are also doing their best. Even if there are difficulties, we won't get discouraged. Please don't worry too much, you too. Hearing that, Ranal also smiled. That's great then, Marquis Min. Meanwhile, Zero stood silently observing everyone. Kema turned to him, saying seriously, you must carry out the mission Ranal gave you, right? Or were you planning to ignore it? Zero turned his face away, replying in annoyance. I'll do it right now. You don't need to help. After saying that, Zero let out a huff. Although he didn't understand why, the crow Lady Ranal had given him a very easy mission. Zero recalled the moment Ranal smiled brightly, pointing her finger and saying, today, you will go with me. But you must ask everyone you meet a question, no matter what it is. It could be a simple question like what you had for breakfast this morning, or anything you want. Just do that for today, and I won't ask for anything more. Zero thought for a long time, but still couldn't understand Ranal's intentions. He wondered to himself, what on earth is the lady thinking to make such a strange request? Is she naive enough to think this could change my mind? However, Zero also told himself that, regardless, this was not a difficult task. Just for one day, if he cooperated well, they would leave him alone. He could completely handle this mission. With that determination, Zero took step by step forward, approached everyone, and spoke up. Marquis Min, may I ask you a question? Min happily replied, what do you want to ask? Zero thought for a moment, then decided to ask, earlier you said that there are many mages and spirits working with you. So, have you ever felt looked down upon or bullied? The unexpected question made Min pause for a moment. Then he scratched his chin, slightly embarrassed, but still answered. To say no would be a lie. There are many people who are dissatisfied with my background, and there are also those who are jealous of my innate abilities. Min walked proudly, continuing, but I don't care about those things. Because by my side, there are still many people who trust and support me. Just thinking of them, I absolutely won't let myself fall before the harshness of others. Min placed his hand on his chest, proudly saying, so, Zero, you don't need to worry about that. I'm no longer the child who used to be beaten up by others. Zero remained silent, clenching his fists and looking at me. I thought he would sympathize with me because of his past. If I intentionally asked such a sensitive question, I was already mentally prepared for suspicion. But it turns out, this person has a stronger will than I thought. And Ranal smiled in satisfaction. She thought, choosing Min as the first person was indeed the right decision. From what I see, Zero is like a bird trying to break out of its shell. That shell has begun to crack, and light is seeping through the gaps, bringing an alluring breeze and fragrance to Zero. Although he is still afraid and resents this world, his desire to escape is still extremely intense. Zero is someone who has lived too long in the darkness, and now he is finding a way to free himself. He has knocked on the door of his cocoon, yearning to be free. A person like Zero, who chose a nickname containing the word tears, who worked silently and positioned himself as Keeny's sword. Even when refusing to protect the Empire, Zero also looked straight into his past and said his own name. It is precisely because Zero is indirectly opening his heart to the world. Perhaps it is so if Zero is truly gradually breaking out of his shell. Sometimes, just a small impact can create a monumental change. Mean still kept a smile on his lips, gently saying to Zero, I don't care about those things at all, because around me there are still many people who trust me. Zero clenched his fists tighter, his face cold, thinking in his heart, no, it can't be like this. A small cracking sound echoed from the egg in Zero's heart. He told himself, Marquis Mean is just a special case. Others will surely be confused and suspicious of my question. Zero continued to ask Na the same question. Na rested his chin on his hand, thinking for a moment, then replied, I do not regret bearing the curse instead of His Majesty. Zero frowned. But because of that curse, you are suffering in pain every day. Na pondered for a bit, then said, how should I answer this? You don't need to mind me. To speak truthfully, that is also what I want to know. Na nodded, placing his hand on his chest, his eyes sparkling. I understand. I will speak my true feelings. At first, I felt no regret at all, but Na paused, as if remembering something, then continued. Since I met someone, the regret has pierced to the core of my heart. Zero spoke up. Then if a similar thing happened, you would surely make a different choice. He was very satisfied with the answer, thinking to himself, as expected, Marquis Na thinks differently. He smiled. Na shook his head. No matter how many times, I would still keep my choice. Na gently placed his hand on his chest, his voice warm and deep. No matter how much I have to regret, as long as it benefits this world, I will still do it, because I always hope that person can live peacefully and happily. That makes a true friend, right? Then Na let out a sigh of relief. Zero was deep in thought, full of doubt. Unbelievable, he admitted that he regretted it, yet he still silently did things just like I do. Another crack on the egg and his heart broke open. Zero wondered to himself, why is there such a different choice? No, there must be at least one person who give a different answer. In the evening, when the twilight enveloped everything, Zero continued to ask. He said, as long as we know how to use the demon's power, we wouldn't need to put in too much effort and still could protect His Majesty and destroy the enemies. What do you think? Whiter, with a cold gaze, your question makes sense, but it's not worth my answer. Zero was startled. Why? You are the one who hates the enemies more than anyone else. Whiter said, his voice full of pride. Why talk about something so obvious? Precisely because I hate them, I will openly and personally kill the enemies with my own hands, without borrowing anyone else's hands, acting on my own strength. Use demons? Those damn things dare to try and harm His Majesty? I will personally slaughter all the demons. Then he burst into laughter. Ha ha. Zero took a step back, his wary eyes fixed on the madman, laughing maniacally in front of him. A question arose in his heart. Why do they all answer the same way? Why has no one been swallowed by the darkness? The egg in his soul broke another piece. A voice rang out, stop running away, Zero. Ranal stepped out to block his way, her eyes stern. There's still one more person you need to ask. You haven't asked me yet, right, Keeney's sword? Ask your question to everyone you meet, including me. Zero was confused, his eyes full of doubt. Why? He clenched his fists. The question that had weighed heavily on his heart for so long suddenly poured out. Why didn't you directly order me to protect the Empire? I always thought you didn't do so out of sympathy for me, but perhaps the truth is not like that. The rustling wind brushed past both of their cloaks, carrying a tense silence. The person wearing the black mask stood there, his head bowed, his eyes looking as if he wanted to say something. His voice slowly rang out, full of contemplation. Why? Do you remember the day we met at Keeney? His figure suddenly became lively, recounting the story with excitement. Back then, you listened to the instigation of the LVL faction and intended to kill me. That image appeared clearly. A person lunging forward, holding a sword in his hand, his bloodshot eyes full of murderous intent. Your eyes at that time were also filled with doubt. He recalled, I dodged your assassination attempt, and that image flashed by as fast as the wind. He calmly continued, I have met countless people who wanted to kill me and realized one thing. They all harbor suspicion toward the world and constantly blame themselves. The sound of the sword falling to the ground clanked, shattering the silence. The assassin had fallen, the sword lying on the ground as proof of failure. He gently said, you absolutely didn't want to live a life like that. Then he reached out his hand, as if wanting to save the person in front of him. Deep inside, you want a life different from your present one. So I reached out my hand, and you can trust me. Until now, I could only keep you by my side to help me without trying to change anything. However, a ray of light has appeared before our eyes now. Saying this, I smiled happily, turning to look at Ranal, while the masked person still stood there silently. In my eyes, Ranal radiated a brilliant aura with graceful movements. With eyes full of indulgence, I said, now is the time to step out of the darkness and head towards the sunlight. I looked towards the masked person and calmly said, Zero, you wonder why I didn't order you to protect the Empire, right? Zero stood in the wind, quietly listening as I continued to explain, because that is something that naturally needs no orders. After saying that, a brilliant golden aura radiated everywhere, making Zero also surprised by those words. I saw the circle of light and continued, because you also yearn to bathe in the light. Ranal's laughter seemed to break the tense atmosphere. Ranal reached out her hand, gently saying, boldly tear away the past and step out, Zero. Ranal smiled tenderly, her eyes full of beauty, and said, because you are already prepared to use your wings. As she finished speaking, pieces of the shell fell away, as if wanting to release something. Ranal's sparkling purple eyes seemed to say that. To Zero, words like there are still many good people in this world, or phrases full of hope were nothing but empty platitudes. Ranal still thought if Ciro had the chance to meet good people and talk to them frankly. The image of Na appeared. Na smiling with friendliness and burning enthusiasm also showed up before him. The last fragment that Ranal saw was the very fragment from her conversation with Ciro just now. Ranal began to explore her own inner world. Before she could finish her train of thought, the rustling of leaves made her look up. It turned out to be nothing special, just the sight of Ciro pulling his mask down, as if wanting to hide himself more. Ciro timidly uttered, "I originally had no right to choose anyway." Standing next to Ranal, "That's because from the very beginning, you had wished for a life like that." Ciro gripped his hat tightly, pulling it down lower, then hesitantly said, "Finally, I have a question I want to ask Lady Ranal." Ranal crossed her arms, surprised to hear Ciro ask, "Are you satisfied now that you have achieved what you wanted?" Ranal smiled radiantly, replying, "Seeing you happy again makes me satisfied." Ciro held his hat in his hands, thinking of the days eroded by disappointment. After his thoughts, Ciro smiled with a flushed face, telling himself, "Then that's no good, because no human can stay happy forever." Ranal smiled brightly and said, "Ciro looks good when he smiles too, right, Kamit?" Kamit remained silent, giving no reply. Then dog ears popped up. With a whining voice, another competitor added. Kamit thought in his head, Ranal has fallen for that brat again, even praising him as handsome. Ciro witnessed the two bickering. Kamit narrowed his eyes, while Ranal hurriedly explained, "What the heck are you thinking, Kamit?" Ranal said loudly, "It's nothing like that." Kamit looked suspicious. "It's because your charm is too great that makes me insecure, Ranal." Beside them, Ciro just smiled comfortably, thinking to himself, if you two are going to show off your affection, please do it out of my sight. The sky was a beautiful glowing red, with a small wooden cabin alongside the whistling wind. Inside the house, a beautiful girl with blonde hair was sitting. Ranal clasped her hands and smiled. "Well, you helped me a lot today, so you must be very hungry, right?" Ranal thought to herself, "Just make yourself at home. Eat to your heart's content." Meanwhile, Guino Adriana seemed annoyed. "Eat this?" She tightly gripped her knife and fork, sparks of lightning flashing from her hands, because the dish in front of her looked quite terrifying. "You must be joking, right? Please tell me it's a joke." Then she glanced at Ranal. Ranal lowered her head, covering her mouth to ask, "Adriana doesn't like this dish?" "This dish is very delicious." Adriana thought again, "Oh my god, she sincerely wants me to eat it. What do I do now?" She felt flustered. "If I refuse now, everything will be ruined." Finally, Ranal replied grievously, "I enthusiastically invited you, but you still criticized it. How outrageous. I will never give you anything again." Right then, Adriana collapsed with a thud. She thought in panic, "No, I absolutely must get the Krovinox fruit." To do that, before she could finish her thought, she looked down at the wriggling dish of food again, and two thoughts emerged. "Eat the larvae, my life ascends. Don't eat the larvae, my life hits a dead end." Adriana remembered the image of Namuel's beautiful white hair, along with his gentle words, "Lady Guino, you would do anything for me, right?" Namuel's gentle blue eyes appeared in her mind, even if it was just a figment of her imagination. Adriana steeled herself, gripping her knife and fork tightly, staring intently at the red and green things wriggling on the plate. She tilted her face to the sky to take a deep breath, then lowered her head and exhaled. "Yeah." Adriana tightly shut her eyes, thinking in her mind, "Namuel, I love you." Then she decisively speared those things with her fork. Adriana thought, "For you, I can do anything." Just as she finished thinking, the fork struck down because Ranal had pulled the plate away from Adriana's hand and said, "Ah, that's right. I just remembered that humans can't eat larvae." Adriana slammed her fork into the table while Ranal stood there and said, "Ah, or do you want to try this dish?" Adriana hurriedly replied, No, I don't." "Ah, it's because I did too much work today, so my hand got a cramp." Deep down, Adriana thought, "I almost threw away my right to be human just for love." Ranal placed a plate of meat on the table and said, "Steak is here. You usually eat this dish, right?" Adriana smiled brightly, her knife and fork working at full capacity, chewing with a full mouth. It looks so delicious. "Thank you." But as she ate a few bites, she thought, "It doesn't seem fully cooked, but it's still much better than larvae." Ranal replied, "That's good then. I was afraid it wouldn't suit your taste." Ranal's eyes looked sad. While eating, "May I ask you a question?" Ranal sat up straight and said, "Between this world and the person you love, if you could only save one." A scale appeared, weighing to see which side Adriana would choose. Ranal continued, "Which side would you choose?" Adriana held her knife and fork, slowly cutting the piece of beef with a calm and thoughtful expression. This action was so strange, it had never appeared in the game. Her long flowing blonde hair made her ponder, as a strange feeling overwhelmed her. Suddenly, the image of Namuel appeared in her mind, his long white hair blowing in the wind. Adriana suddenly realized that she loved Namuel more than anything else in the world. Her mouth opened slightly, as if to say something, but the words choked in her throat. She didn't understand why she couldn't answer right at this moment. Her gaze swept towards Ranal, those brilliant golden eyes making her feel pressured, as if she were facing an exam. That gaze was like a gate holding Adriana tight while she continued to eat. She thought, "This is probably a test to see if I am worthy to receive the Krovinox." The sparkling blue orb before her eyes made her decide not to answer this question hastily. In her colorful stream of thoughts, Adriana associated Namuel with the world around her. She wondered which side to choose to achieve her desired outcome. A golden light surrounded her thoughts, shining in from the window outside. She told herself, I have to choose the side that will satisfy her. But before she could say anything, Ranal's eyes became sadder. Both of their legs seemed immobilized, unable to utter a word. Adriana agreed in her heart that there was no need to speak out all her thoughts. They both thought that in situations like this, people would usually give an answer to satisfy the other party. Both Ranal and Adriana were sweating, but still continued to think that achieving what they wanted was the normal thing to do. Adriana hesitantly said, I, then stopped, thinking that if she spoke out, it would probably just be a lie against her heart. Adriana sat there, pausing, bowing her head as if wanting to say something. She blamed herself. Her thoughts were like a foolish child. Adriana pondered and said, the question itself is wrong from the start. She asked back, why must one absolutely choose only one? She suddenly realized that this wasn't a game of choice. Adriana slowly said, this world must have the person I love for me to be able to live. The image of the country and that person appeared in her mind. She calmly said, on the contrary, if the world no longer had that person, it would be meaningless to me. She added, therefore, it is absurd to separate the two and choose one. Adriana stood up, her hair blowing in the wind. Ranal decisively said, but not everything is that ideal. If the time comes when you have to choose between the two, will you still answer as you do now? Adriana looked down, smiled, and said, of course not. Adriana continued, if that moment comes, instead of taking the time to answer, I will try my best. Saying that, she placed her hand on her chest as a gesture of faith and hope. Adriana's words made Ranal awaken. All right, it's true that I asked a meaningless question. Clasping her hands together, I'm sorry for unintentionally testing you. In those hands, a blue light began to flash. Ranal sighed helplessly, but I have no other choice because I am too desperate. The blue light enveloped them, gradually revealing the fruit that Adriana needed. Ranal asked softly, can you forgive me? Hearing this, Adriana was startled, stood up abruptly, and slammed her hand on the table without uttering a word. She saw that fruit, clear blue and floating in midair. Adriana thought in surprise, did she directly create Krovinox? Ranal put her hand to her mouth, almost saying something. I cannot participate any further, so I will take my leave. The light surrounded Ranal. I leave the future matters to you, Guino Adriana. The light enveloped both of them. Adriana hurriedly pushed back. Wait, hold on, I still have something to ask. The light was still there, but Ranal gradually disappeared, leaving only one sentence. Bringing you here was my best choice. The light faded. She saw the fruit on the table and reached out to pick it up. Adriana stroked her hair, wondering, have I ever told that person my name? She walked away, muttering, what exactly is going on? Adriana looked out the door and sighed. It's truly impossible to know. Outside, the wings of black crows were flying in the sky. The brilliant golden sunlight shone down, and the evening scenery appeared from the window, with white clouds drifting slowly against the dark blue sky. In the room, Namuel was looking intently at something, his eyes a bit confused. He muttered, Lady Guino. After sending the message, I couldn't contact her anymore. An image appeared in his mind. Namuel was happily writing a letter to Adriana. He wondered, is she very busy, or is it because I sent the message too hastily? At this time, Adriana had also read every line of the letter. Is she unhappy because I presumptuously asked to come over? The scene returned to Namuel. He was scratching his head in worry. If that's really the case, what should I do if we lose contact like this? The fear was evident in his eyes, making the whole space seem to sink into the abyss. Namuel shook his head, impossible, holding his face with both hands, revealing only his anxious eyes. In his mind, he continued to think, I really want to become friends with Lady Guino. While he was immersed in his gloomy mood, a call suddenly rang out from outside. Marquis. Is the Marquis here? Marquis Namuel. It's me, Adriana. Namuel turned around. The door was opened by magic to maintain a safe distance. He asked immediately, Lady Guino, what's the matter? Then she took out an object emitting a blue light from her pocket. Namuel's eyes widened, unable to hide his surprise. Lady Guino, only to see her smiling brightly, lifting the object with both hands. Namuel exclaimed, that is. Adriana said gently, you need this, right, Marquis? After speaking, she smiled, her eyes turning into crescents. I tried my best to search for it to help you, and luckily I got it. Adriana looked at Namuel. The light from the object made her look truly captivating. Therefore, I rushed to find you. Namuel hesitated, then reached out his hand. Such a precious thing. What is going on? In his heart, he thought, actually, I thought I would never see this kind of fruit again. Namuel recalled the small vial containing the fruit, thinking to himself, I thought my luck had been exhausted on the Krovinox that I offered to His Majesty back then. He felt restless and anxious. I was afraid I would regret my decision at that time. The image of him handing the fruit to His Majesty reappeared in his mind. I was afraid I would resent myself for offering the Krovinox to His Majesty. The fear continued to surge. I was afraid it would make me become ugly. But when seeing that fruit before his eyes, he thought, but she, as soon as I said I needed this, she brought it. Namuel looked at Adriana, who was smiling, holding the fruit up with both hands. He thought, so she tried to create a miracle Then he also broke into a serene smile, and he looked up, asking, "Could you listen to me?" Adriana smiled brightly, putting her hand on her chest. "I will wait, Marquis." Outside, where there was a leafless dry tree and stacked suitcases, Namuel decided to go to a sparsely populated area named Milburn to prepare for his awakening in order to minimize the surrounding damage. Meanwhile, at Ranal's place, Adriana heard, "We have tried to answer the questions about the NPCs that Ranal met recently." But Ranal asked in panic, "A person who looks exactly like me?" Then she spoke quickly, but she directly created Krovinox? Ranal stood frozen, unable to hide her surprise at Adriana's reaction. She just waved her hand gently, uttering a few casual sounds. "To be honest, I thought I was dreaming," she sighed. In the vast sky, a bird gently landed on Ranal's hand. Around them was a whole flock of birds chirping. Kamet walked over and asked Ranal, "What information do these birds bring, Ranal?" Ranal looked at the bird, her eyes full of contemplation, then shook her head, nothing at all. But a strange anxiety welled up in her heart. Ranal told herself, "There is nothing suspicious. There are no signs of invasion from the demon realm." Duke Harwood, who had always been dissatisfied with them, was now strangely silent. Amidst the rustling of leaves, the scene that appeared was the mansion of Marquis Harwood. Looking from the outside, he was getting his clothes. 3 stalkers were hiding behind the trees. One yawned and said, or maybe he gave up the intention of using tricks to seize power. "Monitoring pointlessly like this won't yield anything. I hope we get pulled back soon." Another spoke up, but recently the guild master is very passionate about his work. Not only did he send guild members all over the empire to keep watch, but he also requested close reports on all information. "We are raising our defense to the highest level to prevent Buplis from approaching Leo Lin once again." Leo Lin, who was working, suddenly yelled, "Damn it, leave me alone. I told you, I have no chance of meeting that old man now." The black-cloaked man coldly replied, "If you say so, our mission is even easier than protecting Leolin. At least Marquis Harwood is a well-educated person." Another man chimed in, "True, that guy used to be a prince. But it's better if this boring mission ends quickly. After all, watching an old man grooming himself in front of the mirror is not comfortable at all." Suddenly, in front of Marquis Harwood's mirror, something flashed by. In the mirror, a flickering light appeared, and then a voice rang out, "You are being too elaborate, Duke Harwood." Harwood immediately replied, "Now that it's come to this, wouldn't it be better to act discreetly?" He stood adjusting his clothes, then calmly said, "Adjusting clothes in front of a mirror is a very normal thing. No matter how closely they monitor, they won't be able to spot anything suspicious." The shimmering mirror reflected the image of a man, and from inside it, a voice rang out, "Tell me, how is the plan coming along?" The figure in the mirror continued, his tone full of determination. "Everything is ready. We can start right now." Harwood smiled, a half-smile revealing satisfaction. "Very well. It's time to summon the nobles of our faction who are traveling out there. The appropriate time to launch the plan will be decided by me." Harwood bowed solemnly. "Then I hope you will keep your promise. Sir Buplis." Buplis's eyes suddenly glowed red, making one shudder. He said, his voice full of authority, "I will reward you handsomely for your help." In a noisy and bustling hall, everyone was dressed in luxurious outfits. Ranal was flipping through each piece of paper, her mind wandering. Which meeting is this already? Kamet sat next to her, speaking seriously. "Everyone, please keep order. The 220th meeting on countermeasures against the demon invasion will begin right now." Kamet continued, "Ciro has agreed to cooperate, thanks to the efforts of the guild members operating everywhere. We have discovered weaknesses in the Empire that no one had noticed before, and based on that to plan against Buplis." The hall became increasingly noisy, and continuous arguments broke out. "It's very difficult to recruit such a number of knights. My region needs more people. No, my place needs them more." Ranal felt her head spinning. She thought to herself, many people just take this opportunity for personal gain. They only make things more chaotic. Ranal slightly lowered her head, looking towards Kamet. "The biggest problem is that both of us are tired of these endless meetings. The reality before us is not a game. There is no starting point to jump back to, nor is there a skip or rewind button. There is only one path. Fight to survive in infinite time." Even though they had to spend time every day on boring meetings, they still didn't know exactly when the enemy would attack. Kamet, with a contemplative expression, no matter how strong a person is, it's hard to stand firm relying only on willpower and effort when chaos ensues. Kamet appeared with a helpless and irritated expression towards the others. "It's fine if we do nothing, right? Just leave it all to the wizards." Kamet suddenly spoke up, his voice full of sternness. "The number of wizards is limited, and their power is not infinite either. I reminded you from the previous meeting that we all must shoulder the responsibility together. Yet the nobles still want to push more burdens onto them." He stood up abruptly, his voice full of indignation. "Instead of avoiding responsibility, focus on finding the right solution." After that, Kamet announced, "A 10-minute break, then today's meeting will end. Everyone, stay alert and work seriously." A murmur arose. Kamet leaned on Ranal's shoulder. Both looked very tired. Ranal asked worriedly, "Kamet, are you okay?" Kamet replied gently, "I'm sorry. I can't can't pretend I'm fine anymore. Let me lean on you for a bit. Ranal responded tenderly. You've worked too hard. Gaynor walked over, sighing as he said, petty arguments are still ongoing, especially since the noble class recovered. They keep arguing constantly, ruining the atmosphere. The ringleader of those nobles is Duke Harwood. He used the excuse of self-reflection to be absent, but in fact he is slacking off at home. He muttered, honestly, even if he came, it wouldn't help anything. It would just add to his majesty's burden. Kamet replied calmly, my own exhaustion is one thing, but Ranal is also very tired. If only she had a friend to share her thoughts with right now. But Gawino is currently not in the Empire. Ranal pondered. After Gawino gave the Krovinox fruit to Nail for precaution, she left the Empire for Milburn. Gawino looked back, her voice full of apology. Sorry, Ranal, for leaving at this time. Ranal smiled and comforted her. You're not going out to play either. It's better to handle things one by one. Don't worry too much. Ranal turned to Kemet, her voice gentle. I'm fine. I promised Adriana I would try my best. She leaned her head on his shoulder, thinking to herself, and I want to be with you at the beginning of a fulfilling life. Gaynor stood nearby, saying shyly ahem. You too, he teased. The break is almost over. Do you need me to extend it? The two hurriedly separated. Ranal blushed. No need. Gaynor. Gaynor turned away, his voice serious. Quickly informed the nobles to return to their seats. Ranal patted her flushed face lightly, telling herself, I also need to focus on the meeting. No wandering thoughts. Suddenly, she realized something strange. Earlier, because she wasn't paying attention, she didn't notice, but the surrounding atmosphere was turning cold. Among the nobles, there was a very bizarre energy. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of unease, a familiar feeling. Ciro suddenly approached, leaning in and whispering into Kamet's ear, Lord Kamet, there is an urgent matter to report. Kamet was startled and asked hurriedly, what is it, Ciro? Ciro continued, his voice serious. Recently, we have been keeping a close watch on Leolin, and now, the person who wants to approach him has appeared. Leolin was bending down to sweep the floor when a figure suddenly appeared beside him. He looked up, his cold eyes staring at the man. What are you doing here? Duke Harwood, Von Free Cabos, once considered the earliest to awaken his abilities among the four royal brothers, was a bright candidate for the throne, but fate had pushed him. He failed in a fierce battle against first Prince Kamet. Leolin was stripped of all power and status as a prince. Kamet's image appeared in Leolin's mind with an evil smile, his hands tightly gripping his destiny. Kamet, the villain who used dirty tricks to win. I'm so wronged. Everyone, Leolin thought to himself. He was bound by a cruel magic ring, an oppressive tool from the heavenly realm, forced to obey all of Kamet's commands. Leolin held the broom, looking haggard, while the surrounding servants watched him sweep the floor, giggling. Now, he was just a faint existence, despised right in his own home. Duke Harwood suddenly appeared in front of Leolin. Why did you come here? Leolin asked, his eyes full of suspicion. I've been closely monitored recently. It's frustrating enough. Harwood smiled lightly, his face revealing smugness. Leolin crossed his arms, thinking it would make more sense if Wilhelm or Buplis came. This Duke Harwood is just a nuisance, always prying into the relationship between Kamet and me. Why is he seeking me out now? Suddenly, Leolin remembered that while doing chores, he had overheard the servants gossiping about Duke Harwood. That Duke Harwood, good heavens, is that so? Leolin thought to himself, I heard he's been despised by Kamet. Maybe he wants to turn to flatter me? Let's see what he intends to say. Leolin sighed, looking straight at Harwood. You must be very surprised to see me. Harwood smirked, his eyes full of scheming. The reason I came here to find you. In the crowded hall, a murmur of discussion suddenly arose. What's going on? The break time is clearly over. Why haven't we resumed the meeting yet? A noble suddenly noticed, signaling for silence by putting a finger to his lips and saying softly, Shh, keep quiet for a moment. He pointed towards Kamet, continuing, it seems His Majesty is receiving an important report. We shouldn't disturb him right now. Upon hearing the report, Kamet was filled with astonishment. Duke Harwood secretly approached Leolin. Ranal, sitting next to him with a thoughtful expression, muttered, impossible. Duke Harwood must have realized that Leolin is being strictly monitored. Kamet also appeared skeptical, replying, I don't know what he's plotting. We must be very careful, step up the surveillance, and investigate their actions thoroughly. Ciro, first, help me track Duke Harwood. After the meeting ends, I will dispatch more knights to follow him. Upon hearing this, Ciro immediately replied, I understand, Lord Kamet. He used his power to teleport, bowing to Kamet and Ranal, and added, please trust and entrust this to me. Ranal looked at Ciro with worried eyes, thinking to herself, all this time, I continuously had a strange feeling, a bad premonition. Please, don't let anything bad happen. Suddenly, a puff of black smoke flew out of the hall, swirling like a gust of wind. That is Ciro, he thought to himself. I must keep an eye on Leolin. It wasn't Buplis, but a special figure who approached him. Whatever they're plotting, I will absolutely not let it slide. Ciro darted toward Leolin and Duke Harwood, who were standing and talking. Harwood looked at Leolin and said in a heavily sarcastic tone, you must be very surprised to see me. His face revealed a terrifying expression. Smirking, the reason I came all the way here is to witness firsthand a person who is in a position where he doesn't belong. Leolin was startled, glaring at Duke Harwood, and asked, what do you mean by that? Harwood looked straight at him, replying, I heard you were banished to the lowest position in the palace, but seeing in person now, it truly is extremely pathetic. Leolin gripped the broom tightly in his hand, growling, "Damn it, will you shut up?" Harwood continued, his voice full of contempt. "You received help from others, but still failed. And on top of that, you suffer humiliation at the very bottom of society." Ha! His face suddenly turned cold, eyes filled with disdain. "Don't you think it would be better to just let it all go?" Leolin roared in fury, lunging toward the Duke. "You cowardly bastard, how dare you!" In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a ferocious black wolf, pouncing at Harwood. "Are you delusional enough to have a death wish?" Suddenly, a hissing sound echoed as Duke Harwood used golden chains to bind the wolf, preventing it from reaching him. Harwood said calmly, "Why would I ever want to throw my life away? Seeing those who mock you still living safe and sound, it seems that is exactly what limits your potential." He touched the magic circle and continued, "His Majesty Kamet is truly a man of vast mercy. He should have removed a disgraced person like me from his protection list." Leolin, in the form of a wolf, growled resentfully, trying to comprehend his current situation. "Damn it, bastard. Why did I end up in this situation?" Its bloodshot eyes flashed with indignation, growling even more fiercely. It couldn't die, but it also couldn't kill the hateful old man in front of it. Suddenly, Leolin reverted to his human form, his mind flooded with self-doubt. "Why have I become so pathetic? It's all because of Kamet, that arrogant bastard. No, it was Winhem who betrayed me. And Buplis too. He deceived me with promises of victory. He took advantage of my naivety and abandoned me in isolation when he realized the disadvantages." Leolin fell to his knees, his heart filled with rage. "A bunch of damn scumbags. I want to destroy them all." Just then footsteps echoed. What is all this noise about? Nadia, along with the maids, appeared. I heard a loud noise, so I ran over. "Duke, what are you doing here instead of attending the meeting?" Harwood turned around, smiling. "Ah, you were Xenon's attendant, right? Perfect timing. Actually, His Majesty has been very suspicious of me lately. Sadly, I have to think of ways to prove my loyalty." He pointed at Leolin. "I wanted to try insulting the person who used to be His Majesty's enemy. I came here just to do that." Ciro, standing faintly in the corner, observed the Duke. Even though those monitoring me must have witnessed everything, the more witnesses, the better, Ciro thought to himself. He really is lying through his teeth. If it was only for that purpose, why make a fuss to attract attention? Moreover, while already being suspected and closely monitored, his reason for seeking out Leolin is definitely not just that. Harwood put on a mask and approached. "Everyone here saw me humiliate Leolin. Do you still want to nitpick?" Nadia looked at him warily. Humiliating someone like Leolin isn't a clear crime. She couldn't interrogate him further. So what should she do? Harwood suddenly fell silent, laughing inwardly. Good grief, everyone is overly guarding against me. Even a small gesture falls into their sights. His Majesty couldn't rush over immediately only because he is busy with a meeting. Surely all attention is focused on me right now. During the meeting, Kamet stood up. "Today's meeting ends here. The rest will proceed tomorrow. Remember to attend fully." People around started murmuring, "Is it already over?" It was so intense just a moment ago. Kamet called Gurns over. "Sir Gurns, take the knights to Leolin immediately." Gurns bowed. "Understood. I will take everyone except the escort knights." Ranal pressed her hand to her chest, feeling uneasy. It's so strange. Both Kamet and Gurns are acting very rationally. Why am I the only one feeling so anxious? Harwood suddenly smirked. Actually, he was just dropping bait as a distraction. The noble stealthily pulled something out of his pocket. He sprinted as fast as the wind toward Kamet, holding a short sword coated in dark magic, and shouted, "Emperor, you must die?" A question suddenly popped into my mind. Where's the truth hiding, and how soon will it be revealed? Most nobles in the Empire, if they do not hold the title of knight, only hold a sword for practice. The only skills they are proficient in are using cutlery and paper knives. Even those are too weak to harm others, and they even need to be escorted by knights. Therefore, despite having the opportunity to approach the Emperor during meetings, the court wizards only checked if they carried magical tools, without thoroughly inspecting their belongings. Nevertheless, the henchman stealthily hid a short sword in his pocket, then lunged toward Kamet as fast as lightning, shouting, "Die, Kamet." But just before he could carry out his intention, a large hand blocked him. Gurns quickly broke the assassin's arm, causing the short sword to drop to the ground, and pressed his face against the floor with his other hand. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly plunged into chaos, with screams echoing everywhere. "Oh my god, unbelievable. Look, there's another attacker." For a moment, no one expected there to be more than one assassin. Two rebels, one male and one female, holding weapons and with eyes full of killing intent, charged toward Kamet. How many people are there anyway? Could this be a collective rebellion? Subdue them quickly. A royal guard managed to close in and subdue one, but the other continued to rush forward without hesitation. "No, stop her immediately." The pink-haired assassin screamed, "Your Majesty, it's better if you die." Kamet didn't dodge at all. His eyes exuded power and bravery, because not a single scratch could harm the Golden Wolf with ultimate strength. With just a gentle motion, Kamet took down the assassin. The short sword fell to the ground, making a piercing sound. Ranal hid behind Kamet, her eyes panicked, wondering to herself, what is going on? What is this unbelievable chaos? The attackers belonged to the noble class, and perhaps this was Duke Harwood's plot, a trick that even highly trained assassins couldn't execute. The noble assassins were restrained chained and tied up in front of the hall. Arrest them all. We must interrogate them to see who is behind this. The knights' voices echoed through the hall. Since these people and their accomplices could sneak out, all nobles were forbidden from leaving the meeting room. Ranal still cowered behind Kamet, feeling anxious. Besides, doing so would mean Duke Harwood would lose many pawns he could use. This was an act that even a fool like Leolin wouldn't commit. Logically, it was unbelievable. There had to be another plot hidden inside. Otherwise, even though everyone had been subdued, the feeling of unease wouldn't dissipate. Ranal gritted her teeth. She felt anxious as her chest was still filled with trepidation and discomfort. Gurns raised his voice angrily. What on earth are you doing? Don't you know that this trick will only bring harm to yourselves? Ranal felt like she was swept into a chaotic vortex, unable to comprehend it. A feeling of intense, oppressive discomfort was rising in her mind. That sensation was too clear to be mistaken. The interrogation between Gurns and the guilty nobles continued. We had no such intention. We were forced. We were threatened. Gurns felt helpless and shouted in anger. Even if you were forced, you dare to do things that could get yourselves destroyed? Are you that stupid? Meanwhile, Ranal was still struggling with her inner world. Everything was too vivid, too familiar. A bizarre, demonic aura emanated from the noble. In that exact moment, Ranal trembled to the extreme and screamed. Sir Gurns stepped back immediately. Ranal's scream startled Gurns. He turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Completely unaware that danger was lurking right behind his back. From the shadows, a grotesque monster with long tentacles reached toward Gurns, emitting terrifying growls. Gurns quickly noticed the anomaly and agilely dodged the monster's attack. The sword in his hand flashed a cold light. A sharp slash tore through the disgusting, slimy things. Even Gurns couldn't help but be shocked by what was unfolding in the Grand Hall. Kamet also turned grave, wondering, what is that? Piercing screams echoed everywhere as the panicked nobles scattered, trying to save their lives from the sudden appearance of the monsters. People are turning into monsters. Over there too, others are as well. Everything plunged into chaos. No one cared about their image anymore. Let us go. We have nothing to do with these monsters. Save me. Reality shattered amidst the desperate cries for help, mingled with the tearing sounds of sharp tentacles sweeping across everything. A bone-chilling cold aura enveloped his back, startling Lord Myodin. He gritted his teeth, turning to look toward the distant palace, sweat beading on his forehead. A demonic, sinister aura radiated from the palace, making the whole building seem to flicker in dark flames. The eerie atmosphere sent chills down everyone's spine. Lord Myodin struggled internally. How could they have infiltrated? I've set up barriers all over the Empire. What method did they use to slip into the palace? Without delay, he immediately ordered everyone prepare to teleport at once. But right then, Min managed to stop him. Wait, Lord Myodin. On Min's face appeared a look of helpless terror. He pointed into the distance. Look over there. In the sky, a blood-red color covered the heavens, and a bat wing twitched slightly. Next came the appearance of a horde of monsters swarming in. Min screamed, "If we leave our positions now, the barrier will be completely destroyed." The wizards, including Lord Myodin, could only stand helplessly, watching the disaster unfold. Damn it, is this a diversionary tactic? Meanwhile, the sound of shoes clicking against the polished floor echoed, reflecting the image of Duke Harwood. A smug smile seemed to flash across his lips. Whenever fighting, one must assume the number of casualties, even if the opponent uses tricks. The greater the damage, the more it far exceeds the initial realm of imagination. No one could have anticipated this situation. The leader of the noble faction, the head of the aristocrats, had not hesitated to offer his own peers as sacred sacrifices to the monsters from the demon realm. Duke Harwood, with a cold expression, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the large mirror, and spoke, "I have brought the nobles of my faction. Can you control those creatures to infiltrate them?" On the mirror's surface, a dark purple light flickered, and from the depths, a voice echoed. Of course, human lives carry a light similar to the divine. Their aura is too strong. Even if divine magic tries to conceal it, it is hard to detect. This is not a matter of ability, but of structure. It is the law of nature. Unless there is an intimate connection, no matter how talented one is, they cannot do anything. Duke Harwood stroked his chin, his voice full of doubt. "Oh, how can you be so certain?" The eerie face in the mirror grinned, baring its teeth. "Because I have succeeded once before. Even though it happened right before the late Emperor's eyes, no one could guess that the cause of his death was a demonic invasion. So, rest assured and entrust this to me. I will control all things in this world right in our hands. No one can stop it." Ranal clutched her chest tightly, feeling a surge of unease. Ciro, looking worried, tapped his shoulder lightly. "I clearly sent knights to Kamet's location. Why is it taking so long? Could something have happened?" Ciro pursed his lips and sighed. Previously, he was used to protecting silently in secret, but ever since his rationality was affected, he always felt restless. Subconsciously, the image of Xenon with a radiant smile like the sun appeared. The more he thought about it, the more his heart burned like fire. He wanted to immediately run there to check, but if the Marquis planned to flee or pull any tricks, everything could fall apart. Ciro stared intently at the scheming Duke Harwood's back. He hid in the shadows, clenching his fists. Now, waiting patiently was the right thing to do. In his heart, Siro prayed silently, "Please, divine spirits, don't let my fears come true." Gurns cleaved a monster in half with a sharp sword strike, but his face clearly showed exhaustion and helplessness. Damn it, these monsters, no matter how many times I slash them, they keep regenerating. Even with the support of the royal wizards and priests, they couldn't stop their regeneration. Gurns suddenly recalled the battle alongside the wizards with Lord Myodin, where he had faced similar creatures related to Buplis. The situation was chaotic, and the nobles were fleeing in panic. "Ah, don't come over here." Mingled with the screams were the reassuring words of the royal knights. Running around in a panic like that is even more dangerous. At least, if there weren't so many nobles here, the knights and wizards could attack more aggressively. The Grand Hall was in an uproar with chaotic sounds. Holding tightly to his sword, using his other hand to protect Ranal, he tensely watched the situation unfold before him. Duke Harwood strolled leisurely down the corridor, a cunning smile appearing on his scheming face. His Majesty must be in an extremely difficult situation, he thought to himself. Actually, there's a very simple way to solve this mess. Ignore the lives of those nobles getting in the way and freely slaughter the monsters. Duke Harwood smirked triumphantly, but they definitely won't use this method. He thought, Kamet, a beast in human skin, will stubbornly uphold the title of a holy king in a ridiculous manner. Duke Harwood's eyes gleamed dangerously. Just struggle to your heart's content, you weak little creature. The price to pay for a beast trying to act like a human will be getting dragged down by the humans themselves. The chaotic screams slashed through the air. "Your Majesty, please protect us. Your Majesty, please save us." Kamet gritted his teeth in anger, his breathing heavy, his sword still not lowered. Ranal looked anxiously at Kamet's back. Kamet is gradually getting exhausted, she thought. In the middle of such a chaotic battle, he still has to protect me. Ranal also wanted to use Mui's power to help, but the situation was too dangerous. At this rate, she suddenly felt a severe, throbbing pain rushed to her head, a dizzying sensation spreading throughout her body. Monsters wanting to kill her were everywhere, Ranal thought. The sensitive instinct of the crow gradually lost its endurance. A nauseating feeling rushed in, making her stagger. "No," Kamet anxiously caught her. "Ranal, what's wrong?" Deep down, Ranal thought, "If I collapse now, I'll just be a burden to Kamet." Kamet shouted with deep anxiety, "Ranal." There was a blank space in Ranal's thoughts. For a moment, she didn't know why. Perhaps her reason was gradually blurring, or her crow instinct had taken over her entire body. Suddenly, all the chaotic noises became silent. Ranal slowly turned around, acting subconsciously. Before she could realize it, she had stood in front of Kamet to shield him. Ranal flew up, facing a monster, while Kamet frantically tried to pull her back. Ranal's inner voice echoed. Even knowing for sure that Kamet was much stronger than her, even clearly knowing that she was no match for that monster, and even though she was terrified deep down, she wanted to bear this pain instead of Kamet. So, she acted like a fool. Ranal felt a sharp pain as a strange object pierced through her body. A mouthful of blood spurted from the corner of her mouth, and Kamet's echoing cries still lingered in her ears. "Ranal, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry." Crimson drops of blood pattered down, staining the carpet red and creating a tragic pattern. Ah, that's right, Ranal thought. If I die, Kamet won't live long either. Ranal couldn't hear anything. Only chaotic noises remained in her ears. "Let go, hurry up." Ranal's hands, stained with blood, tightly gripped the monster's mouth. Her mind was hazy. "No, it can't be like this. What should I do? How can I survive? How can I end this chaos?" Each clear heartbeat made Ranal suddenly realize she just needed to destroy all the monsters in front of her. A Korvanok stone shone dazzlingly. Ranal poured her own blood over it. She screamed in desperation, "Die, all of you." A surging blue wave of power enveloped Ranal's small body, greedily draining her life force before fiercely attacking the monsters. A deafening roar resounded. Sir Gurns turned around, filled with astonishment. What was happening? All the monsters were being wiped into nothingness by a mighty force. Gurns was speechless. The monsters. They've all vanished. Kamet felt an icy chill, the panic in his heart growing larger. He stammered, calling out, "Ranal, Ranal." Kamet panicked, hurriedly catching Ranal, who was now covered in blood and unconscious. He shouted angrily, "Where are all the wizards? Come save Ranal right now." A healing wizard ran over, hastily saying, "Yes, I will begin the treatment immediately." The healing light enveloped Ranal. She weakly whispered, "Kamet, I'm so glad you're safe." Kamet looked at Ranal in agony, his face pale. "Ranal, hang in there. You'll be fine. You will definitely be healed." The wizard's hands trembled, his face showing obvious panic. "Your Majesty, this is bad. Lady Ranal's body is not accepting the treatment." The devastating news struck like lightning, making Kamet stare at Ranal's pale face as she gradually lost consciousness. The wizard tried to heal her, but there was no progress. The female wizard said fearfully, "Your Majesty, the lady's body cannot absorb any magic or divine power." Kamet's heart pounded erratically. He looked at the blood-soaked Ranal in his arms in disbelief. Lies, how is that possible? He asked himself, how did things come to this? Am I just going to stand here and watch Ranal die? Emperor Kamet shouted, pointing at his subjects, "Summon all the royal wizards here immediately. Not just wizards, call anyone capable of saving Ranal." He told himself, "I cannot give up. Ranal's life is fading. There must be a way." Kamet tightly hugged Ranal, who was losing her vitality, pleading, "If you can just save her, I will grant anything. Please." The trembling voice of a priest rang out, "Your Majesty, both prayers and magic are ineffective. We have tried our best." Kamet collapsed, his hands tightly holding the one he loved the most. "No, this can't be. I cannot live without you." A tear fell from Kamet's eye. The game was over, but Ranal still did not wake up. Emperor Kamet's face was covered in tears. He blamed himself. "It's my fault. For the ambition of protecting everything, I lost the most important person." Kamet cried, loudly like a child, holding Ranal. "Nothing has any meaning anymore. It's so meaningless. I'd rather die in your place. As long as you could live, I would tear out my heart right now." Sir Gurn stepped forward to console Kamet. At this moment, everyone fell into despair, unable to feel anything else. Kamet's heart now contained only endless agony. Suddenly, a tiny spirit appeared, holding a flower branch in its hands, and gently landed on the face of the faintly breathing Ranal. The spirit seemed to sense Ranal's life fading away. It cried, its tears falling onto Ranal's face. "Mui, perhaps you are in as much pain as I am," the spirit whispered. It had signed a contract and lost its master. Was there any hope left? Suddenly, Kamet remembered something. Wait, a spirit? Maybe. Kamet reached out and took a crystal out from his person. The light from the stone illuminated his mind, which had been sinking into darkness. Perhaps all was not completely lost. That magnificent crystal was the spirit stone of Marquis Meridia. Kamet thought that since Ranal's existence was tied to nature, this stone might be more effective than magic or divine power. He placed the stone on Ranal's body. A blinding light engulfed them, penetrating into the mind of the closed-eyed Ranal. The gentle sound of the wind rustled past. Kamet prayed, "Please, help Ranal smile again." Within Ranal's comatose mind, a voice rang out, "Ranal, wake up." Ranal blinked her half-open eyes, asking, "Who is it?" The mysterious voice replied, "It's fortunate that your lover acted in time. You almost came to me mistakenly too soon, which made me a bit sad. Come find me at a more appropriate time." Ranal was floating in a vast space. That voice continued, "There are many things between you and me that need to be discussed. You already know how to get here anyway." Ranal asked in surprise, "Huh? Wait, what exactly do those words mean?" Many black crow feathers flew towards her, covering her vision and forcing Ranal to shield her eyes. When Ranal opened her eyes again, Kamet's figure gradually appeared before her. He was calling, "Ranal, can you see me?" Ranal opened her eyes clearer and recognized that the voice belonged to Kamet. The space between the two was filled with joy. Kamet was overjoyed that his beloved had awakened, overcoming a terrifying death. Kamet's hands trembled with happiness. He held Ranal tightly, as if afraid the one he loved would disappear. Thank goodness you're still alive," Kamet whispered. Ranal also hugged him back, comforting him. "I'm sorry, Kamet. I'm sorry for making you worry." Kamet replied, "No, don't apologize to me. As long as you are alive, that's enough." Ranal said softly, "But you cried so much. I promise I will never do anything so dangerous again." In her heart, Ranal told herself, seeing Kamet cry is more painful than death. Kamet's face darkened with anger as he continued. Duke Harwood must have definitely joined hands with Buplas. Emperor Kamet ordered in a tone full of authority, "Arrest Duke Harwood immediately." Just then, a wave of magic suddenly appeared. Ranal immediately recognized it as Lord Myadin's teleportation magic. From the magical mist, Marquis Mean stepped out, heavily injured. Panting heavily, he said, "Your Majesty, I apologize for arriving late. The current situation is extremely critical. Please send reinforcements immediately." Inside the palace, an atmosphere of chaos reigned. The officials were murmuring animatedly, while the royal knights tried to calm everyone down. Many had yet to recover from the shock, some completely breaking down due to the severe psychological impact. The warriors who had just returned from the battlefield looked exhausted, constantly recounting the horrific situation outside. Even though they were completely drained, they still tried to do what they could. The maid Nadia tremblingly handed Ranal a cloak. Meanwhile, Emperor Kamet stood firm, inquiring the knights about the situation outside. Mean reported, "Your Majesty, the defenders of the homeland are trapped. The entire empire is engulfed in a sea of fire, surrounded by demons. Fortunately, thanks to continuous defense preparations, our troops have not suffered casualties yet. However, the number of enemies is overwhelmingly large, and they possess limitless regeneration. We are severely lacking in defensive manpower. Lord Myadin is trying to prevent the demon realm creatures from crossing the boundary. Thanks to his commanding skills, the situation is somewhat better. However, physically, we are being pushed to our limits. He sent me here on his behalf." The night continued. Lord Maiden is still fighting out there, trying to keep the danger to a minimum. He told me, I sense demonic energy in the Imperial Palace. Go there in my stead, report the situation, and request reinforcements. He also instructed, the most important thing is the safety of everyone in the palace. I entrust their care to you. The Emperor quickly regained his composure and ordered, Sir Gurns, divide the knights into 3 teams. 1 team to keep control here, and 1 team to go to the night, order to mobilize reinforcements. Gurns immediately bowed in obedience. Yes, Your Majesty. The Emperor gave his final command. The last team is to drag Duke Harwood and Leolin here. At this moment, Kamet appeared with the majesty of a true king, his glowing red eyes revealing an iron resolve for the upcoming battle. The knights, upon receiving the order, immediately rushed forward to arrest Duke Harwood and Leolin according to the Emperor's directive. However, upon seeing the spears of the royal soldiers pointed directly at him, Harwood maintained a rare calmness, frowning slightly as if in thought, perhaps there's some misunderstanding. Even so, he raised his hands in surrender, his expression nonchalant as if he were completely innocent. You all don't have to work so hard. I will obediently come along myself. At the palace, Nadia reported all the events to Emperor Kamet and the officials. She recounted that Duke Harwood had displayed baffling behaviors, even making threats if people continued to suspect him. Kamet listened to every word, his mind quickly turning. Why was he suspected? And why did he appear at Leolin's place? Kamet recalled the previous event when Harwood drew all attention to himself and then suddenly caused a chaos in the hall. Harwood's contemptuous gaze had been etched deep into Kamet's mind. In fact, Harwood had insulted Leolin and staged a false situation to make everyone suspect one another. Kamet realized that Harwood had created a trap to extricate himself. An incomprehensible smile bloomed on Harwood's lips, as if every move was going exactly according to his plan. Kamet thought to himself, with this way, it's really hard to catch him red-handed committing the crime. Harwood was escorted to kneel before Kamet, his tone full of remorse. I await a fair judgment from Your Majesty. Kamet pondered. In the current urgent situation, there wasn't enough time to gather evidence proving Harwood's collusion with the demons. Kamet felt conflicted and had no choice but to order the knights. For now, we will temporarily detain the Duke, because he is a suspect based on circumstances. Due to the lack of evidence, we will put him in an empty room instead of a prison cell. Once everything is handled, we will conduct a trial. Sir Gurn stepped forward and asked, Your Majesty, what should we do about Leolin? Kamet speculated, he doesn't seem to be very involved in this matter. At this time, Leolin had been apprehended by the soldiers, his face furious, repeatedly muttering curses. Damn it, damn it. Kamet turned to Gurns, saying, just in case, I think instead of leaving him here, taking him to the front line might be safer for the people. Ranal, hearing Kamet's decision, suddenly stepped out from the corner of the room, her bare, cold feet stepping onto the stone floor. She approached Kamet, gently pulling him closer. Seeing this, he slightly bent down to hear what Ranal wanted to say. Ranal spoke with a sweet voice, softly asking Kamet, are you planning to go to the front lines? At this moment, Kamet finally remembered Ranal's presence. Up until now, being too busy, he had forgotten that she had just woken up. Hearing Ranal's question, Kamet immediately felt flustered. He awkwardly raised both hands to explain, Ranal, well so. But without waiting for him to finish, Ranal shook her head, showing disagreement. Your Highness, please don't say that you will stay for my sake. She gripped Kamet's cloak tightly, even though she really wanted him to be safe. But for the sake of the country, she hesitated but said, you are the Emperor, you must protect everyone. Ranal had made the right decision. I think I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if I kept you back. Her sparkling purple eyes now held only Kamet's reflection. Her voice gradually choked up. You must return safely. Then he held her small hand tightly, kissed it lightly, and promised, I will definitely return safely. Rest assured and wait for me here. Kamet, with seething determination, was ready to march to the front lines. He raised his sword high and declared, I will show them that no one can dare to seize our empire. The soldiers' cheers resounded in unison. All the royal knights bore eyes full of determination and the courage to protect their homeland. A gust of wind blew past, and everyone began to teleport. At this time, Min approached Ranal, who was still standing and watching the crowd with Kamet. He called her, Ranal, you have to move now. The Imperial Palace is no longer safe. Ranal immediately turned around and said, I understand, Marquis Min. She told herself, that's right, I shouldn't overthink things anymore. Afterwards, Ranal announced to the present nobles, everyone already knows the truth that we must evacuate, right? Therefore, from now on, as the future Empress, I will lead the way for everyone. Focus on what needs to be done. Please line up and follow me. Do not let your minds wander. The crystal on her body now shone brilliantly. In a distant forest, amidst the rustling of leaves, a feminine voice rang out. It seems to be somewhere around here, right? A girl's hand fumbled over the foliage, seemingly searching for something. After parting the foliage, Lady Adriana Gonin appeared and said excitedly, found it. A sparkling necklace, radiating a halo, was lying on a cliff. It was a hidden item, a mysterious item she had known about in the game. In the game, developers sometimes hid special items that players could only discover by touching a blind spot on the map. These items couldn't be bought with real money or in-game currency. When a finger touched the screen, a small butterfly would appear, confirming the discovery of the hidden item. To collect them, players needed luck or extremely keen observation skills. Adriana squatted down, picked up the necklace, and thought to herself, this item, I can collect it while conquering almost all of Namuel's routes. Lady Adriana Ganon held the necklace on her finger, shook it gently, and suddenly thought, this is really strange. She slowly admired the sparkling necklace for a moment, then abruptly turned and walked away, continuing her previous line of thought. This item was hidden so deep in the forest that upon collecting it, her body was covered in dirt, but strangely, the necklace was as shiny as brand new. Adriana vaguely remembered a certain face and guessed that, seemingly, someone had collected and placed it there. She suddenly realized something, placed her hand on her left chest, and wondered in situations like this, what was the reason for that NPC's appearance? Suddenly, Adriana stopped, as if she remembered something, but then thought those things were no longer important now. She thought of Kamet and the sword, what was truly important. In a magical world, where capable people were rising, the only thing she could rely on was this truth. Adriana's long hair blew in the wind, further accentuating her loneliness. She bowed her head, more determined than ever. An ordinary person like her had to make use of all the information she knew. Adriana had tightly grasped the necklace in her hand without realizing it, hoping that there would be no problems when she used it. Finally, her eyes showed anxiety. She thought to herself, was Namuel preparing well for his awakening? She wanted to check immediately, but then remembered the scene of Namuel in the process of awakening, agonizingly holding his head. If she just met him once, everything would be turned upside down. She could not check the situation, because if she tried to meet him, the consequence would be his explosion. Adriana closed her eyes, determined. She could not destroy everything just to satisfy her curiosity. Amidst the rustling of the leaves, Adriana still drifted in her thoughts. She could do nothing but endure this suffocating feeling. She was all alone, separated from everyone, not knowing how the others were living. Adriana recalled that scene during a banquet, surrounded by the shouts of the knights. Everyone, please move slowly according to the knight's instructions. Do not push, be careful not to fall. Somewhere, a young girl and a child were holding hands. The child asked, Sister Ranal, where are we going? Ranal turned back, answering gently, to a safer place. A bright smile immediately appeared on Ranal's face, comforting the child. Don't worry, Sepia, I will definitely protect everyone. Adriana raised her head to look at the sun, telling herself, so I will not let myself lose to Ranal. She earnestly wrapped her arms over her head, flipped her long hair, and thought to herself, even if this suffocating situation suppresses me, I will definitely not fall. Lady Adriana Ganon continued walking forward and suddenly exclaimed. Shifting to another scene, a gloomy and dark place appeared with two beasts. A mysterious hand held a flashing sword, ready to pin it down. That was Ciro. He gently flew up, executing a series of precise attacks, and thought to himself that the situation here was not as serious as he had worried. Ciro recalled his group and felt lucky that they were not too late. Among the wizards and elementalists, no one was killed, thanks to the timely support of the reinforcements. The leader of the Imperial Wizards had more time to complete the barrier. The regeneration ability of the demonic creatures had disappeared, and they were no longer cursed by their blood. Now, the only task left was to eliminate the remaining opponents. Moreover, there were many knights here, including Duke Galonis, along with Ciro, Kamet, and even support from Rivlin. The meticulous preparation over a long time had finally paid off. Ciro lowered his head, his deep eyes revealing a lingering concern. Even though Bupulus had caused everything, despite searching this entire land in the dark, they still could not find any trace of him. Finally, Ciro wondered where he was after all. In a small and simple wooden cabin, in a study room lit by many candles. Namuel wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. He had prepared everything. On the table were various books and records, and he had created the ideal environment for the awakening. Namuel had checked everything multiple times, and creating perfect conditions like this was truly not easy. Namuel held the Corvinok stone in his hand. Suddenly, the patterns began to spread across the back of his hand. However, Namuel did not mind, and just thought that now he only needed to absorb the Corvinok stone. He tiredly gripped his elbow, which was being invaded by the patterns, clearly feeling that the curse was becoming more severe, to the point where he felt as if the curse was calling something. Namuel made a guess. Was it infiltrating the demon realm? He secretly pursed his lips. If so, he had to be even more calm and prepare for the awakening. Namuel looked at the glowing Corvinok stone in his hand, seemingly having decided on something. He had to completely awaken and become a fighting force for the army. The conch shell glowed brighter and brighter, a deep blue light shining through the window to the outside. In the room, a deep blue aura from the conch shell radiated around Namuel's body. Namuel gritted his teeth in pain and tightly closed his eyes. In his consciousness, the pain spread throughout his body, but he felt the awakening was proceeding smoothly. The patterns on Namuel's arm gradually disappeared, evidenced by the area of the curse swallowing his right arm instantly decreasing. A satisfied smile bloomed on Namuel's lips. He thought to himself that everything was fine as long as he didn't encounter any more obstacles. In his mind, mind, he began to draw a picture of a happy future beside Lady Adriana Ganon and told himself that now he no longer needed to suppress his feelings. However, right at that moment, a strong wind suddenly blew past, throwing the door wide open. The cold wind rushed in, extinguishing the burning candles, and then the person who appeared at the door was none other than Lady Adriana Ganon with a cold smile on her lips. She gently tilted her head, asking indifferently, "It seems I have intruded, haven't I?" Namuel, who was in the process of recovery and awakening, could not help but be shocked upon seeing her. He stammered her name, Lady Ganon. His eyes clearly showed suspicion, and the patterns that had just disappeared suddenly reappeared once again. Namuel exclaimed in astonishment, Why did you appear at this time? I had almost completed the awakening process. The small wooden cabin in the field was suddenly enveloped by a dark energy. Lady Adriana Ganon still stood there with a cold smile. Repeating the question, "It seems I have intruded, haven't I?" Namuel was still dazed, unable to believe his eyes. He stared at her, a strange feeling rising in his heart. Wait a minute, he thought to himself, is this person really Lady Ganon? Namuel suddenly recalled the memories of the past when conversing with Lady Adriana Ganon. He affirmed in his heart, she helped me lift the curse. She couldn't possibly hinder me in this way. With that determination, he prepared a defensive posture, ready to attack. He angrily asked, "Who are you? How did you get the form of Lady Ganon?" But in Namuel's heart, another plan was being drawn up. He thought he must capture this person alive and find out if Lady Ganon was safe. In the eyes of the fake Lady Adriana Ganon, a bland smile appeared. She lazily replied, "Oh, I didn't expect you to see through me like that." Then, she waved her hand. A blue light glided past, and she growled, "You have endured the pain of awakening and still have the strength to attack. Every time a finger moves, you have to endure a pain like being torn apart." Namuel, clutching his chest and kneeling down in pain, still resiliently looked straight at her. The fake Lady Adriana Ganon pretended to cover her face and cry, but was actually mocking Namuel. What incredible willpower. Your future in a magic world will go very far. After that, the fake Lady Adriana Ganon took off her disguise and said, "I will also teach you something interesting. What I just used is magic to transform into the existence that the opponent loves the most. Although I don't know who Lady Ganon is, taking her hostage seems to bring significant value." In Namuel's eyes, worry, fear, and a hint of despair were evident. Even though his arm was gradually being invaded by strange patterns, in his mind, Namuel kept screaming, No, I can't let Lady Ganon be in danger because of me." Meanwhile, Bupulus calmly looked down at Namuel, who was sinking into darkness, and said, "Don't worry too much. If I kill her right now, the value of the hostage will disappear. I will use the power of the demon realm to make her even stronger." Ignoring Namuel, who was in extreme pain, Bupulus continued nonchalantly. "However, after that, I'm not sure if she will still retain her humanity." Despite this, a thought still echoed in Namuel's subconscious. "Even if I lose my sense of self forever, I will definitely destroy the one standing in front of me." With his arm covered in pitch black patterns, Namuel struggled to reach toward Bupulus. Seeing this, Bupulus only smiled contemptuously. "Oh, are you planning to kill me?" In the air filled with dark magic, Bupulus transformed into Lady Adriana Ganon and coldly asked, "But can you kill this form?" Namuel had completely collapsed, clenching his teeth without daring to say another word. Bupulus commented with satisfaction, "As expected, you don't have that courage." Just as he finished speaking, he quickly attacked Namuel with a strong blow to the face. Namuel gradually gave up, and Bupulus thought to himself, earlier he only used non-lethal magic, but now he easily reveals such an opening. The small wooden cabin in the field appeared again, but in just a moment, a dark energy enveloped the entire house. Then, a set of sharp claws appeared, followed by pointed fangs, and finally, a pair of glowing red eyes. All three bore patterns identical to those on Namuel's body. Bupulus thought to himself with satisfaction, "I didn't expect such an excellent pawn to appear. It truly is good that I left the curse behind." He suddenly thought of Kamut's back and contentedly waved his hand. "Come, if so, then break the era of the noble golden wolf." Then, Bupulus slowly declared, "I will announce the new boss code battle." Hearing this, the wolf that Namuel had transformed into roared furiously. The sky-shaking roar created a strong wind, sweeping across thousands of miles and accidentally passing by Lady Adriana Ganon, making her fall hard to the ground. Lady Ganon shockingly propped herself up and muttered, "Really?" She unconsciously thought of Namuel and exclaimed, "Namuel has exploded." Lady Adriana Ganon looked up in a panic, seemingly realizing something. "I didn't expect it to happen this fast. It shouldn't be like this in the original story." Lady Adriana Ganon hurriedly pressed her hands on the ground, briefly thinking, "No, now is not the time to determine right or wrong. I must act right away before things get worse." Thinking so, she stood up abruptly, her steps gradually accelerating. If she let things continue like this, Namuel would. She couldn't keep her calm and started running faster. In her mind appeared the worst-case scenario. He would harm everyone without being able to control his will, and then fall into an abyss of despair. In another place, Lord Maiden suddenly felt a massive surge of energy and could not help but exclaim, "I wondered why such a large surge of energy suddenly appeared. It turns out it's because of you." Facing Bupulus, standing beside Lord Maiden were Ciro, Duke Galonis, Kamet and Rivlin. With their presence, Lord Myodin confidently questioned, "Do you think you can escape the consequences after causing these things?" As soon as he finished speaking, the three people beside him rushed to attack. But Bupulus remained calm, softly mocking, "What a surprise, I didn't expect you to use your full strength to suppress me like this." Then he placed 2 fingers on the ground, using magic while saying, "If you continue like this." Bupulus intentionally stopped, not finishing his sentence. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a set of sharp claws appeared. He continued, "Then I have to call in more reinforcements." In an instant, the atmosphere became suffocating and tense. Bupulus looked around with satisfaction and ordered, "Come." Immediately, the fierce wolf from earlier appeared. Bupulus continued, "I have prepared the stage for you. Please show these guests your outstanding appearance." As soon as he finished speaking, the wolf prepared to launch an attack. Witnessing this scene, Kamet could not help but be shocked, thinking to himself, "What is that wolf's form?" The overlapping images of magic made Kamet marvel even more. How can magic be used over such a wide range? Kamet suddenly remembered Rivlin and thought, this time is completely different from Rivlin's boss code battle. It is not Bupulus' strength, but its own ability. Kamet looked up, seemingly remembering something, feeling worried in his heart. This is bad. The wizards must protect the front lines. Kamet glanced at Lord Myodin, who was struggling in the battle, and thought to himself, Lord Myodin is in a state of severe fatigue. His aging body is increasingly weakening. He has to maintain the barrier of the vast empire while simultaneously facing Bupulus and the Marquis. Kamet closed his eyes helplessly, wondering, is there nothing I can do? Unconsciously, Kamet thought of Zeno's back and said, although I feel guilty, I have to risk my life. Right at that moment, a familiar figure appeared, shouting loudly, "Stop." That was Lady Adriana Gonin, trying to scream, "Marquis." Her face showed clear determination as she continued shouting, "Over here. Come toward me, Namuel." The dark magic threads, like vines, tightly wrapped around Namuel, making him unable to move. Namuel silently closed his eyes, thinking with resignation, it's over. When I prepared to awaken, I created the most perfect environment and still retain a bit of consciousness. But that's it. Namuel seemed to have lost all hope, thinking to himself, I am completely stripped of control over my body. My body cannot move, and all that's left is to be swallowed by the curse. Thinking of Kamet out there who was also struggling with the same thoughts, Namuel silently pleaded, I rely on everyone. While I still retain a little reason, please end everything. Lord Myodin, the people out there are all Namuel's friends. In his heart, he told himself, I don't want to hurt everyone with my own hands. Namuel was gradually being swallowed by the dark curse. At that moment, he suddenly thought, there's one thing I regret. Namuel continued his journey. The last image he saw of her was just an illusion created by magic. Namuel always remembered Adriana's smile and appearance. He yearned to see her even just one more time. In his heart, Namuel silently wished, if only I could meet her before everything ends. Suddenly, Adriana's voice rang out in his fading mind. Marquis, come here, her voice gentle but full of determination. Namuel sank deep into his thoughts, muttering that everything would be better if he could listen to her words. But Adriana's voice still echoed in his ears. Walk toward me. Namuel, she said, her voice full of comfort. Namuel looked up and saw Adriana rushing toward him, her hair blowing in the wind. She smiled gently and said, It's okay, Namuel. Adriana approached, placing her hands on Namuel's curse-covered body, her voice gentle but full of determination. It's still not too late, she said, and then she tightly hugged Namuel's wolf head, her eyes sincere. So, please don't give up, Adriana whispered. Glass, standing from a distance, looked at this scene and exclaimed, Is that girl Adriana Gonin? Ciro, standing next to him, also asked in surprise, Why would Lady Ranal's friend do something so dangerous? Kamet also looked over, thinking to himself, Ranal told me that she went on a trip, so why is she appearing in Myvern? This is definitely not a coincidence. Bupulus, standing on one side, laughed heartily and said, I didn't expect the hostage to come here on her own. Very good. Then he took powerful steps forward, his voice low but full of threat. You saved me the trouble of searching, Bupulus said, his eyes wicked. In return, I'll try to capture you without causing pain. Saying that, a burst of dark energy erupted from Bupulus's body, spreading everywhere. Lord Myodin held high his sparkling scepter, emitting magical light. He blocked Bupulus's attack. The two streams of energy collided, creating a loud explosion. Then he raised his hand to cast a spell, and a strong golden light radiated. Even though I am right in front of your eyes, you are distracted, Lord Myodin smiled. Even if I am exhausted, I will not let you act as you please. Please keep that in mind. Saying that, energy erupted. The two powers clashed, neither willing to yield. The earth shook, rocks crumbled, and a bright golden magical light enveloped Lord Myodin. Bupulus thought to himself with admiration, indeed, he truly is the leader of the royal wizards. I didn't expect you to be overexerted, yet still have enough strength to strike like that. Bupulus clenched something in his hand, muttering, however. As Bupulus's hand moved, a horde of dark demonic beasts appeared and roared. He whispered, even if I am hindered, it doesn't matter. Bupulus was confident. Anyway, when the beloved Marquis, Namuel, appears, the curse of ambition will explode. Then he commanded the dark demonic beasts to charge into battle. Adriana tightly hugged the wolf Namuel, who was enveloped by a gloomy curse. Suddenly, a light appeared, dispelling the darkness. Namuel woke up, his eyes widening in surprise. "Lady Adriana," he whispered. Namuel looked at the smiling girl in front of him, muttering in his heart, "This time, I can definitely recognize her. The girl here is truly Lady Adriana." Namuel was about to step forward, but suddenly hesitated. But how? He wondered, wait, no, if I leave it like this, I might end up hurting Lady Adriana. Looking at the curse increasingly eroding him, Namuel thought worriedly. The curse was losing its effect, but now it's about to take control again. Understanding Namuel's thoughts, Adriana forced a whisper, "Please don't worry. I am in a very healthy condition right now. Inside this shirt is the second mysterious artifact. No, I am wearing magical armor." She continued explaining, "I can endure and help you for a short time. This mysterious artifact. No, this is an ancient wolf fawn. I'm in such a hurry that I keep misspeaking," Adriana said. "If I have this, it can awaken the divine wolf bloodline. There's a flaw that it won't work before awakening, but if used after awakening, it brings a tremendous effect." Adriana said softly, "If it goes well, it might even break the curse." Hearing those words, Namuel suddenly froze, as if seeing a glimmer of hope ahead. He knew very well how much Adriana had strived for him. She gently advised, "So please be patient a little longer. Don't shoulder such heavy responsibilities all by yourself." Adriana reminded him that Emperor Kamet, Ranal, and everyone else are fighting with all their might. Her gentle voice rang out, "His Majesty the Emperor is here, along with your colleagues, and Ranal too. She is doing what is necessary, and out there, many others are also trying their best to fulfill their duties." Adriana reached her hand toward Namuel, her eyes filled with warmth. "Moreover," she said, bringing a ray of light that dispelled the darkness enveloping Namuel. "Right in front of your eyes, there's also me." Namuel was choked with emotion. The dark curse seemed to gradually fade under the light from Adriana's hand. His face became clearer, and Adriana's soothing voice continued, "Please try your best, even just a little bit." She reached out her hand to Namuel with a bright and sincere smile. "Rely on everyone around you, and seize the ending you truly desire." Meanwhile, at the palace, in the quiet hallway, the sound of footsteps echoed. Ranal stood there, staring intently out the window, seemingly deaf to someone calling her name. Suddenly, Marquis Min appeared and reported, "Lady Ranal, the refugees have gathered and are awaiting orders. Now we just need to teleport them to a safe location." Min's sudden appearance startled Ranal. She snapped out of it, turned around, and asked, "Is that so?" Ranal held Sepia's hand and continued speaking to Min. "Then please check to make sure no one is left behind, and proceed with the teleportation immediately." Sepia silently looked at Ranal, her eyes full of thought. She thought to herself, "Sister Ranal, she kept looking out the window just now. She looked just like a bird wanting to escape its cage." Sepia stepped forward and gently grasped the tips of Ranal's fingers. Ranal smiled and turned to look at Sepia, but the little girl quickly pulled her hand back. Sepia looked straight at Ranal with serious eyes. "Sister, you have a place you need to be, don't you? But for everyone's sake, you cannot go." Having her thoughts seen through by Sepia, Ranal was a bit flustered. "Ah, that's right." Ranal thought to herself, "The black crow's instinct always wants to fly outside." So Sepia noticed when she saw me subconsciously looking out the window. Ranal hurriedly comforted Sepia. "Don't worry, Sepia. I am the future empress. I will act for the sake of the people." Sepia interrupted, "But you aren't the official empress yet." Sepia lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. "The things you are doing are originally my responsibilities, but I am still too young, so you have to do them in my place. I have learned many things and understand that well." Ranal worriedly called Sepia's name. Sepia clenched her fists, then pointed straight at Ranal. Her voice majestic, "I command you as the princess of the Von Frick royal family. Black Crow Ranal, leave all your duties behind and do what you want to do." Ranal was surprised, calling out Sepia's name in panic. Sepia continued, her voice serious, yet still retaining a childish innocence. "You are neither the official empress nor a noble, so you have no right to refuse this order. If you disobey, you will be strictly punished." Ranal still couldn't help but worry, asking again, "Wait, what are you saying? Are you going to control the crowd on your own?" Sepia mischievously tried to reassure Ranal. "Don't worry, sister. Even without you here, there are still many adults to help me." Sepia acted smug and smiled affectionately, saying, "Sepia won't do anything, but will push all the work onto those adults. Because Brother Kamet once said, children must be protected." Ranal stood there, her heart full of doubts, wondering if this was a stroke of luck. Sepia hurried over, her small footsteps rushing, saying, "That's right." Sepia ran to the window, threw it wide open, and shouted with all her might, "Sister, fly away. Leave everything to the others." Sepia's earnest voice echoed out, and fly into that high sky. Ranal looked up at the sky, her heart skipping a beat. Ranal spread her wings, listening to the racing beat of her heart, admiring the beauty of the sky. A gentle voice rang out, You have found a way." Ranal transformed into a crow, spreading her wings and soaring into the high sky. Ranal spread her wings widely and flew away. Sepia looked up at the sky, following Ranal's wings. Sepia stood silently, gazing at the sky through the window frame. Suddenly, she heard someone say, "Oh my." Sepia glanced over. Sepia's wet nurse came running frantically, asking hurriedly, "Princess, what just happened? I can't believe you let Ranal go like that." Seeing her, Sepia smiled and called out to her wet nurse. Sepia beamed brightly, mischievously boasting, "I'm amazing, right? Please praise me." The wet nurse was a bit flustered, asking back, "Yes?" Sepia said softly, "You said it before, didn't you, Nanny? Blackbirds are very scary." The wet nurse had once frightened Sepia, saying that a black bird brings death. That person could neither go to heaven nor descend to hell, but would wander forever in the netherworld and suffer punishment. Sepia wasn't entirely clueless. Sepia knew. The other nobles constantly whispered about Sister Ranal's power. Sepia giggled and said, "So, I thought instead of keeping her here, I should let her go and fight the bad guys." Looking towards a window, Sepia added, and most importantly, Sepia said softly, "I think Sister Ranal, she suits the sky better than the ground." Sepia said inwardly, "So I'm counting on you, sister. Please fly slowly in that high sky, protecting my brother and everyone else." On this side, as Ranal spread her wings and flew across the sky, she wondered, "I don't know if this is the right choice." But Ranal also told herself, "But deep inside me, the Black Crow's instinct wants to follow the path it tells me is right." Deep within, human Ranal and Crow Ranal held each other tightly. Ranal whispered, "I don't know if human reason is right or if animal instinct is right. I cannot affirm which side is the correct answer." Even so, simply spreading her wings to the high sky, Ranal became resolute. "But there's one thing I am certain of. Once I've taken flight, I must absolutely never stop flapping my wings." Ranal suddenly noticed something flying behind her. Ranal looked closely. That creature, isn't it one of Marquis, means great spirits? Ranal guessed that must have sent the spirit to protect her. Ranal was touched, but also a little worried. He was already exhausted from overexertion, yet he still worried about me. Ranal said inwardly, "All right then, if that's the case." The necklace around Ranal's neck glowed. A feline spirit immediately appeared. Ranal thought to herself, "Since things have turned out this way, let me ride the wind to fly faster and soar even higher." Ranal told herself, because perhaps at the end of the horizon, the exact answer is waiting for me. I must go check. On the other side, the battle was still raging fiercely. Thunderous explosions echoed from all sides, and the dark demonic beasts roared continuously. Our side and the enemy's side struggled relentlessly. Kamet sat there, one by one. Kamet took them down. The golden-furred wolf Kamet stood out upon the pile of pitch-black demonic beast corpses. Kamet thought to himself, "I'm so tired. Just how much longer do we have to fight until it ends?" The demonic creatures keep pouring out endlessly. Strike one down, and more squirm their way out. Looking at Bupulus, Kamet evaluated. That wizard shows no signs of depleting his magical power. Looking over at Gloss and the others, Kamet thought to himself, on the contrary, the members of our army have almost depleted their physical strength. In terms of willpower, we are enduring quite well. Kamet frowned in deep thought. I feel as if we have become a dam about to burst under the force of the fiercely rushing water. Yet Kamet remained resolute, asserting that is exactly why we cannot step back, not even a single step. Another demonic beast lunged forward. Kamet was ready to face it, telling himself, if we fall right here, everything will collapse. Kamet transformed back into human form, unleashing a finishing blow to the demonic beast. His eyes were determined. Kamet would not fall. He told himself, furthermore, if everything falls apart like this, when Ranal flies through the sky, there will be no place for her to land. Every attack from Kamet became stronger. Thinking of Ranal, he thought inwardly, I did not want to lose her a second time. Kamet raised his voice, shouting, everyone listen to me. Looking towards Bupulus, he stated clearly, no matter how numerous the enemies are, we only need to defeat one person to end this situation quickly. Gloss and Sadron, who were fighting, heard this and immediately turned their eyes towards Kamet. Kamet pointed his sword at Bupulus and said loudly, therefore, absolutely no one is to take their eyes off Bupulus. He definitely has an endurance limit. As long as we persevere, the chance of victory will be in our hands. Kamet clenched his fist. The bracelet Ranal had given him still rested securely on his wrist. He secretly resolved, that's right, Ranal. For your sake, I will not let this opportunity slip by. Determined, Kamet raised his sword, his spear ablaze. Bupulus also had to admit that their willpower was commendable. They were not only unbroken, but grew even more steadfast. Bupulus thought to himself, honestly, I want to laugh at their futile resistance. One of Bupulus's hands suddenly turned to ash, gradually dissolving. He clutched his shoulder, his expression grave, the price of abusing the demonic realm's power. This body is gradually reaching its limit. Bupulus knew very well, thinking to himself, I have prepared other bodies in advance, just in case, but transferring the soul takes too much time. He couldn't choose that option. If he missed this opportunity, it would be much harder to achieve his goal. Bupulus looked towards Namuel, wondering, but Marquis Namuel should have finished off Emperor Kamet earlier. Why is there still no sign of his explosion? Seeing Namuel gradually calming down thanks to Adriana, Bupulus thought to himself, the person named Adriana Ganon seems to be more special to the Marquis than I imagined. He decided, I cannot sit idly by and wait anymore. But as he looked towards Lord Myden, Bupulus knew, even so, if I make a move, the leader of the royal wizards is causing a hindrance. Bupulus's eyes flashed. There was no other way. He made up his mind. Even if he had to pay the price, he would have to choose the worst option. Bupulus looked at his arm and cast a spell. Black light enveloped it, and his right arm dissolved. Kamet noticed it and was startled. His right arm. Bupulus channeled power into his remaining arm, cast a spell, and said in a low voice, "Emperor Kamet, you have made a grave mistake." Bupulus's eyes were cold. He summoned a magic circle, speaking in a deep voice, "Because you brought a person who should not have appeared before me." Lord Maiden suddenly realized something unusual and shouted, "Wait, Bupulus, could it be?" The magic circle summoned a giant wolf. Bupulus smiled maliciously. "In the end, how will you take responsibility for the finale?" The wolf, as if losing control, angrily broke the collar around its neck. Bupulus spoke mysteriously again, "I am very curious." The broken collar belonged to Leolin. The pieces of the broken collar scattered on the ground. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Lord Maiden shouted angrily, "Bupulus, what on earth are you doing? Using this method to become a sacrifice, you won't survive." Bupulus stumbled to his feet, his destroyed arm aching fiercely. Gritting his teeth with bitter resentment, he replied, "Do I have any other choice? Only by going this far will Lord Maiden be unable to stop me." Then, in a mocking tone, Bupulus continued, "Take this opportunity to protect them." Leolin, the royal wolf, with an incomprehensibly gloomy face, turned around, his terrifying eyes cold. Kamet sensed the unstable situation and hastily turned around, ordering, "Soderon, Gloss, I entrust the task of dealing with the demonic creatures to you." Then he shouted loudly, "Lord Maiden, focus on maintaining the barrier and controlling Bupulus. I will face Leolin." Lord Maiden nodded, his hand gripping his staff tightly. "I understand, your majesty." He added, "I have sealed the barrier securely. You do not need to worry about the curse. This time, you can act courageously, completely different from the previous boss battle." Kamet concentrated his power, transforming into his awakened state. With large strides, he advanced towards Leolin, who was being invaded by demonic power. In his heart, Kamet thought, ever since bringing Leolin here, I had anticipated this situation. Perhaps he had guessed it too, because he had been colluding with Bupulus from the beginning. Kamet assessed the situation. Furthermore, he has nothing left to lose, so this time. Looking at Leolin growling ahead, Kamet was certain that for Leolin, this was the last chance to kill him. The two massive wolves approached each other. As Leolin charged within a hair's breadth, Kamet thought to himself, he must have bet his life on this charge. Leolin roared and lunged forward, but did not attack Kamet as expected. Kamet froze in surprise. In that moment, something entirely unexpected happened. Leolin continued to growl, charging straight ahead. He pounced on Bupulus, opening his mouth to bare his sharp fangs. Bupulus recoiled in terror. What is this? With a heavy blow, Bupulus crashed to the ground, blood pooling around him. He struggled to lift his head, asking in a trembling voice, "What is the meaning of this? How could you ignore the one you hate and attack me instead?" Leolin reverted to his human form, his face cracking as he spoke in a deep, resentful voice. "You're too loud, you wicked old man. Was abandoning me and running away by yourself not enough?" Leolin's whole body was in agony, his hands pitch black, and his face almost entirely cracked open. Panting heavily, he glared at Bupulus with piercing eyes. "Did you want me to fight to the death in this state for you?" Breathing fiercely, Leolin muttered, "Damn it, Huff, it seems I'm being consumed by the demonic power. Huff, this hurts like hell." Leolin continued to confront Bupulus, his voice full of suspicion. "What I heard back then, is this what it meant?" Flashing back to the dark tent, it had been determined that His Majesty Leolin's body was being invaded and destroyed by demonic energy. If this condition persisted, he would not last long. Leolin seemed to have fully grasped those words, slowly limping toward Bupulus. He spoke, his voice laced with bitterness. "You turned me into this ruined state, and you still expect me to obey you?" Leolin looked down at Bupulus collapsed on the ground, his eyes gleaming with gloating sarcasm. "You've been fooled, you idiot." Gloss suddenly noticed the situation over there and asked in surprise, "Are they having internal conflicts?" Sedarin replied nonchalantly, her voice cold, "It's nothing unusual. Villains like them have never been able to rely on loyalty." Bupulus remained motionless on the ground, his silence carrying a strange, eerie quality. Suddenly, Bupulus raised his head, his eyes darkening. With his last ounce of strength, he grabbed Leolin's leg. Startled, Leolin demanded, "What are you doing?" Bupulus slowly spoke, his voice deep and gloomy. "I was certainly wrong to judge you as a coward who always blames others till the very end." Then he muttered, as if to himself, "There's no other way." A wave of dark energy began to spread. Panicking, Leolin struggled to free himself from Bupulus's grasp. "What are you doing? Let me go right now." But the dark power only grew stronger. Lord Maiden quickly recognized the critical situation. A pitch-black darkness enveloped Bupulus and Leolin, forming a giant sphere. Then, an earth-shattering explosion echoed, shaking the entire space. Blinding light engulfed the area, rocks shattered into pieces, and fierce winds swept through. Kamet watched the scene in shock, thinking to himself that even at death's door, Bupulus still had enough strength to create such a terrifying explosion. On the other side, Namuel hastily used his body to shield Adriana, breathing a sigh of relief. It was a close call. Kamet couldn't help but wonder why Bupulus had done such a thing. As the thick dust settled, a figure emerged. Kamet wondered what reason could have driven him to act so insanely. From the site of the explosion, an eerie laugh echoed. "Ha ha ha ha." That voice resounded, filled with gloom. "Is this the consequence of sacrifice sacrificing a corrupted wolf? Bupalus was still alive, stepping forward with a triumphant smile on his lips. My hypothesis was right after all. At this moment, his form had become grotesque. With arms spread wide, his voice echoed. To achieve what I desire, I need your life as the final fuel. Amid the howling wind, Bupalus stared straight at Kamet, his voice dark and challenging. The noblest royal wolf is you, isn't that so? In the deep blue sky far away, Ranal, along with her two spirit companions, was soaring with her wings spread wide. A dizzy feeling arose as Ranal thought to herself that flying so high for this long indeed made breathing difficult. Her wings trembled as Ranal whispered that her body was growing cold, and every flap of her wings sent a tearing pain through her. However, deep down, Ranal had a strange premonition. The higher she flew, the more she believed that following her instincts was the right decision. She slowly closed her eyes as a wave of nostalgia washed over her. No wonder I have this feeling. Flashing back in time, since ancient eras, blackbirds were born from the fragments of an egg scattered upon the ground. They were called black crows. The crow van rock fruit shone brilliantly, and one day, their descendants would eat that fruit to fly even higher. A radiant golden light enveloped a giant black crow as it spread its wings. A calling voice echoed. "Come here quickly, Ranal. I'm waiting for you." Ranal, in her crow form, panicked at the sight before her. What is this? An absurdly giant bird? She flew around anxiously, glancing everywhere. Wait, where's Mean? Mean's great spirit was also nowhere to be found. Could something have happened? A girl who looked exactly like Ranal spoke in a gentle voice. "Calm down, Ranal." The girl reassured Ranal. "The spirits accompanying you are safe. They just cannot enter this place." She continued, her voice soft but authoritative. "Only a black crow that has eaten the crow van rock can meet me." Ranal was surprised, thinking to herself, only a black crow that ate the crow van rock can meet her. So who is she? She asked curiously. Could you be in existence from ancient times, the divine blackbird? The girl materialized, sparkling with fluttering feathers. She smiled gently. "That's right, Ranal. You can call me Alan." Ranal was stunned upon seeing Alan, as her face was exactly identical to her own. Alan gently reached out, embraced Ranal in her arms, and said, "I apologize for startling you. I didn't intend to drag you into all this. Could you listen to my flawed explanation?" Alan let go of Ranal and continued, "You only need to do exactly that, and I will help you protect the ones you love." Ranal nodded, and Alan smiled in response. "Thank you, Ranal." Alan's face showed a fleeting hint of sorrow. Where should I begin? She began her story. When the deity created this land, divine creatures stood by and protected him. They guided the living beings within the world the deity had created. In this world of diverse species, wolves shared their power with beings that possessed a deity-like form. The blackbird, the creature that flies closest to the sun, assisted the wolves and became their far-seeing wings. It fed on the corpses of humans to whom the wolves had granted power. Naturally, upon facing death, human bodies ceased to move and gradually pile up, sparing the living from suffering. Thanks to this, beings with divine blood could live happy lives. However, all creatures have finite lifespans. Even divine animals could not escape the law of life and death. The companions who protected humanity returned to the deity's embrace one by one. I was the only one left, taking on the role of managing death and looking after humanity. Yet, as time flowed on, humans gradually forgot my existence, and my influence waned. Because of their fear of death, my children, the black crows, became increasingly despised. Rules and laws appeared more and more to control the human world. Faced with this situation, I could only foresee a future filled with death and casualties, forcing me to find a solution. Due to the rules, I could not intervene directly, so I needed another existence to act in my stead. I couldn't reveal the future to humans, but I had to find a way to make it happen. Ranal, who was listening intently, asked, "So you use people from another world?" Alan smiled and nodded. "Exactly. In every world, death exists, so I encountered no obstacles traveling between dimensions. I decided to seek someone who could help and reveal this world's future." She continued thoughtfully. "However, when I tried to pull someone in and explain verbally, they treated me like a fraudster. Even so, I recorded all future variables into a book, but even avid readers were overwhelmed by its sheer length. It seemed this wasn't the right way. Finally, to make it easier for people to access, I created a choice-based game." Alan sighed, exhausted from her research in the human world. "Sigh, I even have to do things like this to save the world." Ranal was astonished. "If so, there are countless factors that could cause a player to lose." Alan replied helplessly, "True, but there was only one game developer." Ranal suddenly realized, no wonder this world feels much more real than a typical game world. I noticed there were no status screens like in other RPGs. It turns out the game I was playing is a form of prophetic book. Alan coughed lightly, continuing awkwardly. "Anyway, after many ups and downs, I finished the game. I observed many players, searching for someone who truly loved the game's world, someone who wished for their characters to be happy. I entered that person's dream and urged, come to this world. That person was gone, also known as Adriana. Now, Alan clenched her fist tightly, but right then, a variable appeared that I couldn't have anticipated. Because I crossed back and forth between the two worlds, a tiny rift opened. Demonic beasts entered through that rift. Innocent beings met with misfortune. That was the Ranal of the previous life. Ranal lowered her head, her eyes deep in thought, and softly muttered, so that's how it was. Alan gently continued, her voice full of regret. By the time I realized, it was too late. Regardless, I had to shoulder this responsibility. She paused for a moment and sighed, but I could not save a life that had already ended. Therefore, I guided that soul to this world and placed it into a body I created from a part of my own. Listening to Alan's story, Ranal gradually understood. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the reason my face in my previous life looked just like yours was because... Alan bowed her head, her face etched with remorse. Yes, it is all my fault. I'm so sorry for the harm I've caused you. Although I wanted help, I was restricted and couldn't directly intervene. Thus, I prepared a backup plan long before the heroine arrived. I placed you beside the most powerful person. She stopped and then added, but honestly, I was still worried. In this world, black crows are inherently ostracized. I was so lucky that you did not suffer any harm. Alan smiled softly. That worry vanished when you earned his trust using your own wits. I was truly surprised and happy. She looked at Ranal, her voice filled with hope. The black crow named Ranal. You resolved much more than I expected. I always looked forward to that. Alan chuckled lightly. And when you gave Kamet the Crow Van Rock, I was incredibly anxious. Hearing this, Ranal froze in astonishment. She stammered, a plan? Wait, so that gem, you mean it could have turned me back into a human as soon as I possessed the body? Alan nodded. That's right. After all, suddenly turning into a crow would be inconvenient for you. Ranal rested a hand on her forehead, sweating profusely. Wait. Thinking back, she suddenly remembered that not long after Kamet returned to the Imperial Palace, he received the Crow Van Rock from Namuel. Kamet had intended to eat it to awaken. Ranal suddenly understood everything. Overwhelmed, she collapsed to the ground. Memories of those grueling days flooded back. Ranal blurted out, so from the very beginning, I didn't have to struggle that hard. Thinking of this, she was shocked beyond words. Ranal lay flat on the ground, laughing out loud. Her laughter was both exhausted and completely helpless. Seeing this, Alan broke out in a sweat, awkwardly saying, I am truly sorry. I should have done better. Ranal trembled, forcing a smile. It's fine. You had no other choice, and it's already in the past. She consoled Alan. Besides, you didn't do it with bad intentions. It's just that unfortunate incidents happened consecutively when you wanted to do everything well. So please don't feel too guilty. Ranal looked at Alan, speaking in a warm, deep tone. She has reunited with the people she loves in this life and created so many happy memories. So, to prolong that happiness, you just need to help me a little bit more. Hearing Ranal's words, Alan smiled softly, her face becoming serene. Yes, Ranal, I will do as you say. She gently placed her hand on Ranal's head. Imbuing her with a brilliant beam of light, Alan whispered, although I cannot intervene directly, you have fulfilled all the necessary requirements right on time. The light radiated from Alan's hand like thousands of twinkling stars, creating a magical scene. Alan continued, to enable you to discover your inner strength, I will guide you. After absorbing that miraculous light, Ranal gradually drifted off to sleep. In the endless mystical space, she drifted aimlessly. Ranal asked herself how many times she had experienced this floating sensation. By now, she was completely accustomed to it. Ranal let herself sink steadily. Despite falling into a bottomless abyss, she felt a strange sense of peace. When her body touched the bottom, a soft pop echoed, and she woke up in her body from her past life. Ranal slowly opened her eyes, sat up, and thought to herself, I am gradually understanding everything by instinct. What was the condition Alan had mentioned? She realized that she was indeed the manifestation of the crow's life. She slowly raised her hands, touching them, and feeling the parallel existence of human reason and animal instinct. Ranal did not deny any part of it, but accepted both, clasping her hands tightly together. No matter what others thought or how the surrounding situation was, she didn't care. I will move in the direction my heart truly desires. I will take charge of my own life. Ranal walked on her own 2 feet and soared into the vast sky with her own wings. She realized she could unleash her true power only when unshackled by anything. Thus, cracks began to appear across Ranal's body. To achieve that, she needed to break out of her outer protective shell and step into a new world. Shards scattered everywhere. Madame Hempon suddenly raised her head, as if realizing something important. She muttered, this sound. She threw the window wide, open to hear it more clearly. I can hear it. The birds perched on the branches heard it as well, including the crows. The sound echoed from somewhere, and Madame Hempon recognized it as the call of the birds. She suddenly recalled Lord Myadin pleading with her. While I'm out, please stay indoors. The situation outside is very dangerous. We don't know when the demonic beast will appear. You must be careful, Hempon. But Madame Hempon ignored that warning, following her own instincts instead. Now there's no choice but to move, she said before transforming into a crow. That call had been etched deeply into the instincts of birds since long ago, like an ancient promise. On the battlefield, the sky glowed a terrifying red, with lightning crashing down thunderously, creating a scene of utter chaos. Zero, exhausted, planted his hand on the ground before collapsing. From above, a lightning bolt struck straight at him, but fortunately, Garner pulled him away just in time. Garner glanced at Zero, thinking to himself that it was unexpected for his stamina to have already reached its limit. Although Zero was not inherently a strong warrior on the battlefield, being an assassin with specialized skills for quick hit-and-run tactics, fortunately, he had still managed to hold on tenaciously up to this point. Garner glanced around. Bupulus was standing there, commanding the monsters to attack fiercely and brutally. Lord Myodin had consumed too much magic power and was now in a state of exhaustion. Then he looked towards Adriana. Over there, perhaps due to the influence of Bupulus's aura, the curse was still in effect. Adriana was struggling to calm Namuan down. She hugged Namuan tightly, who was in his wolf form, and said softly, "Please calm down, Namuan. Focus on breaking the curse." Therefore, they were completely unable to join the battle on Emperor Kamet's side. Although His Majesty's condition was relatively fine, he had become Bupulus's main target. He absolutely could not be allowed to go to the front lines. Garner gripped his sword tightly, his eyes full of determination, standing in a combat-ready stance. Earlier, Bupulus had been hit by an attack from Liolin, so it would be difficult for him to launch a surprise attack. If I risk my life to charge forward, perhaps it will create an opening. Garner smiled one last time, his heart full of regret, because he also wanted to attend the wedding of His Majesty in Ranol. Zero stood up, blocking the way in front of Glass. With an exhausted face, Zero turned his head and said, "I know what you were planning to do. Someone like me is more suited for this. Let me be the sacrifice. It's the more logical choice." Garner was startled by Zero's action and quickly tried to stop him. "Hey, wait a minute." Kamet suddenly looked towards them, worried in his heart, thinking, could it be that those two are planning? A stream of black magic power began to emanate from Zero. "If you allow it, I would like to leave my last words." Seeing this, Kamet quickly shouted, "Zero, stop. You mustn't do that." Zero smirked and said softly, "Please ask Ranol to place a flower on my grave." Kamet's heart was filled with anxiety. Thinking to himself, I cannot lose a comrade like this. Kamet's face was full of impatience and fear. What should I do? It would be better if it were me. Right at that moment, Madame Hempon suddenly appeared behind Myodin. What's with this miserable appearance? Myodin was startled and turned to Hempon. With a worried face, Myodin asked, "Why did you come to such a dangerous place? Please go back. I will use magic to send you back." As he was speaking, Madame Hempon raised her hand to stop him, saying gently, "Calm down, Myodin. Don't use magic to send me back." After saying that, she pointed to the sky. "Instead, look over there. The being that called to us is Ranol. She's flapping her wings and flying over." Madame Hempon continued, "This being is almost like a god that no bird can compare to, a being that all birds worship." Ranol slowly transformed back into her human form. Kamet looked up in amazement, feathers fluttering in the wind. Ranol was draped in a gorgeous, sheer veil that shone brilliantly. The new king of birds had officially been born. Ranol opened her eyes and looked around. The sky was sparkling with brilliant halos, and the wind was howling, blowing the soft feathers around. It was the birth of the king of birds. Ranol spread her wings, embraced herself, and hovered in midair. Zero and Garner stood frozen, their eyes full of astonishment directed at Ranol. In that moment, everything seemed to stand still. The fierce battle was suddenly forgotten, replaced by an overwhelming sense of awe. From afar, Hempon and Myodin stood watching the illuminated sky, thousands of birds flying around as if welcoming their new king. The evil creatures were overwhelmed, losing their will and fleeing, while the black dragons stood still, looking up at the blinding light before them. Bupulus staggered, his hands clutching his neck. A crushing sensation that made it hard for him to breathe spread throughout the space. Bupulus thought to himself, what is this feeling? I can't breathe. What on earth is that being? The black wings flapped strongly in the sky, flashing with a brilliant light. Adriana widened her eyes. The gray wolf with strange patterns slowly lowered its head, now only letting out steady breaths. Adriana stroked Namuan, thinking to herself, Namuan has calmed down. Perhaps Ranol has dispelled the demon realm's aura. She whispered, hugging the wolf, Namuan, this is the time for you to focus on completely breaking the curse. Don't miss the opportunity that Ranol has created. Ranol flew in the wind, her eyes thoughtfully looking down at her hands. Is it because I just awakened that this feeling is so strange? Perhaps I need more time to get used to and master this power. Ranol clenched her fists in determination. But I don't have the time to wait right now. She flew down to Kamet, who was looking at her in a daze. Kamet stammered, you. Ranol slowly descended. In reply, Kamet, a sparkling light emanated from Ranol. I didn't arrive too late, did I? Ranol smiled awkwardly, scratching her cheek, and said, I'm sorry. Because I was so worried about you, I couldn't stay in the Imperial Palace. I had to break my promise and come here. Kamet felt Ranol's hand touch his cheek and hesitantly said, Ranol, your appearance. Suddenly, Kamet was startled as he remembered, and he quickly said, no, not about that. Why did you come to such a dangerous place? The image of Ranol, fainting in his arms, flashed in his mind, making Kamet anxious. If you get hurt like last time, Ranol hugged Kamet tightly and said with a firm voice, please rest assured, Kamet, from now on, I will no longer be weak. Bupalus staggered away, his mind in chaos, thinking to himself, unbelievable. Stop being ridiculous. I am Bupalus. Clasping his neck, his whole body trembled, cold sweat running down his face. He questioned himself. Could I be easily suppressed by a being that suddenly appeared? The purple light flickered weakly, as if about to die out. Bupalus thought further. Moreover, the demon realm creatures cannot be summoned. My magic power cannot be gathered. He panted heavily, telling himself, stop being ridiculous. I cannot go on like this for long. Memories of the past surfaced. Bupalus recalled his own words. You asked what kind of wizard I want to become. Of course. Then, with a slash, black blood splattered across the floor. Bupalus thought, because of my one desire, even though I have sacrificed so much. Bupalus gritted his teeth, his heart full of resentment, thinking to himself, why? Why can such an absurd being easily destroy everything I have painstakingly built? The brilliant black wings of the black crow spread out, and a cold voice rang out, I will end this battle. The black dragons growled, charging in under the shadow of the majestic wings. Bupalus looked at the black crow snatching a dragon, a thought flashing in his mind. Why is this so like? Ranal swooped down from above, her voice full of anger. I didn't expect them to dare hurt those handsome faces. Bupalus, you better brace yourself. Bupalus stood frozen, looking at Ranal with eyes full of astonishment, thinking to himself, isn't this like a mythical tale that no one would dare to believe? Bupalus then stared intently at the black crow, a thought rising in his mind. This crow is not only unusually large, but also knows how to speak the human language. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Wait, if I use it as a sacrifice, could I get closer to my goal? Bupalus's hand rose, creating purple halos. He thought, excellent. Even if there's a price to pay, this is worth trying. Even if I have to sacrifice a part of my body, just like when breaking Leland's curse. Suddenly, a pair of blue wings appeared in the sky. A pure white stoat with blue wings radiating a blinding light appeared. Bupalus raised his hand to shield his eyes, thinking to himself, damn it, my vision is blocked. To think that such a small spirit could hinder me. Even that great spirit up there. A giant blue bird spread its wings and flew alongside the stoat, creating waves of light that enveloped the darkness. Bupalus muttered, come to think of it, the spirit master raised by the royal head wizard is not present here. So the spirit master is at the imperial palace protecting the nobles, and they even sent high-tier spirits to a place as far as this. At the imperial palace, a silver-haired man stood amidst flickering spirits, crossing his arms as he looked at the crowd of nobles. Bupalus once again looked up at the sky, where all species of birds were flying around, thinking to himself, furthermore, these 7 birds are amplifying the spirit's wind. The surrounding air currents have completely slipped out of my control. If things continue like this, the magic that I cast with such difficulty will deviate from its course. Bupalus stood before the giant black crow, his heart filled with resolve. If so, I might have to sacrifice not just an arm, but this entire body. But then he shook his head, a thought flashing through. No, if the sacrifice is this massive black crow, I will quickly regain my whole body. Ranal lunged forward, her sharp talons aimed straight at Bupalus. Bupalus conjured a purple halo, thinking to himself, now is not the time to hesitate. Kamet was startled, sensing the terrifying aura, and thought to himself, no, if Ranal touches him, she might turn out like Leolin did earlier. Kamet transformed into a golden wolf and leaped out to intercept Ranal, thinking, this action is a movement driven by instinct, and reason cannot stop it. What kind of wolf would let its mate fall into a dangerous situation? Ranal stared in shock as Kamet's golden wolf body was pierced by an invisible hand. Kamet painfully reverted to his human form, thinking to himself, even if this is a foolish decision, I must accept this mistake. The sound of a snapping string echoed out. Ranal was startled and screamed his name. Kamet. Into space, a small crow with mysterious purple eyes was flapping its wings unsteadily. Ranal reverted to her true form, landed, and hugged Kamet tightly. From out of nowhere, a cold voice rang out. I made it clear that you were to become the sacrifice, and yet you acted so foolishly. Ranal squeezed Kamet tightly, her voice trembling. No, Kamet, wake up. Her voice choked, almost on the verge of tears. Ranal forced the words out. You promised you would return safely. The enemy's footsteps echoed as waves of black aura spread, touching the ground with a sizzling sound. Bupalus, the true villain, spoke with a mocking tone. It's useless, Black Crow. The magic I just used is the darkness of destruction. He sneered smugly. Now, he can only become a sacrifice for the demon realm and a source of nourishment for me. And I will become a god. Bupalus's laughter echoed hauntingly, his eyes shining brightly. I will become a god. In that moment, Bupalus suddenly remembered someone familiar, but the darkness had blurred that face. He recalled the gentle voice. Have you ever asked me what kind of wizard I wanted to become? That small smile was etched deeply in Bupalus's mind. The person continued, of course, I want to become a supreme being who understands all truths. Finally, Bupalus saw that face clearly, the blonde hair and dark eyes. That thought completely invaded his mind. Bupalus laughed loudly. Only now can I finally achieve my desire. From a distance, Lord Myodin appeared, weapon in hand, followed by a woman. Bupalus shouted, now, no one can stop me from walking the path of becoming a supreme being. His words made Winster startle. A beautiful blonde woman was holding the white beast, while Bupulus continued, "You all just need to stand and watch this historical moment like ordinary spectators." Ranal hugged Kamet tighter, her face lowered, her eyes holding indescribable pain. Ranal slowly spoke up. "So?" Her eyes flashed with a brilliant purple hue, and she continued, "Is that all you wanted to say?" A cold voice rang out. "You cheap, third-rate tyrant." As soon as the words were spoken, Bupulus asked in shock, "What?" Ranal kept her head down, her anger clearly visible. "You keep blabbering about foolish instincts, and then freely insulting Kamet like that. What is the meaning of this?" With eyes full of determination. Although the trends have passed over a long period of time, those words are just nonsense, nothing new. Ranal placed her hand on Kamet, gripped him tightly, attached the eye, and looked away. It was as if Ranal merged into one with Kamet. "Even if Kamet is injured, he will not become a sacrifice for someone like you." Bupulus froze, flustered as he replied, "What? Impossible. Nothing can stop my magic." His voice filled with anger. "Absolutely not. That cannot happen." Suddenly, beneath Bupulus's feet, a piece of rope snapped. He asked in surprise, "What is this?" A gold thread and a purple thread appeared. Bupulus was suspicious. Why can these loose threads sense the traces and even block a part of my magic? Ranal's wings sparkled, spreading wide like a shield protecting Kamet. Ranal thought to herself, "This is a miracle. Anyone who has not fully realized their own power, but wishes to protect what is precious, will unconsciously create it themselves." Ranal recalled the moment she tied the gold thread around Kamet's wrist. Her gentle words, "This. I made it with a wish to protect you." A stream of thoughts flowed, and Ranal continued thinking. "It is a small miracle, and the one with the miracle will be granted the will to revive." Surrounded by purple light, both of them returned to their respective embodiments. Bupulus's hand seemed to want to stop them. Bupulus's body was filled with pain, and he cried out, "Ugh!" Everything crumbled into tiny pieces. Bupulus panicked. "Stop joking around. How could I fail like this?" Cracking sounds echoed from his body, making Bupulus remember the giant test tubes filled with other bodies. He said smugly, "Fine, I have other bodies in the demon realm anyway." Bupulus laughed out loud. "Even if I disappear now, I could be resurrected many times over." The things radiating from Bupulus emitted a cooing sound. He thought with determination, "Therefore, one day, I will definitely kill all of you." Ranal, wearing her sheer veil, stepped forward, one hand unable to hide that murderous gaze. Ranal narrowed her eyes. "Stop sprouting that cheap nonsense." Her hand looked as if it was about to squeeze Bupulus tight, making him ask in fear, "What is happening?" Ranal suddenly raised her hand, which seemed many times larger than normal, pointing straight at Bupulus. That moment terrified Bupulus. He hurriedly tried to flee, thinking to himself, "Impossible. She can easily grasp my soul." In an instant, Ranal gripped Bupulus tightly in her hand, causing him to immediately feel a sense of dread as he exclaimed in his mind, "Ugh, this is it." Bupulus screamed. "This is the supreme being I've been pursuing all along." But before he could finish, Ranal tightly clasped her hands together and crushed them with a popping sound. Everything vanished into the wind. The wind howled through the clear blue sky, and the trees rustled as they clashed against each other. Ranal's hands radiated a sparkling golden light. She bowed her head, embracing Kamet, and thought, even though Mayadan quickly summoned the divine officials as soon as Bupulus disappeared. Two divine officials, one in white and one in black, were treating Kamet's wounds. Kamet breathed steadily in Ranal's arms. Ranal thought worriedly, Kamet still can't wake up. She remembered the scene where she lay on the cold ground, her mouth full of blood. Ranal thought uneasily, just like me at that time. She focused her thoughts. If he was injured by the power of the demon realm, perhaps it cannot be healed by divine power or magic. Ranal hugged Kamet tightly, her wings fluttering in the wind. She thought anxiously, what should I do? Suddenly, Ranal seemed to remember something. She recalled the sparkling blue stone. Ranal thought, should I ask Mean to search for the water soul stone once again? But she hesitated. But how can a gemstone of that size be found immediately? Ranal felt stuck. It can't go on like this. Her hand clenched tightly. What on earth should she do? Suddenly, a hand was placed on Ranal's shoulder, and a gentle voice echoed, "Calm down, Ranal." Ranal turned around and recognized her. Madame Hampone. Madame Hampone was smiling, her eyes reassuring Ranal. She said softly, "The more situations like this arise, the calmer you need to be, right?" She lightly tapped her finger on Ranal's forehead. "Do you still remember the words I once told you?" Madame Hampone reminded, "A crow must act like a crow." She pointed at Ranal's head. "You have to use this, right?" Ranal hugged Kamet, only uttering, "Ah." Madame Hampone continued, "This is the intuition that my instincts tell me. If you fully awaken, you might find a way." Those words surprised Ranal. She raised her hand and looked at it. Ranal remembered that she used to be human and also a crow. Ranal fell into deep thought. Come to think of it, I once heard that Lord Leolin gave up a part of himself to create his current body. A light flashed in Ranal's eyes as she continued to ponder. Clearly, I can control a part of Lord Leolin's power, right? She placed a hand on her chest, where a soft light radiated. Perhaps, through this method, Ranal slowly touched the blue light, feeling a small piece of stone inside her shatter. She told herself, giving up a part of myself. Then she took that piece of stone, placed it into Kamet's mouth, and thought to herself, give it back to Kamet. Light enveloped both of them. Ranal tried her best to save Kamet. She looked into the distance and sighed, ugh, it's harder than I thought. Gradually, she felt as if her life force was being drained away. Ranal kissed Kamit's hair lightly, whispering, "But as long as I can save you." Her hand resting on Kamit's chest, her words gentle but firm. "Even if I have to trade my life, I'll give you as much as you need." Ranal struggled to touch Kamit, the distance between them slowly narrowing, the light radiating even more clearly. Kamit slowly opened his eyes, raising his hand and calling Ranal. Kamit's hand touched Ranal's face, his voice full of remorse. "I'm sorry. I promised to return safely." Kamit's fingers stroked Ranal's cheek, his words slow. "I broke my promise." Ranal looked down, her tone reproachful, but hiding her anxiety. "You are too much, Kamit. Is just saying sorry enough after deceiving me?" Kamit, in Ranal's arms, spoke sincerely. "I'm truly sorry, Ranal. You were very angry with me, weren't you?" Ranal sobbed. "Yes, I was very angry." Her heart pounded, her words heartbreaking, to the point that I would hate talking to you for the rest of my life. Hearing that, Kamit's heart filled with worry. But then Ranal chuckled softly, but before she could finish, she spread her wings and kissed Kamit on the lips. In a teasing tone, "Because you're handsome, I will forgive you." The sudden kiss came fast and went just as fast. Ranal sat up, smiling mischievously down at Kamit. Kamit was still dazed, his face burning red. He then lunged up to embrace Ranal, laughing out loud. How lucky that I'm handsome." The world that seemed to be collapsing suddenly returned to peace. The sky was clear and blue. The wind blew gently. The chirping of birds echoed everywhere. And then the news arrived. A messenger carrying a report on the situation ran over, announcing that a miracle had happened and there were no casualties. Sir Gurns was being healed by magic. All the injured were treated and the exhausted were allowed to rest. Lord Myadin lay comfortably on Madame Hampon's lap, a contented smile evident on his face. An important event had taken place. Namuel finally broke his curse. He hurriedly ran to Adriana, who was sobbing with happiness, emotionally calling his name. Exhausted, Namuel fell in her arms. Tightly hugged by Adriana, he whispered, "Lady Adriana." Adriana, her voice trembling, said, "Thank goodness, you don't have to suffer from the curse anymore." Namuel placed a hand on her shoulder, softly repeating, "Lady Adriana." Namuel stood up, bowed his head, and admitted, "I am a cruel liar." He confessed, "I deceived everyone, including myself. I always said that I wanted to be your friend, but that was just a lie." Namael, in pain, tightly grasped Adriana's shoulder and confessed, "I lied to myself, thinking that my feelings were just because of the curse. I always told myself that my feelings for you were just friendship." Namael continued, "But when I thought of the final day of my life, I felt the lingering regret of not being able to see you and of not telling the truth." Amidst the rustling wind, Namuel hugged Adriana tightly and said with determination, when everything was ending, "I didn't want to lie to my heart anymore." He still kept his head down, repeating, "Lady Adriana." Namuel called Adriana's name, and she looked at him in astonishment. He raised his head, looking straight into her eyes, tears rolling down his face. He asked, "Can someone like me love you?" Adriana smiled and replied, "Of course, Namuel." The wind blew gently, the leaves rustled, a peaceful atmosphere enveloped them. Everyone had a happy ending. Namuel's hair had grown long due to the side effects of the curse, but he cut it short. Adriana initially couldn't accept it, screaming in agony. A long-haired character cutting his hair? This is the collapse of otaku culture. But she quickly accepted it. Namuel looks very handsome with short hair too. Adriana, full of enthusiasm, said, "We broke the curse with the power of love. This is a happy ending." Ranal whispered, "I hope everyone will no longer worry and will have a very happy day." Back to reality, there was still a traitor who needed to be punished. Duke Harwood, handcuffed, made a clanking sound. We still have an unresolved issue, none other than Duke Harwood. Before the Supreme Court, the presiding judge declared from this moment on, the trial of Duke Harwood officially begins. Duke Harwood stood proudly in the middle of the courtroom, without a shred of remorse. He flashed a smug smile, secretly thinking, "What can you possibly do to me?" Duke Harwood carried two serious charges. First, using allied nobles to manipulate the royal court. Second, plotting to poison the emperor and colluding with the Bupalist kingdom, pushing the empire into a dangerous situation. However, he appeared extremely confident, having prepared everything thoroughly. "I'm no fool," Duke Harwood told himself. "All the evidence has already been destroyed by me." Indeed, Duke Harwood had burned all related documents. As for the magic mirror used to communicate with Bupalus, he had devised a way to bury it in a vast forest, leaving no trace or witnesses behind. He even planned to eliminate the person who carried out the burial to silence them. Recalling what he had done, Duke Harwood became even more confident that he would get away with his crimes. Standing in the dock, Duke Harwood acted indifferently. It is truly a pity that just because of a political disagreement with His Majesty, I am suspected like this. His arrogant attitude caused the entire courtroom to buzz. How can he be so confident? Many whispered. Duke Harwood continued to argue. "Everyone, please think carefully. I lost my entire political foundation in just one morning, with no witnesses and no evidence. Isn't it absurd to press charges based merely on a hunch?" He bowed his head, pretending to be weary, and raised his hands in resignation. Then mocked, "If I had known, perhaps I should have tried to frequently offer gifts to His Majesty." These words made Ranal furious. What is he saying? Is he implying that he's being accused because he didn't offer bribes? Sir Gurns was so furious that he drew his sword, growling, "Your Majesty, please allow me to deal with this man immediately." Emperor Kemet sighed, gesturing for calm. "Sir Gurns, do not be provoked by those despicable words." He lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, then turned to Duke Harwood. "Duke, you just said there are no witnesses or evidence, right? Then I'm truly curious as to what this is." As soon as he finished speaking, the courtiers brought out a covered object. When the cloth was removed, it was the very magic mirror that Duke Harwood thought he had safely buried. Facing the unexpected evidence, Duke Harwood was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "What? How is this possible?" Kemet continued, his voice firm. "This mirror has been thoroughly examined." Then he explained in detail. The elder of the Magic Tower, who despises politics, personally inspected whether this mirror was created using Bupolis's magic. Kemet added, his voice full of suspicion, "To think that, Duke Harwood, you pretended to change your ways in front of this mirror while secretly communicating with Bupolis." The mirror immediately reflected countless scenes that had taken place in front of it every day. At times, Duke Harwood struck a playful pose, asking, "What will the next plan be, Lord Bupolis?" At other times, Duke Harwood acted cold, saying, "Take advantage of the nobles," and then threaten the emperor. And sometimes, he played the role of a reliable butler, swearing, "If this plan succeeds, please remember to save a spot for me." This spectacle was truly shocking. The elders unexpectedly had to witness a fashion show by a middle-aged uncle, causing them to rub their eyes in unison, unable to believe what they were seeing. Duke Harwood panicked, constantly denying it in his head. "Impossible. I clearly left no clues." He was bewildered, not understanding where he went wrong. "I intentionally placed a few fake mirrors everywhere. How could they have found out?" Ranal smiled arrogantly, saying, "I told you so." Looking calm, Ranal crossed her arms, looked at Duke Harwood, who had lost all hope, and said, "I am the eyes of His Majesty the Emperor here." Ranal asked Duke Harwood in a challenging tone, "Did you think those were just empty words?" Duke Harwood, who was previously confident that he wouldn't be discovered, had not noticed the two birds standing behind him. Ranal questioned him word by word. "Otherwise, do you despise the existence of a bird?" Ranal casually fluttered her wings, standing high up and looking down at Duke Harwood, saying, "Whichever way, you cannot escape, Duke Harwood." Hearing this, Duke Harwood suddenly understood. He looked at the massive bird wings in front of him, unable to accept the harsh truth. "Impossible. How could someone as great as me lose to a beast like this?" With a tap, Ranal announced the final verdict. "Your story is over now." All the villains had retreated. Of course, life does not end like in a comic book and simply goes on. Perhaps one day, a villain will appear again and bother us. Ranal tightly held Kemet's hand, and with that hand, held hers. Kemet and Ranal exchanged loving glances, showing happy smiles, telling themselves, no matter the adversity, it cannot bring us down. Some time later, back to the present, Ranal frustratedly stabbed her pen hard into the desk, making a crackling sound. I have thought about it for a long time. One mess just passed, and another mess comes. Kemet and Ranal buried themselves again in the mountain of documents, like soulless people forced to work. Ranal looked noticeably haggard, silently complaining, "This dead-end life, why is there so much work to do like this?" Ranal suddenly realized, that's right. Although this invasion by the demon realm did not cause any knights or wizards to lose their lives, the disappearance of Duke Harwood and the aristocratic faction left a huge void. Ranal had almost forgotten about it. I have to fill that void, and the work is piled up like a mountain. Ranal looked up at the ceiling, tears rolling down, her mouth uttering profanities and excessive words, which we shall skip. Ranal screamed in despair. How come after these things disappeared, life hasn't improved at all? Not only was Ranal exhausted from the recent mess, but Kemet was also drained, sitting silently beside the screaming Ranal. Kemet glanced at the sparkling ring box he had prepared long ago in his desk drawer. Kemet sighed heavily, looking exhausted, and depressingly thought, when will I ever be able to propose? Adriana held the documents in her hands, anxiously asking Ranal, "Ranal, you've been working too much lately, haven't you?" Adriana had come to help, but seeing Ranal's condition and the pile of documents, she sighed, waving the papers and saying, "If you continue like this, I'm afraid you'll faint from overworking." Ranal's voice trembled as she tried to reassure her. It's fine, Ari." Ranal looked haggard and emaciated as if sucked dry, but still tried to smile optimistically. I don't know if it's because I'm too awake, but my stamina has improved a lot. Even if I wanted to faint, I couldn't. Isn't that great?" Adriana gently shook her head, confusedly thinking to herself, but her spirit seems to be running out. Ranal knew Adriana was worried about her and smiled softly to comfort her. "Even so, don't worry too much, because you just need to work hard for a little bit longer." Ranal gently reassured, "Before long, we will recruit capable commoners." That's right, the huge void left by the nobles couldn't be ignored forever. Eventually, the Empire's royal family was forced to recruit new personnel. Initially, when the issue of conscripting commoners was raised, many worried that the aristocrats would object. Ranal felt lucky that no one opposed it. Ranal and everyone else understood clearly. It was thanks to Marquis Mean's active involvement in this incident. Duke Harwood, the duke of a long-standing family, had sold out the nobles to the demon realm, actively communicating with the evil demon realm faction. Meanwhile, Mean, originating from a slave background, had excellently protected them. The nobles who witnessed everything deeply felt that the value of family or bloodline was meaningless. Because of this, raids and punishments regarding the slave trade were intensified. Wither, stopping assassination requests, was playing an active role, daily destroying places where slaves were imprisoned and tortured. Just like that, the Empire began to gradually eliminate the dark, hidden corners that Wither despised. The members of the guild all wore bright smiles, ready to contribute their efforts, and it was this enthusiasm that opened a new era. Adriana breathed a sigh of relief, smiling in agreement with Ranal. Yes, it is very fortunate that everything was resolved smoothly. If we just push ourselves a little more now, the future will certainly be much more comfortable, right? Adriana gently approached Ranal, speaking softly, but regardless, you are doing too much work. She lifted Ranal's face, gently stroking her cheek, pleading and coaxing. I beg you, please take a little rest. I'm very worried. Ranal pouted, tried to retort, but I am the next empress after all. Seeing that Ranal was still determined to work, Adriana thought of another way. So that won't work? Because Ranal has a high sense of responsibility, she always thinks about work. If there was something to distract her from work, that would be great. What could it be? Suddenly, Adriana remembered something, letting out an ah. Adriana made a cute face. This baby needs help. She giggled. Ranal, please help me with some relationship advice. With this, Ranal surely wouldn't be able to refuse. As expected, with the heart of a responsible captain, even though she was tired, she had to jump up immediately. What is it? Do you have a problem with Namuel? Adriana chuckled inwardly. Oh ho ho. As expected, this method works. Adriana plopped down on the desk and started confiding. It's nothing serious either. She said softly, about the game we used to play, I'm hesitating whether to tell Namuel the truth or not. Ranal also listened attentively as Adriana's voice continued evenly. The reason we can't talk about the game with the people around us, isn't it because we're afraid they'll be shocked? But that really resembles the prophecy that Lord Leolin created. Adriana continued slowly. If that's the case, then it wouldn't hurt to tell a little bit of the truth, moreover. Thinking of Namuel, Adriana lowered her voice. I think it would be very difficult to hide things like this for a lifetime from the person you love. Of course, Ranal had also thought about this. Ranal fell silent for a moment, then slowly spoke up, perhaps so. She looked down and fiddled with her fingers, a bit flustered and confused. Actually, I've also thought a lot about this issue. Ranal thought to herself. I've always hidden the truth from Kamet and have often felt uneasy. Ranal thought of something. Her eyes filled with determination as she stood up, telling herself so now. Outside, Emperor Kamet was enthusiastically preparing for his proposal. Kamet was busy with a pile of documents in his hands, but he still bustled about, keeping an eye on his surroundings, observing and directing everyone's work. Hide the fireworks in the corner. Hey, leave the report here. I have to handle it now. At times, he would comment on the situation. It seems like sprinkling the flower petals on this side would be better. Although he was focused on processing documents and discussing with his subordinates, there's no problem with the contents of the report. Just proceed with it. Kamet was still immersed in thoughts about the proposal. He told himself, even though I have no choice because of my busy work, I can't delay the proposal forever. Even if I have to race against time, I must try to get it done. Suddenly, Nadia rushed over and announced, Your Majesty, Ranal is on her way here. Kamet panicked and dropped his documents, hurriedly ordering, hide everything, hurry up. Everyone frantically followed his orders. Kamet thought in a panic, Ranal. Today was obviously the day she was working with Lady Gon, so I felt at ease preparing this. Why is she suddenly coming over? This unexpected situation made Kamet inevitably worried. Did something happen? Ranal walked over, calling Kamet by his full name, Von Frickibben Kamet. Her face was serious and resolute. Could you talk to me for a moment? I know you're very busy, but I have something important to tell you. Ranal approached, her gaze unwavering. Seeing her stern expression, Kamet's heart pounded, breaking into a cold sweat, his face filled with terror. He thought in a mess. My fiancée is calling me by my full name, which she has never done before, and even asked to talk with such a serious expression. What is going on? Kamet lost his mind, muttering inwardly this. First I have to pray. I have to pray for anything. Kamet hurriedly dropped to his knees, his voice desperate. I was wrong. Ranal. Ranal was also startled and confused by his actions. She awkwardly ran over and asked, Kamet, why are you suddenly kneeling? Kamet felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Unable to think straight, he bowed his head and cried out anxiously, Ugh, I should have proposed to you immediately. I'm sorry for constantly delaying it. Under the astonished gazes of everyone around, especially his two loyal subjects, Sir Gurns and Nadia, Emperor Kamet choked up and tried to defend himself. Oh no, not just that. If there's anything I need to fix, just tell me. I will fix everything. Please don't say you're breaking up with me. Finally, Kamet looked up at the sky and shouted desperately, I can't live without you. Everyone assessed the situation, took the hint, and told each other to disperse. Come on, we should step away and leave the two of them alone. Ranal was suddenly receiving such a passionate confession. The phrase I can't live without you kept echoing in her ears. Ranal blushed deeply and said helplessly, Hey, Kamet, I think you misunderstood. She softly explained, I just came to tell you about my secret. Kamet realized he had misunderstood and overreacted, instantly feeling embarrassed, his face turning as red as a tomato. The hurt little wolf Kamet stood frozen, then stumbled up like a person who had lost his soul. Kamet blushed with embarrassment, trying to hide it with a forced smile. About what just happened? Surely nothing happened, right? Randall played along. Yeah, it was nothing. Kamet cleared his throat with a light cough, his face still flushed, and asked Randall, "So what secret were you going to tell that's so serious? You even said you had something important to tell me." Randall looked flustered, scratched her cheek, and smiled faintly about that, and then she began to open her heart. Actually, Randall told herself that she had already told Kamet everything. She recounted every detail from how she came to this world, how she became a black crow, and what she and Adriana had done to achieve a happy ending. After pouring everything out, Randall softly said, "I'm sorry for only telling you now." Under the quiet night sky, with the rustling wind, Randall's voice remained steady. "But please know that the reason I couldn't talk to you about this all this time was not because I didn't trust you, but because I didn't want you to get hurt even a little bit." Kamet pressed his lips tightly together, his anxious gaze fixed on Randall. In his heart, he suddenly thought, "I can't understand it, and it's not even easy for me to fully accept." As Randall continued, he thought, how did she manage to overcome everything in the end? Kamet felt a deep sense of admiration, waking up one morning in a completely strange world, not even in a human body anymore. Yet she didn't give up for a single second and created a miracle. Kamet wondered to himself, Randall has a strength that I could never comprehend. He closed his eyes, thinking deeply, actually, it's precisely because you are that kind of person that I can't bear to be apart from you. Kamet gently held Randall's hand and softly said, "Don't feel guilty about those things, Randall. If it were me, I would have found it hard to say too." He squeezed her hand and caringly continued, "On the contrary, I should thank you for sharing your biggest secret." Kamet reassured Randall, "So now, don't worry about that anymore." He smiled happily, hugged Randall tightly, gently lifted her chin, and tenderly whispered, "Live the way you want to by my side for the rest of your life." Kamet vowed, "I will make you so happy that you will forget all the hardships you have endured." Then he carefully placed a sincere kiss on Randall's lips. Randall gently responded, calling Kamet's name. Kamet was about to continue. So then, when suddenly a flash of light appeared, the sound of fireworks erupted, illuminating the entire night sky. Kamet and Randall paused their intimate moment, looking at each other in bewilderment. The voice of a servant rang out from afar. "Ugh, how are you guys managing the fireworks?" "These are the fireworks for His Majesty's proposal event. What do we do now?" "Clean it up quickly." Kamet sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, what perfect timing. He resumed his unfinished sentence. So then, Randall, left with no other choice, Kamet took out the proposal ring box and opened the lid. He thought to himself, even though the proposal is a bit messy, under the brilliant light and roaring sound of the fireworks, Kamet got down on one knee, offered the ring, and hesitantly proposed to Randall, "Will you marry me?" In his heart, he told himself, "Our love is already perfect. What more do we need?" As the sound of fireworks boomed through the air, Randall covered her ears, smiled radiantly, and replied, "Of course, Kamet." Kamet gently took Randall's hand and slipped the ring onto her finger himself. Their love officially entered a new chapter. Amidst the cheers and blessings from everyone, Randall and Kamet shared a passionate kiss. From afar, a familiar figure stood quietly among the guests, looking toward them with deeply moved eyes. She whispered, "The futures I had witnessed, none of them had a moment as brilliant as this. In those futures, every ending was filled with tragedy. Not everyone could survive like they have now." Seeing all her loved ones present, she genuinely smiled as tears of blessing welled up. Before, no matter the ending, someone always had to be sacrificed. Adriana and Namuel were radiantly clapping and cheering, but they had also faced terrible tragedies in the past. However, all those dark futures did not happen. Randall and Kamet stepped up to the altar together, perfectly happy. Randall's love, along with Adriana's love, had together created a miraculous power. Amidst the applause, Adriana held a bouquet and proposed to Namuel. Randall and Kamet embraced each other, laughing so happily. "We have created the best outcome that even I couldn't have expected." Randall smiled with contentment, clapping to give her blessing. "Now, I can truly be at ease." She turned and left as quietly as she had once watched them from afar, whispering, "Thank you, everyone." As Randall's silhouette gradually faded, she softly said, "Surely in the future, we will together build this world to be even more beautiful. Preserve the current happiness, and once again until we meet each other." Returning to the past, on an ordinary day, a long time ago, Bupulus was asked what kind of wizard he wanted to become. Holding a thick magic book in his arms, Bupulus smiled gently and answered, "The answer is, of course, to understand all truths and become the supreme wizard." His voice was full of confidence, his eyes sparkling with ambition. Midden, holding a magic staff in his hand, heard this and chuckled softly. "Supreme wizard, huh? You really know how to dream big." Bupulus was completely unfazed. He believed that for a wizard, such a goal was perfectly reasonable. Midden scratched his cheek lightly and said softly, "I don't know, maybe my ambitions just aren't that big." Midden, with a radiant smile and bright eyes, continued to share his ideals. "I am interested in exploring ancient things that have existed for a long time or have been forgotten." His voice was firm, and as he looked out into the sunny corridor, he firmly believed that this path would bring him much joy in his work. Sometime later, on a barren, desolate land filled with rocks and gravel, the sound of footsteps rang out clearly. Midden, with his familiar hair and the magic staff in his hand, stopped and looked around. He held a crumpled pile of documents and muttered, "According to the ancient texts I've read, I should definitely be able to find the crow's heart here. But there are only rocks and gravel here." Midden was confused, trying to look closely at the documents again. Unconsciously, he tapped his head lightly with his staff. Did I analyze the content incorrectly? After staring for a long time and not finding where the problem was, Midden decided to first turn back and do more research. Midden was on the path to realizing his ideals, immersing himself in ancient documents. Now, Midden was on a journey to discover the forgotten traces of the ancient gods. This journey of Midden's stemmed from a passion for blackbirds, urging him to set out to find the Krovenok fruit to serve his research. In his heart, Midden told himself that to achieve his goal, he might have to summon the mythical creatures that had long disappeared from this empire. However, up until now, luck still hadn't smiled upon him. Despite searching many times, all his efforts were in vain, and there was absolutely no trace of what he was looking for. Walking alone on the rocky mountainside, Midden pondered, wondering when luck would finally knock on his door. Suddenly, the flapping of wings rang out, accompanied by feathers flying everywhere. Midden looked up, a sense of suspicion rising in his heart. Strong winds howled, and in that moment, he noticed a woman dressed in black, sitting quietly on a rock. She spoke up, asking him why he had come to such a desolate place. It was Hempel, a beautiful woman with a mysterious appearance, surrounded by an enchanting aura of black. Her voice was gentle yet full of allure, leaving Midden in awe. His eyes clearly showed admiration, even reverence. Hempel was indeed a beauty, and Midden couldn't hide his emotions. He quickly replied that he was also curious, not expecting someone to be living in this desolate place. When he saw Hempel's scratch-covered feet, Midden blurted out to ask why she was walking barefoot. Hempel was silent for a moment, then softly replied that this place had few birds to bother her. Even though foraging for food was difficult, the atmosphere was very peaceful. She looked toward the birds perching on the branches, chirping, and added that, regardless, she couldn't live in a place devoid of her own kind. Just reducing the nuisance was enough. Amidst the space enveloped only by the sun and wind, the two looked at each other, and Hempel softly said that she could continue to maintain this form, a statement full of mystery and loneliness. Midden was confused, not understanding what Hempel was hinting at. Hempel slowly stepped down, the hem of her dress fluttering in the wind. As she walked, she asked Midden, saying she had just noticed he was holding a rustic staff, and wondered if he was someone knowledgeable about divine matters. Hempel stood opposite him, rested her chin on her hand in thought, then continued that there was a word to describe people like that. Midden gently explained that he was a wizard. Hempel nodded, then bluntly asked if he could make it so that other birds wouldn't come near her. Midden was taken aback, but still replied that it wasn't difficult. He could easily perform magic of that level. In his heart, another question arose. It seemed Hempel really hated birds. Hempel offered, "Then help me. I promise to reward you handsomely." Suddenly, Midden let out an ah, as if he had just thought of an idea. Midden presented his ancient documents and asked, "Have you seen the Krovenok fruit around here? They look like fruits, emit a blue light, and are edible." Hempel suddenly widened her eyes, as if she had just remembered something important. She gripped the document tightly in her hand and confirmed, "I know this." Midden instantly became agitated and shouted, "Really?" His eyes were filled with hope, so excited that he couldn't control himself. His eyes shone brightly, and he began to pour out a rapid series of questions. "Where did you see it? When? What is its size? Does it look exactly like in the drawing? What about its growing environment? Light, humidity, temperature, what is its magical form like? Ah, can ordinary people sense it? I mean, can you show me the exact location of the Krovenok fruit right now?" Hempel was illuminated by Midden's enthusiastic gaze, but her face remained cold. She interrupted him emotionlessly. "I used to see in the forest nearby, but it's no longer there now." Her voice was nonchalant, as if talking about an ordinary matter, "because I already ate it." Midden froze, as if a bomb had just gone off right in front of him. His face collapsed, tears welling up, his mouth agape in disbelief. "Why? Why'd you do that?" Hempel remained unfazed, as if nothing was surprising. "What do you mean, why? I saw it, so I ate it. Is there a problem?" Midden collapsed, falling to his knees, his face lifeless, his voice trembling. "Of course there's no problem, because the one who finds it first gets to decide. But such a precious thing, even the Emperor couldn't find it." He muttered, sniffing, "What am I going to do with my research now?" Hempel chimed in, her tone calm. "That's wrong." Midden nodded, his voice full of despair. "Yes, I know my research is ruined." Hempel tilted her head, slowly correcting him. "No, that's not what I meant. The sentence you just said, you said the person who finds it first has the right to decide." She looked straight at him, her voice full of meaning. "I am not human, so that sentence is wrong." Midden, who was struggling on the ground, heard this and was astonished, his eyes wide open. He looked up confused and asked, "What do you mean by that?" The brilliant orange evening light blanketed the corner of the sky, the flapping of bird wings echoing in the quiet space. Midden had sat steadily on the ground, his face still in disbelief. So that means you were originally a crow, and only after eating the Krovanok fruit did you turn into a human? Hempel nodded. Then in the blink of an eye, she transformed into the shape of a crow, and then back into a human. She said softly, "As you can see, I can freely swap shapes as I please." The beautiful Hempel gently touched her arm, rested her hands on her hips, and sighed, her voice lamenting. But after eating that sparkling fruit, I became more timid. There are always a ton of birds hovering around. It's annoying to death. Midden watched her graceful gestures, seemingly understanding something. He nervously took a deep breath, as if he had just made a resolution to do something important. Midden stepped forward, grabbed Hempel's hands, and said with determination, "I will help you." Midden became excited again and talked for a while. As I said earlier, this kind of magic is very easy to perform. So, Midden was so agitated that he couldn't form a complete sentence. So Hempel just stared at him blankly. In front of Hempel, Midden stood there with burning enthusiasm, his face flushed and his eyes sparkling with passion. Holding Hempel's hands tightly, Midden shouted, "Please become my research subject." Hempel, surprised by Midden's actions and words, stood still as a statue, unable to utter a word. After a moment of silence, Hempel tried to bargain. "Is there any other way for me to repay you?" But Midden immediately refused bluntly. From that day on, Midden began to conduct a series of experiments on Hempel. Watching Hempel turn into a crow, Midden took serious notes and wondered, after transforming, you can't speak human language anymore, right? They lived together every day, and once, Midden looked helplessly at Hempel eating jackfruit and said, "That's not how you eat jackfruit." Hempel did not care, just replied, "Leave me alone, I like it that way." One day, Midden asked Hempel about the name she liked, and Hempel was the final name she chose. In the following days, Midden always followed Hempel, constantly suggesting, "Try transforming one more time, please." Hempel just grumpily replied, "If you say that one more time, I will eat your hair." Even so, Midden did not give up, always excitedly chasing after Hempel and begging, "Let me borrow you for an experiment for a bit." Hempel often yelled, "Go away, you weirdo," and ran away. But throughout that time, their happy and sincere laughter always rang out. As years passed by, Midden and Hempel gradually grew old, but they were always together, sharing happy smiles. In a grand ceremony, Lord Kamet and Dino held hands and walked down the aisle under the applause and congratulations of everyone. Standing behind, Lord Midden and Madame Hempel also clapped sincerely to bless them. In that moment, Lord Midden smiled contentedly, his heart full of emotion. He thought to himself, "Although I couldn't summon back the vanished mythical beasts, I have achieved many other things. This research is still a great success." Recalling the image of Dino, Lord Midden told himself, "Even though it was beyond the data, I managed to protect the birth of the King of Birds." He looked at Madame Hempel, his companion for so many years, his heart filled with indescribable emotions. In his eyes, Madame Hempel was still as beautiful as ever. Her radiant smile made him recall their early days. Madame Hempel turned and asked, "Midden, what are you thinking about?" Lord Midden closed his eyes, smiling nostalgically, but when he opened his mouth, he replied in a playful tone, "I just think I made a really right choice when I was young." Madame Hempel helplessly replied, "What is that?" "So irrelevant. I thought you were thinking of something touching." Lord Midden turned his face away, keeping a faint smile on his lips. Above all, Lord Midden thought to himself that he had found the person he wanted to explore for a lifetime. Their story ended perfectly in the sparkling light of the stage, beside the person they always wanted to accompany. In the childhood memories of Kamet at the royal palace, little Kamet curiously asked his mother about the reasons his mother and father got together. "Mom, why did you and Dad get married?" Kamet's mother was sitting reading a book with a radiant and beautiful face. Hearing that, two other little princes also rushed in, asking in unison, "Mom, LVKL wants to know too, and me too." The Empress smiled, nodding in agreement to tell the three children right away. All right, my princes, wait a moment," she said, then glanced at her husband. "This matter needs permission from the other main character to be told. Right, my dear husband?" Kamet's father, the Emperor, who was standing holding and coaxing his youngest child, laughed. "If you want to tell them, just tell them. Why bother asking for my permission?" The Emperor was about to continue. There's nothing to hide, but suddenly the baby grabbed his hair. "Ouch, Sepia, Dad's hair is not a toy." The Empress and the princes laughed upon seeing this scene. "Ahaha, every time I see this scene, I find it funny," the Empress said. "So I'll tell the whole story my way." "Okay." The Empress continued, "You said I could tell it however I want, so I will start from my first impression when I met you." That sentence made the Emperor freeze. Suddenly, he panicked, his face turning pale, even letting Sepia pull out a few strands of hair. "Wait, could you just skip that part?" the Emperor pleaded. The Empress laughed out loud. "A gentleman must not go back on his word once spoken. Your Majesty, you must set an example for the children." The little prince asked, "What was your first impression of Dad, Mom?" The Empress patted the child's head, thought for a moment, then bloomed a bright smile. "He was a jerk, extremely obnoxious." Hearing that, the Emperor's face sank, sighing helplessly. To be more specific, the Empress continued, from the very first meeting, he received a full slap from Mom. Time rewound to when the Emperor had not yet ascended the throne and was still a very arrogant prince. In the middle of a crowded party with nobles around, Kamet's mother delivered a stinging slap to the prince's face. Her face was flushed, tears welling up in her eyes. Ugh, she said, while the prince stood frozen after being slapped, unable to say anything more. You jerk, I hope someone like you, Prince, will never become the emperor. The origin of the story began once upon a time. There was a prince. Since childhood, the prince possessed extraordinary talents. His golden wolf ability had awakened very early. Because he constantly received praise from everyone, the prince grew up with a somewhat arrogant and capricious personality. At a banquet, the prince accidentally met a young lady, but his manners and way of speaking were a bit inappropriate. The prince said coldly, I've never heard of this family name since I was born. After that, he arrogantly mocked her. I heard that recently many viscounts have used money to buy their titles. I suppose you were one of them, right? Just because her outfit and appearance did not match those of a noble, the prince thought poorly of the young lady and constantly mocked her. Hey, what are you saying? The prince pointed his hand at the young lady, his tone full of sarcasm. Looking closely, your outfit is really mediocre. Could it be that your family has exhausted all their money to buy a title, leaving not a single penny to buy nice clothes? Not stopping there, the prince stepped closer, his eyes full of contempt. You should know that the royal ball is not a place for people like you. Hurry back home and tell your parents that this high society has no place for mediocre people like you all. Hearing this, the young lady's face clearly showed her anger. She remained silent, but her eyes burned like fire. In front of hundreds of witnesses, she raised her hand and delivered a resentful slap right across the prince's face. Everyone around was stunned. No one expected anyone to dare do such a thing to the prince. The young lady's face flushed, tears rolling down her cheeks. She shouted, her voice full of indignation. Our family has existed for generations and has a long history. Our mansion, though not too magnificent, is not something ordinary. Even if our family's financial situation is difficult, we have never lost our self-respect to buy a title. Even if we did, we wouldn't deserve to endure such humiliating words. The prince's attitude is too critical and disrespectful. The young lady looked straight into the prince's eyes, her face beautiful but full of determination. I hope that a person like you, Prince, will never become the emperor. Having said that, she turned and walked away, leaving the prince standing frozen in the middle of the crowd, his face full of astonishment. It took a while for the prince to regain his composure. He raised his hand to touch his cheek, which was still a bit warm from the slap. She dare to hit me? The prince muttered, his voice full of surprise. He looked around. The crowd was still buzzing with murmurs. Did she commit a crime? Will it affect the royal family? Someone asked. Probably not. The prince with the golden wolf bloodline. How could he be hurt by such a weak person? Another reassured. The prince still couldn't escape his shock. Not because of the pain, but because he didn't understand why he was slapped. She definitely did it on purpose, he told himself. But in his heart, a big question kept swirling deeply. Why? In a room full of books, two close friends of the prince were sitting with him. I already told you. One spoke up, his voice full of concern. Have you memorized the names of the nobles on the list? If you had listened to me, this wouldn't have happened. But it's not too late to focus on studying now. After that, you should go apologize to that young lady. The person sitting next to him spoke up to defend the prince. Little Marquis Wynnum. I think the prince also had a valid reason. Nowadays, many people are spending money to buy titles, and that lady's family background isn't good, making it easy to cause misunderstandings. Little Marquis Wynnum immediately retorted, Little Marquis Hayworth, don't support that way of thinking. This incident will negatively affect all of us. Little Marquis Hayworth waved his hand and said, I'm just saying what needs to be said. The two began to argue fiercely. Don't twist royal discipline. What discipline? At this rate, the empire will never be able to develop. Meanwhile, the prince's expression turned ugly, filled with anger. The prince slammed the book hard on the table, growling, impossible. Even though he had flipped through the entire genealogy of that family, the prince still couldn't find anyone who was a skilled swordsman or a knight. So what exactly is so special about her that she dared to hit me? The two little marquises also spoke up, one believing there was a mistake, the other even misunderstanding. There must have been some negligence. Suddenly, someone else said, what's wrong with you? I thought you intentionally let someone hit you. The more the prince heard, the angrier he became. I couldn't possibly have been negligent. Gritting his teeth tightly, the prince thought to himself, she must have used some trick. The image of the young lady appeared in his mind, and the prince was determined to find out her secret. Many parties had passed, but no matter what, the prince still couldn't find anything suspicious. The young lady still cheerfully played with the birds, completely contrary to what the prince had thought. In reality, she was a gentle person, to the point that she wouldn't even have the heart to harm an insect. The prince stood from a distance, observing her every action. Lord Midden stood beside him, advising, you should give up. I've investigated. That young lady is completely an ordinary person with no magic. The prince replied coldly, if so, she used another trick besides magic. Lord Midden smiled smugly, not really. I can guarantee that the young lady knows no tricks at all. The prince flipped his cloak, deciding, then let's make a bet. If I lose, from now on I will treat Lord Midden as my teacher. After saying that, the prince approached the young lady who was playing with the birds, telling himself, just observing won't grasp anything. I must confront her directly. The young lady noticed the prince approaching from behind her. The prince reached out his hand, smiling. My lady, care to dance a song with me? Kamet's mother was a bit confused, not knowing how to dance or what to do. Noticing this, the prince proudly said, that's right, it's very rare for me to invite a girl to dance. You should know that this is a great honor. Kamet's mother stuttered. Before she could reply, suddenly a few other girls ran over, laughing and saying, "Oh my goodness, so envious. You're invited to dance by the prince. Don't hesitate anymore. Go out and dance. Remember to tell us how it feels later." Saying that, they pushed Kamet's mother towards the prince, causing her to lose her balance and fall forward. Unexpectedly, she fell right into the prince's arms, an unforeseen situation. After falling into the prince's arms, Kamet's mother appeared flustered, while the prince calmly said, "You can slap the cheek of a proud wolf, yet you can't bear this little burden?" Then the prince smiled, adding arrogantly, "Or did you intentionally do this to be in my arms?" Kamet's mother immediately showed annoyance, while the prince was smug. The two bowed to each other to start the dance. Kamet's mother said, "Thank you for catching me, and also thank you for the dance invitation. But I don't want to be misunderstood, so please let's stop here for this time. It is my honor." Amidst the melodious music, the couple danced in the middle of the large garden. The prince began to feel strange, wondering, what is this? Clearly I have something to ask this girl. The two intertwined their hands, but the prince's head was full of thoughts. The more he felt the vibrations through his fingertips, the more he looked at her fluttering hair, the more the prince saw Kamet's mother's face before him as truly beautiful and proud. The deeper he looked into those eyes, the harder it was for the prince to utter a word. His face showed a hint of shyness, but he tried to hide it. Finally, the prince spoke up. "In the end, what kind of trick did you use on me?" Kamet's mother didn't understand, asking back, "Huh? Only when I'm with you do inexplicable things happen to me. I'm a master of swordsmanship. Never having been injured, even when facing the best knight of the royal family, I'm also a master of words, never having been left speechless before top scholars. Why are you the only exception?" The two continued dancing by the fountain, the water flowing sparklingly like a rainbow. The prince still couldn't understand. "What kind of trick have you used to make me so confused like this?" The prince's actions made Kamet's mother even more confused, only knowing to stay silent. Suddenly, she realized something and spoke up. "Ah, prince, could it be that you like me?" The words made time seemingly stop. The prince instantly became flustered, stammering. "What?" Kamet's mother continued, "I apologize for my disrespectful words, but what you were saying sounds like the actions of a boy experiencing love for the first time." The prince was stunned, unable to believe his ears. "What? Impossible me in love? What is happening?" Kamet's mother realized the prince was so anxious that even dancing became difficult. She gently said, "Prince, your hands are trembling." The prince, with an indescribable expression, hastily withdrew his hands from Kamet's mother. Looking at his trembling hands, he was speechless. Finally, the prince turned and ran away, leaving Kamet's mother standing there, still not understanding what had just happened. Kamet's mother stood frozen, completely surprised by the prince's unusual reaction. She couldn't help but wonder, is this real? The prince, his face flushed red, ran while covering his face. The image of the slap still haunting his mind. Yes, the prince couldn't escape her influence. Not for any special reason, but simply because, right from the first sight, his heart already belonged to her. Holding his face in shame, the prince ran away, his heart overflowing with regret. Recalling his previous arrogant attitude, the prince realized it was too late to fix his mistakes. The more he thought, the more ashamed he felt, screaming in agony. Dark memories rushed in belatedly, making the prince afraid to face her. Kneeling on the ground, the prince slammed his hands down in helplessness, blaming himself. Why did I stammer like that? How am I supposed to resolve this? That night, the prince tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The image of Kamet's mother, along with her beautiful eyes and face, kept appearing in his mind. But what to do? Once in love, the prince would never change his heart, even if he had to sacrifice his life. Am I crazy? I can't even close my eyes. The prince was exhausted, his face blank. This situation couldn't go on any longer. With no other choice, the prince had to humble himself, throw away his pride to express everything. The next morning, the prince prostrated himself before Kamet's mother, begging for forgiveness. This sight made her panic, hastily asking, "Prince, why are you kneeling like this?" The prince, his face full of anxiety, quickly replied, "I didn't realize my feelings and criticize you with narrow-minded thoughts. I am truly very regretful." The more he spoke, the more emotional the prince became, shouting, "This time, I will try my best to become a better person, never to repeat my mistakes again." Kamet's mother hastily replied, "Ah, I understand the prince's sincerity." The people around murmured in surprise, "Oh my, this is the first time seeing the prince kneeling like this." Pressure mounted on Kamet's mother, and she quickly said, "You are making me feel too pressured. Please stop." Hearing this, the prince looked up, his eyes sparkling with hope. "I understand. I will make amends." This made Kamet's mother blush, thinking to herself, why is the prince suddenly acting so cute? Still, she remained determined not to let this go easily. She told herself, no, I can't just let it pass like this. She was worried that if Xinjiang came to meet the prince, things would become complicated. Kamet's mother covered her mouth, coughed a few times. She told herself, but the prince calmly replied, "Actually, that makes sense." Kamet's mother was surprised by this remark, and he added, "I will do it right away." away. The very next day, the prince knelt in front of her family's mansion. Kamet's mother was curious about how many more times the prince intended to kneel. Is it the 100th time already? She thought. She had a headache, wondering how to resolve the situation. I didn't expect the prince to go this far, she said. Her mother then pushed her daughter outside, a happy smile clearly visible on her face. Does the royal wolf take this for granted towards the one he likes? Come on, go down there and accept it. My daughter, it's time for you to get married, she said. Seeing this, Kamet's mother felt shy. Mom, he came to apologize, not to propose. The two argued back and forth. Who knows? To me, there's no difference, her mother replied. Kamet's mother approached the kneeling prince and gently said, Prince, you can stop now. Your apology is enough. It's truly not worth letting others see the prince of an entire empire humble himself to this extent. And honestly, I don't have any special feelings for you. So please don't do this anymore and find someone else. The prince's teary face made Kamet's mother's heart flutter a little. She immediately reached out to help the prince up. Can you please stand up first? Kamet's mother grew more excited as she told the story. I must admit it. At that moment, my heart completely fluttered at your father's face. The little princes listened attentively to their mother's story. Well, it's not like my heart doesn't flutter now, but we have too many children already. Hearing this, the emperor couldn't help but look sullen and asked doubtfully, so if you didn't like my face, you wouldn't have accepted my feelings at all? Kamet's mother looked triumphant. Who knows? The emperor then kissed her on the forehead. It was up to you, but at the very least, you should have knelt a few more times. The emperor turned and said, Did you hear that clearly, my sons? Kamet listened intently. If it's the person you want to become your life partner, throw away your pride and court them with everything you have. Instead of missing out on that person, it's better to lose everything else. Returning to the present, Kamet was at his own wedding with Renan. Kamet thought to himself, wow, father was right. I'd rather let the world collapse than lose Renan, so I will do my absolute best. Under the beautiful scenery of the wedding, the officiant spoke, Groom, Emperor Kamet, do you vow to love your bride Renan for the rest of your life? Kamet spoke up, no. Saying that, the two shared a kiss, not just for this life, but I will love you forever. At Lady Adriana's mansion, Adriana and Renan were asking each other about their love lives. Adriana was curious about Renan's post-marriage life. Renan, how have you been lately? Renan answered calmly, same as always, nothing special. Adriana gently stroked Renan's crow wings and exclaimed, you haven't been married for long, so you must be enjoying the sweetness of your honeymoon, right? Adriana giggled and said, when I get married, please give me some advice, Renan. Renan smiled back. I feel like life after marriage is no different from before. In her heart, Renan thought of the image of the two of them happily holding hands. Perhaps, even before falling in love, she had always been by Kamet's side. Their relationship didn't have enough dramatic changes to write an extra side story. Moreover, Kamet had just gained the trust of his subjects, so his workload was piled up like a mountain, and their honeymoon trip had to be postponed. Renan recalled the image of Kamet sitting amidst a pile of documents, looking gloomy. I'm sorry, Renan. I promise we will go on a trip once I finish this work. Renan sympathized and gently replied, there's no rush. Kamet, I can wait. Renan quickly changed the subject. If we must talk about changes, the awakening of my abilities has caused far more fluctuations. Adriana forced a smile. Yeah, that's true. Adriana asked about the state of Renan's abilities after awakening. You're still getting used to your new powers, right? Renan talked about her abilities. She could now transform into various forms, from a small crow to a giant crow, and finally into a human form. She could even speak human language while in her crow form. Sticky rice is village sticky rice, growing in layers, making her heart flutter. Saying that, Renan showed off the sleek, jet black wings on her back, and even another pair of wings appeared. Seeing the wings, Adriana went crazy, constantly petting and fawning over them. Thanks to this, my journey as a fan is even richer. Renan felt scared and exclaimed, what the heck? That looks terrifying. Renan touched her wings and sighed. At first, when I just got these wings, it was really inconvenient. Because of the large wingspan, things would scatter everywhere when I moved. They were too big and hard to control, so I often accidentally bumped into things, causing objects to crash and break. The maid Nadia was always busy helping to organize and clean up every time I knocked things over. It's okay. Helping you is my honor, my lady. Renan blamed herself. Nadia had to work so hard to clean up that mess. Adriana came closer and asked, anyway, things are much better now, right? Renan replied awkwardly, yeah. Renan turned around and retracted her wings to show Adriana, I've learned how to retract them now. Adriana hugged Renan tightly, forcing her to push her away. What a shame. Those wings are truly gorgeous. Could you leave them out and walk around with them every day? Renan refused. I told you, it's very inconvenient for daily life, but I like it. Renan added, darting her eyes away evasively. Besides, walking around your house with wings on my back would be too troublesome. Renan stood looking at Adriana's white cat, her eyes full of admiration, but also a bit of apprehension. That cat is always ready to attack my wings. She sighed. Renan recounted the origin of that sinister-faced cat. It was originally the pet of the little Marquis Hayworth. After its owner was put on trial, Adriana adopted it. Deep down, Renan really wanted to take this white fur cat home, but she feared a clash between species, as she was a crow. Actually, I really want to raise it, but the risk of species conflict is too high. I guess coming over to Adriana's house occasionally to visit it is enough, Renan told herself. Every time Renan tried to reach out and pet the cat, it acted fiercely. Its fur stood on end as if to warn her. Therefore, she could only rub its shadow in regret. Sigh, I wonder how soft and smooth that fur is. I get scratched to pieces just by touching it, so I can only look. Xenon smiled bitterly. tenderly. Adriana saw this and giggled. If you get scratched, you can just heal it with your husband's feathers. Xenon looked sullen and nodded that's true. Then she quickly changed the subject. Ah, speaking of which, how are you and Naman doing lately? Still passionately in love? Xenon asked. Adriana immediately noticed Xenon's slightly strange gestures and words, thinking to herself, what's going on? Xenon has been avoiding anything related to Kamet this whole time. However, Adriana didn't think much of it, assuming that perhaps Xenon was just overthinking. Of course, we are still doing great. Adriana took Xenon's hands and said in a blissful tone, Naman and I have made a list of things we want to do before getting married. Xenon swung her legs and asked slowly, so when do you two plan to get married? But Adriana's answer stunned her. We're not sure yet. We've just been flirting around, not officially dating. Adriana acted innocent and continued. So we have to take our time now. There's no rush to get married right away. Xenon's jaw dropped. What if it gets too late? Adriana sharply caught the anxiety in Xenon's voice. Her face turned serious as she leaned in closer. What do you mean, too late? Xenon, you're having some difficulties in your newlywed life, aren't you? Xenon's face turned red as she stammered. No, it's just. She squeezed her eyes shut, remained silent for a long time, and then gently whispered into Adriana's ear, actually. Adriana panicked, her voice ringing out earth-shatteringly. Huh? You two still haven't consummated your marriage? Xenon's face flushed deep red as she hurriedly gestured. Shoo, keep your voice down. Adriana laughed and reassured her. It's fine. This room is soundproof. But that's not the issue right now. What exactly is going on? Xenon scratched her head, her face bright red. It's entirely my fault. She recounted their wedding night, when the couple, Xenon and Kamet, were preparing to consummate their marriage. The atmosphere at that time was very romantic, but Xenon felt shy. I had never dated anyone before, Xenon confessed. When Kamet tried to lean in, she hastily turned her face away. In that atmosphere, Xenon's face flushed crimson. She muttered, Kamet. Then she transformed back into the form of a small black crow, leaving Kamet standing there, dumbfounded. Kamet could only tightly hug Xenon, who was overwhelmed with embarrassment. It's okay. I will wait for you. He gently comforted her. Xenon tried to recount the story, but couldn't stop feeling flustered. She couldn't even control her emotions and transformed into a black crow right then and there. This sight made Adriana fall silent as well, only able to silently cheer, Kamet, hang in there. Adriana pointed at Xenon, who was sitting huddled up in embarrassment, and said, no wonder you hastily changed the subject whenever weddings were mentioned. Xenon immediately sobbed, curled up, and pleaded, please, can we not talk about this anymore? Adriana seriously criticized her. Honestly, what's there to be so embarrassed about? Even if you're inexperienced, how is your progress slower than Naman's and mine? Xenon had just said, I want to be braver too, but right after, she realized something was wrong. Her face darkened, and her voice was filled with a murderous aura. What did you just say? Slower progress than you and Naman? Adriana immediately covered her mouth, swallowing nervously. Xenon shook Adriana vigorously, interrogating her. What exactly have you two done? And since when? A week ago? No, a month ago? The cat lying there watching the two girls conversing animatedly could only let out a long yawn. Adriana, with a blissful face, chuckled nervously. Hee. Xenon was deeply shocked. Could it be? She suddenly realized that since that day, Adriana had been feigning innocence. Oh my, I had no idea. Bed scenes flashed through Xenon's mind, making it hard for her to believe. Naman, who always seemed slow and restrained, and boldly claimed they were just friends, had actually taken such a sharp turn on the day of his confession. Xenon's face darkened, unwilling to accept it. No, it can't be like this. Xenon's scream shook Adriana's entire mansion. I can't lose this miserably. Meanwhile, Emperor Kamet was working diligently. Alright, I just need to process this last document, and I'll be done. Suddenly, he heard a loud noise. Xenon burst through the door, her voice decisive. Let's go on a trip, Kamet. Right now. Kamet was a bit flustered, but still felt happy. In such a rush. A majestic natural landscape appeared before their eyes, with lush green trees and crystal clear blue water. Xenon's black crow wings glided gently on the wind currents. Under the clear blue sky, Xenon, in her giant crow form, carried Kamet flying all over the forest. Kamet asked worriedly, Xenon, are you sure it's okay? I might be a bit heavy. Xenon happily replied, it's fine, I'm okay. You're not heavy at all. On the contrary, I'm very strong, so that's nothing to me. At a large villa by Lake and Sun, this was where Xenon and Kamet enjoyed their delayed honeymoon after getting married. We are now heading to the villa at Lake and Sun, Xenon said, concluding their journey in romance and tranquility. Xenon couldn't hold back tears of happiness when she officially became the Empress. The villa I was gifted to commemorate this momentous occasion is now mine. Finally, I have my very first piece of real estate, a well-deserved reward for the arduous days that have passed. This made her feel even more attached to the place. In the vast sky, the two of them flew freely, admiring the majestic and breathtakingly magnificent natural scenery. Kamet hugged Xenon's back tightly, and together they marveled at the crystal-clear blue lake and the vibrantly colorful flower fields, a place she had always yearned to visit with Kamet. Xenon curiously asked Kamet how it felt to ride on her back and view the world from above. Kamet, immersed in the feeling of freedom, gently replied that this scenery always brought him such a feeling. He joyfully confessed that, even if just a little, he felt closer to her. Xenon smiled happily at those sincere words. In response, Xenon spread her wings even wider, determined to let Kamet see even more. She dove down toward the blue lake, making Kamet hug her back tightly. Xenon flew close to the water's surface, creating powerful waves that splashed to both sides. Kamet laughed joyfully, eagerly holding onto her. Xenon's reflection in the clear blue water brought a sense of endless liberation, soaking through my entire body with every drop of water. In that moment, we, the Emperor and Empress, temporarily set aside all responsibilities of ruling the Empire. After the emotional flight, the two arrived at Xenon's villa. Here, we are simply Kamet and Xenon, temporarily forgetting all protection and service. A bright campfire burned, with golden brown fish roasting over the flickering flames. Xenon and Kamet sat together, grilling fish and reminiscing about the past. This scene made her remember the old days. The image of Kamet and Xenon in her crow form appeared. Those were their unforgettable memories. Kamet attentively grilled the fish, while Xenon watched with a craving look. Back then, we had no idea that the future would be this beautiful. Kamet, with a sorrowful expression, uttered words of regret. "I wish I had treated you better." Xenon listened intently, then gently replied, "If knowing that loving someone would bring so much regret, wouldn't the path we walked have been unable to change for the better?" With affectionate eyes, she affirmed, "Of course that's true." The two sat together by the warm fire in the middle of the spacious garden. Even though regrets couldn't change the past, Xenon believed that instead of constantly regretting, they could move forward together towards a brighter future. Xenon tightly gripped the shawl in her hands, her voice soft but full of struggle. "Honestly, this is too difficult. I'm just saying that, but actually, I'm not good at doing it all." In her heart, overwhelming thoughts surfaced. If only I did better. If only I was braver. If only I tried a little harder. Kamet silently looked at Xenon, his eyes full of love and a hint of sadness whenever she revealed her self-doubt. Xenon thought about animals again, because they don't let regret hold them back. They solely focus on surviving. She recalled her days at the zoo, where she and the pandas were always together, learning from each other. Xenon burst into a bright smile. "So, what I mean is, let's not think too much about the past." Kamet also smiled, his eyes warm. "How can you always be so strong?" "I think I understand now." A hint of determination flashed across his handsome face. "Yeah, I will try my best. I hope that one day, I can also be as strong as you." Then he asked Xenon, "So that means we should focus on the present, right? I want to ask you a favor. Is there anything you want?" Xenon was flustered by the unexpected question. She hesitated, struggling internally. Well, something I want. Of course there is. But in this atmosphere, she hoped Cacao would turn a blind eye for a moment. "I can't say that I want that." The beast inside Xenon wanted to speak out. "Kamet, what I want is to be with you." But in the end, she just awkwardly said, then I want to ride you in your wolf form. "I'll let you ride me, so now let me ride you." Kamet was surprised, but immediately agreed. "Of course, Xenon. You can ask for as much as you like." Grass and leaves flew everywhere as Kamet transformed into a wolf, letting Xenon ride on his back. Under the sunset, the two galloped across the green, grassy field. Xenon hugged Kamet's back tightly, telling herself, "The reason I'm always embarrassed at crucial moments is probably because I lack experience. But deep down, I don't want to leave any regrets." She whispered in her heart, "I love Kamet so much. I want every moment with him to be perfect." Xenon's face flushed red. She knew it wasn't necessary, but she still enjoyed every second of it. Let this feeling fly with the wind, she thought. That night, in her villa, Xenon pulled Kamet closer. "What truly matters is that I am not a perfect person." The two kissed passionately, and Xenon whispered, "I just really want you." They held hands tightly, because the only thing that mattered was that they had each other. The next morning, Xenon lay tiredly on the bed, unable to sit up. Ugh, how strange. It's so hard to get out of bed lately. It was a cold while traveling. Kamet sat beside her worriedly, placing his hand on Xenon's forehead. "Your temperature has gone up. I will call a priest immediately." Xenon remained dismissive. "I'll be fine after a few days of rest." But Kamet was resolute. "This is very important. You can't ignore it. Who knows? It could be a serious illness." The priest arrived and stood looking at Xenon with worried eyes. Xenon and Kamet, the two lovers, intertwined their hands in fear as they listened to the priest's diagnosis. Xenon's symptoms made her unable to believe everything was normal. The priest's words came as a shock, pushing both into a state of panic, as this had perhaps never happened in history. After hearing the explanation, Kamet held his ashen face, muttering, "Oh my God, no way, how is that possible?" Meanwhile, the priest maintained a calm demeanor. A closer examination is needed. He advised the couple to mentally prepare themselves to accept the truth. Kamet turned to Xenon, his eyes full of worry. The two, currently on their honeymoon, looked at each other as if seeking comfort. Kamet held Xenon's hands tightly, his voice trembling. "I can't believe this." His tears flowed endlessly, his words stuttering, "I. Then suddenly, Kamet burst into tears of happiness, saying, "I can't believe it. I'm going to be a father." He kept holding Xenon's hands tightly, tears streaming down his face, unable to fully express his overwhelming joy. "Oh my God, I never expected such a blessing." Xenon, though slightly doubtful, also smiled happily. "Ahaha, are you really that happy?" She thought to herself, "Honestly, I can't believe I'm pregnant. Is it because I don't have morning sickness or something?" While Kamet was immersed in the joy of becoming a father, the priest stood up, his voice serious. curious. In any case, the two of you are a wolf and a crow, two different species. This possibility is very rare, so we need time to confirm it. However, based on the symptoms, it is highly likely that you are pregnant. But because this is so unusual, we cannot be entirely certain yet. Kamet seemed to no longer care about the priest's words. He just cried tears of joy, muttering, "Is it a girl or a boy? Regardless, I just hope they are born healthy." Even without official confirmation, Kamet was already imagining the image of his child. In his mind, a tiny little crow child, chirping peep peep, looking exactly like Xenon. He was certain that the little girl would be as adorable as her mother. Kamet pictured the child growing up, from playful childhood days to the rebellious teenage years, and then maturing excellently. He felt happy thinking about every moment he would spend with his child. Well, of course there will be difficult times, Kamet told himself. But if we try our best and raise our child with love, we can be proud of that. My dear child, Mom and Dad will always be by your side. Kamet constantly daydreamed about the future, when his child would grow up, get married, and start a family. That was how she would mature, and then one day, she would leave their embrace. Kamet imagined the scene of his daughter following her husband, and they would be happy. But thinking about that, Kamet couldn't stand it. The day she leaves, if it really comes, what would Kamet do? His face was filled with anger and a fighting spirit, rendering Xenon speechless at her husband's ability to overthink so far ahead. I don't know what kind of guy would dare to steal my child away, but I can't accept that, Kamet said, his voice fierce. Xenon pulled him back to reality. Kamet, you're taking this way too far. Furthermore, we aren't even completely sure that I'm pregnant yet. Don't get your hopes up too high. Xenon's realistic words shattered Kamet's illusion. He slumped and said tremblingly, even so, seeing this, Xenon sympathized with Kamet's feelings, fully understanding what he was going through. Xenon gently rubbed her belly. Maybe I really am pregnant with your child. This makes me so nervous. As Kamet held her hands tightly, Xenon suddenly came up with an idea and said, "Then Kamet, let's try to confirm this for sure." Kamet was surprised, not understanding how. Xenon continued confidently. "That's right. Let's ask someone who is an expert in this unusual event." They went to the Midden mansion. Midden was very excited to hear the news of diagnosing the pregnancy for the ruling couple of the kingdom. "Oh my God, it is such an honor for me to be asked to do something like this." Xenon sat opposite and said, "It seems Midden has researched the Krobenzak fruit-eating crows. I think you might know a lot about the pregnancy of that creature. All right. Moreover, since it is a union of different species, a more thorough examination is needed." Midden suggested asking someone else to help with the checkup, adding, "I think it would be better to let someone else examine you rather than me." Kamet was surprised. Why is that, Midden? Who else in this country could do that, if not the head of the Imperial Mages? Midden laughed. Well about that. From afar, a set of claws was flying toward them. Just as Midden finished speaking, Madame Hampone approached. "She is more of an expert than I am," Midden introduced. Xenon was astonished. "Madame Hampone?" Madame Hampone smiled and said to Xenon and Kamet, don't be too surprised. Because we ate the shiny fruit, knowledge about our bodies doesn't automatically arise. Furthermore, I don't have children, so you could say that I know nothing." Madame Hampone stepped forward and sat down next to Xenon. "But that being said, since I have lived for a very long time, I've had the chance to meet others of our kind besides you." Madame Hampone told a story about a woman who was pregnant in her human form, a fellow species member who carried a child in human form. Saying that, Madame Hampone took Xenon's hand to diagnose her and check her symptoms. She nodded. "It is surprisingly similar to a crow." Under Xenon's astonished gaze, Madame Hampone announced the good news. "Congratulations, Xenon." Hearing this, Xenon couldn't hold back her joy. I'm really pregnant with Kamet child." Xenon suddenly stood up, and Kamet immediately hugged her tightly as she threw herself into his arms. The two melted into each other in overwhelming happiness. "I feel like everything is starting to feel real now," Xenon whispered. Kamet smiled. "Me too. I will definitely make you happy." Madame Hampone suddenly interrupted, her voice entirely practical. "In any case, your husband still has a lot of work to do." The couple was slightly deflated, but still replied politely, "Yes, ma'am." Madame Hampone continued with a slightly sly smile. "From what I remember, a lot of things need to be prepared before giving birth. It might be a bit difficult, but you would do anything for your wife, wouldn't you?" Kamet nodded with determination, his eyes blazing. "Of course, Madame Xingjiang." Madame Hampone waved her hand. "No, don't call me by such a complicated name." Kamet was still full of spirit, determined to take good care of Xenon. "Please feel free to order me around, Madame Xingjiang," he said. Xenon stood to the side, looking at Kamet and thinking to herself, "Anyway, I have to send this news to Gaelnos." When they received the good news, Gaelnos and Min were so overjoyed they burst into tears. Gaelnos knelt down, looking up with unconcealed happiness. Finally, His Majesty finally has a child. He imagined the babies born looking like Kamet, small and adorable, calling out to him to be taught. "Duke Gaelnos, please teach me swordsmanship." Min was equally moved. Xenon has a child now. He thought about the babies being born looking exactly like little Xenon. "Marquis Min, please teach me about spirits." Xenon just stayed silent, smiling as she watched the two of them. Everything happened exactly as she predicted. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "You two, please do not cause a commotion." Nadia said calmly, "I heard that during the early stages of pregnancy, one absolutely must rest. Even though Xenon is not human, it doesn't make any difference. Therefore, my lady must definitely be careful." Sepia nodded in agreement. "That's right. That's also what I read in books." Although she appeared calm, Nadia couldn't hide her emotion, her eyes welling up with tears. "Of course, I'm so moved that I want to cry." Sepia gently tugged on Nadia's skirt, reminding her, "You're grown up. Why are you crying?" Xenon sat to the side, just smiling. "Thank you all so much for coming." From a distance, a person carrying a large pink gift box approached. "Because of that, we sincerely congratulate the two of you on your happiness." Lady Adriana appeared, holding a beautiful bouquet of flowers, along with Namen and a large gift box. On occasions like this, naturally one must receive sincere blessings, right? Lady Adriana said. Xenon smiled and nodded. "That's right, let's joyfully enjoy times like this." Lady Adriana stepped forward and handed Xenon a beautiful bouquet, and the two happily chatted and laughed. "This is my small gift," Lady Adriana said. Xenon responded with a grateful smile. "Thank you, Adriana. I will always remember this." Just then, someone else approached and announced to Xenon, "Your Majesty the Empress, we have also prepared a congratulatory gift for you." Two teachers appeared and explained to Xenon the importance of prenatal learning. "Nothing is more important than reading prenatal education books," they said. "Therefore, we have prepared 100 books on politics, literature, economics, society, humanities, philosophy, and education." Xenon felt terrified by this information. Even at times like this, they still only thought about studying. She thought to herself, these teachers are terrifying. Behind Xenon, Lady Adriana was wondering, but where is His Majesty? I don't think he's the type to leave you alone at a time like this. Xenon quickly explained, Kamet is currently very busy. On Emperor Kamet's side, he was training to prepare a nest for Xenon to give birth in, under the supervision of Madame Hampone. "This won't do," Madame Hampone said, throwing a branch to the ground. "The branch is too thin. It can easily break and injure Xenon." Kamet immediately picked up a piece of firewood and asked, "How about this one?" Madame Hampone shook her head. "That one won't work either. You can't tie it together with the others." Kamet felt the difficulty. "If I don't have suitable branches, I won't be able to build a nest." Up on a tree branch, Kamet was making a very cute nest. "That's right, I'm making a nest for my wife," he told himself. Kamet brought back a bundle of branches, but was criticized by Madame Hampone again. "That one won't do. That other one won't do either. None of them are usable." Kamet felt helpless. For a wolf who had never created anything like this, even as an emperor, the difficulty level was truly very high. After that, Madame Hampone taught Kamet how to cook. "Oh my, the soup is too salty." Kamet cried out, bursting into tears out of helplessness. Midden was as nonchalant as if watching a movie, while Kamet struggled to practice while hugging a bundle of firewood. "Practicing all day. I should have been born a crow instead of a wolf," Kamet thought to himself. Madame Hampone stood thinking, looking very hesitant and cautious. Let me see. Emperor Kamet clenched his fists, bags under his eyes dark, his face blank, and his clothes dirty, with leaves still stuck in his hair. He stood there with many branches gathered to make a nest for Xenon. Kamet stood frozen in place, eyes squeezed shut. "Please, don't walk away this time." Madame Hampone spoke up. "Very good. This much material is enough." Kamet immediately rejoiced. "Really? Really?" But then Madame Hampone's words made the Emperor collapse. "All right, now we can start making the nest." So in the end, this was only the beginning. It was too early to celebrate. Regardless, it was building a nest for Xenon. He couldn't let anyone else do it. Hundreds of branches were gathered by the Emperor and tied into large bundles. When thinking about Xenon, Kamet was suddenly filled with energy. Even though he knew his abilities were limited, right now, there was no other choice but to try his best. "All right, let's start right now." However, building a nest was not simple at all. Let's follow the arduous journey Kamet went through to create a cozy nest for his wife. In reality, Madame Hampone was very strict. The initial nest Kamet wove was too weak. Even a mosquito bite could make it collapse. Kamet continuously tried again and again, but each time was rejected by Madame Hampone. This nest is woven so tightly that not even a hummingbird could lay an egg in it, let alone a crow. Madame Hampone constantly opposed the nests made by Kamet's own hands. Let's pause this for a moment. Emperor Kamet was tired and exhausted, but finally, after much effort, he created a lovely nest that wasn't too bad. Standing in front of the massive nest, Madame Hampone patted Kamet's shoulder and praised. "You have worked hard, Xenon's husband." "No, on the contrary, I'm the one who worked hard having to teach you." Then she requested an additional, smaller nest. "Just in case, make another one." Kamet stood frozen, not understanding what was happening. Madame Hampone explained that Xenon had 3 transformational forms: a small crow, a large crow, and a human. Therefore, Kamet needed to prepare an additional small nest. It would be better to make it in advance. She encouraged him, "Try a little harder, Xenon's husband." Kamet could only sit huddled in the corner, holding a small, cute nest in his hands. The path to becoming a father was indeed long and full of challenges. Meanwhile, Sepia excitedly ran towards Zenon, despite the nanny chasing after her in tears. "Princess, please maintain your dignity." Sepia couldn't wait to see Zenon's first eggs. Zenon, who was incubating the eggs, spoke up to thank her. "Thank you for coming, Sepia." Kamet sat next to his wife, watching over her as she incubated the eggs. Did the princess come to visit her niece/nephew? Sepia's face beamed, her eyes lighting up. "I'm here." The nanny panted heavily from having to chase her, while Sepia rejoiced at the prospect of becoming an aunt. "So Sepia is going to be an aunt?" Kamet said with a smile. "That's right." Then he gestured. "Does the princess know how to show her dignity?" Sepia immediately grabbed her skirt, crossed her legs, and bowed in a royal manner. Of course, brother." This sight made Zenon and Kamet burst out laughing, while the nanny was thrilled. "Thank you, your majesty, for easing my burden." Zenon lifted her wing. Now it's Sepia's turn. "Does our esteemed aunt want to take a little peek at her niece/nephew?" Under Zenon's wing was an egg shimmering as if plated in gold, sparkling under the light. Sepia stood frozen in front of the giant egg, her eyes wide with amazement. "Wow, it's so big, and it's even sparkling. I wonder if laying it was difficult?" "Haha, now I'm mature enough to speak respectfully." Zenon smiled, offering Sepia to touch the egg. "Maybe because I had regained my spirit, things weren't too difficult. Would the princess like to try touching it?" Sepia's eyes lit up. The little girl softly asked, "Can I? Is that okay?" Kamet anxiously advised, "Instead, you should touch it carefully, like touching a precious treasure." "Understood?" Sepia nodded. "Of course, brother." She slowly reached out her hand, gently touching the sparkling egg. Then suddenly, Sepia hugged it tightly, feeling the spreading warmth. "It's so warm." She closed her eyes and whispered, "My nephew or niece, you must be healthy, okay? Promise your aunt." Sepia hugged and gently rubbed the egg, making Zenon laugh happily. Since having a child, only good things have been happening. Zenon thought to herself. Although incubating the egg sometimes made her tired, it wasn't insurmountable. Kamet was always by Zenon's side, attentively caring for her without any complaints. "He always encourages me, helping with everything I need without a single grumble. It's really worth having a child." However, Zenon knew that the future held many challenges and the real journey had only just begun. On the dining table, a lavish feast with steak, cream cake, strawberry jam, fruits, and many other delicious dishes was laid out. But Zenon shook her head. "I don't want to eat, Kamet." Kamet was surprised. "What's wrong? Don't you have an appetite?" Zenon's face was full of reluctance. Nadia spoke up. "Could you just try a bite? I prepared all your favorite dishes. Maybe you'll find them appetizing." Kamet also supported. "That's right. You need to eat well to have strength, especially after laying an egg." Zenon forced a nod. "Yeah, I know." Kamet quickly cut a piece of meat, brought it to Zenon's mouth. "Come on, Saya." But after Zenon finished eating, she immediately felt no appetite. "I'm sorry. I feel even worse." Zenon's face looked gloomy, leaving Kamet confused. It was strange. There was nothing wrong with the food. Nadia suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Ah, could it be that Lady Zenon is having morning sickness?" The remark left both Zenon and Kamet stunned. Kamet immediately panicked and shouted, "Immediately summon all the chefs of the Empire." Thus the battle with morning sickness began, and it failed spectacularly. All the chefs of the Empire surrendered to Zenon's morning sickness, lying sprawled on the ground, scattered with food. One person raised a trembling hand and said, "We apologize, Your Majesty. We have tried our best, but to no avail." Kamet stood there, his face as cold as ice, his eyes resolutely giving orders. "It's still too early to give up," he told himself. Kamet turned to Zenon, his voice full of determination. "Wait for me a little longer, Zenon." With that, he immediately turned and left, leaving Zenon with a bewildered expression. Kamet thought to himself, even if he had to seek help from neighboring countries, he would definitely find something Zenon could eat. Zenon stood there, her sad eyes following Kamet's back. Suddenly, from a branch above, there was a chirping sound, peep, peep, as if scolding. Two little birds began to converse with each other. Peep, peep, peep. They seemed to be discussing how eating bugs is best after laying eggs. Peep. One bird spoke up. "Isn't this happening because the little girl didn't listen to the elders and is being a picky eater?" They brought a pile of bugs in front of Zenon. "Peep, peep, peep, peep. Come on, we prepared some with our own wings. Have a taste. Peep, eat one, and regain your energy." Zenon immediately stepped back, her face grimacing. I hate bugs." The two birds immediately got angry. Peep, peep, peep. "Oh dear, this foolish girl still hasn't grown up. Peep, are you on a diet or something?" They continued to scold. "Peep, peep, what's with those wings and legs? All she does is sit around." "Ah, I said I'm not eating, good grief." In Zenon's heart, she thought, "Oh, I'm about to starve to death and now I have to see these horrible bugs." But in reality, she felt a craving, and what was more terrible was that her mouth kept watering just looking at them. The two birds saw this and initiated their final plan. Peep, peep, it's time. They spread their wings to signal, "Peep, come out." Immediately, dozens of other birds carrying leaves filled with bugs flew over, forming an intimidating hollow-eyed legion. The birds were determined to make Zenon eat all those bugs. Peep, 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 try to stop her. Such a weak body hasn't even had a single meal of bugs. Xenon sat there, her face in utter panic as she saw the Legion approaching. Peep, peep, they said, we gave you useful advice. Peep, peep, we only want what's best for you. Xenon cried out in fear, oh no, but the bird were adamant. Peep, yes. Xenon's frantic scream echoed throughout the Imperial Palace. When the late night sky and the bright moonlight enveloped the area, Kamet returned to Xenon. His body seemed drained of vitality, listless and lifeless. In his heart, Kamet calculated that he had mobilized the mages to send urgent letters to other countries. But anyway, there were many things to prepare, and it was said it would take a lot of time for the chefs to arrive here. The more he thought, the more worried Kamet became. Then Xenon wouldn't be able to eat anything until then. In a sudden moment, Kamet abruptly stopped when he saw Xenon. The Emperor had absolutely no idea what his wife was eating. Xenon, what are you eating? Xenon's mouth continuously chewed and smacked. Kamet was overflowing with joy, thinking someone had found a suitable dish for Xenon. Xenon, has someone already found something you can eat? Suddenly, the Emperor noticed a bird carrying a leaf flying towards Xenon. The bird gently fed the bugs into Xenon's mouth, who was incubating the egg. Xenon's devouring way of eating made Kamet freeze, unable to believe his eyes. Xenon, are you eating bugs? Kamet fell silent, speechless. Suddenly, the Emperor hurriedly ran away, looking extremely urgent. The next morning, when a morning sunlight illuminated the clear blue sky, Xenon sighed because she had eaten too many bugs last night. She blamed herself for not controlling her appetite. I've lost my mind entirely, eating all the bugs the birds brought me. However, Xenon didn't hate them at all, but feared Kamet would judge her if he found out. If Kamet knew, he would definitely be very disappointed. Xenon imagined Kamet seeing her eating bugs. Xenon, you eat that kind of food? Oh my god, so shocking. The more she thought, the more panicked Xenon became. No, I have to keep this secret until I die. While she was deep in thought, Kamet unexpectedly appeared behind her, startling Xenon. Xenon, sorry for startling you. Kamet's face became serious. Actually, yesterday I saw you eating bugs. Xenon grew even more anxious. As Kamet continued to speak, Xenon became increasingly panicked. You looked like you were enjoying your meal. Xenon thought to herself, no, even if it's Kamet, he might also lose his affection for me. Kamet spoke up, so then he shouted, taking out a basket full of bugs. I caught them for you. Please eat them. This scene made Xenon freeze. Kamet said shyly, it seems a bit weird, right? I was just really happy to have found something you could eat. That's why I did it. Last night, Kamet had brought a net and went catching bugs all night for his wife. He was a little overexcited. Xenon was extremely surprised because Kamet knew she ate bugs, but didn't hate them and even supported her. Kamet, did you really? Xenon asked, do you not mind if I eat insects? Kamet immediately replied, of course, Xenon, you have found a healthy way to eat. What could be more important? Kamet said while holding the basket of bugs, on the contrary, because I'm not a crow. Kamet blushed as he recounted that he couldn't distinguish which type of bug was suitable to catch for Xenon to eat, which deeply moved her. In fact, he couldn't tell the difference between the types of bugs, so he didn't know which one suited her taste, to the point he almost cried. Without hesitation, Kamet scooped up a spoonful of bugs and said, don't worry, Xenon, eat as much as you like. Xenon was happy being spoon-fed bugs by her husband. She smiled as he said, if you feel it's not enough, I will catch more for you. Thank you, Kamet. I will eat a lot to get healthier. After that, in the Imperial Palace, a new trend emerged. Weaving bamboo hats, wearing waist pouches, and carrying bug-catching nets. The three of them, Marquis Duke Galinos, and Nadia formed a group dedicated to catching insects to nourish Empress Xenon. They immediately started collecting insects. However, this was not merely a task, but also became a battle of loyalty. Galinos constantly provoked, whoever catches more will be the winner. It was not to be outdone. Don't give up halfway through. Nadia was determined, I will not lose either. All three seemed to be preparing for a real battle. Of course, the ultimate winner was Saran, an assassin. He found a massive amount of insects and said smugly, humph, this much is nothing. These trivial tasks are so easy when using my shadow abilities. This sight left the other three dumbfounded. Even in the sweltering summer, Min, Galenos, and Nadia still refused to give up, continuing to catch bugs, while Saran casually sat drinking wine under a tree. Thus, everyone was united. Even Naymin and Lady Adriana held hands and caught a lot of bugs. We caught them. Kamet lifted Sepia up and fed bugs to Xenon, taking care of her and the egg. I've had a peaceful and happy daily life, Xenon thought to herself. However, she was very afraid of having to listen to the Professor read books, even though it was considered good for prenatal care. Time gradually passed, and autumn arrived. One night, while Xenon was still incubating the egg, Kamet in his wolf form enveloped her in his embrace. Xenon suddenly noticed something unusual and woke up. She hurriedly called her husband, Kamet. Kamet had already transformed back into a human and replied, yes, I feel it too. Xenon's sparkling golden egg began to shake violently. Our child, the eggshell is cracking. Our child is about to be born. Xenon threw herself into Kamet's arms, the two hugging each other tightly in pure joy. It's been hard on you, Xenon. Not all. You're the one who worked harder. Xenon suddenly wondered, but will a crow or a wolf be born? Kamet was also unsure about that. Xenon immediately recalled the time before she came to this world and turned into a crow. Before I became a crow, when I was a zookeeper, I witnessed the birth of many different lives: lions, bears, crows, deer, and many other species. Each species had a different cry and a different way of developing. At the zoo, where Xenon used to work, every little animal had their information carefully recorded, such as their birth weight and current weight. This information was clearly displayed on a sign for everyone to easily follow. Every time I witnessed their growth process, I couldn't fully express it in words. I only knew that I was completely immersed in a wave of warm emotions. Xenon always felt happy looking at those details. Currently, Xenon's egg was shaking slightly, signaling the moment of hatching was approaching. Xenon and her husband, Emperor Kamet, were waiting eagerly. Time passed. After so many events, the crucial moment had finally arrived. Xenon's child used its crow's beak to pierce through the eggshell, preparing to be born. The egg broke open, revealing a pair of wolf claws, but the crow's beak was just a fake. Inside was a little wolf pup bearing a resemblance to Kamet, but with jet black fur and crow wings like Xenon. Both were extremely moved when they saw their child. Xenon opened her arms to hug the baby, whispering, "Hello, my darling baby." A child born from an egg, more adorable than anything she had ever imagined. Xenon hugged the child tightly to her chest, her heart overflowing with gratitude. "Thank you so much for coming to us like a precious gift." The little wolf pup was lovingly cradled in Xenon's arms, and she silently promised to give the child all the love she had. The little wolf pup turned its head to look at Kamet. The Emperor was standing frozen, as if rooted to the spot. Kamet reminisced about his family in the past, when he still had a mother, a father, and a sibling. A family that was once beautiful as a dream, but then it all shattered. The two brothers never saw each other again. The mother passed away, then the father. Everything collapsed in an instant, destroyed by karma. The family was torn apart, leaving only his younger sister beside Kamet. Even though there was only one person of the same bloodline left, now, beside him was a new family. Kamet walked over to Xenon, who was cuddling the little wolf pup with radiant eyes. "The family I have is because I chose and was chosen," Kamet thought to himself. Xenon looked up and asked, "Our child, do you want to hold him for a bit?" Kamet blushed, reached out his hands, and then he picked up both Xenon and the baby, taking her by surprise. Kamet felt a choked sound lingering in his throat. He stammered, "Thank you so much for coming." He felt as if he was engulfed in burning emotions, tears rolling down his cheeks. "Truly, thank you. I know the name of this feeling." Kamet cried and laughed at the same time, a contented smile blossoming on his lips. "I love you so much. This is happiness." Seeing this, Xenon was also delighted, her face flushing red. The whole family happily cuddled each other. "I love you too, Kamet." Then, no matter how much weight pressed down on them, it didn't matter. Kamet spoke up and asked Xenon, "Xenon, aren't you going to name our child?" Looking at the tender face of the little wolf pup, Kamet wanted Xenon to freely name the child as she wished. He hoped his child would be called by the name Xenon chose. Xenon agreed. She said, "Yeah, alright, because this child's eyes sparkle like golden light, exactly like yours." Since ancient times, people have always paid special reverence to the sun god, the god named Heli. Therefore, Xenon decided, "I want to name our child Heli." Kamet joyfully accepted that beautiful name. He thought that if they called their child by this name, the child would always feel the imprint of them both. Kamet affectionately stroked the little wolf pup, whispering, "Heli, welcome to this world." Under the shimmering moonlight, the two decided to name the baby Heli. Both mother and father, along with all the people in the Empire, will love and bless you. The night sky at this moment sparkled with countless stars, creating a fairy tale scene. Xenon suddenly noticed something strange in the sky. She called Kamet and Heli to look up together. Xenon said excitedly, "Look at that." A shooting star darted down, followed by a beautiful meteor shower. Hundreds of shooting stars fell, lighting up the entire sky. Xenon smiled happily. "Ilan is definitely celebrating Heli's birth, right?" She said softly, her eyes gentle. "Yeah, this meteor shower flying over the Empire, illuminating the whole night sky. How beautiful it is." The people in the Empire were jubilantly celebrating the festival. Everyone went out to the streets, dancing and cheering, a festive atmosphere filling everywhere. People enthusiastically sang songs celebrating the birth of the prince. The nobles and the royal family competed to send meaningful gifts, congratulating this momentous event. Among them, Midden appeared extremely eager. He firmly believed that the prince was a divine beast born into the world. The prince's father, Kamet, belongs to the sacred and noble golden wolf lineage, while the prince's mother is Xenon, who has awakened the power to become the king of birds. Midden thought of this and could not hide his excitement. Kamet, the descendant of the sacred golden wolf, and Xenon, who had awakened to become the true king of birds. The power of the two blended together would surely give birth to a creature with unprecedented power. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, while the emperor and empress and the prince sat on the throne, petting Heli without fully understanding. Divine beasts had gradually disappeared from the empire, but now, a new divine beast had been reborn. The country would no longer be invaded by demons. Midden proudly said, "Ah, I get to see a divine beast with my own eyes while I'm alive." As expected, I made the right career choice when I was young. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Heli, who was still too young and innocent to understand. He whispered, "Let me study you a bit, just a little bit. It won't hurt you, just observation." However, some people could not hide their personal interests. Midden, in his eagerness, was gagged. There is nothing you can't say in front of child. Truly, Madame Hampone stepped forward, quickly covering the incessantly babbling Midden's mouth. Even though Midden was passionate about research and meant no harm, Madame Hampone's actions made things tense. I apologize to both of you on his behalf, Madame Hampone said, then immediately escorted Midden away. Oh my, how embarrassing. Madame Hampone's swift and decisive actions left Midden only able to cry out in regret. My research. Xenon laughed, while Helly waved goodbye. I'm not too surprised, since it's Midden, Xenon sighed. But fortunately, since Helly is not an ordinary child, I was a little confused about how to raise him well, but luckily, there is someone who understands divine beasts very well. The two chuckled. Sometimes Midden is a bit hasty, but with Madame Hampone keeping him in check, I feel more at ease, Xenon said. Suddenly, she let out a long yawn. I wonder if it's because I've been meeting too many people lately. Seeing his wife tired, Kamet gently advised, you often feel tired. Let's go inside and rest. A good sleep, and you'll be fine. The bedroom was quiet, but a big question remained. Why did Xenon sleep so much after Helly was born? Although there was nothing wrong with her health, her sleeping time kept increasing to 12 hours, then 15 hours. Kamet sat beside her, looking at his wife worriedly. Now she's awake for less than an hour a day, he thought to himself, just like a withering tree. In the dark of the night, Nadia sat down to record everything. She noticed the atmosphere in the imperial family had become heavy, making everyone feel suffocated. The serious situation happening to Xenon left everyone confused. Despite thorough examinations, the healers could not find the cause of her falling into a deep sleep. Neither divine power nor magic detected any abnormalities. Even Madame Hampone, when stepping in to check, only shook her head helplessly. This condition of Xenon was not like the previous time when she was pregnant, Nadia thought. It was not a curse, and it did not even resemble a demon's curse. Ben did not know what it was either. He sighed, I have never heard of or witnessed a case like this. The situation was so serious that even prayers, recovery magic, or soul stones became useless. Marquis Mean was shocked to see that the soul stone did not help either. If the soul stone cannot save Xenon from death, what should we do now? Marquis Mean asked worriedly. Nadia stood there, stunned, but that was not even the most disappointing news. Moi was lying on Xenon's body. In the gloomy silence, devoid of any vitality, the appearance of Xenon's spirit gradually became faint, as if blending into an invincible mist. It was noticeable that Moi's presence was closely tied to Xenon. When Xenon awakened, Moi had been upgraded to a higher tier, although it clearly possessed vitality superior to ordinary spirits. Its presence reflected its master's condition, still, silent, and seemingly fading away. Marquis Mean gently stroked Moi and concluded, looking at Moi's condition, I am certain that something has happened to Xenon's life force. Despite realizing this, Marquis Mean felt helpless, unable to do anything to change it. Kamet anxiously blurted out 2 words. Life force. He panicked, guessing that perhaps when Xenon saved him, she had given him a part of her own life force. Perhaps at that very moment, Xenon's heart had shattered to piece, and she had used that shard to save Kamet. Thinking of this, Kamet could not help but blame himself. He asked himself, why did it have to be this way, Xenon? He resented himself. Even if his life could be prolonged, if she became like this, then even if she was alive, it was no different from having lost true life. Suddenly, Kamet's words caused Xenon to wake up. She weakly called Kamet. Hearing her call, Kamet hastily replied, Xenon. Xenon affirmed to Kamet, I never regret doing so. She gently placed her hand on Kamet's hand and asked, if you were in the same situation as me, you would surely do the same, wouldn't you? Xenon weakly reassured Kamet, so don't be too desperate. If my life is short, I know for sure that you will always watch over me. I will try my best. It's very possible. Xenon's voice gradually weakened, as if she were falling into hibernation to survive longer. Nadia recorded in her diary that Xenon's words were like a lighthouse shining in the dark. Nadia recounted that it was Xenon's words that lifted Kamet up. After that, Kamet regained his motivation and ordered everyone to find a way to save Xenon at all costs. Nadia closed her eyes, reminiscing about the past. When Midden asked Xenon, may I ask you something? If you had a longer lifespan than others and had to go on a long journey, what would you do? Xenon replied, if that were the case, because every moment is precious. Right now, instead of letting it slip away wastefully, I want to do my best for the people around me. Because of that, Nadia concluded, indeed, Lady Xenon is a strong person. Nadia closed her diary, stood up, and thought to herself, I am just like everyone else, without outstanding talent or extraordinary wisdom. She walked up the stairs, her mind full of thoughts. Therefore, I cannot create a miracle to save Xenon. Arriving at the door of the room, Nadia saw Marquis Mean standing guard. She continued thinking, but Marquis Mean bowed to greet Nadia, and she returned the gesture. Then, Nadia opened the door to Xenon's room, telling herself, at least, I'll try to protect this place until everyone finds a way. In the room, next to the bed, was the little prince in his primordial form. Nadia gently picked him up, comforting him, Prince, do not worry. Your mother will surely wake up soon, and His Majesty will also find a solution. She hugged him to her chest, patting him with tenderness. In Kamet's office, his voice echoed, I'm sorry, Marquis. Kamet felt guilty for constantly delaying Naman's wedding schedule. However, Naman replied, it's all right, Your Majesty. In times like these, helping out is a given. Naman understood that Arya was also busy taking care of Xenon. Suddenly, Naman smiled and suggested, instead, if Xenon gets better later, please grant me a long wedding vacation. Kamet had to agree, I understand. By the way, I will cover all the expenses. After that, Kamet switched to asking about work. Now, let's hear the report on the current situation. How was the progress of the mage's research? Naman honestly reported, unfortunately, there hasn't been much progress yet. Xenon is a special case, unprecedented. Naman provided further information. Midden and Madame Hampone are still searching, but have not discovered any clues yet. Madame Hampone sighed. Even our birds do not understand the existence of the Bird King. The mission to follow that existence has been deeply ingrained in our instincts for a very long time. It seems that you humans do not know everything about the Emperor. Midden added, but one thing is certain, our Empress is someone close to the divine. Therefore, a massive amount of power is needed to restore her vitality. Upon hearing this, Kamet pondered a massive power. Naman continued his report. The current hypothesis is to use forbidden magic or power from the demon world. These magics require the sacrifice of countless lives, and that might be the only viable solution. Finding an alternative is even more difficult. Kamet wondered, then what is the power of the divine? Naman held some papers and explained, the divine power is similar, as Your Majesty knows. The power of heaven is completely opposite to the power of the demon world. Rather, they look like a mirror. Naman stated the way to perform this magic. To save Xenon with the power of heaven, countless lives must be offered as burnt offerings, called sacrifices. Naman also added, even in this case, the sacrifices must be offered voluntarily, which makes the difficulty level much higher. Hearing this, Kamet knew that, either way, I will become nothing more than a tyrant. This is why everyone cannot find another alternative solution. Kamet thought anxiously. Now it's impossible to hope and wait for an ideal alternative to appear. The reality is that there aren't many choices right now. Kamet was very confused and torn. To become as ugly due to my own desires as Bupalus. What should I do in the end? Eventually, Kamet had to make a decision. Even if the entire empire calls me a tyrant, so be it. Just this once, I want to act for my woman. He immediately ordered Duke Gaelnos. We are setting out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct his close aide. During my absence, I leave the empire entirely in your hands. Who knows how much time had passed? Xenon was still fast asleep on the bed, when suddenly she heard a familiar, warm voice. Look at what I brought you. It was Kamet. When he opened his hand, there were two glowing blue crystals. To find them, he had spent a lot of time. She seemingly had an instinct to swallow the crystal and slowly opened her eyes with a radiant smile. Although she had not completely recovered, she was much better. Kamet sat down anxiously on the chair, lost in thought. The power that could turn her into a crow was this, and only it had enough colossal power to save her once again. However, this star stone was so rare that it was very difficult for them to find. Kamet did not give up, because he had a premonition that he would definitely find it. That is the power of budding love, guys. Just stay in love for a long time, and you'll see, following the memory of the meteor shower on the day Heli was born, and tracing its path, they were finally able to find the star stones. After a week, his close friend's wedding was finally held. Everyone was happy, and while blessing them, Xenon's health gradually recovered thanks to absorbing the star stones. Then, one day, the light of power enveloped the whole room. Her bird goddess wings spread out again, signaling that Xenon had completely recovered. Her child happily rushed to embrace his mother's light, and as a result, the boy successfully transformed into human form. This made everyone even more joyous. This is truly the perfect ending to the story.